Chapter 1. Captured by the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao, prepare to meet your demise. In retribution for my son. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, followed by a blinding golden radiance. Boom! The mountains erupted, sending countless stones of varying sizes tumbling down, some crashing upon a towering, robust man cradling two infants in his arms. Douluo, how could this be? He has come to kill me. Could it be that Qian Xuanji is truly dead? The injuries I inflicted should not have been fatal, Tang Hao exclaimed as he hastily discarded the porridge he had been carrying and fled. The golden light was dazzling as a man appeared, adorned with 3 pairs of wings and possessing a strikingly handsome visage, appearing to be in his 40s. His eyes were filled with a palpable aura of murderous intent and hatred, leaving Tang Hao feeling suffocated. Douluo, one of the 3 peerless titled Douluos, stood alongside Tang San as a pillar of the spirit masters. Seeking refuge among the mountains, Tang Hao's mental faculties were sharply attuned as he sprinted away. Another beam of sword light swept toward him. He narrowly evaded it, but the falling rubble was unavoidable. With 1 infant in each arm, he could not wield the Qian hammer and was left to shield himself with his body, blood spilling from his mouth. This cannot continue. I will surely perish, Tang Hao thought, glancing at his 2 terrified, wailing sons, then at the river flowing at the foot of the mountain. His expression twisted in anguish, yet from that suffering emerged a resolute determination that I am sorry, my children. With a flick of his right hand, he released the Qian hammer, summoning 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red soul rings. Leaping into the air, he shouted, Douluo, I am here. Tang Hao, how dare you oppose the Spirit Hall for the sake of a mere soul beast, and even take my son's life? Qian's eyes blazed crimson as he raised the sacred sword high, an overwhelming aura surging forth. Intent on cleaving Tang Hao in 2, enraged, Tang Hao bellowed, I care not whether she is a soul beast, all I know is that she is my wife. If Qian Xuanji sought to harm her, then he deserves to die. Without further ado, Douluo swung the sacred sword down. Tang Hao cast one last glance at his drifting sons, his eyes turning blood red. Open the domain of the god of slaughter. Great Sumi hammer, unleash the 9 rings. All 9 soul rings shattered simultaneously, and every ounce of soul power surged into the Qian hammer, which expanded to an enormous size, radiating a brilliant crimson light. As he swung it back, this strike represented the full extent of Tang Hao's power. He understood that Douluo was a worthy adversary, able to contest evenly with his grandfather, Tang San. At level 92, he knew he could not withstand even a single blow from Douluo. Thus, he had no choice but to gamble everything for a glimmer of hope. With a deafening roar, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted. Douluo was taken aback by Tang Hao's ferocity, but he was even more astonished by the sheer might of this strike, which reached the level of a 99th ranked titled Douluos. Attack power. Caught off guard and unable to summon his full strength, he was sent flying. Likewise, Tang Hao was propelled backward by the ferocious shockwave, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed through several mountain ranges before landing and fleeing without a backward glance. With Tang Hao at level 97 unleashing a near-divine strike with all 9 rings, it stands to reason that a level 92 Tang Hao could achieve an attack power comparable to a 99th ranked titled Douluo, considering the variations in strength within that rank, and the existence of demigods beyond level 99. Readers, do not fret, consider this concession. To the original character, Tang Hao in this narrative, Tang Hao is granted only 2 opportunities for bravado, with the remainder of his experience characterized by hardship, though a satisfactory resolution shall be revealed in due course. Meanwhile, Douluo emerged from the pit he had been thrust into, appearing largely unscathed and refraining from further pursuit. Several members clad in the crimson garb of the Spirit Hall knelt before him, trembling as they inquired, Great Elder, shall we continue our hunt for Tang Hao? That will not be necessary, came Qian's calm response. Devoid of any discernible emotion, I could see that moment. A soul saint, adorned with a pair of golden eagle wings, descended from afar, cradling an infant Tang Hao's forsaken son. The soul saint respectfully asked, Great Elder, this is Tang Hao's child, shall we? He gestured as if to sever a throat. Douluo spoke slowly, his gaze imbued with complexity. Bring him back, his life holds greater value than his death. Understood. As they soared back to the Spirit Hall, the infant opened his eyes, revealing a depth that suggested he was no ordinary child. 3 months had elapsed, and I discovered that my father was, in fact, Tang Hao. I had traversed to the Douluo continent, yet the memories of my previous life eluded me. Upon contemplating my current direction, I could not suppress a bitter laugh. The path ahead appeared fraught with peril. The original work mentions that Douluo pursued Tang Hao, ultimately allowing him to escape. For those still enamored with Tang San, I invite you to peruse chapters 45 to 80 of this text, where one may observe Tang San from an outsider's perspective, though I caution against any hostility towards differing opinions. This is the author's inaugural work, featuring dual heroines, Qian Renxue and Guyu. The protagonist, upon discerning the true essence of the Tang family, begins to undermine Tang San and Tang Hao, while also tormenting Xiaogang, driven by principles that diverge from conventional morality. Your support is appreciated. In a secluded chamber of the Spirit Hall, a woman of breathtaking beauty, with fair skin and a statuesque figure, was engaged in cultivation, though her form was shrouded in a malevolent green aura, rendering her exquisite visage somewhat grotesque. After a period of time, she opened her eyes and exhaled softly, declaring at long last, "I have assimilated the energy. The first trial of the Rakshasa god is complete. Once I acquire another soul ring, I shall ascend to the rank of title Qian Douluo. You mistakenly believe that your mercy will elicit my gratitude. You are sorely mistaken. The moment you neglected my plight, while I was imprisoned and gave birth to Xiaoshue, your fate was sealed. I shall eventually slay you and utterly obliterate the foundation of your angelic lineage." The speaker was Bibi Dong, the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, her blood-red eyes resembling those of a hellish demon, her tones saturated with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Upon exiting the chamber, she maintained a serene expression, as if nothing had transpired, and summoned a cardinal clad in red to inquire about recent events, reporting to her. "Holiness, the High Priestess, the Grand High Priest's attempt to hunt down Tang Hao has failed. The Haotian sect has gone into hiding, and the Grand High Priest has returned with a child, seemingly Tang Hao's offspring." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong could not suppress a cold chuckle. A newly ascended title Douluo, Tang Hao, had eluded a demigod. Was it a testament to Tang Hao's extraordinary prowess or a deliberate act of leniency? Nevertheless, the existence of Tang Hao's child piqued her interest. Meanwhile, the infant lay gazing vacantly at the ceiling, leading a life characterized by hunger and slumber, crying only when in need of sustenance. After some time, a woman adorned in a luxurious black robe embellished with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold tiara, made her way towards the papal chamber. This was Bibi Dong, recently ascended to the papacy, though her demeanor was far from joyous. "Damn it, that old wretch Qian Douluo is indeed up to no good." Historically, popes could summon all elders except those from the worship hall, yet she found herself with only the 2 titled Jugu and Gua. Even borrowing personnel for the acquisition of the 9th spirit ring had proven impossible. At that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly heard the wailing of the infant. She turned towards the adjacent room, pushed open the door, and beheld a baby crying loudly. An infant? Could this be Tang Hao's son? Soon after, a woman, reeking of milk, entered the room. She was the wet nurse for the child. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, she hurriedly knelt, respectfully declaring, "I pay my respects to your holiness." "Rise," commanded Bibi Dong. "Thank you, your holiness," the nurse replied. "I inquire of you, is this infant indeed the child brought back by the Grand High Priest?" "Your holiness, I am unsure of the details. I was merely instructed by a noble to serve as the infant's wet nurse." Bibi Dong nodded. "Then attend to your duties." Watching the wet nurse carefully cradle the child and feed him, Bibi Dong's gaze dimmed, her expression turning complex. After a moment of contemplation, she departed. As evening fell and Bibi Dong concluded her affairs, she found herself drawn once more to the room. She had come to know the child's true identity indeed. He was Tang Hao's son. The infant remained lost in thought, staring blankly at the ceiling, pondering his fate. Would he be molded into a mere instrument of death by the Spirit Hall, or would he perish in rebellion? Though Tang Hao had forsaken him, he bore no resentment, for he understood that such abandonment was unintentional. Sensing someone's presence, the child's vacant eyes met Bibi Dong's. Bibi Dong felt a stir of emotion. The infant's plight and gaze resonated deeply within her. Orphaned and abandoned, he mirrored her own past, where the one she had once trusted and revered turned out to be a beast. Without pondering why the child bore such a gaze, she approached him, gently caressing his face. Upon seeing Bibi Dong, the infant recognized her identity, having been informed by the wet nurse earlier that day. Feeling her gentle touch, he smiled at her, for she had avenged the death of his mother, becoming a benefactor in his eyes. Although she was the Pope of the Spirit Hall, familial ties remained untouched. The teachings of Huaxia had ingrained in her that the culprits behind his mother's demise, save for one gravely injured titled Douluo, had met their end. Ordinary individuals can elicit a smile from an infant, let alone someone who's a benefactor. It is precisely because of this smile that the infant's position in Bai Dong's heart undergoes a subtle transformation. At that moment, Bai Dong finds herself devoid of disciples, friends, and her daughter, her heart brimming with resentment. This smile appears as a ray of sunlight piercing through the impending frost enveloping her heart. Following the events in the secret chamber, Bai Dong, her face devoid of expression, smiles, illuminating the entire room. Gradually, she begins to playfully engage with the child, eventually lulling him to sleep. Being merely a child, he possesses little stamina despite Bai Dong's somewhat clumsy attempts. He soon drifts off. Before parting, Bai Dong gazes at the sleeping infant, her countenance radiating maternal tenderness. How delightful! Every infant must be this charming. Her tone then shifts. Shui, you should now be setting aside your pride to earn my acknowledgement, acting as a maid. Yet, I truly do not know how to face you. Pain etched on her face, Bai Dong bows her head, tears of sorrow cascading down. She casts one last glance at the infant before departing. From that day forth, Bai Dong frequently visits him, engaging in playful antics. A few months later, after he is weaned, she brings him directly to her chambers, offering toys and nourishing him. Little one, have you been well behaved? I have brought you new toys. The present Bai Dong wears a smile, radiating a newfound warmth that I cannot keep calling you little one. What shall I name you? Tang. No, why should I give you the surname Tang? You were raised by me, so you should bear my name, Shui Hua, Bing Shui, Han Shui, HM.B. Bai Dong chuckles lightly. From this day forth, I shall call you Bai Han, Xiaogang. How's that sound? The infant smiles, seemingly approving of the name. As for what Tang Hao previously called him, he has long forgotten. He utters two words, Mama B. Bai Dong is suddenly taken aback, lifting him in her arms, her voice imbued with yearning as she implores, say it again. The infant shows no reluctance. The woman who nurtures him naturally deserves the title of Mama. Good. I have a child now. I'm no longer alone. Thus, a child named Bai Han is born, with his mother, Bai Dong, teaching him to read and write, accompanying him through his childhood. Chapter 3. The Origin and Duties of the Spirit Hall. In a small room within the Spirit Hall, a boy with short blue hair, unremarkable in appearance, with fair skin and standing nearly 1 meter tall, is diligently exercising. Performing push-ups, 0.97, 0.98, 0.99, 0.100. On air, it's time for your meal. A gentle voice resonates. Oh, coming. He rushes into the bathroom, quickly drying off with a towel, changing his clothes, and proceeds to the dining area. His mother, Bai Dong, awaits him for their meal, and Bai Han, with a playful grin, sits beside her. Bai Dong affectionately ruffles his hair and remarks, "You've been exercising again." Indeed, the book states that soul masters may perish due to the inability of their physical bodies to withstand the pressure of soul rings. This implies that the stronger one's physique, the higher the age of soul rings one can absorb. Therefore, I must continuously enhance my body, achieving the remarkable configuration of 2 purple rings and 4 black rings, to demonstrate my excellence and bring pride to my mother.Bai Han declared with unwavering determination. Good child, I believe in you. Let us eat, it is all your favorite dishes, his mother replied. Gazing at the lavish spread before him, Bai Han swallowed hard and picked up his chopsticks. Let the feast begin. His ability to perform numerous push-ups at such a young age was significantly aided by the sumptuous delicacies before him. Mother, could you grant me the token for the top floor of the library? He inquired. Why? Bai Dong expressed reluctance, as that level housed things she detested. Because I have nearly finished exploring all other areas, and the top floor is the only one remaining. Please allow me to go, he implored. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Dong ultimately decided to hand over the token. Thank you, mother. Now let's eat. His day typically consisted of morning exercises and afternoon studies, a routine that allowed him to absorb an extraordinary number of books, owing to the remarkable ability of photographic memory he possessed upon arriving in this world. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong was taken aback. It is well known that the greater one's talent, the stronger their learning capabilities and memory retention. However, the ability of photographic memory was something even she could not achieve. In her understanding, only one genius could possess such a gift. Watching Bai Han depart, a deep concern etched across Bai Dong's face as she murmured, Little Han, if you truly encounter that individual, you will have to rely on yourself. If your talent is truly that exceptional, my current strength is insufficient to protect you. After ascending 6 flights of stairs, Bai Han arrived at the topmost 7th level. Each floor of the library housed books of corresponding value. The first floor was accessible to any resident of Soul Master City, containing only the most fundamental texts. The higher levels required specific permissions. The seventh floor, however, was restricted to the Pope and the offerings. Originally, the Holy Son, Holy Daughter, and the elders of the Hall of Elders could enter, but due to certain circumstances, the Holy Son and Daughter were barred, and naturally, the elders of the same rank could not enter unless they possessed a special token. Upon reaching the entrance of the seventh floor, butI Han was met by two formidable Douluo guardians. Before the solitary door, the presence of these signified the immense value placed upon this level by the Spirit Hall, as the guards of the Pope's Hall were merely soul kings, their cold, emotionless voices intoned a succinct command. Token butI Han extended his hand, and the token materialized. The guardian stepped aside, allowing him passage. Upon entering the seventh floor, butI Han was immediately struck by a sense of heaviness. There were no heavenly treasures or soul bones. But for the Spirit Hall, this place contained items of unparalleled value, historical tomes. Though the collection was not extensive, each book bore the unmistakable marks of time. Prominently displayed on one wall was a grand illustration occupying a quarter of the room, titled The Angel's Banishment of Evil. Above, there's an angel adorned with 6 magnificent wings, radiating an unparalleled beauty, resembling a Valkyrie in her hand. She wields a sword, subduing the grotesque and bloodthirsty soul masters below. butI Han peruses an ancient tome, inscribed with the history of the Spirit Hall. It notes that the Spirit Hall was established on a certain day in a certain month of a certain year, and upon calculation, it has existed for 10,000 years. 10 millennia ago, the continent was plagued by malevolent soul masters, causing immense suffering among the populace. It was during this dark time that a woman, bearing 6 wings, emerged. Her eyes were filled with compassion for humanity, and the sacred aura that enveloped her instilled profound fear in the evil soul masters. With formidable strength, she wielded her sword to vanquish countless foes, ultimately founding the Spirit Hall. Heroes from all quarters united to obliterate the malevolent soul masters and restore order. When she struck down the Arch Soul Master, a fearsome being of the 99th level, the entire continent revered her as the angelic deity, achieving a divine status beyond the 100th level. Thus, the Spirit Hall continued its noble mission to suppress the wicked soul masters and safeguard peace. Closing the book, butI Han felt speechless as he realized that the history of the Spirit Hall even predates the 2 great empires. No wonder there are claims that the 2 great empires have been downplaying the influence of the gods while upholding the supremacy of royal power. Having read the original work, he knew how disgusting the nobility of the 2 great empires could be. butI Han skovd a royal supremach. In the future, you will know what true supremacy is. Hello, little one. How's the reading going? A kind voice appeared, and butI Han noticed an elderly man around 60 years old, dressed in a simple gray robe, with a very gentle expression on his face. Well, I've gained a lot, butI Han replied. butI Han did not recognize who the old man was at all, because his mother had never told him the conditions for entering here, so he thought that having a sufficient identity was enough. The old man seemed to be interested and asked, "What have you gained?" butI Han thought for a moment and spoke to the old man. The old man nodded and said, "That's right, there are indeed evil soul masters in the world, and they cannot be completely eliminated, because of their thirst for power and the distortion of their minds that leads them to fall. Grandpa, can I ask, if a soul master is constantly bullied, can they become an evil soul master?" butI Han asked. The old man replied, "It's possible. If bullying distorts their minds, leading them to pursue power and go astray, they may become an evil soul master." butI Han has not watched Douluo, but he has heard some people talk about it. In Douluo, the evil soul masters wreak havoc, and the common people are living in misery. The strongest force replacing the Spirit Hall, Shrek, calls upon dozens of title Douluo to appear in the Sun-Moon continent, yet they cannot defeat the evil soul masters. The Qian sect remains aloof and indifferent, willing to send people to protect Tang Wudong, but reluctant to contribute to the welfare of the continent's people, who are viewed as inferior to dogs in the eyes of the nobility. butI Han squinted his eyes, and I understood. This sentence has a double meaning. After that, the big and small duo continued their conversation until dusk. As it was almost mealtime, I, the old man, said I would leave first. The old man smiled, watching butI Han's departing figure, then disappeared. Chapter 4. Awakening of the martial soul. On the way to dinner, butI Han thought a lot. He would not betray his mother, Bibi Dong, nor would he allow his mother to destroy the Spirit Hall in the future. While the Spirit Hall has its darkness, and its existence is a thorn in the side of the continent's nobility who wish to eliminate it immediately, it is also a protective shield for the common people against the harm of soul masters. Just like how not long ago, the chaotic demon Zhao Wujia did not dare to harm civilians and hid away because of the spirit hall's pursuit. Such examples are numerous. Guarding the soul-hunting forest, preventing soul beasts from causing trouble, suppressing evil soul masters to make them like rats in the sewers, and signing contracts with the king of slaughter to have him manage the city of slaughter, and so on and so forth. By side, in thought, one must have strength. Only with strength can these things be accomplished, and only with strength can the spirit hall be protected in the future. Tang San, my only brother, I don't care if you are reincarnated or have taken over a body. Just the fact that you have cared for Tang Hao for 3 or 4 years is enough for me to absolutely acknowledge you. I really don't want to meet you on the battlefield. A few days later, the Awakening Hall. Bibi Dong is holding Bibi Han's hand and has brought her here. They greet Your Holiness the Pope. The people in the Awakening Hall kneel on one knee in unison. You may rise. Thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. Na, it's time for your soul awakening. Mom, Bibi Dong said with a serious expression. Becoming a soul master is a hurdle, and the amount of innate soul power you possess also determines how far your future path can go, regardless of whether your talent is high or low. You are still my son. With the lifespan I have, even if Xiaogang has no soul power, I can ensure that he will live a life free from worries and bullying. I believe I can definitely awaken a good martial soul, said Bibi Han. Without fear, Bibi Han walked towards the hexagonal formation made of stones, taking another glance at his mother's encouraging and expectant eyes. The person awakening was a soul emperor, and the spirit hall was a big city. Every year, countless people awaken, so this level is quite normal. As the Pope's son, the soul emperor dared not be careless in mobilizing his soul power. Bibi Han was enveloped in a faint golden light, which formed a protective shield around him. He seemed to enter a warm world, and suddenly felt 2 things within him struggling to break free. Bibi Han's right hand had already been raised, but no martial soul appeared. The soul emperor, soul master looked nervously at the Pope. Bibi Dong was also a bit worried and said, increase the output of soul power. The soul emperor moved accordingly. Finally, Bibi Han felt the membrane break, and he raised both hands, revealing a small hammer with a black lump and a piece of blue silvergrass that was common everywhere. Twin martial souls. Everyone exclaimed in unison, but then they calmed down because those 2 martial souls had no imposing aura. It is well known that the more powerful the martial soul, the greater the imposing aura. For example, the higher the innate soul power of the Qian hammer, the stronger its dominance. The 7 treasure glaze tile is judged by the brightness of the 7 colors it emits. However, Bibi Han's 2 martial souls had no imposing aura at all. Could they be useless martial souls? Twin useless martial souls? This was the conclusion everyone came to. Only 2 people thought differently. One was Bibi Dong, who could sense that the 2 martial souls were unusual, and the other was the awakened soul emperor soul master, whose face kept turning pale as he felt his soul power being continuously drained away until he was quickly exhausted. Realizing that there was no more soul power to absorb from the martial soul, it began to draw the soul power from Bibi Han's body. Bibi Han said painfully, Mom, give me soul power. I don't have enough soul power. Bibi Dong was somewhat surprised. After coming to Bibi Han's side, she placed her hands on his back and began to channel her soul power. She felt as if Bibi Han's body was an endless abyss. Continuously absorbing the soul power, she released. Suddenly, 9 soul rings appeared. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 1 red. All the soul masters in the Awakening Hall looked at the red soul ring in shock. Red represents 100,000 years, the most precious treasure in the soul master world, because the person who possesses it must have 100,000-year soul bone. Its rarity is beyond measure. Just knowing that 1,000-year soul bone emerges will trigger a bloody storm. As soul power continuously flowed into the 2 martial souls, they began to change. The black shell on the hammer martial soul cracked continuously, while the blue-silver grass martial soul transformed into gold, with blue patterns appearing one after another. When the black shell completely shattered, a golden hammer surrounded by purple electricity emerged, and a golden blue-silver grass, covered with blue stripes, radiated a breath of life. Subsequently, 2 beams of light were released from the martial souls. Those within the range of the blue light felt refreshed, with some minor wounds healing, while those in the range of the golden light felt their bodily functions dulling. They were inexperienced and did not know what it was, but Bibi Dong was very clear, as she also had a domain. Bibi Han's appearance has undergone a tremendous transformation. His originally short, light blue hair has grown long down to his waist, now in a deep blue color, with some strands turning golden. His once ordinary small face has become incredibly fair and delicate, and he is destined to be an exceptionally handsome young man. After the awakening ends, the martial soul is retracted. You all can leave now, and remember, aside from Xiaohan's drastic change in appearance, the rest. Bibi Dong did not continue, but the murderous intent in her eyes was very evident. Understood. Everyone quickly left. The reputation of the iron-blooded goddess was well known in the spirit master world. Once the door closed, Bibi Dong looked at Bibi Han's fair little face and directly pinched it with both hands, feeling that the texture was extremely good. "Mom, stop pinching me," Bibi Han said, feeling very uncomfortable. "Hunter, show your two martial souls to mommy again." "That's right, this feeling is." "Hunter, what are the names of these two martial souls?" Bibi Dong asked. Bibi Han frowned slightly and replied, "Blue Silver God, Qian Divine Hammer. Blue Silver Grass, 1,000 years as grass, 10,000 years as king, 100,000 years as emperor, 1,000,000 years as god. With the name of a god, the aura of divinity." Good. Bibi Dong said excitedly. "Hold Qian Divine Hammer doesn't sound good. Let's just call it the Qian Hammer from now on." Hearing this, Bibi Han nodded. The name Qian Divine Hammer is indeed unpleasant. As soon as he finished speaking, Bibi Dong took out a ball that was larger than the Awakening Hall Soul Power Ball. "Hunter, let's measure your innate soul power." Bibi Han placed his hand on it, and a rich light illuminated. Level 20. Innate full soul power at level 20. Good son, my good son. Chapter 5. Mysterious Gift Pack, Golden Crocodile Douluo. In the Pope's Hall, Bibi Han was brought here by Bibi Dong. "Hi, Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gay." Bibi Han greeted them, calling them this way because they had cared for him like elders during his growth, and they were a generation above Bibi Dong. In the original work, Tang Hao mentioned that the two titled Douluo brought by the Pope were defeated by him, one dead and one severely injured. It's a big deal. Zhu Gui Douluo always acted together. So the titled Douluo who persecuted Bibi Han's mother were not them, so there was no problem calling them this way. "You are Xiaogang?" they asked in surprise. "Yes, I've awakened my martial soul and become more handsome." Bibi Han nodded in response. Bibi Dong walked straight to the Pope's throne and sat down, her entire demeanor changing dramatically. The iron-blooded Pope made her entrance. A calm voice came from her lips. "Elder Ju, Elder Gay, Xiaogang has awakened his martial soul with an innate soul power of level 20. Bibi Dong told them all this without any reservations, because apart from Bibi Han, the highest level of trust in the entire Spirit Hall was only with these two people who regarded Bibi Han as a junior. What? Level 20, isn't that the same as the young master? Seeing Bibi Dong's increasingly cold expression, they quickly stopped talking and didn't continue. Effort determines the lower limit. Talent determines the upper limit. In the world of soul masters, innate soul power determines the upper limit. Innate level 7 is the basic requirement to become a titled Douluo, but you also need a top-level martial soul, diligent cultivation, and sufficient resources. If you don't have a top-level martial soul and no great opportunities, you can only reach a maximum of level 89 as a soul Douluo. Innate level 8 allows you to become a titled Douluo even without a top-level martial soul. But resources cannot be lacking, just like the titled Douluos in the Elder Hall. Innate level 9, even without sufficient resources, can still allow one to become a titled Douluo, and if you are in the Spirit Hall, you might have the chance to enter the Hall of Worship. Innate level 10, also known as innate full soul power, is regarded as a genius rarely seen in 100 years. As long as you do not neglect your cultivation, even if you have a pig as a teacher, you can still become a titled Douluo. Innate level 20 is something that one wouldn't dare to imagine. The only one, despite neglecting cultivation, still holds the highest soul power level among peers, which is its terror. Zhu Gui Douluo felt both happy and deeply worried, because they were not on good terms with the Elder Hall. If the Elder Hall saw Bibi Han's terrifying talent and his background from the Qian sect, I'm afraid. After meeting with the two grandfathers of Zhu Gui, Bibi Han left and returned to his room, feeling somewhat impatient. This was because after awakening his martial soul, he heard a voice. "Hello, traveler, I am issuing a beginner's gift package. In the future, every 10 levels, there'll be a gift package for you. Now you have 2 gift packages. Do you want to open them?" At that moment, Bibi Han couldn't say no. Of course, he wanted to open them. What'd he get? Bibi Han felt a bit excited. 2 beams of light landed on Bibi Han's hands, and after looking, his eyes widened in shock. The first time in 6 years, he lost his composure. Are you kidding me? These 2 items are Complete Theory of Martial Souls and Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts. What do I want them for? The Spirit Hall library has already been rendered useless to me, These two things are useless. Can it be changed? BB Han asked. No. Once the gift package is opened, this system must leave. In the future, when you reach level 10, the gift package will open automatically. There will be no future. The voice disappeared, leaving BB Han in a daze. He should be the most embarrassing host of a golden finger. But forget it, he is already innate level 20. What else is there to be sad about? Xiaogang. A kind voice came. It was his mother. Mom, are you going to teach me how to cultivate? His mother smiled kindly. Mom is going to take you to meet someone. Who? BB Han asked. Someone who can best bring out your talent. BB Dong brought BB Han to a venue where an old man was waiting for them. The old man had white hair and beard, looked to be over 80, and wore a golden robe embroidered with a fierce-looking crocodile. This attire? It was a title of worship, this martial soul. BB Han recognized who he was. A second elder of the Spirit Hall, a level 98 golden crocodile Douluo, and also the one who would be mentally crushed by Tang Hao's 3 hammers in the future. The golden crocodile glanced at BB Dong before looking at him, his pupils widening in surprise as he exclaimed, innate full soul power at level 20. This is indeed true. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, the golden crocodile said, Pope, this little brat, so delicate and tender, thinks he could be my disciple, haha. Hearing this, BB Han felt even more displeased. This guy didn't respect his mother from the very beginning, and now he was mocking him even more. BB Han replied, an old man who's about to be buried wants to be my master. Qian did not argue with BB Han, but instead looked at BB Dong and said, Pope, is this how you teach your children to be so polite? When mentioning the word polite, Qian's tone was rather heavy. BB Han stepped forward. My politeness is reserved for certain people. Someone who is not polite to my mother expects me to be polite. Hee, a bit of personality. Then, Qian threw something in front of us. It was a piece of clothing. He said to BB Han, put it on, and run until I say stop. You can only stop then, otherwise. You are not qualified to learn from me. It's just a piece of clothing, after all. BB Han stepped forward and casually mentioned, the clothes don't move at all. They're a bit heavy. What, can't even lift a piece of clothing and still want to learn from me? Qian sneered again. Oomph. It's just a mere 70 pounds of clothing. BB Han put it on and immediately started running in circles. Her shoulders and arms were under pressure, making it a very good piece of workout equipment. Round after round, a sense of fatigue fiercely invaded her brain, but BB Han's pace did not slow down. BB Han was very clear that her mother and the offering hall did not see eye to eye. This time, she must have faced mockery and disdain for her own sake, and she wanted them to know her excellence and slap them in the face. After an unknown number of laps, BB Han's footsteps grew weary, and her breathing became heavy. She glanced at him and saw her mother's worried gaze, giving her mother a reassuring smile. Then she looked at Qian, who seemed calm on the surface. But BB Han still caught a glimpse of surprise in his eyes and smiled back provocatively. After that smile, she felt a surge of strength and continued to run faster until she completely ran out of energy and collapsed. At that moment, a figure appeared and caught BB Han. It was BB Dong, the second offering. BB Dong's tone was extremely unfriendly. I have accepted this disciple, Qian, he said straightforwardly. BB Han, whether in terms of the distance run or willpower, fully met the standards, and he agreed. Chapter 6, the first stage of the golden crocodile body, refining technique, willpower. BB Dong left with BB Han. After that, another person appeared beside golden crocodile Douluo. If BB Han were here, he would definitely recognize him as the old man who appeared on the 7th floor of the library pavilion. Big brother, why don't we kill that kid? That kid is extremely talented and resilient. His running distance has even surpassed that of Xiaogang. Given time, he will become another Tang San. You know my character. Since I have taken on a disciple, I will definitely fulfill my responsibilities as a master. The only person who could make Golden Crocodile call him Big Brother is the Supreme Elder Qian Douluo of the Spirit Hall. This matter has my own considerations. You can go ahead and do as you wish, Qian Douluo replied. Then Qian Douluo returned to beneath the angel statue. Recalling what BB Han had said during their conversation, if the Empire and the nobility are really like this, then in the future, I will flatten them all. Qian Douluo said lightly, I can hear your determination from your words. If in the future you turn to their side, even if it's the strong oppressing the weak, even if the Spirit Hall splits because of it, even if it goes against the agreement between Tang San and me, I will definitely erase you. In a room of the Pope's Hall, BB Han woke up from a large barrel emitting the scent of medicine, wearing only a pair of shorts. Xiaogang, you're awake, came a feminine voice. Grandpa Ju, how did I end up here? You fainted from exhaustion. His Holiness the Pope brought you here to recuperate. But Xiaogang, you're really impressive for passing the test of the second elder. This is a medicinal bath, top geniuses of the Spirit Hall have undergone this. These medicinal baths ensure that training can continue without leaving hidden injuries and can also enhance the user's physique. Xiaogang, do you still feel sore? Douluo asked. No, not at all. MHM. Strange, even the best medicinal materials can't completely restore one. It's not an injury. Xiaogang, the second elder wants you to wake up and return to that courtyard. Dressed neatly, Bibi Han arrived at the courtyard, where Golden Crocodile was sitting on a chair drinking tea. Upon seeing Bibi Han, although you passed my test, I still need to see your subsequent performance before I can let you call me master. Bai Han replied, that would be best. So you won't take advantage of my future if you can't do it. Although I heard from Grandpa Ju that the second offerings body training method is the best in the continent, words cannot be empty. Otherwise, it would be a sign of weakness. Good kid, start training now. Jean E stood up, and a powerful pressure descended upon Bai Han, causing him to lean slightly to the side. Go run, and keep running until you reach that previous state. The strong pressure was just right, compressing Bai Han's body from all sides, allowing him to train comprehensively. One can't help but marvel at Jean E's strong control over his soul power. Bibi Han started running, right in the range of Jean E's pressure. That bastard Jean E could actually drink tea while releasing pressure. How carefree. After a long time, Bibi Han's consciousness became increasingly blurry, and he thought of Jean E's words before training, wanting to collapse. Jean E's slightly sarcastic voice came. Don't you dare fall down on purpose. Otherwise, I'll kick you out immediately. Old man, who do you look down on? Bibi Han replied with difficulty. He continued to run until he truly lost consciousness, at which moment Jean E also released the pressure, picking up Bibi Han and tossing him to Douluo to continue brewing medicine. He would run, brew, and repeat this for a whole day. In the evening, Bibi Han returned to his room and lay directly on the bed. He had never felt this tired before. His body was fine, but his spirit was nearly exhausted. A knock came at the door, and when it opened, it was his mother, Bibi Dong. Hunter, how was training? Very good. Although it's boring, it's extremely effective. Make sure to rest well. Good night, Mom. The next day, at the hour of the rabbit, a figure pushed open the door and directly lifted Bibi Han from the bed. Get up, it's time to cultivate. What the hell, old man, are you kidding? It's barely the hour of the rabbit. So early. Jeannie replied impatiently. Humph. This time is just right. Do you know how many geniuses don't sleep to cultivate? You need to do the same from now on. Get up, he said one more time before leaving. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door. The cultivation is up to the individual. Jean E only reminded his disciples once. If they didn't listen, they could get lost. Bibi Han directly came to the courtyard after getting up. Seeing his arrival, the corner of Jean E's mouth revealed a very faint smile. Old man, are we continuing like yesterday? Almost, but take these. For pieces of cloth were thrown to Bibi Han, seemingly tight-fitting clothes for athletes from his previous life, covering only the arms and legs. However, the arm parts weighed 5 pounds and the leg parts 10 pounds, plus Jean E's oppressive aura. This was a tire him out. Old man, is it too early? You are a level 20 innate genius. There is no third one like you in the entire continent. You've already adapted to yesterday's training, so naturally, we need to increase the intensity. Put them on and hurry up and run. The oppressive aura came again, stronger than yesterday. Thus, day by day, Bibi Han trained until he fainted, and after each adaptation, the difficulty increased. 3 months later, carrying a total weight of 200 pounds under Jean E's oppressive aura, which even a Grand Soul Master couldn't endure, Bibi Han completed a 20-mile run. After Jean E announced that the first phase of training was over, Bibi Han took off the weights and leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. After 3 months, Bibi Han's skin looked no different from 3 months ago. The blazing sun hadn't affected it much, but his expression had changed tremendously. There was a firmness in his eyes, along with respect for Jean E, but the way he addressed him remained unchanged. Besides his expression, Bibi Han's physique had greatly changed. He had become sturdier, more powerful, and muscular, exuding a strong force. Due to the blue-silver god's influence, he didn't appear overly bulky. However, this was while he was clothed. Once shirtless, he would undoubtedly make any normally oriented woman blush. Dressing makes you look slim. Undressing shows muscles. That was him. All right, we'll start the second phase of training tomorrow. Wait for me here. After Jean E finished speaking, he left. Chapter 7. Jean E's Body Refinement Method, Second Stage. Endurance. The next day, Jean E took Bibi Han to a small mountain 200 meters high. The mountain was quite peculiar, below 80 meters high. The slope was about 30 degrees. From 80 to 160 meters, the slope was about 45 degrees. and the last section had a slope of about 60 degrees. The mountain path was sloped, very rough, with many stones of various sizes protruding. And there were also stones around, not high, just a few meters, with signs as if something had crashed into them. Genie spoke. This is the training ground for this stage. Then 5 large iron balls appeared, each weighing 100 pounds, connected by an iron chain with a ring at the front. Looking at these 5 iron balls and the mountain, Bibi Han already knew what he had to do. Put them on and climb the mountain. Only when you reach the top is it done. After that, he had Bibi Han wear a very sturdy helmet. Old man, I suddenly have a question. If a soul master possesses strength far beyond ordinary people, what happens if their soul power is sealed or their cultivation is wasted? Genie thought for a moment and said, in that case, you would become a slightly stronger ordinary person because your body has been nourished by soul power, and your bones are harder than those of ordinary people, making you stronger than them. Oh, the soul power flows within the body and can be released by the body, forming a barrier. If used on the hands and feet, it can achieve great strength. If used to nourish the eyes, will it create an intimidating gaze? Worth a try. Bibi Han put on the iron rings on both hands and feet, along with his abdomen, and sprinted toward the mountain. Despite the heavy iron balls, his speed remained at 10 meters per second. However, once the iron balls reached the slope, his speed began to slow down. From a frontal view, Bibi Han resembled a big character, struggling to move upward, hunched over. Step by step, veins bulged on his hands and neck, his face flushed. With each step, Bibi Han had to take a deep breath. Watching from a distance, Genie stroked his beard and said, not bad. Climbing 60 meters on the first try. With the iron rings at 5 meters, this kid actually carried 500 pounds and climbed 55 meters. With his strength, he truly has the potential to wield a hammer in the future. However, thinking about what would happen next, a look of heartache appeared on Genie's face. As Bibi Han continued upward, or rather, crawling, he was nearly out of strength. Suddenly, he felt his feet slip and lost control, his eyes widening in a plea for help. Help me, old man. But his calls were in vain. Bibi Han rolled down with an acceleration of over 4 meters per second. Due to the varying sizes of the stones, the iron balls collided chaotically, and Bibi Han's body rolled in various positions. The iron rings still on him caused the iron balls to roll down within a certain range, all the pulling forces acting on him. As he rolled down the mountain, the stones scraped his skin, and the chaotic rolling of the iron balls caused him immense suffering. Finally, rolling back to flat ground, the iron balls rebounded off surrounding stones and were about to collide with Bibi Han's body. At the critical moment, Genie casually blocked the iron balls. Otherwise, the impact from Bibi Han rolling down and the iron balls would have resulted in his bones shattering. However, he didn't stop Bibi Han. His body collided with the iron balls. His scream was extremely tragic. At that moment, Bibi Han was in a miserable state, his body covered in wounds, some deep enough to see bone, blood flowing out and staining his clothes. His body was in tatters, and although his face was fine due to the helmet, his eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, Bibi Han looked at Genie with eyes full of hatred, no longer holding any respect. Why didn't you help me? His voice was weak, but the hatred was palpable. This is part of our family's body training. Using injuries to temper oneself, Genie said expressionlessly. Having high talent and fast cultivation speed does not make one a true genius. A true genius emerges from countless battles and bloodshed, and bleeding will inevitably entail suffering. These are essential. If you fear pain, you can choose to give up. Genie waved his hand, and 2 healing soul saints appeared, prepared in advance. They will heal your injuries. If you choose to give up, you can go obtain a soul ring. With that, Genie left. Although the blue-silver god also had powerful healing abilities, without a soul ring and only at level 20, he clearly couldn't compare to the healing capabilities of the 2 soul saints. Under their full healing efforts in 1 minute, Bibi Han's body was healed, and the redness in his eyes disappeared. Thank you, uncles soul saints. After expressing his gratitude, Bibi Han sat cross-legged on the ground, remaining motionless for a long time. Didn't I want everyone in the continent to live in peace? Didn't I want to destroy the 2 great empires? Those vampires among the nobles and commoners? If I shrink back from just the training of an old man's family, how can I accomplish these things? Once again, he ascended the small mountain and continued to climb. Over 500 meters away, 2 people stood there. One was Genie, and the other, dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns and wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, was Bai Dong. As a mother, how could she miss her son undergoing such training? At this moment, Her eyes were moist, with expressions of worry, heartache, and pride on her face. Qian's expression, however, showed no such emotions, filled only with satisfaction. Your Holiness, you have indeed raised a good son. Jade must be polished to become a useful tool. Young Han, given time, will surely become a great talent. As the ancestor of the Qian family, he had experienced similar trials. He had once wanted to give up, but his father had forced him to continue. Because the Golden Crocodile's martial soul is the Golden Crocodile King, a super martial soul passed down through the Golden Crocodile family. That period can be considered his darkest time. After that, no younger generation in the clan awakened the Golden Crocodile King martial soul anymore, and they couldn't bear the suffering, so no one has come here for a long time. Bibi Han, who continued to challenge herself, was the first to do so. Then she left. A truly outstanding child does not need supervision. Chapter 8. Training completed, obtaining soul ring. Bibi Dong was still climbing, once again reaching a height of 56 meters. The immense physical exhaustion made him want to give up, but he thought, no, I must become stronger each time. Bibi Dong, keep climbing up. 60, 7, 60, 8, 60, 9, 70. Bibi Dong rolled down again, and this time, a sensitive attack type, Soul Saint, helped him block the iron ball. He looked at Bibi Dong with some admiration, not for his strength, but for his perseverance and courage. Finally, after reaching a height of 75 meters, Bibi Dong completely fainted, having no energy left. In that room still filled with the scent of medicine, Bibi Dong woke up. Grandpa Ju, how long have I slept? An hour and a half. Wow, that long. Looking at the medicinal bath, Bibi Dong felt it for a moment. Grandpa Ju, isn't this medicinal bath different from the one I soaked in before? The effect is better. No way, how could that be? Ju Douluo hurriedly said. Grandpa Ju, don't try to fool me. I'm very clear. If you had such an effective medicinal bath, you would have made me soak in it long ago. Why wait until now? There's only one truth. This is someone else's medicinal bath recipe, Bibi Dong stated firmly. I can't hide it from you. This was given by the second elder, a family treasure. You mustn't tell anyone, okay? Ju Douluo's voice was somewhat anxious. The second elder, a peak dog at level 98, could easily defeat dozens of himself. I see. So that old guy has such a personality, not wanting me to know about this. Understanding this, the figure of that old man in his mind grew even taller. Returning to the small hill, it seemed that the Golden Crocodile was waiting for him. Approaching him, Bibi Dong respectfully bowed and said, Master. The Golden Crocodile trembled slightly and looked into Bibi Dong's eyes. That little brat Ju told you about the medicinal bath, huh? Is he getting too cheeky? Bibi Han thought speechlessly. Xiao Ju, little guy, I call you Grandpa Ju, and you call me little guy. So wouldn't that mean you should call me little guy? However, this guy seems to be a generation older than my great-grandfather Tang San. So I guess it's not wrong to call him that. No, I figured it out through that even more powerful medicinal bath, Bibi Han replied. Master, I haven't truly agreed to let you be my disciple yet. Bibi Han smiled and replied, Yes, Master. Then, Bibi Han continued to practice. After absorbing the medicinal bath provided by the Master, Bibi Han's body became stronger once again. In the end, Bibi Han broke through to 79 meters. That evening, Bibi Han returned to his room and continuously nurtured his eyes with the gentle soul power of Blue Silver God while still training. The two did not conflict. A knock on the door sounded. Mom, Hunter, how was today's training? Does it still hurt? Mom, you really are watching me. It does hurt, but it's extremely useful. Bibi Han casually replied. He then raised his fist and said, Although I've only trained for a day, I feel like I could pin down the version of myself that has completed the first stage of training. His mother nodded and said, Pain is essential on the path of the strong. Getting injured and fighting through pain is very normal. If you are unafraid of pain in battle, you will have a significant advantage over others of the same rank. I understand. Thank you, Mom. The next day, Bibi Han returned to the small mountain to continue training. Yesterday, I fell 8 times. Today, how many times will I fall again? Bibi Han charged up with the iron ring on. That's right, charged. This way he could expend more energy and increase the difficulty for himself. Sure enough, he couldn't go any further at 60 meters. Charge again and fall. Charge again and fall. A week later, Bibi Han managed to reach 80 meters entirely by charging, besides relying on effort. Part of the credit went to the medicinal bath, which had an excellent effect. A month and a half later, Bibi Han charged up to 160 meters. After 4 months, Bibi Han finally completed this stage of training, charging straight to the top of the mountain. Looking down, he felt a surge of emotions. It wasn't easy. After enduring so much pain, he had finally conquered this mountain. Good. Qian suddenly appeared beside Bibi Han, saying with satisfaction, "Master, I understand your good intentions now." Bibi Han expressed gratefully. "Oh, tell me, what are my intentions?" "The first stage mainly trains my willpower, not to fall until the last moment, while the pressure on my body lays the groundwork for the second stage of training. The second stage mainly trains my endurance, so that in future battles, I won't avoid fighting out of fear of injury. You know, how many young masters and ladies from big families hide their heads and avoid being slapped in the face, or give up a fatal blow out of fear of being disfigured. Jin Inojid. So what should I do next? Increase the weight of the iron ball? No, your medicinal bath has already strengthened your body. Continuing to train this way won't have much effect. You should go get your soul ring now." Finally, it was time to get the soul ring. After training for so long, Bibi Han was excited and clenched his fists. The next day, Bibi Han dressed neatly and prepared to set off. Accompanying him to get the soul ring were his mother, Bibi Dong, and Zhuge Douluo. He wasn't surprised that Zhuge Douluo was with him, but he didn't expect his mother to come as well. Due to training, Bibi Han had spent less time with his mother, sometimes even missing meal times, so Bibi Dong had pushed aside her affairs to accompany Bibi Han. Several luxurious carriages were present, one carrying the mother and son, one for Zhuge Douluo, and several others. Chapter 9. Bold Attempt. Feeling the speed of travel, Bibi Han couldn't help but sigh that the Douluo continent was indeed a bit behind. Although the carriage was pulled by a 1,000-year-old wind chaser, a gentle soul beast that could travel 10,000 miles a day, it was still far behind compared to airplanes for Blue Star, not to mention. On the carriage, Bibi Han asked, "Mom, what kind of soul ring should I obtain?" Bibi Dong smiled kindly and then said, "When planning to absorb what kind of soul ring, you must first understand the characteristics of your martial soul." "Honor, do you know the characteristics of your martial soul?" Bibi Han released his blue-silver divine martial soul, and the atmosphere in the carriage became extremely comfortable. On both sides of the carriage, clusters of blue-silver grass continuously broke through the ground and swayed. "Life, Bibi Anspokya." Bibi Dong nodded and said yes. Whether in the desert or on the snowy mountains, as long as there is a little soil and nutrients, it can grow. One could say that its properties are inherently suited for healing. Hearing this, Bibi Han couldn't help but think of the original work, where Tang San fought against Tang Liang and mentioned that there were blue-silver grasses on the peaks, but not many. His birth mother, Qian, traveled across the continent as a healer, treating injured soul beasts and common people. The feeling of being a title de law is so keen. Bibi Dong immediately asked, "Honor, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" "No, I just feel uncomfortable thinking that after working so hard for so long, I can only be a small support, hiding behind my teammates." "Silly child, the blue-silver grass can not only heal, but also control. How did Tang Hao and Ain manage to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Hall for so many years? It was precisely because of the domineering control of the Blue-Silver Emperor that they left no trace." Bibi Dong couldn't help but think, Blue-Silver Emperor. "Oh, Blue-Silver Emperor, you take the path of healing and control. I take the path of poison control, yet your son has become my adopted child. What fate?" A few days later, in the Stardow Forest, a group of people entered. As soon as they stepped in, Bibi Han felt as if she had returned home. The blue-silver domain automatically activated. Countless blue-silver grasses grew wildly, and an incredibly comfortable aura enveloped them, completely eliminating the travel fatigue of everyone present. "Douluo remarqued, incredible. I feel better than ever. All my functions are at their peak." The others nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong said, "Xiaogang, what skills do you have in this domain?" "I'm not quite sure either. I just noticed that within it, my martial soul's healing ability has become stronger. There might be other possibilities that need to be explored slowly. However, in the forest, the soul power consumed by the domain is halved, and the duration of the domain has also increased." Looking at the blue-silver grass swaying around, Bibi Dong said, "It should be due to the blue-silver grass nearby. They're sharing a part of the soul power with you." The group split into 3 paths, Bibi Han and Bibi Dong together, Douluo on one path, and Ghost Douluo on another. To capture a soul beast that is about 700 years old. After a while, Douluo returned, carrying a beast-type soul beast. Bibi Han was not surprised at all by the absorption of animal soul beasts. It was known long ago that animals can absorb plants and plants can absorb animals. This was something the Spirit Hall had known for a long time, and their ancestors had boldly tried it. Otherwise, what soul beast would those weapon martial soul masters absorb? Douluo brought over a holy light unicorn that was about 720 years old and threw it on the ground. This unicorn was already on the verge of death, with a large wound on its neck. "Honor, finish it off. This is something you must do." The soul ring can only be obtained by the one who kills it. Bibi Dong said. Bibi Han picked up the dagger and thought to himself, I'm sorry, soul beast, as his hand descended, causing the soul ring to appear. Mom, what should I do next? He focused his mind and prepared to absorb it with his martial soul. However, when Bibi Han was about to absorb the soul ring, he frowned slightly and gave up. Hana, what's wrong? It seems my martial soul is indicating that the age of this soul ring is too low, and it doesn't want to absorb it. Everyone was surprised. While the martial soul is indeed a part of one's body, they had never heard of a martial soul being able to give such a reminder. Xiaogang, did you hear that correctly? Bibi Han nodded to indicate no. Your Holiness, what should we do? Douluo asked. Keep looking until we find the most suitable one. Then, Mom, aren't we going to kill a lot of soul beasts? Bibi Dong said nonchalantly, soul beasts are born to enhance our strength as soul masters. Their lives are not important. Moreover, this is just a low-level soul beast. As long as it's not a high-level soul beast, it doesn't count as excessive killing. Bibi Han thought for a moment and said, Mom, I suddenly have an idea. I will share the information with the blue silvergrass and let them guide me to the most suitable soul beast. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up, realizing there was another way. Let's do it this way. Guided by the blue silvergrass, we quickly arrived at a place where there was a plant over 3 meters tall. This is the soul vine, said Douluo. The soul vine absorbs the soul power of the creatures it entwines to strengthen itself. And when it breaks through 10,000 years, it can also absorb the life force of living beings. Absorbing life force. A 10,000-year soul vine is considered a truly evil soul beast. Yes, this indeed fits. Vines that absorb soul power naturally have extremely strong resilience, making them very suitable as control-type soul rings. But the age is too high, Bibi Dong said with some regret. Over 3 meters tall represents over 3,000 years. This exceeds the 3rd soul ring of an ordinary soul master and is not suitable for the 4th soul ring. Hunter, let's find one with a lower age limit. No. Mom, this one is perfect. I can feel my martial soul is conveying a kind of desire. Moreover, Mom, you should know about martial soul suppression, right? Martial soul suppression, as the name suggests, is when a higher-level martial soul suppresses a lower-level martial soul of the same kind. Just like in the original work, when the Blue Silver Emperor released a trace of aura, the Soul Emperor's other Ghost King, Vine, couldn't move. I believe that with martial soul suppression and my body's strength, I can do it. In terms of strength, even soul sages can't compare to me. Mom, believe I can do it. Chapter 10. The 1,000-year first and second rings. Looking at Bibi Han's determined eyes, Bibi Dong said, All right, if anything goes wrong, Mom will stop it immediately. The poor soul vine, feeling the powerful aura as the group arrived, curled up into a ball, but ultimately could not escape its fate. Killing it, a purple soul ring appeared. Blue Silver God, I can feel your desire. Let's absorb it together. The pulling and absorption began. Suddenly, an incredibly scorching energy flowed throughout Bibi Han's entire body, making it feel like it was about to explode, and her whole body began to swell. Not good. The energy is too strong. Xiaogang can't bear it anymore. Douluo immediately said. Bibi Dong was just about to interrupt when the blue silver divine in Bibi Han's hands suddenly emitted a powerful force, wildly swaying as if saying that a mere soul vine dared to resist. Bibi's cold expanded body has also begun to stabilize. Bibi Dong said, Hanner, stay alert. Both your body and consciousness are in a boiling ocean. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Bibi Han, helping him resist this ocean. After a few hours, Bibi Han was shrouded in blue light with some blood-colored mist surrounding him. He clenched his silver teeth tightly, not daring to relax, and fought back fiercely. Everyone's eyes were glued to Bibi Han, their brows furrowed. It was already the most critical moment. Hold on, Hanner, hold on. Bibi Dong looked worried. It was now impossible to interrupt, as part of the spirit ring had already merged into Bibi Han's body. If it were interrupted, even if Bibi Han could survive, he would likely be a lifelong cripple unable to cultivate. Everyone, the Pope, has succeeded. We just need to wait a moment longer for Xiaogang to completely absorb it and wake up, said Douluo. After some time, as the spirit ring entered Bibi Han's body, he finally finished absorbing the spirit ring and opened his eyes. Bibi Han took a long breath. Hanner, how do you feel? Bibi Dong asked. I told you not to worry, Mom. The martial soul is part of the body. How could it harm me? He clenched his fist, feeling great. The fatigue from absorbing the spirit ring is gone, and my whole body is filled with strength. What is your first spirit skill? Bibi Dong asked again. My first spirit skill is called Devour. It absorbs the opponent's spirit power and feeds it back to me, restoring 1 spirit power per second. Is that it? Everyone thought. The speed of absorption depends on the spirit power I possess. If I am a spirit master, then the restored spirit power is 1 for my spirit master level. If I am a spirit king, then the restored spirit power is 1 for my spirit king level. If my spirit power is full, then all that spirit power will be released into the outside world. The most important thing is that this spirit skill does not require spirit power consumption. It can be considered a passive ability, butI Han added with some pride. Hiss. Everyone was extremely surprised. If that is the case, then butI Han could truly become a strong individual in the future. To put it bluntly, butI Han alone could annihilate a 1,000,000-strong army without any significant physical consumption. An eternal motion machine. Is a divine-level martial soul really that powerful? butI Dong was also extremely excited, but there was still one last step. Honor, unleash your soul skill, and let me see how resilient your blue silvergrass is. Elder Ju understood. With that, the martial soul appeared, and the first ring, a purple ring, manifested. Blue silvergrass go. The golden blue silvergrass quickly wrapped around Elder Ju. Zulfust. Even an ordinary soul Zune would find it hard to dodge, Elder Ju thought. However, he didn't intend to dodge. He mainly wanted to see the resilience of the blue silvergrass. As the blue silvergrass coiled around him, Elder Ju felt his soul power continuously depleting, about the level of a 20th level Great Soul Master. He then increased his strength and shattered the blue silvergrass surrounding him. Impressive. The resilience of this blue silvergrass is such that unless it's a Great Soul Master specializing in strength, like those from the Strength Clan, even among Great Soul Masters, they would exhaust their soul power and become easy prey. Even mid-level soul Zunes would need to exert considerable force. Hee, Grandpa Ju, you're being too absolute. If it were a fire attribute soul master, they could also burn my blue silvergrass, butI Han added. Ha ha, an awkward laughter erupted. Alright, Honna? Let's find a next soul ring, butI Dong said. Mom, do you have any recommendations? In terms of theoretical knowledge, butI Dong was undoubtedly one of the top on the continent, as she was the first to overcome the backlash of dual martial souls. After thinking for a moment, butI Dong said, Mom recommends you absorb the holy tree for your next soul ring. The holy tree is also a plant-type soul beast, and its only function for soul masters is to increase soul power capacity. As for the generated soul skill, the soul skill of blue silvergrass should be the blue silver shield, which is essentially useless. He can directly use blue silvergrass to make a shield without needing to release a soul skill. After considering this, although the soul skill is useless, absorbing it would not only increase his soul power capacity and recovery speed, but also the healing ability that the blue silver god inherently possesses could heal himself. Not bad. Alright, Mom. Blue silver domain, butI Han announced again. What's wrong? butI Dong asked. Mom, it seems that the area I control doesn't show any signs of the holy tree. Then let's keep searching, butI Dong replied nonchalantly. Every so often, butI Han would activate the blue silver domain to check the situation. After some time, he discovered something. Mom, I found a suitable target over there. After walking a while, they arrived next to a holy tree. This holy tree was actually over 8,000 years old. Can Xiaogang absorb it? butI Dong used the blue silver god's power against the sacred tree. After receiving a response from the blue silver god, she confidently replied, yes. butI Han looked at butI Dong, seeking her response. Seeing her somewhat worried expression, butI Han confidently nodded. butI Dong waved her hand casually, directly breaking the soul power shield of the sacred tree, leaving it on the brink of collapse. In the same process, butI Han finally absorbed it. The 1,000-year first and second rings appeared. Chapter 11. Qian Renxue returns home, sword pointing at butI Han. After absorbing 2,000-year soul rings, combined with some previous training, butI Han's soul power directly surged to level 25. At just over 6.5 years old, being at level 25 is an incredible talent. This is the terror of having a full innate soul power of level 20. Not only can he add 2 soul rings without training, but his training speed is also absurdly fast, incomparable to those without full innate soul power. Everyone looked at butI Han's soul rings in amazement. The first and second rings were purple. Even the strongest genius in the history of the Spirit Hall only had 2 purple rings. This time, it created history in the world of soul masters. Mom, I made you proud, butI Han said, looking at his mother's delighted smile. butI Dong nodded and rubbed Babian's head. It's been a few days, and we should go back. By the time they returned to the Spirit Hall, it was already the afternoon of the 3rd day. butI Dong hurried back to the Pope's palace, likely to deal with the backlog of affairs from the past few days. Han went to visit his master, the golden crocodile. In the courtyard, the golden crocodile seemed to know that Han was coming, leisurely sitting there drinking tea. So, did you get the soul ring? How many years is it? The light voice of the golden crocodile reached Han's ears. Master, don't drink tea. I guarantee you'll be greatly surprised, Han said confidently. Who am I? What could possibly surprise me? The golden crocodile casually took a sip of water. With a flick of his wrist, the blue silver god appeared, and two purple soul rings circled around Han. Upon seeing this scene, the water in the golden crocodile's mouth was instantly sprayed out. The first ring is 1,000 years? How is that possible? This is all thanks to you, Master. Your teachings were excellent. Your training methods helped me build this strong body, and with the assistance of my martial soul suppression, I successfully achieved this. Han recounted the entire story. I see. You go rest now. Come back here tomorrow, the golden crocodile said, though his tone seemed a bit off. Han didn't think much of it, believing that Master was just feeling embarrassed and left. Xiaogang, you are truly outstanding. Master is really happy to have accepted you as a disciple. But, he looked complexly at Han's departing figure, and then walked towards the offering hall. Upon reaching the offering hall, He said to Qian Douluo, who was standing in front of the angel statue, Big brother, Xiaogang has absorbed his soul ring. So what if he absorbed it? What's it to talk about? Qian Douluo replied indifferently. At this moment, Qian Douluo had transformed back into a handsome, middle-aged man in his 40s, with golden hair and wearing golden armor. Behind the golden armor were wings resembling those of a six-winged angel, giving him a commanding presence. But his soul rings are both purple, and I can clearly see that his first soul ring is over 3,000 years, and the second is over 8,000 years. As a title Douluo at level 98, he could tell the age of the soul rings at a glance. What? Qian Douluo turned around, shock evident in his eyes. He didn't think he was lying to him, as the consequences of lying would be severe. He had struggled with this statement for some time. He liked this disciple, but was more loyal to the angel lineage. In the original work, he had even died in a self-explosion to save Qian Renxue. In the original work, he dedicated his life, including his life, to the spirit hall. Qian Douluo's face showed signs of conflict, as he also never expected Han to be so formidable, with such strong talent. Although he hadn't changed his mind yet, what about in the future? If he couldn't manage it then, such a genius would pose a huge threat to the spirit hall. Yet he truly didn't want to crush Han with brute force, just as he hadn't taken the hunt for Tang Hao seriously back then. Otherwise, with his semi-divine cultivation, he could completely crush Tang Hao in terms of soul power, speed, and mental strength. How could he not kill him? A level 92. And what was the explosion of 9 rings? It could barely reach a single strike of a level 99 title Douluo, which wouldn't harm him at all. He was a semi-divine being. In the original work, Qian Douluo heavily injured Ning Fengji's supporting 97-level sword Douluo from a distance with a single strike. So how hard could it be to eliminate the 92-level Tang Hao holding a child from afar? How many times could those explosions withstand such power? In fact, the main point was that Qian Douluo understood that Tang Hao was not the murderer of his son. Otherwise, even if he were Tang Chen's grandson, Qian Douluo would still kill him. Though Tang Chan was stronger than Qian Douluo, they were still on par. Would the grudge of killing his son be overlooked due to friendship? This person was presumptuous in his role as a father, just as Qian Douluo was in turmoil. The angel statue suddenly shook, and the conflict on Qian Douluo's face turned into affection, while Genie's face transformed into that of a kind old man. Because a figure had returned. She possessed stunning beauty, with golden long hair, and wore a golden palace-style long dress. The dress was one piece, seemingly woven from golden threads, without excessive decorative patterns, styled in a simple yet elegant manner. The golden collar protected her snow-white and slender neck, and her long golden hair casually draped behind her, not meticulously styled, creating a stark contrast with her neatly arranged palace attire. Xuya, Mississippi Grandpa, Genie Grandpa, I'm back. After some warm greetings, Qian Renxue said, Genie Grandpa, did you accept a disciple named by Han? Yes, what's wrong? Genie replied, I want to meet him and learn from you for a while. Xiao Shui, you just became the crown prince. You can't stay for long. Qian Douluo said, a hint of pain in his eyes. How ironic it was to be in one's own home, but unable to stay long. Don't worry, Grandpa. I pretended to be sick. There won't be any problems for a short time. Both Qian Douluo and Genie understood that Qian Renxue had returned specifically for Han. Qian Douluo's gaze flickered, and Genie also understood the look in Qian Douluo's eyes, saying, no problem, miss. Genie Grandpa, you're being too polite. I said you and Grandpa can just call me Xiaoshui. Call you Xiaoshui. In Qian Renxue's heart, only Grandpa and Jean Grandpa could do that. Others, including that woman, were not allowed. Qian Douluo transmitted his thoughts. Jean pondered for a moment and replied, "All right, then I'll call you Xiaoshui from now on." Qian Renxue smiled. Bye Han, it's time for us to meet. A cold light appeared in Qian Renxue's eyes. Chapter 12, Collision. In the evening, Bye Han was practicing in his room, replacing sleep with cultivation, and he did not neglect the nourishment of his soul power in his eyes. "Oh, not? Mom, you're tired, go rest." Seeing the fatigue in his mother's eyes, Bye Han hurriedly said, "No, Mom has something to discuss with you." "Then Mom, please sit down. I'll massage your shoulders." "Mom, is there something you want to say?" Bye Han asked while massaging his mother's shoulders. "Honor, your second soul ring is 500 years old. Are you planning to challenge for a 10,000-year third ring?" "Mom, you're right. When I become a soul master and my soul ring shines, with 2 purple and 1 black, without a single yellow ring, wouldn't that scare the opponent silly and lead to an easy victory?" "Honor, I advise you against it. Do you know the difference between a 10,000-year soul ring and those below 10,000 years?" At this moment, Bye Han suddenly remembered that a 10,000-year soul ring has soul beast resentment that forms a soul shock. No matter how strong your willpower is, if your mental strength doesn't meet the standard, even if you successfully absorb the soul ring, you will become an idiot. Soul shock. Then, does Mom have a way to cultivate mental strength? There are some methods to train mental strength, but they are all tedious and very hard. Have you made up your mind? If not, a 10,000-year fourth ring will be fine too. No need, Mom. What is hardship? Isn't the training with Master Jean hard enough? After giving him those methods, she said, "Honor, tomorrow you have a classmate. I hope you can get along well with her." After saying this, Bye Dong left immediately. Han didn't have time to ask who that person was. It didn't matter. He would find out tomorrow. Cultivate. The next day, Han arrived at that courtyard, pushed the door open, and immediately saw the blonde girl standing not far away. He was stunned on the spot because she was just too beautiful. She looked to be in her early teens, with long hair reaching her waist, skin whiter than snow, phoenix-like eyes carrying a hint of power, a straight nose, the most standard oval face, slightly slender phoenix eyes, a face with a bit of sharpness, a tall figure, and a curvy body. Dong has seen many beautiful women, as the maidens of the Pope's palace are all stunning. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to serve there. He has also encountered the beautiful Douluo Ling Yuan, but the woman before him outshines them all by several streets. In his understanding, the only one comparable to her is his mother, Dong. "Humph. You are that woman's illegitimate child, Han." A cold voice came from her lips, laced with hatred. "That woman? Illegitimate child? Blonde, so beautiful. I know who she is now." But Han was furious. "Damn woman, who the hell is the illegitimate child? If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart." An even colder voice came from Han. "Damn it, you, who are top-notch in gathering intelligence in the original work, don't know who I am and insult my 2 mothers directly. This is intolerable. You dare to insult me." Qian Renxue shouted angrily. "What, is my insult not loud enough? Or are you deaf? Looking for death?" Qian Renxue charged forward. Qian Renxue exploded, completely furious. In her eyes, Han had taken away the maternal love that belonged to her. Otherwise, why did he appear right after she went to the Heaven Do Empire and dared to steal her golden crocodile grandfather? He took away everything that should have belonged to her and even dared to insult her. Qian Renxue had never been insulted like this in her life. As for why she didn't use her martial soul, it was because Qian Renxue wanted to completely cripple him. Although her training time in the Heaven Do Empire was reduced, she had still stepped into the Spirit King realm. If her martial soul manifested and she killed Han with a punch, that would be too easy on him. Moreover, Qian Renxue was even more curious to see if that woman's precious son would go crazy and come looking for her trouble if he was crippled. Having lost her father and not being acknowledged by her mother, the undercover life in the Heaven Do Empire had distorted her soul. Even if opposing her mother to gain her attention was a form of satisfaction, she was willing to do it. Fight if you want, who's afraid of whom? Facing Qian Renxue's punch, Han directly countered with a punch of his own, and the 2 fists collided, producing sound. After retreating 9 steps, Han stepped back, while Qian Renxue retreated 3 steps. In terms of strength, Han was no match for Qian Renxue. The gap in soul power was too great, so he had to change his strategy. As Qian Renxue launched another punch, Han carefully dodged it. Then came several more punches, and Han seized an opportunity, finding the best position to grab Qian Renxue's arms. His back pressed against her chest as he executed a shoulder throw, tossing her away. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Qian Renxue, but in terms of skill, he was better than the Qian Renxue who had neglected her training. His skills were personally taught by his mother. And who was his mother? One of the gods of slaughter in the city of slaughter, a top-tier expert in close combat in the world. Although Qian Douluo had also experienced many battles, he primarily used a sword, and he taught Qian Renxue more about swordsmanship. Therefore, in close-quarters combat, Qian Renxue was not as good as him. After a few elegant flips, Qian Renxue landed steadily. Bibi Han has already taken a stance and said, "If you apologize to my mother, I won't beat you up." Apologizing to her is impossible for a lifetime. Do you think you can be smug just because you have a slight advantage? Qian Renxue charged forward again, leaping up, her long and slender thighs raised and then slashing down from the air. Fortunately, Qian Renxue changed into sports pants for training. Otherwise, wearing yesterday's palace dress, she would definitely have exposed herself with this move. butI Han crossed her hands to block the downward strike, half squatting to absorb the force. Then, she grabbed Qian Renxue's calf with her blocking hands and kicked Qian Renxue's other leg that was on the ground, forcefully retreating. Losing her point of support, Qian Renxue was pulled into a split, and butI Han's right leg swept towards Qian Renxue's face. Qian Renxue was suddenly startled and joined her hands to block butI Han's attack. However, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing less than 110 Jin, Qian Renxue was kicked up by butI Han's powerful leg, which contained the force of hundreds of Jin, while still holding on to Qian Renxue's calf. Taking advantage of this force, butI Han spun around and threw Qian Renxue towards the wall. Chapter 13. Living together, just as she was about to crash into the wall, 5 soul rings circled around Qian Renxue. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. A pair of wings tore through the fabric of Qian Renxue's back. She stopped in midair, and the phantom of a 6-winged angel appeared behind her, condensing. A divine radiance enveloped Qian Renxue, adding a layer of holiness to her beauty as the feathers of the 6-winged angel began to fall. With the angelic presence, Qian Renxue resembled a celestial goddess, noble, sacred, and inviolable. butI frowned tightly, feeling the pressure emanating from the angel spirit. Although Qian Renxue had very little combat experience, she still possessed the strength that made her invincible below the soul sage level. Thanks to the power of the angel spirit, Bibi Dong extended his right hand, and the blue-silver divine martial soul appeared, with 2 purple soul rings swirling around him. His left hand was placed behind his back, with purple lightning flickering. Looking at Bibi Dong's soul rings, Qian Renxue's pupils constricted, surprised that he had such abilities. No wonder he was also a naturally full soul power of level 20 like her. Bibi Dong looked at Bibi Han with disdain and said, "Don't compare me to you. A second ring, yellow one. You're truly embarrassing the face of a level 20 divine martial soul." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's chest heaved violently. The anger that had been suppressed by his shock suddenly ignited. Being thrown out twice and mocked for her talent was humiliation, extreme humiliation. The proud Qian Renxue could not accept it, nor would she, and humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Qian Renxue no longer wanted to just injure Bibi Han. She wanted to completely incapacitate him. Almost losing her rationality, she charged forward, her 5th soul ring illuminating as she grasped the holy sword in her hand. The killing intent was palpable. This guy wanted to kill me. Why not just say it outright? Are all the proud women of Douluo like this? However, he was no pushover. After absorbing 2 purple soul rings, his height had increased by 10 centimeters. Moreover, he could wield the Qian divine hammer, possibly due to the divine martial soul. The hammer behind him continued to grow larger, and several blue-silver grasses wrapped around Qian Renxue as Bibi Han prepared to charge at her with the hammer in hand. Xiaogang, Xiaoshui, stop! The golden crocodile, Douluo, appeared in the center of the two. Releasing his soul power directly restrained both of them. "No, Master, Grandpa, let me go. I want to kill this illegitimate child who humiliated me." "I told you I'm not an illegitimate child. You brainless fool. I'm going to tear your mouth apart." The golden crocodile directly sealed Bibi Han's mouth with his soul power. Then he said to Qian Renxue, "Xiaoshui, you got it wrong. He's not your mother's illegitimate child, but an adopted son." "Adopted son? Not an illegitimate child? I was mistaken." Qian Renxue calmed down a little and then said, "Even if he's not an illegitimate child, he humiliated me, and I still want to kill him. Bibi Dong, Wu Xiaoxue, Xiaohan is your classmate, and his talent is on par with yours. Having him around can motivate your growth. After much persuasion, Genie finally managed to calm Qian Renxue down. Woo-woo, master. You're just going to sell me like this. Genie untied the restraints, and Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue stood on either side of Genie, staring at each other with intense gazes, as if they were about to fight again. However, before that, Qian Renxue changed into a different outfit because she didn't allow anyone to see any part of her body except her face and hands. Due to her martial soul, she wasn't wearing specially made clothes, and that sportswear had a large opening in the back. The difference was that Bibi Dong had 2 blue-silver grasses under her feet. Because Qian Renxue was 9 years older than Bibi Dong only reached Qian Renxue's chest. How could Bibi Dong look up to Qian Renxue? That would be a disadvantage. So she used the height of the blue-silver grasses to look level with Qian Renxue. Genie was also helpless. He was just following his elder brother's advice to temper Qian Renxue's arrogance. Arrogance must match strength. And because Qian Renxue was going to the Heaven Do Empire, all her indicators had severely declined. So he didn't stop it at first, not expecting it to develop into this. Xiaoxue, Xiaoan, follow me. Genie used his soul power to lift the two to a house. The scenery here was pleasant, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, making one feel comfortable. Xiaoxue, Xiaoan, you will live here from now on? Genie said. What? I have to live with her? Are you kidding me? Impossible. Ahem, not living together. There are 2 houses here. You can each choose one. That's not acceptable either. This young lady can't stand this guy. Do you think I find you pleasant? Looking at the two who were about to fight again, Genie felt a headache coming on. Xiaoxue, don't be willful. This is your grandfather's request. Qian Renxue fell silent. She only had her grandfather as a relative now, and under normal circumstances, she listened to her grandfather the most. Xiaoan, this is master's order. Damn. That old man. Bibi Han and Qian Renxue walked through the door, and the entire house was symmetrical, exactly the same. Bibi Han directly headed towards the room on the left. Wait, Qian Renxue said. What is it? Speak up. I prefer to stay on the east side. You go to that side, Qian Renxue said in an undeniable tone. Try changing your tone. Maybe I would agree, but now, I refuse. Bibi Han charged directly into the room, closely followed by Qian Renxue, who then witnessed a scene that infuriated her. Bibi Han was sprawled out on the bed, saying, Do you still want the bed I slept in? In a teasing tone, Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes blazed with anger as she gritted her silver teeth and said, You are so good. Before turning to leave, I should have made Qian Renxue quite angry, but it had nothing to do with me. After all, her words and tone were just asking for it. Chapter 14, Tempering Mental Strength. Afterwards, Bibi Han surveyed the surrounding space, and it could be said that this small room had everything: a bedroom, a bathroom, and a living room sofa. Qian Renxue's side was the same, as it was symmetrical. He then began to practice the method his mother had given him to enhance his mental strength. Bibi Han filled a cup with water and used his mental power to lock onto it. A small water ball floated out, and he commanded it to go into his mouth. Before it reached his lips, the small water droplet trembled erratically, and he appeared extremely tense. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was difficult, quite difficult. The small water droplet shook continuously in the air, and ultimately it fell onto his clothes, failing. My goodness, just this alone made my head a bit dizzy. No wonder it said that mental power training is the most tedious, boring, and exhausting form of cultivation. Fortunately, my mother prepared a bunch of supplements to enhance my mental power. However, medicine has its drawbacks. Ultimately, I still have to rely on myself. Just like the million-year soul beast, the dream-eye silkworm, which has an absurdly high mental power but lacks any means of mental attack. It's all for show. It can only serve as a power bank. Continuing on, one small water droplet after another rose up, but all failed. I took out more herbs from the storage ring to replenish my mental power. Again and again, it was truly frustrating. At this moment, Bibi Han couldn't help but think of Tang San's purple extreme demon eye. Cultivating the purple extreme demon eye was quite beneficial and could also enhance mental power. Plus, it could release mental shocks later on. Hey, that's someone else's. I can't envy it. Finally, after the 99th failure, on the 100th try, it was successful. The first droplet of water entered his mouth. Finally succeeded. Bibi Han said, feeling a bit dizzy. Take some medicine. Keep going, keep going. In the end, Bibi Han only drank 10 drops from the cup, and he was quite satisfied with that. He took out a small pill. Looking at this milky white pill, it seemed to be called a spirit-enhancing pill. He swallowed it in one go. Not bad. His mental power indeed increased. 1 pill a month, and he still needed to consolidate in between. Moving on, In the afternoon, butI and Renxue stood together in a training area, where Jian had brought several training machines, each equipped with numerous rubber balls. Renxue's identity was highly confidential, and not many knew about her martial soul. Coupled with Jian's age, it was impossible for him to break through to level 99, so he personally came to handle these matters, which also served to add some fun to his later years. In fact, the main reason was that one of them was likely to inherit the future angel god, and the other was his disciple. Both were the world's top geniuses, and even if Jian were to leave in the future, he would still feel proud to have taught these two geniuses. He also believed they would take care of his family. Xiaogang, Xiaoshui, today's lesson is, later, you will need to dodge these as much as possible, and you can also use weapons to defend. Who wants to go first? Renxue will go first, she said eagerly. Okay, Xiaoshui, you go first. Renxue stood in the center of several training machines, and one machine activated, shooting out one rubber ball after another, seemingly at a speed of 20 meters per second. Soon, it changed to 2, then 3, and several more. Renxue focused intently, her body coordinating perfectly to dodge. Dressed in a black and gold sports outfit, the movements she made were truly pleasing to the eye. A minute later, another machine activated in the opposite direction, spraying out larger balls, but in smaller quantities and at a slower speed. Renxue stood sideways, scanning left and right. 2 minutes in, when the third training machine started, the balls sprayed out were even larger, but they moved a bit slower. The 3 machines formed an isosceles triangle. Renxue drew a long sword to defend herself, her movements fluid and graceful, without any unnecessary actions. Seeing this scene, butI was also amazed. Impressive. No wonder she pressured Tang San back at the Heaven-Do Palace. When the 4th training machine started, and the 4 machines formed a rectangle, Renxue could no longer keep up and was hit by several balls that she didn't see coming from behind. While getting hit didn't cause any serious harm, it was still quite painful, and Renxue let out several muffled grunts. However, as a level 20 innate full soul power and the #1 talent in the original story, her adaptability was extremely strong, and she learned quickly, soon adjusting and avoiding further hits. With a total of 8 training machines arranged in a circle, when the 5th machine activated, Renxue finally couldn't hold on any longer and was continuously hit, with the frequency increasing. Hey, Xiaoshui still hasn't grasped the key points, Jian said, shaking his head. Hearing this, a knowing look appeared on butI's face, because while this kind of training was useful, it was somewhat lacking for the two of them who were geniuses. The best way to train reaction ability was through combat, one against many, and not only sharpen reflexes, but also enhanced practical combat skills. Mother, Master, they wouldn't let me waste time. I am currently training my mental power, could it be? butI walked behind a machine, closed her eyes, and tried it out, a faint smile appearing on her lips. After the 5th machine had finished, Jian didn't start the 6th machine, allowing Renxue to step out. Renxue looked a bit disheveled, her body glistening with fragrant sweat, her sportswear clinging tightly to her figure, perfectly showcasing her curves and making her look extremely enticing. She gave butI a provocative glance. butI responded with a provocative smile. As she stepped in, the machine started up. Watching the balls shoot out, butI closed her eyes and used her mental power to narrowly evade them. Due to her hair, Renxue couldn't see butI's eyes, and, upon witnessing this scene, she covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking to herself that butI wasn't that impressive after all, if she couldn't even handle this. However, Jian also nodded, acknowledging it as a good start. One after another, butI progressed from being unskilled at the beginning to being able to easily dodge the rubber balls, but when several balls were shot out at once, she wasn't able to adapt in time and got hit twice. butI, just give up. Don't let yourself get turned into a sieve later, Renxue laughed. Well, finally I can watch butI struggle. I can't wait to mock him for being so arrogant before. butI completely ignored this proud and somewhat naive guy. Being hit a couple of times didn't affect him at all. He had long since gotten used to it. After being hit again, he was never hit again. butI was still with his eyes closed, during which he was trying to expand his mental power behind him. After a few dozen seconds, the 2nd machine activated, and butI was not caught off guard, so he was not hit. In this process, his mental control was continuously strengthening. He couldn't say he locked onto the balls, but he could feel their trajectories. Chapter 15. Renxue cried, 2,700 words. 2 minutes later, the 3rd machine activated, and butI officially opened his eyes. He wasn't so skilled as to rely solely on his mental perception with his eyes closed to dodge the rubber balls fired from three machines. At this moment, Renxue covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with shock. Han's evasive movements were fluid, and he didn't even need a weapon, while she had to use a sword to handle three machines. For the fourth machine, he took out two sticks over a meter long, stood still on the diagonal line of a rectangle, and used his eyes to sweep across the three machines while using one stick in his right hand to block and the other stick in his left hand to block the machine behind him. Renxue was completely stunned, her mind racing with thoughts about how Han managed to do this. Did he grow eyes on his back? Ao stroked his beard with a smile on his face. The fifth machine activated, and Han dodged while striking. The sixth machine activated, and the blue-silver domain transformed into a radar. Renxue only felt slightly shocked at this. After all, every god-level martial soul had a domain. Ao already knew this, so he showed no expression. For the seventh machine, Han could no longer hold on. His physical agility and neural reflexes were insufficient, and he had no choice but to step out. Seeing Renxue's surprised expression, Han smiled slightly. How about that? Renxue gritted her teeth in frustration. But since he lasted through 5 machines before opening his domain, while she only managed 4, she still asked, "How did you do it?" "Actually, I have to thank you, because your help allowed me to last until the 5th machine without using my domain. Otherwise, I would have probably achieved the same result as you." "Thank me?" Seeing the puzzled expression on Renxue's face was indeed quite a different experience. Let me tell you, the main point of this test is not your reflexes and physical agility, but to better utilize your mental power. I applied my mental power behind me to act as eyes. And don't you think the way and timing the machines sprayed the balls at the beginning were a bit strange? That was a hint for you to adapt. Yes, Xiaogang, because you left after absorbing the angel's head spirit bone back then. You didn't train your mental power properly, and Xiaohan wanted to challenge the 10,000-year third ring, which led to this training. Ao also responded. If you had challenged first, I would have grasped the key points too. Renxue retorted stubbornly. If you want to show off, you can't blame anyone else. Looking at Han's indifferent expression and realizing she lost again, Renxue was about to explode again. All right, Xiaoxue, you two continue your challenge. When you both pass all 8 machines, you'll have succeeded. Of course, you can do it together. Impossible, Renxue shouted immediately. After a day's training, Han felt his mental power had strengthened a bit. Not bad at all. The next day, getting up, gathering, attending class, standing. "Good morning, teacher." Cough, cough. How could such a scene happen? Xiaoxue, today we have a cultural class. As a strong person, strength is important, but knowledge is equally essential. Both of them agreed on this point, because, apart from the muscle brain guys from the Qian sect, which titled Douluo wasn't well informed. "Master, that's important. I've already learned the ordinary stuff, and I'm not interested in that. Now we will start the answering section. You can buzz in to answer." Han, what do you want? Han asked. "How about we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "A buzz around, best of 5. Whoever wins 3 rounds first wins." Dong looked at the competitive Renxue and replied, "All right, but since we're betting, what's the wager?" After a moment of thought, Renxue said, "If I win, you will call me sister." "Okay, if I win, you'll call me Han Ge." The bet was settled. He didn't interfere and said, "First question. What is the effect of the 7 killing field of the soul of sword Douluo, Chun Xian?" He had fought first against Douluo when challenging Chun Xian's father. And at that time, both he and Shun Jianjun were peak title Douluo at level 97, naturally experiencing the 7 killing field. The records of the 7 killing field were also in the 7th floor, but at that time an elder needed to reference them, so they weren't stolen by a certain little person. A clear and pleasant voice rang out from Renxue. The 7 killing field is filled with powerful sword energy, within which the user's strength will be greatly enhanced. As long as one enters the 7 killing field, they will be attacked by the powerful sword energy. Those with weaker strength simply cannot withstand the sword energy attacks of the 7 killing field. But there is one drawback. The 7 killing field does not distinguish between friend and foe. Completely correct. Renxue looked at Dong with satisfaction. "It's unfair, master. I didn't stay on the 7th floor for long before training with you, and I never looked at that knowledge book. Luck is also a part of strength." Replied. Dong is left speechless. The second question is, what kind of soul beast is this, and what abilities does it have? This time, Dong takes the lead, revealing the dark demon evil god tiger, a god-level soul beast with attributes of evil, darkness, thunder, wind, time, and space. It possesses extremely high intelligence, and formidable strength, capable of fighting for 10,000 years. Moreover, it has a bizarre ability that can make someone disappear instantly. So whether you can defeat it or not, do not provoke it and leave quickly. The book states this, and Bibi Dong can only say this. Can he add any truth? Correct. In the decisive round, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue both feel nervous and do not want to call each other sister, Brother Han. The next question is, soul beasts that reach 100,000 years old may transform. Transformed soul beasts will enter the human world, but they might be discovered and killed by Soul Douluo and Title Douluo to obtain their rings and bones. Why do they still choose to enter the human world? Bibi Han slammed the table of Qian Renxue fiercely. What are you doing? Qian Renxue shouted in fright. Bibi Dong ignored him and said loudly, soul beasts transform after 100,000 years to come to the human world to absorb a kind of aura emitted by humans. Only by absorbing this aura can they quickly cultivate. Qian Renxue, you have lost. Hearing this, Qian Renxue reacted. You did this on purpose to disrupt my thinking by banging on my table. You despicable person. Bibi Dong replied, what despicable? I just haven't trained for a few hours, and my hands are a bit itchy. Let's fulfill the promise. No way, you're just playing tricks. Give me another question, or I won't admit I lost. Last question, what situation in the world allows one to surpass innate full soul power at the age of 6? Qian Renxue slammed her hand on Bibi Dong's table, but Bibi Dong was not affected at all because he had already guessed that before asking the question. He caught a glimpse of Qian Renxue's malicious smile and knew she was planning something. Huh, what did I say also? During the time Qian Renxue was banging on the table, Bibi Dong loudly said, the limit of innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul. The top martial souls can carry at most innate level 10 soul power. To exceed innate full soul power, there are only two situations, either a super martial soul or a divine martial soul. Or you're cheating. Qian Renxue, you really lost this time. Fulfill the promise. Bai Han crossed his arms and waited quietly, knowing that Qian Renxue would definitely fulfill her promise. Because Qian Renxue is the granddaughter of Qian Douluo, who personally taught her, she is most committed to the knightly spirit. Jin Yi stood by and couldn't persuade her either. Qian Renxue lowered her head, her face flushed, her silver teeth clenched tightly, and in the end, she still said, Han go. Bibi Han nodded in satisfaction and said, Xiaogang, Xiaoxue. The next question is very important for your future. Listen to the question. As a leader, if you discover an exceptionally talented individual in the future, how would you recruit them? Bibi Han didn't know how to respond for a moment. Qian Renxue said, satisfy all of the other party's conditions within their range of value. A foolish idea. Bibi Han directly retorted. You're scolding me again. Qian Renxue shouted. In her 2 days of life, she had been scolded 3 times, and it was by the same person. How could she accept that? Bibi Han disdainfully replied, what? Did I say something wrong? Then tell me, what is wrong with what I said? First, you need to know the identity of that person before coming up with a corresponding solution. Second, you need to be clear about whether that person is someone you can control. Lastly, and this is what I want to ask the most, if you can control both of these aspects, then if that person wants you to trade the lives of your own people for him to join, would you agree? Otherwise, isn't it normal to sacrifice a little for greater benefit? That's completely wrong. Bai Han stood up and shouted at Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was momentarily stunned by his shout. A loyal and dedicated subordinate is the most valuable. Abandoning your own subordinates for an outsider is digging your own grave. If you obtain that person through such means, who can guarantee that when a better person appears, you won't abandon him? In that case, who would dare to work with you? Who would dare to be loyal to you? In the end, you will be betrayed by everyone and abandoned by all. Qian Renxue trembled suddenly, as if she heard something she feared the most. Abandon, abandon, abandon. These 2 words echoed in Qian Renxue's mind. Tears streamed down her face as she covered her face and ran out crying. Chapter 16. Understanding, heartache, apology, compensation. This guy just ran away. What's he crying about? Bai Han was somewhat confused. Xiaogang, did I say something wrong? Not at all, but you uncovered a scar in Xiaoshue's heart. Scar? Let me tell you about Xiaoshue's childhood. Xiaoshue's mother, who is also your adoptive mother, Bai Dong. What? Bai Han pretended to be surprised. Since her birth, her mother went to the city of slaughter. Xiaoshue was cared for by her grandfather, father, and us. At that time, she was still innocent, lively, full of childlike spirit, and very likable, but she always wanted to see her mother, fantasizing about her mother coming back. It was the return of Bai Dong that completely changed Xiaoshue, Because of certain reasons, butI Dong despised Xiaoshue greatly, treating her like trash. Every time Xiaoshue met her mother, she would come back crying, asking why mommy didn't like her at all and even hated her. After awakening her angel martial soul, this aversion deepened sharply. On the day she awakened her martial soul, Xiaoshue excitedly went to see butI Dong, but what she received was a harsh slap. This was also the first time Xiaoshue was hit. Jean, he spoke with a sad tone. butI silently lowered his head, imagining that scene. At that time, Renxue must have been extremely sad. Then, Xiaoshue completely abandoned everything a child should have, focusing solely on her cultivation, wanting to gain her mother's approval. Her cultivation might not have caused her as much physical harm, but collapsing from exhaustion during training, like you, was a daily occurrence, yet there was still no improvement. After the death of the former pope, butI Dong became the pope and went to find Xiaoshue for the first time. Xiaoshue greeted her with joy. But what butI Dong brought her was a plan that no genius would ever agree to. You just need to know the first point. Disguise yourself as a maid to serve others. She pretended for 2 years. A genius, an unparalleled genius. Born as the daughter of the Pope, the most prestigious lineage on the entire continent, became a maid. In Douluo, being a maid is an extremely lowly status. In front of their masters, they refer to themselves as servants. In all of Douluo, which noble-born genius would be arrogant? Which genius would look down on a maid? Yet Xiaoshue still went, in order to gain her mother's approval. Because we did not teach Xiaoshue well, her experiences led to her thoughts becoming this way. It is not her fault that her thoughts have turned out like this. So, butI, I now want you to coax Xiaoshue back and then apologize. Jean, he said sternly. Clap, clap. P.S. Here, the author wants to explain that Renxue's character development is directly related to butI Dong, and butI Dong is the protagonist's adoptive mother. If butI Dong did not love Renxue at all, the protagonist would not care. If she does love her, then it is akin to aiding and abetting wrongdoing. butI gave herself 2 hard slaps on the face, feeling a bit guilty. Having read the original work, she knew about Renxue's tragic life. Yet just because Renxue called her an illegitimate child and had a mercenary nature, she had been opposing her everywhere, even rubbing salt into her deepest wounds. Not realizing that Renxue's personality was shaped by certain reasons, and the fault was not hers. She quickly chased after her and arrived at Renxue's door. Hearing crying from inside, she thought to herself, maybe I should wait a bit. She probably doesn't want me to see her like this. Once she comes out, she can punish me however she wants. I owe her that. After lunch, both butI and Renxue's meals were delivered by others. And butI looked at the unopened lunchbox. Is she still not coming? Forget it. butI walked towards the top kitchen of the Wuhuan Hall, where the food was prepared for the elders, all gourmet dishes. I'll cook for her. Thinking back to before I was 6, I came here to learn and then left. Combined with the culinary skills of Huaxiao for Blue Star, I can just start. Knock, knock, knock. Renxue, are you there? Your lunch. I'm coming in. butI entered Renxue's room, which was painted pink and filled with the breath of a youthful girl with a faint fragrance. After circling the living room, butI knocked on the bedroom door and walked in. She's sleeping, looking at the tear stains at the corner of Renxue's eyes. butI felt a bit uncomfortable, but she had to admit that Renxue looked beautiful while sleeping. Silently, she placed the thermos lunchbox on the side table and wrote an apology note. At this moment, in the offering hall, Douluo had summoned the golden crocodile Douluo. Golden crocodile, what's going on? Why didn't Xiaoshue have lunch today? Douluo was naturally very concerned about Renxue, and when her lunchbox remained unopened, someone came to report it to him. What's the matter? Seeing Douluo's expression, Golden Crocodile thought it couldn't be hidden anymore. So he told him everything as it was. Good, good. A mere son of Tang Hao dares to treat my Shuer like this? Is this the Qian sect or the Wuhuan Hall? Last time he scolded Shuer was fine. After all, Shuer was at fault first. But now he actually made Shuer cry. He must be tired of living. A murderous aura emerged from Douluo. Big brother, calm down, calm down. Golden Crocodile hurriedly advised. Upon hearing this, Douluo became even angrier. How can I possibly calm down? Shuer has suffered so much in the Tiando Empire, and she can't even be happy at home, being bullied by that little brat. Golden Crocodile tried to reason with him. Big brother, although Xiaoshue is crying. She can also understand the importance of recognizing people. This will greatly benefit her future as a pope. If I don't kill him, I will give him a heavy lesson. Douluo flashed and arrived at the room where butI and Renxue were staying. With a sweep of his spiritual power, he found out what butI was doing and what she was writing, and his anger subsided a bit. Just as Bibi Han was about to leave, she suddenly heard Renxue's voice. No, no, don't leave me alone. Grandpa, Mom, I know I was wrong. Renxue's voice was filled with a cry. It's sleep-talking. Hearing these words, Bibi Han felt a bit sad. Renxue was just a child lacking a sense of security and longing for love. Thinking about the original Renxue, her 20 years as an undercover agent were wasted due to her mother's decisions. The angel god sacrificed her grandpa, and then she was secretly plotted against by the sea god during the god examination with Tang San. She was always lenient towards Tang San. But when Tang San learned of Renxue's feelings, he directly used her feelings for him to plan a heart demon, planning to kill her later. After the Wuhuan Empire was destroyed, she was coveted and hunted by the nobles of the entire continent, forced to hide in unknown corners, living under an assumed identity. If it weren't for her mother's plea and the powerful flying ability of the angel Wuhuan, along with her level 89 cultivation and divine gear comparable to a super Douluo, she would likely have met a grim fate at the hands of those nobles. In the end, for the angel Wuhuan to continue, she had no choice but to marry, and her descendants didn't even dare to take the Qian surname. Otherwise, if she returned to the outside world with the surname Qian and the angel Wuhuan, she would be doomed. One could say her life was a tragedy. Bai Han walked to Renxue's bedside, gently rubbed her hair with his hand, and said softly, "No one will abandon you. A good child knows how to correct their mistakes." Really, really? Renxue's voice trembled a bit. Yes, Schwerer is a good child, knows how to correct her mistakes, and is so beautiful and cute. Who wouldn't like her? The blue-silver domain activated, and under the aura of the blue-silver domain, Renxue curled up and fell asleep. Sleep well, Renxue. What your mother owes you, I will repay you. Chapter 17. Easing relationships, standing on the rooftop. Douluo had calmed down. When he saw Renxue talking in her sleep, he felt extremely sad. And when he saw Bai Han walking towards Renxue, his killing intent was once again raised. It could be said that if Bai Han dared to do anything inappropriate while Renxue was sleeping, he would not hesitate to kill Bai Han immediately, even if it meant going to war with Bai Dong. At worst, he would cripple Bai Dong, reclaim the position of Pope, and once Renxue grew up, he would abandon any ridiculous undercover mission for the Heaven-Do Empire and directly use force. After leaving Renxue's room, Bai Han returned to his own room to cultivate. After some time, Renxue woke up and stretched. This could be said to be the best sleep she had since childhood. Gurgle, gurgle. Renxue touched her flat abdomen and said angrily, "Damn guy, making me miss lunch." She turned her head and saw something in the room. A lunchbox? Who was so bold as to enter her room without her permission and into her bedroom? She walked over and looked at the note on the lunchbox. Gritting her silver teeth, she thought, Bai Han, it's that guy again. The handwriting was really ugly, and it was an apology letter. Did he think I would forgive him? Impossible. I want to eat the food he made. Gurgle, gurgle. I'll just take a look. I want to eat it. After opening it, the appearance and smell were actually quite good. Renxue hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll just take a bite to see how he made it. If it's not good, I'll mock him later." Just one bite, so delicious. Then another bite, and another. Her hands couldn't stop. In the end, the lunchbox was empty and the soup was finished. Looking at the empty lunchbox, Renxue felt a bit annoyed. Damn it, how could I eat the food he made? After going out, Bai Han was reading a book on the table between the two rooms, specifically the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Hey, Renxue, are you done eating? How did it taste? Bai Han asked. Renxue, feeling a bit guilty, replied, "I didn't eat, not a single bite. That disgusting thing, I threw it all away." Bai Han smiled in her heart and said, "You say you haven't eaten anything, yet you claim it's so bad. That's really contradictory." She pointed at Renxue with her hand, then gestured near her own mouth. After Renxue followed her instructions, she found the result was a grain of rice. Her face turned red, and she ran out. There's still the smell of meat soup. The meat soup I made should be quite good, right? Not good, came Renxue's voice from a distance. For dinner, it was still Bai Han who cooked. At first, Renxue was stubborn, saying she wouldn't eat what he made. Bibi Han replied, "I specifically told the chefs tonight that I would cook dinner. If you don't eat, you won't have dinner." Renxue took the lunchbox from his hands and went to her room to eat. A few days later, Bibi Han and Renxue entered the venue together to handle machines, and yes, together because Bibi Han had cooked for Renxue for several days. Their relationship had eased significantly. At Bibi Han's invitation, Renxue shyly agreed. The two of them worked together to handle 14 machines. But if it was just the two of them, they needed to deal with 20 machines to pass. The reason was that since they chose to cooperate, they naturally had to achieve an effect where 1-1 is greater than 2. Otherwise, what was the point of cooperation? Why do I feel like this sentence is reminiscent of fusion in Dragon Ball? The two of them supported each other back to back, while occasionally helping each other out. Looking at the position of the sun in the sky, Renxue urged, "It's almost noon, Bibi Han. Hurry up and make me lunch, go." With a queen-like tone, she commanded, but Bibi Han could only shake his head and leave. In the kitchen, Bibi Han did not let this delay his training. He directly used his mental power to lift the vegetables and throw them into the pot. In just 10 days of training, his mental power had grown more than twice as strong. His hard work and such training were undoubtedly beneficial to him. But the beginning of training is always easy. A few months later, Bibi Han and Renxue sat together on the roof, watching the sunrise. After months of living together, their relationship underwent a tremendous change. As for their titles, Bibi Han became the third person who could call Renxue Xiaoxue, and Renxue called him Xiaoan. Calling him brother was absolutely impossible. Once, Renxue called him Xiaoan younger brother, and Bibi Han immediately replied, Xiaoxue younger sister. Xiaoan, why doesn't that woman like me? She only looks at you and hardly pays attention to me, Renxue said with grievance. Over these months, Bibi Han had completely understood Renxue. She was actually cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Her pride was genuine. As a peerless genius of the angel family, how could she not be proud? But that coldness was actually a means to protect herself. She would only show her true self in front of those she truly recognized. Xiaoxue, I don't know why mom treats you like this, but I know she must care about you. Don't lie to me. She has never cared about me since childhood, Renxue said, tears glistening in her eyes, her tone sorrowful. Bibi Han wiped the tears from his eyes and said, I'm not lying to you. Before I turned 5, I used to sleep with my mom. Back then, I could always hear her calling out Shrek in her sleep. That name must be you. Also, there are some clothes in my mom's wardrobe that she never used. The sizes and styles, from childhood to now. If I'm not mistaken, those were clothes bought for you, because she could never wear that size. Really, what you said is true, Renxue said with a face full of expectation, but also a bit of anxiety. It's absolutely true, Bibi Han assured her. He had absolute respect for his mother and had no other thoughts. He had never rummaged through her wardrobe, but he had caught a glimpse of it when she changed her coat. Suddenly, Renxue felt her heart filled with a long-lost emotion. The only empty part of her soul filled with maternal love. Then why did she treat me this way? Renxue asked in confusion. I can't say it's because of that useless dad who embarrassed the angel spirit. All right, don't think too much about it. The most important thing that your mom cares about you. Look, the sun is rising. The dawn broke through the darkness, bringing warmth to the world. I will also become light, dispelling the darkness of this world. Chapter 18. Identity Confession. 3 months later, the two first passed through the fierce attack of 8 machines, then worked together to block the bombardment of 20 machines. During this process, Bibi Han saw Renxue's grandfather, Douluo. At first, he felt a bit familiar, but it was only when he heard Douluo speak that he realized he was the elderly man who had studied and conversed with him on the 7th floor. Bibi Han understood his mother's intentions even better now, why she wanted him to read layer by layer, and why she hesitated at that time. It was all to help him establish the right mindset and gain recognition from Douluo to live well in the spirit hall. It took them 7 months to accomplish this. During these 7 months, Bibi Han celebrated his birthday. On his birthday, he used his long and used cute tactics to successfully get his mother and Renxue to have a meal together at the same table, although there was still a tense atmosphere. On Renxue's birthday, Bibi Han took her to fly kites and play around, and personally made a 16-layer cake. They both ended up with cream all over their faces that night, smiling happily. In 7 months, Bibi Han's spirit power also reached the peak of level 29, and he was expected to break through soon. This was still due to the considerable time spent on improving his mental strength. Meanwhile, Renxue had improved by 2 levels, reaching level 55. It seemed that despite both having divine spirit souls, the angel spirit soul cultivated faster. On that same rooftop, Bibi Han and Renxue were sitting together. Xiaohan, I won't be here for much longer. It will probably be difficult to come back and see you, Renxue said sadly. The plan for the crown prince of the Tiando Empire to pretend to be ill was becoming increasingly unsustainable. Over these 7 months, it could be said that these were the happiest times Renxue had experienced in her life. Although the beginning was not great and she faced a lot of difficulties, she became extremely happy later on, experiencing many new things and learning many lessons. She made her first friend in life and even eased her relationship with that woman. If she could, She really didn't want to leave and return to that world of deceit, living a false life while wearing others' faces. Can you tell me what you were going to do? Although Bibi Han already knew, he still wanted to ask. Qian Renxue leaned close to Bibi Han's ear and said, "For such an important matter, I completely trust you." Bibi Han was deeply moved by this. Suddenly, Qian Renxue asked, "By the way, Xiaogang, you were adopted. Who are your parents? Why did they abandon you with such great talent? Do you really want to know?" Bibi Han's expression darkened, and he hesitated to respond. To be honest, he really didn't want to hurt Qian Renxue. Not at all. What evil did the original Qian Renxue, as a villain, really commit? Did she massacre a city? Or oppress the common people? Or did she enjoy ambushing and using underhanded tactics? None of that. She merely poisoned 2 princes or killed a bunch of nobles. But from a normal person's perspective, weren't those people supposed to die? Born into the royal family of the Tiando Empire, surrounded by the worst kind of nobles, how many vile acts had they committed in secret? Can you trust the original content of the anime? As the saying goes, one who stays close to vermilion turns red. One who stays close to ink turns black. In the future, when the Spirit Hall embarks on its unification campaign, the nobles of the Tiando Empire will surely perish in Bibi Han's eyes. As for the ambush during the retreat, when the soldiers and soul masters were scolded, Bibi Han really just laughed. Did Qian Renxue commit indiscriminate killings? Did she destroy Tiando City? Did she take the opportunity to loot the national treasury? In the future, these top-tier forces will have to go to the front lines. If the treasury is empty, what will they do about the war? Don't they have to squeeze money from the common people, making their lives even harder? As for the nobles, the Tiando Empire is constantly having friction with the Xingluo Empire at the border. How could he not know whether they had ever lived extravagantly? Trying to save some money? What nonsense about loving peace. That would make one laugh to death. As an angel, Qian Renxue always had her bottom line. Although she faced a tragic fate, her heart remained bright. On the other hand, Tang Hao, as a hero of the people and an idol to many. How many Spirit Hall branch halls did he destroy? How many low-level soul masters, like Brother Tao, who worked diligently for a meager living, did he kill? Really? Qian Renxue answered. Ha! She will find out sooner or later. Rather than let her be more heartbroken and troubled in the future, leading to some bad decisions. It's better to be honest now. Bibi Dong raised his left hand, and a golden hammer surrounded by purple lightning appeared in his hand. Oh, Xiaogang, I didn't expect you to have a twin martial soul. A twin divine-level martial soul. Qian Renxue was somewhat puzzled as to why Bibi Dong released another martial soul. But she was still happy for him. Bai Han smiled bitterly and said, "Take a closer look at the patterns on this hammer." Only then did Qian Renxue carefully observe that the patterns on the hammer were from the Haotian hammer. Blue silvergrass, Haotian hammer, you are. Qian Renxue's voice trembled sharply. Bibi Dong, with his eyes closed and in immense pain, said, "Yes, I'm the murderer of your father, the son of Tang Hao." Perception of the soul master world. Qian Renxue's body trembled violently. How ironic, it was that her first friend in life turned out to be the son of her father's killer, and she was also the daughter of his mother's killer. Qian Renxue's perception. Disasters do not affect family. There's this saying in the soul master world, but how can that ever be completely realized? Hatred itself is difficult to resolve. Hurt one person, annihilate a clan. This is an extremely rare phenomenon in this world. The two were originally sworn enemies. Yet now they had become very good friends. Tears streamed down Qian Renxue's face. "Xiaoxue," Bibi Dong called softly. "Don't call me that. We are enemies, not friends." Qian Renxue then spread her wings and flew away. Watching Qian Renxue's departing figure and the tears that fell from her eyes into the air, Bibi Dong's heart ached violently. And a tear slipped from the corner of his eye as well. Enemies, enemies, why? P.S. The author is a single dog, lacking emotional capacity. So this is how the emotional drama goes. Please be gentle, dear readers. Chapter 19. Farewell, promise returning to the papal palace to see his mother. Hana, what's wrong? Did you encounter difficulties in cultivating your spiritual power? You don't have to work so hard. I've already thought of how you can obtain the third ring of 10,000 years, his mother said, looking at Bibi Dong's painful face. It's not that. Mom, I confessed to Xiaoxue about my birth. Bibi Dong's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely worried. What about you? She cried. She said we are enemies, and then she left. Having never experienced heartache in her past life, Bibi Han now felt her heart hurt so much. Perhaps she really shouldn't have let you meet back then. Bibi Dong felt some guilt about why she made that decision. Both sides are her own children. She couldn't choose. Mom, it's not your fault. I will handle this. I want to meet Xiaoxue, but she doesn't want to see me. All right, Mom will help you. After that, Bibi Dong went to the offering hall to find Renxue, but failed. Bibi Han also visited several times, but it was all in vain. From then on, Bibi Han locked herself in her room, planning to numb herself through cultivation. A few days later, Bibi Dong pushed open the door to Bibi Han's bedroom. At that moment, Bibi Han was deeply immersed in her cultivation, but she was very different from before. Her long hair was a mess, having not been combed for days, and her fair face was covered with a layer of dust, as if she hadn't washed for several days, with some bloodshot in her eyes. Xiaogang, seeing Bibi Han like this made her mother feel extremely heartbroken. Mom, what's wrong? Despite the sadness in her heart, she still forced a smile in front of her mother. This is a letter from Xiaoshue. Bibi Dong felt a mix of excitement and worry as she opened the letter, the elegant handwriting catching her eye. I'm leaving. Don't you want to see me? I'll be waiting for you at the south gate, Renxue. Upon reading the letter, Bibi Dong immediately perked up and rushed out. Xiaogang, what's wrong? Her mother asked as she turned around. Her mother handed her a mirror and said, Look at yourself. How can you face anyone like this? Seeing her reflection, Bibi Dong widened her eyes, quickly washed her face, ran her fingers through her hair, and straightened her clothes. After thanking her mother, she dashed out. The South Gate was an exclusive passage for platinum bishops, and above from the Spirit Hall. Others were not allowed to enter. Bibi Dong directly used his blue-silver divine, martial soul, throwing out a bunch of vines to secure the stone pillars on both sides, transforming them into a large slingshot. He called on 2 red-robed bishops to help him launch himself, assuring them that he would be fine. With the full power of the red-robed bishops, Bibi Dong's small figure flew thousands of meters. Although the martial soul city, as a large city, is far inferior to Heaven Do City, it still spans 10,000 meters. Just before landing, Bibi Dong took out the Qian hammer martial soul and threw it diagonally downward with all his strength. Boom! The ground created a pit. And using the reaction force, Bibi Dong landed safely and then dashed away. As for what punishment he would face afterward or what those who saw the Qian hammer would say, Bibi Dong was completely unconcerned. These trivial matters couldn't compare to Renxue. At the south gate, Renxue was waiting for him at the entrance, and although she appeared to be alone, it was impossible that she actually was. The guards were hiding in the shadows. Bai Han gasped and called out, Xiaoshue. Bibi Dong looked at Renxue, whose condition was not much better than his. Her eyes were red, and she had dark circles under her eyes, clearly not doing well these past few days. Renxue did not respond, but instead asked with an extremely serious expression, Bibi Dong, I will ask you one question. If one day, the Qian sect and the Spirit Hall go to war again, which side will you stand on? Bai Han answered without hesitation, If that day really comes, I will stand with the Spirit Hall. I won't show mercy to anyone except Tang Hao, Tang San. Renxue continued to question why, saying they possess the Qian hammer and share your bloodline. They're your family. Same bloodline, family, haha. Bibi Han sneered and replied, Xiaoshue. If they really regarded me as family, they wouldn't have abandoned my mother back then. The so-called #1 sect in the world didn't dare to protect my mother. Even if they shamelessly claimed it was for the purpose of creating soul rings, they could have said something, but they didn't dare to utter a word and chose to abandon us. And they even called us bastards. I won't associate with cowards. They have insulted the majesty of the Qian hammer. When Bai Han said these words, his tone was extremely serious and dismissive. Renxue knew how Bai Han had chased after her. When she heard what her subordinate said, she was both shocked and deeply moved. Hearing Bai Han say this, she immediately replied, Okay, I believe you, let's make a promise. The promise was something he had taught her, a thing from Blue Star. Promise, hang on, never change, lying is for little dogs, thumbprints together, the two of them laughed together. At that moment, their relationship seemed to return to how it was before. By the way, will you change back to the Tang surname in the future? Renxue asked, somewhat puzzled. Bibi Han replied, No, aim Sinimbi. I was raised by my mother, so I will always be called by Bai Han. But if you had the surname Qian, that would be great. Then, in the future, Renxue seemed to think of something, her pretty face slightly blushing. Why Qian? Bai Han was somewhat confused. It's nothing. I have to go now. Remember to come visit me. Definitely. Then she watched the carriage leave until it disappeared from his sight. Behind Bai Han, on a high building dozens of meters away, stood 3 people, his mother Bai Dong, Douluo, and Jin. The moment Bai Han came out, Bai Dong had followed him. Otherwise, how do you think the 2 red-robed bishops had the courage to fire? If they really dared to act on their own, even if Bai Han was not injured in the end, their lives would be forfeit. The matters of the older generation should indeed not be borne by the younger generation. What do you think, Bai Dong? Douluo said. his words having a double meaning. Bibi Dong snorted coldly and continued to watch Qian Renxue leave, murmuring to herself, Xiaoshue, take good care of yourself. Chapter 20. Absorbing the head spirit bone. Changes in the eyes after returning to the papal palace. butI continued to cultivate. 5 days later, butI finally broke through to level 30 and excitedly ran to the papal palace to see his mother. At this time, there was only ghost Douluo in the papal palace, while Douluo should be out on a mission. After greeting her, he said, Mom, I've broken through to level 30. Do I now have the qualification to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring? His mother immediately flashed to his side, placing her hand directly on his head as if to probe his spiritual power. Not bad. Your spiritual power can already rival that of a mid-level soul master. But it's still not enough to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring. Does that mean I still have to practice for a long time? butI felt a bit regretful. The further one goes in cultivating spiritual power, the harder it becomes. Now that he was only a mid-level soul master, thinking about reaching the Soul King level meant he would need about another year, right? Don't worry, Mama's already thought of a way. Suddenly, his mother flipped her hand, and a head spirit bone, emitting a blue light, appeared in her palm. A head spirit bone. butI's eyes widened in surprise. This is the head spirit bone of wisdom, which condenses spiritual power. Mom, this is too precious. I should continue to work hard in my cultivation. Even without absorbing a spirit ring, my spirit power will still accumulate, right? butI hurriedly declined. The head spirit bone, the second most precious item among the 6 gods. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted, but butI understood its rarity very well. In terms of value, it could completely compare to the inherited spirit bones of the Qian sect. The golden generation in the original work only had the opportunity to obtain spirit bones during the Soul Master competition, and butI was just over 7 years old. No matter how good something is, if not used properly, it will gather dust. Your talent deserves this. Moreover, not absorbing a spirit ring can indeed accumulate spirit power, but the cultivation speed of a great soul master cannot match that of a soul venerable. The golden age for cultivation is just a few years. And don't worry. Okay, thank you, Mom. After butI obtained the head soul bone from his mother, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb it, holding it with both hands. Surrounded by blue light, the first thing he felt was a wave of cold soul power entering his mind. It was a type of energy fluctuation that made him feel very comfortable. As this wave flowed through him, butI sensed his mental strength continuously growing and expanding outward in a circular motion. His spirit was concentrated, not to be released externally, to prevent loss of control. His mother's stern voice echoed in his ears, focus. Although her voice was not loud, it carried a strong mental shock that forced the mental power he released back into his body. Upon hearing his mother's voice, butI felt a sudden seriousness in his heart and quickly restrained his mental power, concentrating it in his mind. At that moment, he felt as if something had changed in his eyes. After finishing the absorption, butI opened his eyes, which had turned a water blue, shimmering like ripples. If others saw his eyes, they would be irresistibly drawn to them. Hana, how do you feel? Just as he was about to respond to his mother, he looked at her, and his eyes widened in shock as he saw 7 beams of light flashing on her body, located at her head, chest, both arms, both calves, and back. What's wrong? His mother asked with a strange look in her eyes. Mom, can I ask, do you have 7 soul bones? With the last one on your back? How did you know? butI was quite surprised. She possessed the external soul bone, 6-winged purple light wings. And very few people in the spirit hall knew about it. Bibi Dong didn't reply, but instead asked, Grandpa Ghost, do you have a right leg bone? This time, it was Ghost Luo Meng's turn to be surprised. Very few people in the spirit hall knew about his soul bone. Mother realized and said, Honor, can you tell who has a soul bone now? I saw that there were lights on certain parts of your bodies, so I asked. Bibi Dong murmured. It's strange. Absorbing a soul bone shouldn't normally grant such an ability. Maybe it's because I used my soul power to nourish my eyes. For my mother, there was nothing to hide except for a few necessary things. It can be like this too? Ghost Douluo said. Yes, I didn't have this ability at first. My vision just improved. It might be because the head soul bone allowed me to fully acquire this ability. Not bad, a pleasant surprise. Honor, now let's see the soul skills you've obtained, Elder Ghost. At your command, your holiness. Grandpa Ghost, pay attention. Bibi Han's eyes widened, and the purple light dissipated. Thanks to the suggestion from a friend. A blue laser shot out from Bibi Han's eyes, and the impact made him take a few steps back. Hui Mei, facing this attack head-on, exclaimed, a Soul King level mental impact, along with a great Soul Master's soul power attack. I can inject my soul power into my eyes, using it like my hands and feet to transform it into rays. I can use my mental rays 3 times a day, but as long as I have soul power, I can use soul power rays. Hearing Bibi Han's words made Bibi Dong even happier. The pioneer of eye abilities is her child. All right, Elder Gue, Xiaohan's mental power has already reached the mid-level Soul King. Take him to obtain a soul ring. Honor, after absorbing the soul ring, you will go to the Metal City. Metal City? Yes, your hammering technique is too unfamiliar. Go there to learn all the hammer power techniques, and then come back. The existence of blacksmiths has lasted far longer than that of the Haotian sect. So in terms of skills, they definitely won't lose to the descendants of the Haotian sect. Oh, so my mom was right next to me when I was flying and throwing the hammer, preventing me from getting into any danger. But my hammer power technique isn't good? I didn't know that. I thought it was fine. Xiaohan, let's go. Okay, goodbye, Mom. I will return after I finish my training. After bidding farewell to Bibi Han, Gue Mei directly grabbed him and transformed into a shadow. As a number 1 agility type title Douluo in the world, Gue Mei's speed was naturally extremely fast, and they arrived at the Stardow Forest in half a day. During the journey, Bibi Han was pondering the name of his eye, since he could only see the soul bone when he infused it with soul power. He decided to call it the Eye of Truth. Bibi Dong still relied on blue silvergrass and discovered a 13,000-year-old holy light unicorn. Sitting cross-legged, he began to absorb its energy. Although he had previous experiences, he still did not dare to be careless, keeping his eyes fixed and projecting his mental power to prevent other soul masters or soul beasts from approaching. Chapter 21. Gongxin City, a massive surge of energy flowed within Bibi Dong's body. Although its power was extremely warm and bright, it was also very turbulent and violent. The energy of a 10,000-year soul ring was indeed terrifying. Outside, Bibi Dong's body clashed fiercely with the soul ring, and a battle was also taking place in his mind. A unicorn with eyes spewing fire and intent on killing Bibi Dong had manifested as a body formed from resentment. When absorbing an animal soul ring, Bibi Dong could not suppress it with his martial soul and had to rely entirely on his physical endurance. He wanted to absorb a plant-type soul beast, but he couldn't find one. Although absorbing a 13,000-year animal soul ring carried enormous risks, Bibi Dong still chose to absorb it because he believed in his martial soul. In his mind, Bibi Dong continuously used blue silvergrass to bind the unicorn, trying to exhaust its strength. But the unicorn managed to break free every time and charged at him. If he hadn't trained through machines, he might have been knocked down by now. Damn it, at this rate, he would eventually lose. The Qian hammer couldn't be used, if only he had a weapon. A weapon? Can I condense one from blue silvergrass? Bai Han once again dodged the unicorn's charge. Without hesitation, Lan Yinshan acted, focusing his mental power. The blue-silver grass vines at his feet gathered together and transformed into a large hammer under his intense concentration. The hammer was slightly larger than the Haotian divine hammer of the Wuhuan ring, but because it was formed from plants in the spiritual world, it was quite light. After all, mental power isn't that strong. Bibi Han placed the hammer on himself and confidently said, "The counterattack begins now, unicorn. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better submit to me. If I become a god, I will help you revive." The unicorn roared and continued to charge. The negotiation had broken down, but that was fine. With the hammer in hand, Bibi Han turned around, activating his Eye of Truth. Everything the unicorn did appeared to him as if it were moving at half speed. This was another effect of the Eye of Truth that he had just discovered. Using his waist strength, Bibi Han's muscles bulged as he delivered a full-force horizontal strike to the unicorn's right cheek. The unicorn let out a miserable scream and was sent flying by Bibi Han's blow. This kind of attack wouldn't deal much damage to a 10,000-year soul beast. But Bibi Han followed up with a full-force strike aimed at its throat. The unicorn screamed again, lying on the ground twitching. Seizing the opportunity, Bibi Han condensed 2 short blades of blue silvergrass and stabbed them into the unicorn's 2 front legs, followed by 2 more into its hind legs. He then picked up the hammer and looked at the struggling unicorn. So he went thud, 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 smashing on the head. He didn't know how many times he struck, but the unicorn lay there as if it had lost all strength. Bibi Han delivered a few more blows, and finally, the unicorn's resentment transformed into light points and disappeared. As the external world absorbed the soul ring, Bibi Han, covered in blood mist, finally stabilized. Although he was still in great pain, he could hold on completely. After a few hours, he finally succeeded. butI's cultivation level rose directly to level 33, and he obtained the soul skill, Blue-Silver Holy Light, which could be used on up to 3 people at once. The soul skill's effect could instantly heal all external injuries, as long as the bones weren't harmed. Even if the flesh was cut, it could be restored. He estimated he could use it 6 times in total. Not bad. Truly worthy of a divine-level martial soul. This effect, this number of uses, just reaching Soul Sage. And the third soul skill can be used 3 times, yet you have 6. It might also be due to your second soul ring, the Sacred Wood. Let us go. Xiaogang to Gongxin City. After a while, the two arrived at the entrance of Gongxin City, where a strong metallic scent greeted them. Grandpa Ghost, Mom shouldn't have notified you, right? His Holiness the Pope said he wanted to train your independence, so no. Bye-bye Han let out a sigh of relief. He remembered that in the original work, the city lord of Gongxin was a scumbag, and thinking about the things the guy did made him furious. butI walked into the city and occasionally saw many bare torsos, their skin a bronze color, with calloused hands, clearly indicating they were blacksmiths. On the road, there were also people continuously watching him, mostly women, because butI was indeed very eye-catching, with waist-length blue hair mixed with gold and handsome features. His clothing was quite ordinary, which he wore intentionally. Due to his blue-silver, divine martial soul, he unconsciously exuded a natural aura that made people feel fond of him. At that moment, a blacksmith uncle stopped and asked, "Little friend, why are you alone, and where are you going?" The uncle had a kind expression, and blacksmiths tended to be more straightforward. Although he had absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, his height had only increased by 8 centimeters, making him just 143 centimeters tall. Definitely still a child. butI did not look down on the blacksmith uncle's question. There is no distinction of high or low status in the world. In his past life on Blue Star, without sanitation workers, where would there be clean and tidy cities? Without delivery workers, how could we relax at home? butI politely replied, "Uncle, I plan to go to the Spirit Hall." "Oh, I advise you not to go. Those people at the Spirit Hall are not good people," the blacksmith uncle said with a strong sense of disgust in his eyes. "Why, uncle? Aren't the people at the Spirit Hall supposed to manage soul masters and prevent them from harming us?" "Harm? The greatest harm we face comes from them. They bully the weak and commit all sorts of evil. Just a few days ago, a pretty little girl was secretly taken away by those beasts, and we don't even know where she is now." After expressing his righteous indignation, the uncle's face showed a hint of apology. "I'm sorry, little friend. I shouldn't have let you know about these things. Uncle, I should thank you for telling me this." "Huh?" The blacksmith uncle was a bit confused. "Uncle, I'm leaving now." In a flash, butI ran away. Stopping in a small alley, he said, "Grandpa Gue, you must have heard that, right?" A voice came through the air. "I've heard it, but who knows if it's true, because there are too many families in the Soul Master world that smear our Spirit Hall. If it's true, we could just investigate secretly." butI's face was cold. He could be sure this was completely true because, years later, they would rob openly on the street. A brown-yellow building stood with its main door tightly closed, bearing the emblem of the Spirit Hall with 5 sword spirit emblems. The Spirit Hall usually received spirit masters, and the main door was supposed to be open all day, yet it was closed with not a single person around. Chapter 22. Dealing with the termites approaching the door, butI activated his blue-silver domain, and the blue-silver grass began to sprout little by little, slightly probing inside the door. After a glance, butI couldn't help but say, "Damn it, not a single person here, taking the Spirit Hall's wages while doing nothing." Then, butI jumped through a small window into the Spirit Hall. Inside, it was dim and silent. No, it should be that the sound insulation of the Spirit Hall's building was quite good. Around a corner, 2 great spirit masters in Spirit Hall attire were chatting. "I envy Bishop Myers and the others so much, singing and dancing day and night. When will it be our turn? With our kind of strength, forget it. Next month, when we get our wages, let's go to the pleasure house and vent a bit." True, although the quality isn't high, the more people we call, the more fun. "You two are doing great." A voice filled with killing intent suddenly rang out. At some point, a child had appeared next to the 2 great spirit masters. And what was even more terrifying was the soul ring surrounding the child. Purple, purple, black. Before the 2 great spirit masters could utter a single word, the vines of the blue-silver grass had already wrapped around their necks. The activation speed of the blue-silver emperor was fast, but the blue-silver god was even faster. BB tightened his grip, ready to crush them to death. They struggled incessantly, their faces showing immense pain, turning purple. butI trembled slightly, but ultimately didn't take action, feeling a sense of resistance in his heart. He let go of the blue-silver grass, and they fainted. Grandpa Ghost. Am I a bit useless? It's the first time for everyone. Thinking of himself. If he hadn't been completely desperate back then, he wouldn't have actually gone so far as to kill someone. He continued walking forward and arrived at a room, the highest and most luxurious one without a doubt. Miles lived here. Little beauty, don't be afraid. I'm coming to pamper you. No, let go of me. A tender girl's voice rang out, filled with sobs. Struggle, struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by butI Han. Scum, stop it. butI Han looked around and saw the scene inside, an iron cage containing several women dressed in only a few scraps of cloth. At that moment, Myers was grabbing the arm of a tearful little girl, tearing at her clothes. The girl was only a few years younger than him. A little brat dared to come here. What were those people outside doing? Upon seeing this, there was no way he would let them leave alive. A murderous intent radiated from Myers. He struck casually, with little force. After all, he was a soul sage, so what could a little brat do? He thought this strike was sufficient. The Qian hammer came out, delivering a full-force blow. With a thud, both he and Myers were pushed back a few steps. The Qian hammer. It was the remnant of the Qian sect. At this age and with such strength, capturing you would be a significant achievement. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. 7 soul rings circled around him, showcasing the might of a soul sage. At this moment, a few people rushed in. These were Myers' lackeys. Myers, the Qian hammer. Let's go together. We mustn't let him escape. All right. Everyone unleashed their martial souls and charged at butI Han. Watching the approaching crowd, butI Han remained calm and shouted, Grandpa Ghost. Boom. A massive aura suddenly appeared, sending everyone around flying. The figure of the ghost Daw stood beside butI Han, surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Title Douluo. Terrified voices escaped their lips. No, don't kill me. We are from the Spirit Hall. Fools. The ghost Douluo took out an elder's token to prove his identity. Elder. Everyone's faces filled with terror as they hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. The ghost Douluo remained unmoved by this scene, declaring, a bunch of scum, tarnishing the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Your deaths are not worth pitying. Ghost Shadow. Shadows emerged from the ground, wrapping around them, seemingly trying to drag them underground. Elder, spare us, spare us. Grandpa Ghost, wait. Killing them like this is too cheap. The anger of the common people won't subside either. What should we do? I'll write a letter to my mother. A few days later, in the square of Gongxin City, all members of the Spirit Hall were bound by iron chains, standing in several rows, surrounded by the citizens of Gongxin City. In the first row stood Myers, a heinous criminal, along with the former leader of the Spirit Hall, an elderly man named Myers. In the second row were Myers' lackeys, equally guilty. In the third and fourth rows were ordinary members of the Spirit Hall. Although they hadn't committed serious crimes, their cover-ups were also a crime. At this time, butI Han had changed back into a magnificent outfit, accompanied by a few people. Citizens of Gongxin City, please be quiet, I am. Regarding the various misdeeds of the Spirit Hall members and the harm they caused everyone, I feel extremely sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of the Spirit Hall. Several people bowed deeply at 90 degrees. The women I rescued from the Spirit Hall are only these few, but I know that the victims they harmed far exceed this number. However, the dead cannot be revived. I hope you mourn their losses. In this regard, the Spirit Hall will provide any compensation within a certain range. As butI Han spoke, he bowed again. As for them, the people in the first and second rows, they are beyond redemption, so you can do anything to them. Even using their chains to walk your dogs, we won't say a word. Rest assured, their cultivation has been completely sealed, so you need not worry about their resistance. As for killing you, there is no need to worry. There are top-notch healing soul masters here. If they are on the verge of death, we will immediately provide treatment, so you can continue to beat them. Now, let us begin. After saying this, butI Han walked away. Suddenly, the citizens of Gongxin City went wild. Voices filled with extreme resentment erupted. Ah, sister. Brother can finally take revenge for you, damn Myers. That person picked up a hammer and charged forward. Daughter, these beasts have finally been punished. Your spirit can rest in peace. Wife, countless people rushed up to beat them, with some dragging and hitting them with their iron chains, while the healing soul masters continuously provided treatment. butI Han said to the person next to him, take these notes and read their names, compensate them. If there are any omissions, compensation will also be given after the investigation is complete. As you command, my lord. Xiaogang, I really didn't expect His Holiness the Pope to agree to your proposal. Grandpa Ghost, an eye for an eye is the best way to make amends. Let them vent their grievances and anger. By the way, how's it on Mom's side? His Holiness, the Pope, has already started the rectification. And the punishment methods are similar to yours. First an eye for an eye, then beheading. His Holiness has also established a supervisory bureau, overseen by Ling Yuan, allowing the people to freely report. Bibianu diet. In this world, the status of women is low, and in the eyes of those who consider themselves upper class, they are not even counted as part of the population, merely resources. It is most appropriate for Elder Ling Yuan to supervise. Chapter 23. Learning the Hammer, the third gift package. The next day, Bibi Han arrived at the center of the Blacksmith Association to request an audience with Master Lu Gao. A man approached, whose name seemed to be Silong. He looked at Bibi Han and the few people with her, his expression somewhat complex, and said, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." After a short walk, they came to a large door blocking the stairs. Bibi Han could not tell what material the door was made of, but through her true sight, she saw different colored metals emitting various glows. Silong walked up to the alloy door, raised his hand, and knocked lightly on it. He knocked rhythmically, and Bibi Han noticed that each spot he struck was different, with varying force, and the metal door responded with faint mechanical sounds. A staircase appeared, and after a short distance, the door opened to reveal a short, stout old man, standing about 1.6 meters tall, but his waistline was probably also around 1.6 meters. He had prominent ears, small eyes, and a head of messy short hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in days. He wore a loose robe, and his chubby face was dusted with some metallic powder. At that moment, he was holding a large iron hammer, looking serious and continuously hammering away, forging some item. This seemingly amiable old man was, in fact, the strongest blacksmith on the continent, Lu Gao. At that moment, he was engrossed in his forging and showed no intention of acknowledging anyone else. Some of Bibi Dong's subordinates couldn't hold back, because even though he was a master craftsman, he was still fundamentally a blacksmith, and Bibi Dong could very well be the future saint of the Spirit Hall. Just as they were about to reprimand him, Bibi Dong interrupted. "Wait, the spirit of craftsmanship should be respected." Although his subordinates were puzzled, they didn't say anything. Then Bibi Dong began to activate the Eye of Truth, carefully observing every move of the tall building. He exerted force with his calves, using his waist as the axis, his heart racing in his chest, the power transmitting to his thighs through his waist, back, and arms, and finally releasing it perfectly and harmoniously, with not a trace of excess power leaking out. This was Bibi Dong's most intuitive thought. After observing a few more times, he said, "Senior Silong, come out with me." Silong was a bit stunned, clearly taken aback by Bibi Dong calling him senior, but he quickly reacted and followed, unsure of what Bibi Dong was up to. Outside the door, Bibi Dong used his blue-silver divine martial spirit to condense a small hammer, and then he condensed a tree stump. Bibi Han stretched his left leg forward, exerted force in his calf, and struck the tree stump fiercely with his waist as the axis. "How was that?" he asked Silong. Silong was somewhat taken aback and replied, "Are you really practicing with a hammer?" Silong wondered to himself that the mastery of such strength was probably something he couldn't do better. "Yeah, this is my first time using a hammer like this." "How did you do it?" Silong asked, somewhat incredulously. "It's nothing, I just watched Senior Lu Gao forge, and then I got it," Bibi replied. Silong's eyes widened, and his expression was as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" Bibi Han's companions were also a bit surprised, but if they knew the difficulty of mastering these skills, they would probably be terrified. Soon after, Bibi Han switched hands and demonstrated a few more times. The blacksmith in the room was also drawn by the sound and looked over, appearing dumbfounded. He stopped forging and called Bibi Han over. As for the others, they were told to wait outside after the door was closed. "Senior Lu Gao, you're not forging anymore." Lu Gao looked around, unsure of what was happening. "From what I see, I don't think you're cut out for blacksmithing, yet your learning ability is so strong. Do you really want to learn the chaotic style from me? Of course, apart from the Qian sect, you're the only one who knows a few moves." Don't think that just because you dealt with those scum, the Blacksmith Association will forgive you. If you want me to teach you how to wield a hammer, no way. Bibi Han smiled slightly and said, "Then why do you only leave me here alone?" Then Bibi Han said seriously, "Senior Lu Gao, I request you to teach me the chaotic wind technique. Our spirit hall can offer equivalent compensation." "I'm not interested in money." I understand. Senior Lu Gao is a forging fanatic. The treasures you create must require a lot of rare metals, right? I can have someone prepare these for you." Lu Gao chuckled. "The most precious metals from all over the world are brought to the Metal City. Do I need you to prepare them?" Indeed. Metals are transported to the Metal City, but Senior Lu Gao, you can't distinguish which are rare metals. I can tell you that I have a method to identify treasures, including metals. I can help you find rare metals on the second level for free. However much you need, I will provide. Bibi Han crossed his arms confidently and said, Is what you said true? Lu Gao was extremely surprised. Well, I came to learn from you. You are half my teacher. Deceiving a teacher is unacceptable. All right, as long as you collect a certain amount of rare metals for me, I will teach you the chaotic wind technique and all the hammer skills. It's a deal. Just as Bibi Han was about to turn to leave, Lu Gao spoke again. Wait, I want to ask you, you should know the status of blacksmiths in this world, but why is your attitude? When he first heard that Bibi Han wanted to practice hammering, he directly refused, even though Bibi Han punished those people from the spirit hall. But at that moment, a blacksmith spoke up for Bibi Han, the uncle who had asked him questions on the road, and it was because of his attitude that Lu Gao decided to observe. Upon seeing Bibi Han stop the subordinates of the spirit hall and his strong learning ability, as well as hearing him call out to Senior C. Long, he decided to accept Bibi Han. Blacksmiths do not obtain money through improper means. To me, there is no distinction between high and low positions. Being a blacksmith is just a means of making a living. Historically, blacksmiths have existed even longer than the spirit hall. Hearing Bibi Han's words, Lu Gao let out a kind old man's laugh. Bibi Han arrived on the second floor, activated the Eye of Truth, and began buying all the glowing metal. At that moment, a voice appeared in Bibi Han's mind, announcing, Your third gift pack has arrived. Rewards are being distributed. Bibi Han had an extra bead in his hand. The Dragon Soul Pill, made from the essence of an ancient dragon's blood. After taking it, it could significantly enhance physical strength and make female dragons, beast race, unconsciously develop a liking for him. The physical enhancement was impressive. But what was up with these female dragons? How many female dragons were there in the world, especially among the beast race? Never mind, after looting, Bibi Han found a quiet room to take it. Suddenly, Bibi Han felt as if his whole body was on fire. Half an hour later, the effects of the pill completed, and Bibi Han's physical strength increased by 3 levels. Yes, you heard it right, 3 levels. A pill made from the blood of an ancient dragon allowed him to increase by 3 levels. Bibi Han really wants to curse. What kind of elixir did the system give him? And how much dragon blood is in it? This is truly the worst cheat in history, no exceptions. Chapter 24, Fumbling with the Chaotic Wind, The Little Girl, Choice. Good. So many rare metals, my expenses for the past few years are all covered, huh? Lu Gao is currently as happy as a child. For him, nothing is more enjoyable than forging. Well, Lu Gao felt a bit awkward at this moment. Just call me Xiaogang. Bibi Han clearly noticed that Lu Gao's awkwardness was due to this. Ahem, I can only do a few strikes. It's okay. Let me take a look. Bibi Han said nonchalantly. Although the chaotic wind hammer technique was created by Tang San, and Tang San is indeed a prodigy, Bibi Han does not believe that Tang San developed it entirely on his own, without any references. Lu Gao took a deep breath and moved. His movements seemed no different from before, using his legs to drive his waist to drive his back, and his back to drive his arms. With a clang, the hammer struck the iron block. As the hammer rebounded due to the reaction force, Lu Gao suddenly turned, still using his calf for power. The rebounding hammer was swung up, cutting through the air with a strong wind sound, and with another loud bang, it struck the iron block again. This strike was not only incredibly fast, but its power seemed even greater than the first. This continued. After the 10th strike, Lu Gao stopped because he didn't know how to proceed. All of Lu Gao's movements were under Bibi Han's keen observation, and Bibi Han's eyes lit up. Although the chaotic wind hammer technique has many drawbacks, such as excessive stacking of power and lack of mobility, it is indeed a powerful hammer technique. He couldn't help but admire that ancestor for creating such a hammer technique, along with the divine skill of the great Sumeru hammer. Truly deserving of being a man who could reach level 99 and almost become a Shura god. Compared to Tang San, who cannot innovate at all, Tang Chun is the true genius. Lu Gao, Senior, your chaotic wind hammer technique has too many unnecessary movements as it progresses, which prevents you from executing the 11th strike. Do I need you to tell me this? If someone from Qian sect taught me, I wouldn't stop at 10 strikes either. Then the forging abilities of blacksmiths would. Sigh. By the end, Lu Gao's tone was a bit downcast. Bibi Han comforted, it's better not to think about these unrealistic things. This is one of the Qian sect. If you guys learn it, the world will probably analyze it thoroughly, and what would still be called. Let me give it a try. He mimicked the movements of Lu Gao, but stopped after the 4th strike. What's wrong? Weren't you hitting well? The movements were incorrect. Just now, my right calf should have retreated 3 centimeters more. I lost part of my strength. My calf was too tense, causing uneven force transmission, and my leg couldn't move well. Although this strike increased in power quite a bit, it wasn't a proportional increase, and it would become harder to control later on. Lu Gao listened dumbfounded. You can even feel that? Yeah. Besides my own sensations, it seems my Qian hammer martial soul is also reminding me. What will you do next? What else can I do? Of course, I will continue to try. Before he swung the hammer, Bibi Han scratched his head and said, let's wait a bit. Senior Lu Gao, please teach me all the hammer techniques. That would help me more in my continued exploration. In the evening, Bibi Han was walking back to the martial soul main hall, waving his swollen arms. He had to admit, this feeling was quite nice. The slight soreness, under the continuous healing of the blue-silver divine martial soul, would probably be gone after a night. At that moment, it was as if Bibi Han sensed something in his heart and walked towards an alley. At the end stood a little girl with short silver hair. Her fair face had some dust on it, and her clothes were a bit worn, but she emitted a unique aura that unconsciously attracted his gaze. The little girl stared at him blankly, her eyes showing a hint of familiarity, with amethyst-like pupils and silver eyelashes. Your Highness, several soul masters immediately appeared beside Bibi Han. They wouldn't consider the appearance of a strange girl here a good thing. With a cold and stern voice, Bai commanded, step back. Your Highness, this little girl is a bit strange. There's nothing strange about it. The little girl was frightened by the sudden appearance of the soul masters and quickly crouched down, holding her head. Bibi Han glanced at them, signaling them to hide nearby. Don't be afraid, little sister. Why are you here alone? Where are your parents? Bibi Han asked with concern. The little girl looked at him again and shook her head. What are your parents' names? Big brother will help you find them. The little girl shook her head again. Bibi Han furrowed his brows slightly and asked, what is your name? You must know that. The little girl nodded and said, my name is Nar. Nar. What a beautiful name. What? You said your name is Nar. Bibi Han reacted, looking at her in shock. Nar was startled by Bibi Han's reaction and took a step back. With her silver hair, in this scene, the little girl was the silver dragon king Guyuna. Bibi Dong is now faced with a difficult choice. It's true that Nar is the most beautiful woman in Douluo, surpassing Xiaogang, but at the same time, she is a burden, carrying an unimaginable and difficult mission. After he becomes a god, the sea god must die. Regardless of whether the sea god will do anything to Xiaogang in the future, he must die. If he kills the sea god, he will definitely be stopped by the Divine Realm Council, which will lead to a confrontation with him sooner or later. So, he might as well take Nar with him now, especially since she has already awakened, meaning Guyuna will soon come into existence. If he doesn't treat her well, humanity will definitely be wiped out by Nar. Originally, he just wanted to liberate the suffering people of this world, but it seems that now he might also have to save the Soul Beast clan. Bibi Han said in a very gentle tone, Nar, big brother, didn't mean to scare you. Can you turn around? Hearing Bibi Han's apologetic tone, Nar turned her head, looking at him fearfully. A gurgling sound echoed, and Nanar's face turned red. Are you hungry? Big brother has cream bread here. Do you want to eat? Bibi Han smiled and took out the bread from his storage ring. Nanar smelled the milky aroma of the bread and swallowed, but still shook her head. Are you afraid I'll poison you? Look, Bibi Han casually picked a few pieces to eat. It's not poisonous. Come and eat. Gulu gulu, is it okay? Nanar esht goshishli. Of course, it's okay. First wipe your hands and face. Looking at Nanar, who was eating, a smile appeared on Bibi Han's face. After finishing, Nanar looked at him with a kind gaze again. This kind gaze, Mother Dragon, Bibi Han realized. It turned out that the dragon soul pill strengthening my body wasn't the main thing. The most important thing was Nanar, which meant that I had to save the fate of the Soul Beast clan. Damn golden finger. Calming down, he said, Nanar, come with me. Come with you? Nadar's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Yes, come with me. I'll take care of you. Bibi Han said gently, his expression completely sincere. Feeling that warmth, Nadar said, okay. Bibi Han took Nadar's hand and walked towards the spear hall. Your Highness, will there be any issues with this little girl? No. She is probably a child abandoned by her parents. The problem is, this little girl is no small matter. She is the strongest on Douluo Star. I wonder if Guyu will appear. P.S. This work will not feature Guyu. There will only be Nar. After a complete recovery, she will become Guyu Na. Nar will return to the spirit hall with the protagonist and will not be sensed by the angel statue. Additionally, Nar's original abilities have been sealed, so some subsequent events may not align with the original work, and there's no need to pay attention to that. Chapter 25. The Charming Nar. Mastering the hammer technique upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Han called 2 maids to help Nar take a bath. Bibi Dong gently patted Nar on the head and said, Nar, go take a shower. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. Come out later, and we'll eat together. Looking at Bibi Dong's gentle smile, Nar nodded and went over. After Nar left, the voice of Ghost Law suddenly appeared. Xiaogang. Grandpa Ghost, what's wrong? I just went to investigate and found that no one in Gengxin City has ever seen this girl. It's as if she appeared out of nowhere. butI Han thought for a moment and replied, Grandpa Ghost, when I walked into that alley, I felt a sense of closeness. Perhaps Nauer is truly extraordinary, but I can be sure she would never harm me. The ghost contemplated and decided to observe Nauer secretly for a while. Before long, butI Han was sitting at the dining table when a maid brought Nauer over. Looking at Nauer, butI Han's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Nauer, in her white dress, was stunningly beautiful. With her fair skin and perfectly proportioned features, she looked like a porcelain doll, exuding a lovely charm and a faint fragrance. Nauer, come sit and eat, butI Han waved. Nauer looked at him hesitantly. butI Han smiled and, holding her hand, sat her down next to him. He patted her little head and said, I specially made so much delicious food just for you. So eat up, no need to be polite. Watching Nauer start to eat, he also began to dig in. After a whole day of exercise, they were quite tired, and with both of their large appetites. They finished all the dishes on the table in a ravenous manner. After tidying up, butI Han waved his hand again, and 2 more people came in, bringing a basket of toys. Do you want to play with toys? No? Big brother will teach you how to play. butI Dong naturally couldn't spend much time playing with Nauer, as he still needed to cultivate. And nodded. By the way, Nauer, how old are you now? In 3 months. I'll be 6 years old. Oh, it seems to really be different from the original work, whether it's time or age. I just don't know if you'll awaken your martial soul. All right, Nauer, big brother is going to cultivate now. You can play here slowly, and if you need anything, just call the people outside. Nauer nodded. butI Han touched her cute little face again, and Nauer did not resist. Nauer didn't mind him, probably because of the pill he had taken. They arrived at a secret room, and once again, butI Han swung a large hammer using the blue-silver god technique. While butI Han was using the blue-silver god, Nauer looked towards his training room for a while. She murmured in her heart, wondering why she seemed to have felt this kind of aura before where she had sensed it. Afterwards, butI Han went to the high tower every day to practice various techniques of swinging the hammer under different physical conditions, using hammers of various sizes. Every day when he returned to the spirit hall, Nauer would be the first to greet him, then massage his arms to relieve the soreness in his hands. It must be said that Nauer was very obedient and sensible, and combined with her exquisite and cute appearance, she was truly delightful. From initially taking care of Nauer for the future of humanity, butI Han had genuinely come to like her. She was obedient, sensible, and beautiful. Even old Ghost gradually lowered his guard against her because of Nair's cuteness and sensibility. 3 months later, butI Han finally learned various techniques for exerting force and different ways to swing the hammer in different postures. He had grasped 49 swings of the chaotic wind hammer technique, and he understood the path ahead. He just needed to continue practicing. With his help, Lu Gao also reached 20 swings of the chaotic wind hammer technique. It wasn't that butI Han was unwilling to continue teaching, but he was worried that people from the Qian sect would come to assassinate Lu Gao if they found out. He wondered how long it took his great-grandfather Tang San to create this hammer technique. All right, Xiaogang, your learning ability is truly remarkable. I don't even know how many years it took me to master these. It's all thanks to you, teacher. In Douluo, continent, there can only be one master, but many teachers. Ha, Lu Gao laughed happily. Teacher, I have to go. If there are any scoundrels like Myers in the spirit hall, you must report them to the inspection hall immediately. I understand, Lu Gao said, looking a bit sad. By the way, teacher, I want to ask you for a favor. Go ahead, what do you need my help with? Lu Gao replied readily. This may require a bit of rare ore from you. butI Han hesitated before saying, what's there to be embarrassed about? The rare ores you gave me. I might not use them all up even if I die, Lu Gao said, his eyes bright as he looked at the piles of rare ores nearby. I want you to help me forge a stretchable outfit, like your 8 treasures Rui soft armor. But I need that outfit to be heavier, preferably 800 Jin. Sure, no problem. You want to use this outfit for training, but I must warn you, 800 Jin is quite heavy. Be careful not to crush your body. No need to worry, I'm completely fine. It's just the weight of 85 Qian hammers. If possible, I would prefer to divide the 800 Jin into shoes, clothes, and wristbands. You little rascal, you want more, don't you? All right. Come and pick it up in a few days. See you in a few days, teacher. After bidding farewell to his teacher, butI Han returned to the spirit hall. Tomorrow is the day Nauer awakens her martial spirit. I wonder if she will. He opened the door, and Nauer was waiting for him at the entrance. Big brother, Nauer called out. Nauer, how did you know I would be back so early today? Because I can tell it's you just by hearing your footsteps. And there's a special scent on you. The scent, is it the natural aura given by the blue-silver god? All right, Nauer, big brother won't be practicing today. I'll play with you. Okay. Nauer cheered. The next day, at the awakening hall, Bibi Han brought Nar there. Nar stood in the awakening array, ready to awaken her martial spirit. Nar nodded and walked over. Would she really awaken her martial spirit? It doesn't matter. If she doesn't awaken, I'll still take her back. I believe Mom will really like Nar. In another 2 years, when the Silver Dragon Spear appears, there will be nothing to worry about. Chapter 26, Silver Dragon Spear. Return to the Spirit Hall. Let's begin, Bibi Han said to the awakening Soul Master. Bibi Han carefully observed Nar's right hand, and a long silver spear appeared. The spear was over 12 feet long, extremely slender, with fine silver scales on its slender body, arranged in a hexagonal pattern. Very delicate and uniform. This spear had a spear tip only at one end, which accounted for about 1/3 of its length, and the tip was conical with a total of 12 grooves on it. The Silver Dragon Spear, a divine, king-level martial soul. If Nar truly awakened it, she would be invincible in Douluo with a spear in hand. Big brother, I awaken my martial soul. Nar turned her head and said happily, let us test your soul power. Bibi Han nodded, a smile appearing on his face. When Nar placed her hand on the crystal ball, it exploded on the spot. Everyone present was dumbfounded, except for Bibi Han. Seeing the expressions of those around her, Nar said a bit fearfully, Big brother, everyone get out. Remember, no one is allowed to speak of what happened here otherwise. Bibi Han threatened. The ghost Douluo also revealed his martial soul, showcasing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, threatening them with his title Douluo strength. They quickly nodded and ran out, shutting the door behind them. Nar, don't be afraid, you did a good thing. A good thing? Nar blinked, looking extremely puzzled. When did breaking something become a good thing? Don't think too much about it, come try this. Bibi Han took out a crystal ball that could test soul power up to level 30. With a divine, king-level martial soul, it was uncertain whether it could reach level 30. Nar placed her hand on it, and the crystal ball lit up. Level 20, another innate genius with level 20. The ghost Douluo felt like he was dreaming. Bibi Han casually brought home a girl who was an innate level 20 genius. No, Bibi Han said he sensed something at that time. It can't just be because of this. Now it is amazing. Bibi Han touched Nar's little face, and at level 20, it was already extraordinarily impressive. Moreover, it was better than level 30, as it spared them from that old man, Qian Douluo, causing trouble. Come on, Nar, Big brother will take you to have some fun. Xiaogang, you're training. Grandpa Ghost. Just take a few days off, it won't matter. A few days later, Bibi Han's training gear finally arrived. Ha ha ha, Xiaogang, this is my proud creation, and this color was specially made for you. Before him was a beautifully crafted blue trench coat, adorned with some golden patterns, along with a pair of blue and gold shoes and a set of blue and gold bracelets. It must be said that it matched his hair perfectly. Thank you, teacher, Bibi Han said excitedly. Bibi Han directly replaced them, with clothes weighing 500 jin, shoes each weighing 100 jin, and wristbands each weighing 50 jin. The long-lost feeling. I haven't felt it again after training with Master Genie. Bibi Han absorbed 3 soul rings, greatly enhancing his physical quality. These weights are just right for him, and importantly, these metal materials will stretch with his height, so he doesn't have to worry about not fitting into them as he grows. As for whether wearing them will affect his height, Bibi Han is completely unconcerned. Tang San, who only eats fruits and washes under waterfalls every day, has already reached 9 meters. There's no reason why he shouldn't grow taller. If necessary, he can absorb a few more 10,000-year soul rings to increase his height. After saying goodbye to teacher Lu Gao, Bibi Han returned to the Spear Hall. Upon seeing Bibi Han's outfit, Nader exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, so handsome. Nader really has good taste." Xiaogang, why did you change your clothes? Ghost Douluo asked. This is what I asked teacher Lu Gao to make for me. It weighs 800 jin and helps with my training. Moreover, the defense of this outfit is such that attack from anyone below the Soul Emperor level can't break it. Is that so? Lu Gao is indeed quite a formidable guy. Grandpa Ghost, Lu Gao is my teacher. Bibi Han said, somewhat displeased by Grandpa Ghost referring to Lu Gao as a guy. Hee. Ghost smiled slightly. Bibi Han and Nader got on the carriage and headed home. They hadn't seen their mother for 3 months and didn't know how she was doing. Upon reaching the entrance of the papal palace, Nader nervously held Bibi Han's hand, as the palace was indeed quite imposing. Don't be afraid. Nader, I'll take you to meet my mom. She's really nice. As they pushed open the grand door, they saw Bibi Dong sitting on the papal throne, dressed in her splendid papal robe at the end of the grand hall. Bibi Han held Nader's hand and walked forward, greeting his mother with a respectful gesture, then said, Mom, I'm back. Bibi Dong nodded kindly and asked, have you learned the techniques for using the hammer? Then she looked at him holding Nader. Honor, this is the little girl. Nar was clearly frightened by her mother's imposing presence and was hiding behind him. Seeing this scene, Bibi couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. If Nar regains her memory in the future, would she be embarrassed by her own actions today? Nar, don't be afraid. She is my mom, Bibi gently reassured Nar. Bibi Dong walked down and looked at Nar, softly saying, "Child, don't be afraid. Release your martial soul for me to see." Nar complied, listening to Bibi words. Nar released her martial soul, the silver dragon spear. Very good, another divine-level martial soul. Nar, are you willing to be my disciple? Bibi Dong said with some excitement. She had had the idea of accepting a disciple for a long time. At first, she valued Hulaina from the Martial Soul Academy, who had an innate spirit power of 9-7, but later Bibi directly popped out with an innate level of 20, and he even had twin martial souls. With such a large gap, Bibi Dong was worried about the impact this might have on her future disciple's mindset, so she chose to give up. However, she couldn't teach, as she had no idea how to cultivate the Haotian hammer, so she could only give it to the golden crocodile Daw. Now, another innate level 20 genius had appeared, and it would be impossible not to accept her. As for her inability to teach gun-type martial souls, how could that be? There were many who wielded guns in the Spirit Hall. She had learned about this part in her youth, and those who wielded hammers had mostly joined the Haotian sect. Nar quickly agreed. Your mother's education is top-notch on the continent. Nar hesitated for a moment and said, Nar has met Master. Good, you are my only disciple. Bibi Dong appeared extremely happy. Hearing the word only, Bibi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Hulaina hadn't become his mother's disciple, which was for the best. Chapter 27. The Spirit Hall is short on funds. Honor, you take Nar to get familiar with the environment first. I still have some matters to handle. Looking at his mother's somewhat tired face, Bibi said, Mom, what matters? I can help, even if I don't understand. I can summarize most of it for you, so you won't have to read it. Sigh, it's nothing much, just that the Spirit Hall is a bit short on funds. Short on funds. Bibi was somewhat surprised. The Spirit Hall was the oldest power. How could it be short on funds? His mother explained this to him. Bibi immediately understood. It turned out that the Spirit Hall had developed too quickly. Originally, there were only martial soul branches in first and second-tier cities. But now they were everywhere across the continent, resulting in a surge in the number of soul masters, and many more were receiving soul master subsidies. Additionally, many soul masters had joined the Spirit Hall, and each soul master needed to eat and receive a salary, while the funding from the two great empires was still limited. The Spirit Hall's income was struggling to keep up. Bibi had some ideas. Mom, this time when I went to Gongxin City, I saw many soul masters who just take money without doing any work. Although you have cleared out beasts like Miles, there are definitely still corrupt individuals. We can start tackling this issue. Let's find these people who take money without doing anything and make them leave. This is a way, but it won't work in the long run. After dealing with these corrupt individuals, what should we do next? The root problem hasn't been solved. There are too many people receiving soul master subsidies. Mom, we can also look into those who receive soul master subsidies. If those people are genuinely using the subsidies to cultivate, that's fine, but the problem is that they are using this money to indulge in eating, drinking, and entertainment. The soul masters in the smaller branches of the Spirit Hall have average cultivation talent, so they're usually quite idle. It would be better to have them investigate the daily situations of these soul masters receiving subsidies. For those who use soul master subsidies for indulgence and gambling, they should all be blacklisted and not allowed to receive subsidies. Additionally, we should establish age restrictions for soul master subsidies, determining the minimum age to receive them, so that they have the motivation to cultivate. 1 gold soul coin is enough to cover the expenses of a common family for half a year. A soul master at the rank of Soul Zun can earn 100 coins in a month, which is an unimaginable income for ordinary families. Your identity as a soul master is noble, but what we want is your hard work in cultivation. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Then, he chuckled. I have no other thoughts. Yes, Huaner, this idea is enough to solve the problem. All soul masters in the world, the 7 layers, are under the Spirit Hall, and how many among this vast crowd should be placed on the blacklist? There's no need to mention Dai, Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, as well as use Xiaogang, who scammed food and shelter at Nodding Academy, using the Spirit Hall's subsidies as savings. As for whether Ma Hongjun has some grievances, do you think someone who rushes to approach pretty girls would be diligently training? If you are so exhausted every day that you can only lie on the ground, would you still think about such things? Next, Bibi took Nar to stroll around the Pope's palace, and then walked toward the back hall. Nar, your room is right here, and next door is Mommy's room. If you go 10 meters forward and turn a corner, that's Big Brother's room. Do you understand? Yes. Now er understands. Afterward, Bibi Han went to the offering hall to pay respects to Master Genie and also met Qian Renxue's grandfather, Qian Douluo, the first otaku of Douluo. Back in the room, Bibi Han kept thinking about how to make some money. Although according to the original story, his mother later resolved this issue. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Remembering the original story, Bibi Han suddenly had an idea. He recalled that Xiaogang village had good vegetable sales due to its geographical advantages, meaning some places were hard to sell in. Also, when butI and Tang San first met, they fought at the Rose Hotel, and he arrogantly said, "If it breaks, it's on me." This means that if some powerful soul masters without money came, they wouldn't lose money. He had an idea now. butI, you do have some value. Starting from human desires, what do people want most? For women, it should be beauty, but it seems I don't know much about beauty products. For men, it should be something else. No, that's not right. If those nobles get such drugs, wouldn't it be even more harmful to women? They can only rely on delicious food. Hot pot is certainly the first choice. The seasoning for hot pot doesn't require special skills like unique delicacies, and it's simple and low cost. The next day, Bibi Han went to the Pope's palace to share these ideas with his mother. Mom, we can charge those restaurants a certain amount of protection fees. If soul masters come to cause trouble, we will subdue them and make them pay double. I believe many restaurants and hotels will agree. Moreover, we are in the right, so we don't have to worry about public opinion criticizing us. And these milk tea and instant noodles. Who can resist the temptation of these two delicacies? Instant noodles are just ordinary noodles with some boiling water and seasoning, making them so delicious. They're easier to carry than dry rations and taste good. And milk tea is something that most women in Huaxiao love to drink. Huania, I really don't know how your brain came up with these things. His mother looked at the milk tea and the already finished instant noodles with great joy, as if she could see gold soul coins flying in. Mom, I think we should also divide the packaging. For those with some capital, we should use exquisite packaging and write noble exclusive on it. Those nobles care about their image, hold themselves in high regard, and regard common people as lowly. What does it matter to give them face? If ordinary milk tea sell for 5 copper soul coins, then noble exclusive milk tea can sell for 5 gold soul coins. Directly 1,000 times. We could just put a little more seasoning in it to make it taste better, and I believe they will definitely buy it. And we must monopolize the copyright. Only we can sell it, and no one else is allowed to sell it. If someone dares to sell it, we will go directly to them and demand compensation. Wait, I also plan to create several versions. I will think more about it, like old pickled cabbage, spicy beef. Juaner, once you finish, I will prepare a gift for you. Soulbone, Bibi Han's eyes brightened. You'll know when the time comes, his mother smiled. Chapter 28, School. 3 days later, Bibi Han tirelessly created more than 10 types of instant noodles and over 20 types of milk tea for his mother. Once these foods from the Spear Hall hit the market, they became a sensation across the continent, and the money flowed in abundantly. Those foolish nobles. Despite knowing that the 2 types of milk tea and instant noodles weren't much different, no one bought the ordinary packaging. I understand. The rich are extravagant and care about their image. Some soul masters were quite unfortunate because they didn't receive the soul master subsidies, just like Xiaogang from Notting Academy. Today he happily went to the Spirit Hall branch to collect his soul master subsidy, only to be told that he exceeded the age limit and was unqualified. And then there S.R. Gallant Chicken, who lamented, "How will I go to Gallant without these gold soul coins?" What the hell? How old are you to go to Gallant? Countless lazy staff from the Spirit Hall rolled their pot lids and left, while diligent workers like our brother Tao got promoted. Instantly, numerous soul masters in the soul master community scolded the Spirit Hall, but so what? The employees who remained kept praising the Spirit Hall, emphasizing the importance of hard work and salary increases, while those common people with unsellable vegetables and restaurant owners frequently vandalized also praised the Spirit Hall. Most importantly, the foundation of the Spirit Hall remained unshaken and was slowly growing stronger. Mom, the problem should be resolved now, Bibi Han asked, looking at his somewhat relaxed mother. Yes, it has been resolved. I can rest for a while now. Then what about my gift? I've made such a great contribution. I should have a generous gift, right? Yes. His mother took out 2 pieces of paper and said, "This is your gift." Bibi Han was stunned when he held these 2 pieces of paper. One was an admission notice from the Soul Master Academy, and the other was his own information. Damn, is this messing with me? Bibi Han asked with a sad face. Mom, are you mistaken? I still need to go to school. And can this really be considered a gift? That's right, Honor, being strong on your own is certainly important, but the help of your teammates is indispensable. Going to school is also a way to give you a good childhood. Hearing that sentence from my mother, the more I think about it, the more I feel she's being dismissive towards me. Qian, angels, the sea god, swords, aren't all of these meant for one-on-one battles? My mother seems to be the same. Mom, do you know that my Qian divine hammer comes with a thunder domain? Can this domain really fight in groups? The thunder domain decreases the reaction ability of opponents within its range by 10, while the user's physical vitality increases by 10 in all aspects and can grow further. This domain is destined for me to face one-on-one battles in the future. Just consider this as you looking at your future subordinate. So when do I leave? Tomorrow morning. My mother replied, and then went to see Nair. Damn, my mother's attitude toward me has changed too much. Does she forget about her son when she has a disciple? What about my gift? The next day, Bibi Han was directly taken away by Elder Ju, but before that, he still said goodbye to his mother and master. He initially wanted to pinch Nair's cheeks, but when Nair said with reluctance, "Big brother, Nair, doesn't he want you to leave?" he changed it to rubbing her head instead. On the way, Bibi Han asked, "Grandpa Ju, which class am I in?" "You are in the golden class," Elder Ju replied. "Golden class?" Elder Ju explained. "It's the class where our spirit hall trains the golden generation. The most outstanding graduates here may become the holy son or holy daughter of the Spirit Hall." "Oh, the holy son of the Spirit Hall." Bibi Han stroked his chin and asked, "How long is that?" 3 years. 3 years of training." "What? Such a trivial matter takes 3 years?" "Grandpa Ju, let me go back." Bibi Han strugled in udolus grasp. "What are you worried about? His Holiness the Pope wouldn't make you do something so meaningless. You are joining the last session, and there's still half a year until graduation." "Half a year? That's still acceptable." Upon hearing this, Bibi Han stopped struggling. They arrived at a massive mountain range outside the Spirit Hall, where there was a grand and imposing mountain gate, with the words Spirit Hall Academy written on it in strong and powerful strokes. Bibi Han observed with the eye of truth and found that he couldn't see the scene inside the mountain from the sky. It was likely covered by some kind of formation. At the entrance of the academy, a middle-aged man stood before the gate, and his purple robe gave him an imposing presence. When the two landed, the man before them bowed and respectfully said, "Elder Ju, Kars, I'll leave Xiaogang to you." Kars looked at Bibi Han with a puzzled expression. The little guy seemed to be only 9 years old. "Come on, do you have any vision? I'm already 5 meters tall." It's not surprising that Kars had doubts. The minimum age limit to enter the golden class of the Spirit Hall was 9 years old, and all the students in there were at least great soul masters by that age. Moreover, in the abnormal Douluo world, students in the golden class were at least 6 meters tall. "Xiaogang, give your admission notice and documents to the dean." "This is the dean, so I must establish a good relationship. If I violate academy rules, he might just turn a blind eye." "Hello, dean, this is my file." Bibi Han remained quite polite. Name, Bibi Han Soul Power, level 35 Martial Soul. Soul Rings. Age, 7.5, 7.5, level 35, is that for real? Elder Ju said, "This file is fine. You can take Xiaogang to the golden class." Hearing this, Kars understood why the martial soul was listed as. It could only mean that the other party's martial soul was extraordinarily strong. "All right, Xiaogang, come with me." "Oh, goodbye, Grandpa Ju." Elder Ju looked at Bibi Han's innocent demeanor and felt it was quite strange. Observing Bibi Han's appearance, the dean sighed in relief. He usually wasn't like this. Even the son of a titled Douluo elder would dare to challenge him here. But this genius was exceptionally monstrous, and it was clear that his name was closely related to His Holiness the Pope. The Pope's authority commanded respect from everyone in the Spirit Hall. "Xiaogang, let me talk to you. As a student, one should abide by the law and respect teachers." Once inside the academy, Bibi Han couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Facing the dean's rambling, he really didn't want to listen. He raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, Dean. I will respect my teachers, but the rest is optional. Those theory classes are just a waste of time for me. But rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. I might skip some classes, but my grades definitely won't fall. Now, take me to class." The dean opened his mouth, unsure of what to say, and decided to report Bibi Han's daily behavior to His Holiness the Pope. He was aware of his own limitations. He really couldn't teach such a genius. At the mountain peak was the location of the golden class. Chapter 29. Turbulence. The entire mountain was divided into ordinary classes, key classes, elite classes, and a golden class from bottom to top. Undoubtedly, the golden class was located in an area rich in spiritual energy, with the best scenery and distribution of cultivation resources. Students in the lower classes were not allowed to move around in the upper class areas, but students in the upper classes could go to the lower class areas. Every student in the academy took pride in being able to enter the golden class. However, honor was not unchanging. There was an academy competition every 2 months. If students from the lower classes defeated those from the upper classes, they could be promoted, while those who were defeated would have to demote obediently. After the dean handed over the information to BB Han's homeroom teacher and whispered a few words, he left. During the conversation, BB Han could clearly see the homeroom teacher's hand tremble slightly as he held his file. The homeroom teacher looked at BB Han and calmly said, "BB Han, come with me." The two entered the classroom. The homeroom teacher gestured to the substitute teacher, then spoke, "Classmates, today we have a new student joining us, named BB Han." After the homeroom teacher finished the introduction, all the students' gazes fell on BB Han, and various voices reached his ears. "Wow, he's so cute, with such fair skin. I want to pinch him. Just a pretty boy. It doesn't even look 9. He must have taken a back door." During this time, the homeroom teacher transmitted a message to the substitute teacher, who trembled slightly. As they spoke, BB Han scanned the entire class, which had about 30 students, and noticed 3 people in the front row. On the left was a person with fiery red hair, exuding an unruly aura. Upon meeting BB Han's gaze, he snorted disdainfully and began talking to the 2 people next to him. Among them, the one in the middle was quite good-looking, with a crescent-like mark under his right eye. The last one was extraordinarily beautiful, with orange hair and an alluring aura that made people unconsciously drawn to her, with male hormones surging rapidly. However, BB Han glanced at her and quickly shifted his gaze, a strong dislike evident in his eyes. The author will explain later why he dislikes Hulaina. I hope readers who like her won't abandon the story upon reading this. The homeroom teacher said, "BB Han, please introduce yourself." "My name is BB Han." After a while, the homeroom teacher asked, "Is that all?" BB Han turned her head to meet the eyes of the homeroom teacher and asked, "What do you think I can say?" At this moment, the homeroom teacher recalled the previous information. A drop of sweat flowed down from his ear, and he gave an awkward smile. "Then tell me about your future dreams." BB Han thought for a moment and said, "The last goal is too ambitious, so I'll start with a small one. I want to become the strongest of the younger generation and easily beat the second place. Except for Qian, Renxue, and Na. Wow." The class erupted in excitement. "Beat the second place? What about those below the second? Can we just step on them? This kid is so arrogant. I'll make him unrecognizable after class." This is supposed to be a small goal? Then what is his big goal? To be invincible in the world? We have to beat him. He must understand that flowers can bloom in different colors. That's a really nice goal. The class teacher and the substitute teacher exchanged awkward smiles because they knew this goal was genuine. At just 7.5 years old, with level 35 cultivation, who could achieve that? Then the class teacher left. "All right, BB Han, find a seat," the teacher said. Here, come sit next to me." A pleasant voice rang out. It was Hulaina, who waved to BB Han and pointed to the seat beside her. As the original works, Spirit Hall Saintess, Hulaina was certainly not lacking in intelligence. Through the class teacher's words and actions, she analyzed and confirmed that this kid, named BB Han, was definitely a super genius. Plus, his appearance was so perfect, naturally meeting her standards for a partner. That's why the earlier scene happened. If it weren't, it wouldn't be a big deal. Just because of Hulaina's words, BB Han was instantly surrounded by fiery gazes from the male students in the class. Hulaina, their goddess. What qualifications did a kid who only talks big have to receive the attention of their goddess? The fiery gazes from all the boys and Hulaina's invitation didn't faze BB Han at all as he walked toward an empty seat in the back row where there were no students. Yin gave BB Han a knowing look, but BB Han didn't notice at all. BB Han was too lazy to argue with them. But that didn't mean he was unwilling to take action. For a reckless fool who dared to put his legs in the aisle and wanted him to trip, he simply stepped on them. It's worth noting that BB Han was currently wearing 800 gene of training gear. If he hadn't controlled his strength, that kick could have resulted in a shattering fracture, leaving the fool in a wheelchair for life. However, that guy continued to wail, his leg now a deep shade of purple. Ignoring the angry glares from those around him, BB Han leisurely walked toward an empty seat. The teacher didn't intervene because he couldn't. This wasn't BB Han's fault to begin with. The teacher started the theoretical lesson, which BB Han had known about for a long time, so he simply closed his eyes to rest and began to cultivate. After class, a group of people surrounded BB Han, who opened his eyes and quietly looked at them. One of them spoke up, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant. How do you plan to settle the score for injuring my brother?" "Oh, you got injured? So what? Besides, he brought it upon himself. He can't blame anyone else. If you have something to say, hurry up. My time is precious," BB Han replied casually. "Good kid, I see you're looking for a fight. You deserve to be beaten for talking to me like that." Then a fist came flying toward him. BB Han sneered in disdain, not even bothering to stand up. He directly grabbed the fist and quickly kicked the guy in the stomach, sending him flying. Then he tossed the guy's hand outward, breaking the window, and the guy flew out. "Big brother, how dare you hit our brother? Beat him up!" One person roared. 5 or 6 people lunged at butI, who stood up and charged at one of them. However, he was cautious about jumping because of the 800 gene of gear. He had to consider what could serve as a support point in midair. butI knocked out one with a single punch, and when facing the third, he used the soul power ray of the true eye. In just 30 seconds, all 5 were on the ground. Clap, clap, a person with fiery red hair walked up. It was Yin, with good speed and strength. "Are you interested in joining me?" butI glanced at the mysteriously confident Yin and asked a classmate nearby, "Excuse me, are we still having theory classes next?" The person looked at butI with some fear and replied, "In the morning, it's all theory classes, including basic theory and practical theory." "Stop, I got it. What about the afternoon?" butI asked again. "In the afternoon, it's practical classes." butI nodded, thinking that he would come back in the afternoon. Yin, who was beside him, became angry when he felt ignored. As a candidate of the Golden Generation, he had never been treated like this except when facing Hulayina. With his fire attribute martial soul, he couldn't hold back his temper and threw a punch at butI. In response, butI raised his right hand to block Yin's punch, remaining completely still. "What?" Yin was somewhat surprised. Although he didn't use his full strength, he had put in about 80 of his power, and yet it was casually blocked by the other party. butI grabbed Yin's hand and pulled him forward, throwing a left punch at Yin's face. Yin quickly raised his left arm to block it. However, butI's left fist was a feint. The real attack was his left leg, which he kicked upwards, hitting Yin in the chest. Yin was kicked off the ground and crashed into the ceiling before falling down. Knowing that Yin had tough skin, butI used considerable force for that kick, leaving Yin struggling to get up from the ground. butI didn't even look back at what happened next, and walked out of the classroom to find his dormitory. Chapter 30. The Unforgivable Person. Hulayina watching the direction butI left. Hulayina asked with great interest, "Brother, what do you think of him?" "Very strong," Xiaoyu replied, a hint of wariness in his eyes. He thought to himself that while he could also take down 5 people easily, he definitely couldn't do it so effortlessly. If he had taken that kick from Yin, he would probably have fainted. "I told you, he is not ordinary," Hulayina responded, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. At that moment, the teacher entered and saw the state of the classroom. For 5 students lying on the ground, a piece of the ceiling had fallen down. Furious, he shouted, Who dares to break the rules in fighting class?" A timid student replied, "Teacher, it was butI." Hearing that name and recalling what the homeroom teacher and the dean had said in the office, the teacher's anger instantly dissipated. He then asked, "Where is he? He's already said that theory classes are a waste of time and that he won't attend theory classes anymore. He will only attend practical classes." Another student replied. Upon hearing this, the teacher wearily said, "Just return to your seats and continue the lesson. Then, how will butI be dealt with?" "That's none of your business," the teacher replied impatiently. Listening to the teacher's tone and seeing his expression, Hulayina's curiosity grew even more. "butI, who exactly are you? With a name like that, could you be the son of His Holiness the Pope?" But there's been no news of His Holiness being married. On the other side, butI found his dormitory, a single room on the 3rd floor, well-equipped, and everything was ready. So he directly sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. After a while, there was a knock at the door. butI frowned slightly. There shouldn't be anyone familiar with him here. Who could it be? When the door opened, he was surprised to see Hulayina. Looking at her, butI's expression instantly turned cold. "What are you doing here instead of attending your class?" His tone was extremely icy. Hulayina blinked her charming eyes and replied in a sweet tone, "Don't speak to me like that. The teacher asked me to come and tell you to go back to class." butI replied dismissively, Can your excuse be any more fake? It's already been half an hour since earlier, and if the teacher really wanted me to come to class, they wouldn't have taken this long, nor would they come to fetch me. So, just say what you want and hurry up and leave." At that moment, Hulayina turned around and directly slipped into butI's room, hands behind her back, bending slightly as she asked, "Your identity is indeed extraordinary. I came to find you just to have a chat." At this time, Hulayina was exuding an alluring aura, and combined with her enchanting face and captivating eyes, it was likely that no man could resist her. Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong person, as butI deeply despised her due to the fate of his mother and Xiaogang, so he would naturally not be swayed by her charm. butI said again, "Get out." The voice was deep, as if it was about to explode. "No, a girl just wants to chat with you. Do you know how many classmates in the academy want to talk to me?" "I'm still not willing," Hulayina persisted in provoking. As soon as she finished speaking, Bibi Dong grabbed Hulaina by the collar without saying a word and threw her down the corridor. From the third floor, 6 meters down, falling wouldn't cause any harm to his soul master. But as Bibi Dong was about to go back to the dormitory, he thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a patch of blue-silver grass appeared on the ground where Hulaina fell. At that moment, Hulaina lay on the ground, staring blankly at Bibi Dong's retreating figure. Although she wasn't physically harmed from the fall, her spirit and pride were shattered, and she ran away crying, covering her face. Hearing Hulaina's cries, Bibi Dong felt no sympathy, not even a hint of confusion. In the original work, it was she who let Tang San obtain 3,100,000 year soul rings. If Tang San's sixth ring wasn't T100,000 years, could Xiaoxue have beaten the combination of Tang San and Xiao Wu? Would the Tiando Palace change fail? Would this become Xiaoxue's inner demon? And how much did that 100,000 year soul ring help Tang San in the sea god assessment? If it weren't for those 2 forest king sacrifices, could Tang San have broken through tidal Douluo so early? And could he fight against his mother at Xiaolang Pass, causing the Spirit Hall to lose several powerful individuals? It can be said that Hulaina played the biggest role in the downfall of the Spirit Hall. Unlike Qian Renxue, Hulaina received a truly good education, attending the Soul Master Academy with a normal value and worldview. Qian Renxue's education was from those old men, and being treated like that by her mother, how good could her values and worldview be? If Bibi Dong had not appeared, undoubtedly, the love from her mother would have been transferred to Qian Renxue. With one person enjoying her mother's love, receiving a good education at the Soul Master Academy, using Xiaoxue's resources for cultivation, and gaining Xiaoxue's status. But what did she do? Betrayed the Spirit Hall. What do you mean Tang San should go to the Stardo Forest? Is Tang San out his mind? Isn't it better to go home and find his parents? What about the 6th tidal Douluo? If Tang San truly reached the Stardo Forest, wouldn't he feel the 7 powerful auras surrounding the 2 forest kings? At the sacrifice of Xiao Wu, deceived by Tang San's emotions, she still didn't see through Tang San's true nature, still fawning over him, and then gave him an even bigger gift. According to the iron law of the Spirit Hall, if a soul master from the Spirit Hall betrays, colluding with outsiders and causing huge losses to the Spirit Hall, they will be punished with the extermination of their 9 clans. If it weren't for her mother protecting her, she would have died long ago. The most shameful thing is what happened after Xiaolang Pass. The original work describes Hulaina hiding in the deep mountains, neglecting her cultivation, never marrying in her life, and missing Tang San until her death. In the original ending, Hulaina was just a soul sage, merely a soul sage, and a control type. How could she escape from the many powerful tidal Douluo of the nobility? It's obvious that apart from Xiaoxue using her powerful flying ability as a 6-winged angel to take her far away, there wouldn't be any other possibilities, right? As for Tang San letting her go, don't even think about it. Later on, Tang San wanted to kill her. At that time, Tang San was getting married, taking Xiao Wu's first blood and developing the Tang sect. Would he care about her? In the original work, Bibi Dong treated her like a daughter, and Ghost Grandpa treated her like a granddaughter. The Spirit Hall adopted her, who was still an orphan, and gave her a home. As a result, her mother died. Ghost Grandpa's body was gone. The Spirit Hall was destroyed, and her brother Xiaoyu, who had always protected and pampered her, built military achievements on the front lines during the war. Could he still be alive? Family members were killed, and the home was destroyed. The one who caused all this was Tang San, and she was still missing him. Xiaoxue at least knew to inherit the angel bloodline, allowing the angel martial soul to shine once again on the continent. But she never reflected on herself, missing Tang San until her death. Is she pitiful? Yes, she is pitiful, but does she deserve to be forgiven? My answer is no, because all of this was caused entirely by herself. If possible, she should go die right now. As for why didn't he kill her, it's not because Bibi Dong was worried about the consequences. A mere Hulaina doesn't compare to him. Could her mother really cut him down for this? It's not like the original Hulaina. At most, she would ask a few questions and receive some punishment. And the reason is that these things haven't happened yet. If we really go by the original work, then Zhu Douluo should have already died, and he wouldn't be called Zhu Grandpa anymore. If Hulaina truly betrays the Spirit Hall one day, there is no doubt that Bibi Dong would be the first to hammer her to death. If Xiaoyu dares to block, they would kill him together. Chapter 31, Bibi Dong versus Xiaoyu and Yin. After being thrown away like garbage by Bibi Dong, with her pride shattered, Hulaina returned to her room, crying. After a while, Xiaoyu and Yin went to find Hulaina, only to discover that she was crying in her room. The protective brother Xiaoyu and the fawning Yin couldn't hold back anymore. They shouted, "Nana, who bullied you? Brother will seek justice for you." "Yes." The fawning Yin quickly responded. But Hulaina just kept crying without saying a word. There was no way. Xiaoyu and Yin had to inquire. As a goddess, Hulaina naturally had people paying attention, so the scene of Bibi Dong throw her down was seen by some people. After learning about this, Xiaoyu and Yin were furious and rushed to Bibi Dong's dormitory to knock on the door. Bibi Dong was extremely impatient with their arrival, saying, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." "Bibi Dong, what did my sister do to deserve this from you?" "She disturbed my cultivation," Bibi Dong replied casually. "Just because of this, you treat her like this?" "I warned her before. If she wants to court death, who can she blame?" "All right, Bibi Dong, do you dare to come down and fight me?" Xiaoyu said angrily. "Sure, let us go." Bai Han agreed without thinking, as he needed to establish his authority in the academy. Otherwise, there would always be troublemakers coming to him. The classmates below heard our conversation and rushed out in a hurry. The news of the battle between Bibi Han and Xiue quickly spread throughout the entire academy. Many students left their classrooms and headed to the arena. Unlike the classrooms, the arena allowed any student from the academy to come and watch. The battles between students from higher classes were also very beneficial for them, as they could inspire them to advance. In no time, the arena was surrounded by countless spectators. At this moment, Bibi Han and Xiue had not yet arrived, so people were inquiring about the news. Upon hearing that Bibi Han was fighting Xiue for a specific reason, all the male students unanimously cursed Bibi Han, wishing he would die. Some teachers also came, lurking near the arena. Some were interested, while others were there because of Hugina, who might be the goddess of these long single teachers. No faction is devoid of scoundrels, and human nature cannot withstand tests. If Hugina's talent were not so exceptional, and she were in an ordinary class, she would have likely been harmed by some teacher or leader due to her beauty. However, Bibi Han still chose to stand with the Spirit Hall, as it was much better than those aristocrats. Most importantly, the Spirit Hall provided a ray of hope, awakening their martial souls for free, and a shield, suppressing evil soul masters for the common people. At this moment, Bibi Han and Xiue arrived at the arena. On their way up, countless male students shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! How dare he hurt our goddess!" Bibi Han paid no attention to these voices, but pointed to Yin beside him and shouted, "Red-haired, you come up too." In the rush of enrollment, he knew Yan's name, but couldn't call it out. "Red-haired?" Yin suddenly became furious. "My name is Yin, remember it." "Yin? Bibi Han, what do you want?" "One of me is enough to deal with you." Xiue frowned. He was the pride of the Spirit Academy and had his own pride. How could he allow a situation where he faced multiple opponents? If it were the other way around, that would be acceptable. You alone are not enough. Calling in makes it barely interesting. Get up here. I don't have time to waste on such trivial matters. What? This guy is too arrogant. Yin, Xiue, kill him. Countless males shouted. Yin, let's deal with him together. Xiue sighed. For his sister's sake, he would do this once. He felt he didn't have the confidence to take down Bibi Han. All right. When the big brother spoke, Yin naturally agreed. Xiue, martial soul. Moonblade, level 37 assault type, soul master. Soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple. Yin, martial soul, flame lord, level 37 defense type, soul master. Yellow, yellow, purple. At level 37, based on age, these two guys should be 6 years older than me. That is, 13 years old, and they have actually reached level 37. It seems the strength of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is indeed impressive, surpassing the Shrek 7 monsters under normal circumstances, excluding Tang San and Oscar. Seeing that Bibi Han hadn't activated his martial soul yet, the crowd began to jeer. Haha, that guy is scared. He doesn't even dare to reveal his martial soul. They say that guy is just looking for death, a clown trying to attract attention. Of course, Xiue and Yin are the most outstanding in our Spirit Hall Academy. A little girl said, looking at Xiue and Yin, her face slightly flushed. Xiue said, "What's wrong, Bibi Han? Are you scared? Even if you beg for mercy, you'll have to pay a heavy price." Yin shouted something as well. Bai Han glanced at them and was scared, just based on the two of you. Bibi Han flicked the collar of his coat with his right hand, and all the buttons on his chest popped open, with a gentle shake of his shoulders. The trench coat slipped off and was stored in his soul guide before it even hit the ground. Then he stretched his right hand forward and, suddenly, a breath of nature surged wildly. The plant-type soul masters who sensed this aura felt their martial souls stirring with excitement, and the surrounding plants began to grow wildly, with the blue-silver grass growing the most vigorously. This was the first ability of butI Han's blue-silver god martial soul, within the aura of the blue-silver god. The combat power of plant-type soul masters is increased by 10, and if enhanced by the blue-silver domain, it can increase by 30. However, if butI Han unleashes the divine-like aura of the blue-silver god martial soul, it will result in absolute martial soul suppression, forcing all plants below the divine level, including the blue-silver emperor, to submit. butI Han's soul rings then appeared, and in the incredulous eyes of everyone, 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, materialized. The previously bustling arena, filled with thousands of people, suddenly fell silent. Xiaoyu and Yin widened their eyes, unable to contain their astonishment. There were no yellow rings at all, and the vibrating black ring, due to the resentment of the soul beast, brought a suffocating feeling to both Xiaoyu and Yin. butI Han, martial soul blue-silver god, level 35 all-round soul master. All-round means it can attack, defend, control, assist, and heal. All 5 aspects of the blue-silver god are present. His biological mother, Qian, had 4 aspects with the blue-silver emperor, but no support. Tang San, on the other hand, only had 3 aspects: attack, defense, and control. P.S. The author has seen many people say that butI Dong is also a deep undercover agent of the Spear Hall, and the protagonist should not only target Hulayina. That's right. What the readers say is very correct. But the author is the author, and the protagonist is the protagonist. The protagonist was raised by butI Dong, who gave all her motherly love to him. As a son, the protagonist has no right to take action against butI Dong. butI Dong let Qian Renxue act early and only sent 2 title Douluo to assist, ultimately causing Qian Renxue's undercover plan to fail, wasting 20 years of youth. That is also true, but at that time, the protagonist did not have feelings for Qian Renxue. If the protagonist were raised by Qian Douluo, then, without a doubt, when the protagonist becomes a title Douluo, he would immediately smash the Pope's Hall with a hammer. At most, because Qian Renxue did not kill butI Dong, but merely injured her. But if it were Qian Douluo raising him, then the protagonist would probably have died right after awakening his martial soul. Drifting along to grow up among the common people, the protagonist is not Tang San. Where would he find the cultivation methods? By the time he reached Tang Hao, he would probably starve to death. Chapter 32. Easy victory, how did you do it? Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. Good birth, able to endure hardship, butI Han replied. That's right. It was precisely because of a good birth that butI Han awakened a dual divine-level martial soul and was born at level 20. Similarly, because he could endure hardship, he passed the training of Master Jin E and met the conditions for absorbing soul rings beyond his level. As for why Qian Renxue had 2 yellow rings, that was entirely Qian Douluo's fault. Little Qian Renxue's first soul ring was 720 years, and the second was 999 years. Even with a prestigious angel martial soul, it was quite conservative, not daring to go for a second purple ring to prevent any issues with Qian Renxue. These precise soul ring ages were cultivated by the Spear Hall, which captured such soul beasts and fed them resources. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, butI Han waved his hand, and several gold and blue-silver grasses surged towards Xiaoyu and Yin. Xiaoyu and Yin immediately reacted. Xiaoyu wielded the sharp moon blade in his hand and slashed at the blue-silver grass vines. Yin shouted, "Granite fist." Instantly, Yin's hands transformed into massive lava fists, aiming to tear apart the blue-silver grass vines. Both of their combat powers were quite impressive, if it were ordinary blue-silver grass. This attack would have no effect at all. But unfortunately, was butI Han's blue-silver grass ordinary? Although only the first soul ring specifically enhanced the toughness of the blue-silver god. The inherent toughness of the blue-silver god and the toughness increased by the other 2 soul rings were not to be underestimated. Xiaoyu's strike only sliced through 2 blue-silver grass vines, and the remaining vines immediately wrapped around Xiaoyu, while a similar scene unfolded for Yin. Suddenly, Xiaoyu and Yin felt their soul power being continuously drained, estimating they would be exhausted in about 80 seconds. This was precisely butI Han's first soul skill, a passive skill called Devour, which consumed the opponent's soul power every second, calculated at 1 of his total soul power. Xiaoyu quickly reacted, saying, "Yin, we must finish this quickly, otherwise we won't last long." Yin nodded, and both of their third soul rings lit up. Third soul skill, Madness of Xiaoyu. Third soul skill, Lava Transformation. Xiaoyu sheathed his moon blade and then released it again. The moon blade turned blood red and began to spin at high speed, cutting through all the surrounding blue-silver grass. Yin was clad in lava armor, his height increasing to 2 meters, as flames burned the blue-silver grass vines. And then he exerted a force, shaking off the blue-silver grass vines. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances and charged toward butI. After being entangled by the blue-silver grass for 10 seconds and using their third soul skills, their soul power had depleted by 4 levels. Moreover, their third soul skills had time limits and would continuously consume soul power, so they had to finish this quickly. butI waved his hand casually, and a shield made of blue-silver grass appeared. This shield was spherical, perfectly blocking their line of sight. In just 5 seconds, with a punch and a slash, the shield was shattered, revealing an empty scene behind it. As candidates of the Golden Generation, they had naturally experienced many battles and immediately looked up. They saw butI wielding a hammer in one hand, with 2 large hammers descending. butI can utilize the nearby blue-silver grass as his eyes without needing to open up a domain. So when the 2 rushed in to attack with their shields, he observed their line of sight through the blue-silver grass and noticed they weren't paying attention to the area above. butI then jumped 10 meters into the air, condensing 2 200-pound hammers to strike down. Xiaoyu was relatively agile and dodged butI's hammer, but Yin was not so fortunate. He took the hit squarely, and his arm instantly went numb. Xiaoyu hurriedly charged again, swinging his moonblade, but butI was faster, kicking Yin towards Xiaoyu and then throwing one of the hammers. With a loud bang, the immense force struck Yin, causing him to spit out saliva, and the impact sent both of them flying. Xiaoyu was still able to fight. He wasn't injured much, but Yin was out of strength. After taking that hammer blow directly to the chest, he was now struggling to stand. Subsequently, butI used the blue-silver grass vines to bind Yin up like a zongzi, wanting to see whether the flames on Yan's body burned faster or if the blue-silver grass absorbed faster. In just 15 seconds, Yin collapsed to the ground, and his soul skill was released. Standing in front of Yin, butI was casually engaging in a duel with Xiaoyu, finding Xiaoyu's attack speed to be insignificant. butI is indeed a man who has endured 20 machines. If he throws away his shoes and wristband, he could just stand there and let Evil Moon strike him with all her might. Even if Evil Moon exhausts her soul power, she still won't be able to hurt him. As for the damage caused to the hammer with each impact, he can repair it using his soul power. Every strike from butI was incredibly powerful, making it very difficult for Xiaoyu to defend. In the end, butI seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that sent Xiaoyu's 2 moon blades flying. Then, the blue-silver grass followed up and bound Xiaoyu. After another 10 seconds, Xiaoyu's soul power was completely exhausted. Thus, the match came to an end. The onlookers seemed as if they were dreaming. The 2 great talents from the Spirit Hall Academy had been so easily defeated by a child much younger than them. butI lightly said to Xiaoyu, "Spoiling your sister is a good thing. Sisters are meant to be spoiled. But you also need to manage her well. Don't let her just stick to any outstanding and handsome man without knowing anything about his character. It's disgusting." butI untied the restraints of the blue-silver grass, then walked off the stage and returned to his dormitory. In the competition on the arena, there are 3 ways to win. First, to make the opponent lose consciousness. Second, for the opponent to surrender. And third, to knock the opponent out of the ring. However, both Xiaoyu and Yin are still conscious and remain on the stage, while butI has already left the arena. According to the rules, the loser is butI, but no one thinks that Xiaoyu and Yin have won. After butI left, the competition arena was in an uproar, with all sorts of voices. How is it possible? Brother Xiaoyu and brother Yin teamed up and lost. What kind of monster is he? So small yet so powerful. And what about his soul rings? How'd he do it? So cool. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged bitter smiles. They finally understood what it meant that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. At this moment, a figure was among the audience. It was Hulaina. She licked her lips and said, butI, such an outstanding man. I, Hulaina, have set my eyes on you. You must be mine. In a courtyard behind the Pope's palace, butI was drinking tea in a pavilion, holding a crystal ball, murmuring, "The trouble that Han caused on his first day of school is quite big. But why does Han dislike Hulaina so much? As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their mother." As someone who raised butI understood his personality very well. No matter what your status is, as long as you have good character, butI would never have any negative feelings towards you. If he has malice towards you, it indicates that Hulaina must have done something very bad. Then butI looked at Na, who was continuously swinging her dragon spear in the courtyard. Na was wielding the silver dragon spear gracefully, occasionally launching a few elemental attacks. After a while, butI waved his hand. "Na, come here and drink some water." "Okay, teacher." Na bounced over, sat beside butI, and started drinking from the water jug. Here, nah. This is about Xiaogan's school situation. Na excitedly held the crystal ball and said, wow, Big Brother is so amazing, easily winning against 2 opponents. Nah, don't you think it was Han who started the trouble? No, because Na believes in Big Brother. If there's trouble, it should be with those bad people, Na said firmly. Silly child. After thinking for a moment, just a Hulaina, her talent isn't that great, and her martial soul quality isn't top tier. She can't compare to my son, disciple, or daughter at all. Let Xiaogan make a fuss. Chapter 33. The dog licker, Yin back in the dormitory, butI Han began to cultivate again. At noon, on his way to the cafeteria, butI Han noticed some of his female classmates were infatuated and a few wanted his autograph. Sigh. butI Han felt a bit troubled. He had originally wanted to deter those looking for trouble, but who knew it would escalate like this? However, he rejected all those people. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, there were 3 floors. The first floor served only the golden class, the second floor served the next 3 classes, and the last class could only. To have a better life, one must work harder. This is competition. Although the food on the 3rd floor doesn't taste very good, its nutritional value is guaranteed, and it's free. At the entrance of the cafeteria, there were large words saying prohibit waste, with a small note below, wasteful individuals will be severely punished. butI Han is very aware of his own appetite. He takes a basin, fills it with rice, and finds a step to sit down. Eating in this state is quite laborious, but it's also part of his training, allowing him to better control his strength. During this process, a fragrant breeze comes by, and it's none other than Hulaina. Aren't you annoying? Can't you go somewhere else? butI Han says with obvious disdain. Why? You ignored me since I got to class. Why do you hate me so much? Hulaina replies, feeling very wronged. In the distance, Yin watches with fiery eyes, grinding his teeth, but there's nothing he can do. He can't beat them. butI Dong didn't want to explain, and couldn't explain either. Once his martial soul was released, the blue-silver grass transformed into a hemispherical protective shield, firmly enveloping him and isolating him from Hulaina. Hulaina looked extremely sad, placing her right hand on her chest to encourage herself, silently saying, butI Dong, I won't give up. Hulaina, you will definitely succeed. During the afternoon combat class, the teacher brought several thousand-year soul beasts, with the highest age being 4,000 years, including the formidable human-faced demon spider, to battle against the students. One must say that the practical training of the Spirit Hall is indeed impressive. butI Dong directly challenged the 500-year human-faced demon spider and incapacitated it on the spot. A few days later, butI Dong arrived at the door of a dormitory and knocked. Who is it? Who dares to interrupt my training? A somewhat arrogant voice came from inside, making one feel like fighting. When the door opened, butI Dong, what are you doing here? The speaker was Yin, the only one among the numerous Blue Star content creators who had become the leader of the Douluo continent's arrogant community. Just hearing his voice made one want to fight. butI Han straightforwardly said, do you want to pursue Hulaina? In recent days, butI Han has been quite annoyed by Hulaina. Every time he is about to explode, Hulaina conveniently leaves, making it impossible for him to vent his frustration. What? What did you say? Yin seemed to have heard something unbelievable. butI Han repeated it again, and I told you how to pursue Hulaina. Really? Looking at Yan's extremely incredulous expression, butI Han was a bit impatient, but still said, really? But why are you willing to tell me? You should know that Hulaina's beauty is top-notch across the entire continent. Which man could refuse such a beauty? For certain reasons, I'm not very interested in that fox. But I still need to give her a place to go, so she won't bother me. After thinking it over, the Spirit Hall Academy is the most suitable for you. Hearing the word fox, Yin exploded in anger and shouted, butI Han, I tell you, Nana is my goddess, and I won't allow you to say that about her. Boom! butI Han slammed his fist into the nearby wall, creating a huge hole. The noise attracted a crowd. You think I'm easy to talk to, huh? butI Han's expression turned cold as he quietly stared at Yin. Watching this scene, the usually unruly Yin shrank his head a bit, swallowed hard, and felt extremely flustered. Is this guy really that scary? If that punch hit me, I would probably be laid up for months. butI Han retracted his fist, his tone changing. Now I ask you answer. Okay, Yin said calmly, fearing that the person in front of him might throw a punch. butI Han glanced at the onlookers and said, this has nothing to do with you, so go on with what you were doing. The people around shrank their necks and quickly slipped away. butI Han asked Yin, do you like Hulaina? Yin replied without hesitation, I like Na. From the first time I met her, I vowed to marry her as my wife. butI Han nodded, and I could hear a strong determination in your words. Follow me. butI Han and Yin arrived at an empty clearing. Bibi Han looked at Yin and asked faintly, "You call that Hulaina Nana? But I'm sure every time you talk to Hulaina, she always responds indifferently, sometimes just with right?" Yin looked surprised and said, "How do you know? Although the original work doesn't describe much, it can still be inferred from what Hulaina has said in the original text." Bai Han replied with annoyance, "Does this even need thinking? If you chase like this, I'm afraid you'll never catch up in your entire life." Bibi Han dislikes Hulaina for the second reason. She keeps Yan's hanging without making it clear. In the original work, Hulaina mentioned that there are only 3 people she acknowledges. One is Xiaoyu, another is Tang San, and the last is Tang Yin. Tang Yin completely overpowers Tang San purely because of his handsome face, while Tang San's twin martial souls are overlooked. It's simply laughable. When did the Soul Master world prioritize looks? Or has Hulaina already become invincible? Such a foolish person is unworthy of being a saintess. She should roll away as far as possible. As for Yan's, after pursuing her for so many years, he isn't even a backup option. Original content. Hulaina called out urgently, her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow. Years have passed, and she still couldn't understand why she couldn't accept Yan's feelings. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she knew very well it was because of the man before her. She would never forget the experiences they shared walking through hell together, nor could she forget the man's presence. This is precisely what makes him feel disgusted. Since you don't like Yan's, why keep him hanging? Just clearly reject him. Yan's, at the very least, is the 4th strongest man of that era, assuming the 7 monsters didn't eat the fairy grass, and surely many people are pursuing him. If you don't keep him hanging, why should he remain single for over 30 years, especially in a place like Douluo? If this were on Blue Star, he would be seen as a despised scumbag by countless people. Don't argue. It's clearly stated that Hulaina has not accepted Yan's feelings and, over the years, has neither accepted, nor responded. Back to the main point, Yan's asked eagerly, "What should I do? To make Hulaina like you, you need to meet some requirements. First, you need to have a handsome face." Hearing this, Yan's expression immediately dimmed because he indeed looks quite ordinary, the kind you wouldn't notice on the street. Bibi Han continued, "That's not the most important part. The most important thing is strength. You need to have the power to impress her. Also, you should be broad-minded. Don't threaten other men just because they glance at Hulaina. That will only make people dislike you." "But Hulaina's talent is better than mine," Yan said, looking extremely distressed. Hearing this, Bibi Han frowned and looked at Yan's with some disdain. "Can you have a bit more confidence in your own talent? Don't forget, you are the ancient martial soul Flame Lord, the top-tier martial soul. Hulaina is just an exquisite martial soul fox. She has the talent, but you have the superior martial soul. If you spend more time practicing instead of thinking about how to please Hulaina and drive away rivals, given Hulaina's character, if she doesn't look at you, who else would she look at? I really don't understand what this foolish Yan's is thinking. With his innate soul power, he is sure to become a titled Douluo in the future. With a bit more effort, he might even enter the Hall of Offerings. However, Bibi Han thinks it would be quite difficult for Hulaina to enter the Hall of Offerings. How can a fox comprehend this? Will she continue to be flirtatious? Can Hulaina accept that? Not to mention in the original work, Hulaina went to the Killing City. How does the Killing God domain suit a fox martial soul? Chapter 34 Training. I understand, Brother Han, Yan said earnestly. Brother Han? Forget it. Bibi Han handed him 2 books. One is a comprehensive theory on martial souls, and the other is a compendium of soul beasts. You don't need to attend future theory classes. Just read these 2 books. They have very detailed introductions to the age and weaknesses of soul beasts. Return them to me after you finish. I'll have a word with the teacher. By the way, don't damage my books, and you can't take notes on them, Bibi Han added. Why? No reason. If you dare to make any marks on them, I will chop off your hands. Bibi Han said this with a very serious tone, making it clear to Yan's that he was not joking. These 2 books contain many notes, all made by Bibi Han and Qian Renxue while studying together. Such meaningful things cannot be ruined by Yan's. Practice hard and defeat Hulaina, Bibi Han encouraged at last. Hearing Bibi Han say this, Yan's ignited with fierce determination, envisioning the scene of the goddess falling into his arms. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the shadows. It was Hulaina, her eyes filled with tears as she asked Bibi Han, "Why?" Bibi Han already knew that Hulaina was there. The reconnaissance ability of the blue-silver god is not to be underestimated. Part of his words was meant for Hulaina to hear, so she wouldn't bother him again. Bibi Han's expression showed no fluctuation as he replied, "What do you mean by why? Why do you despise me so much? What exactly did I do wrong?" Hulaina asked in anger and grief. remembering the tragic life of the common people described in Do Air after the fall of the Spear Hall. Large numbers of civilians were slaughtered by evil spirit masters. Bai Han shouted directly, "Shut up! You don't deserve to ask why. Also, I don't like you, and I could never like you." Upon hearing this, Hulaina took 2 steps back and burst into tears, running away again. Nana, Yin also wanted to chase after her. "Stop. If you want to embrace the beauty, then don't chase after her," Bai Han said. Yin indeed paused for a moment. After this stimulation, Hulaina should undergo some changes. "Good luck, Yin. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Then Bai Han left. In the following days, Yin underwent significant changes. He no longer attended theoretical classes in the morning, and in the afternoon, he ignored everyone, focusing on his training. However, he would occasionally come to Bai Han for advice. Hulaina also experienced some changes. Bai Han knew that Hulaina no longer bothered him, and he was too lazy to find out more. 5 months later, Yin broke through to level 39 before Xiaoyu and excitedly came to thank Bai Han, who was also close to reaching level 38. On that day, when the afternoon practical training was about to end, the dean suddenly arrived and called for the whole class to assemble. "Students of the Golden Class, maintaining the stability of the continent is our Spirit Hall's duty. This time, His Holiness the Pope has given us a mission to eliminate a band of robbers in the area that is committing all sorts of atrocities. Classmates, we will set off early tomorrow morning to wipe them out. Can you do it?" "Yes." The entire class replied firmly. Standing in the crowd, Bai Han thought that this time the enemy's strength would definitely not be low. His mother probably arranged for him to face strong opponents. The next day, everyone boarded the carriage. Yin did not sit with Hulaina, but shared a carriage with Bai Han. "Brother Han, I want to ask, why do you always wear that same outfit?" For a full 5 months, Bai Han has been wearing that blue trench coat. No matter how good-looking it is, wearing it for too long will eventually lead to some aesthetic fatigue. Han did not reply, but threw his blue trench coat to Yin. Then, Yin screamed and collapsed to the ground, but he wasn't hurt, just a bit numb in his hands. "Brother Han, you wear this every day to move around." "Not just that, my shoes weigh 100 pounds. My wristbands are 50 pounds, but I didn't wear them today." Impressive. Yin couldn't think of any words to express his shock. 100-pound shoes, how could anyone walk in those? Just thinking about it was terrifying. He also realized that last time, when Han fought against the 2 of them, he hadn't even used his full strength. Otherwise, it would have been a complete massacre. After several days of travel, they finally arrived. On a dark and windy night, the leading teacher said, "Students, today is a simulation of what you'll face on the battlefield in the future. In this battle, there will be teachers to protect you. But don't think that having teachers around means you can relax. If you encounter stronger opponents and lose your will to fight, then such students. The teachers want to save you to avoid harming future comrades." "Did you all hear that clearly?" the teacher asked seriously. "Heard clearly. It's that mountain. Go, kids. Everyone, conceal yourselves," Han commanded, looking at the small village ahead with flickering flames. Blue-silver domain. A wave of blue light spread out, activating the blue-silver domain. Within 500 meters in the forest, no movement could escape his perception. "Domain," some knowledgeable students exclaimed. "Shut up. Do you want to be discovered by the enemy?" Yin growled. "No need to worry. Sound of my domain won't spread out. Li brothers, Zhang He, and Xiong San, come over," Han said to those behind. "Brother Han, you 4 are agile attack-type soul masters. There are 4 guards at the entrance of the bandit group, all low-level great soul masters. You need to eliminate them silently, understood?" Han's tone was firm, clearly a command. Understood. Although the few had some dissatisfaction, they didn't say anything due to Han's formidable strength. They activated their martial spirits, which were a leopard, a wolf, and a cat, and swiftly moved out. Watching those sentries being silently dispatched, Han couldn't help but sigh. The Martial Spirit Hall's gold class was indeed well-deserved. Set off, 5 people in a group, attack. Eliminate the infants in swaddling clothes, and those commoners captured by the bandit group, wipe them all out. Han was the first to rush in with a dagger, silently sneaking into a room. He swiftly slashed the throat of the soul master who was fast asleep in that room. Han showed no hesitation or mercy. He had already killed in Gongxin City, and some of those lowly soul masters in the 1st and 2nd ranks were the ones that the ghost Douluo had ordered him to behead. At that time, he had vomited all over the ground. A piercing scream erupted. Enemy attack. All troops prepare for battle. From the deepest part of the stronghold, a voice came, mixed with fluctuations of soul power. Han directly killed the last soul master in the room, dropped his knife, transformed it into a hammer, and continued to fight outside. All the soul masters in the stronghold gathered, and butI Han used his true eye to scan and found that there were over 60 remaining soul masters, the strongest being a soul king, which was a standard configuration. There were also 3 soul sects, several soul masters, and a bunch of great soul masters. This band of robbers was indeed a bit strong. No wonder the useless nobles of the Tiando Empire were reluctant to take action. That soul king is mine, butI Han shouted as he took off his coat. You bastard from the spirit hall, die. The soul king's martial soul was a long knife, and he charged at the closest spirit hall student. In a critical moment, butI Han threw his hammer to block the long knife, then used the vines of blue-silver grass to pull that student back to their side. Let's go together. butI Han raised his hammer again and struck at the soul king. Chapter 35. The Might of the Divine Level Qian Hammer, Yu Lao, butI Han. butI Han confronted the soul king and questioned, as a dignified soul king, how can you commit such heinous acts, oppressing men and women? Doesn't your conscience hurt? The soul king laughed arrogantly. Isn't it the purpose of soul masters to become stronger so they can do as they please in the future? The lives of those lowly people mean nothing. Women are merely tools for amusement. Without feeling ashamed, the soul king took pride in his actions. Scum, die for me. butI Han struck down with all his might. What if your soul ring is powerful? I am still a soul king, and I have a 10,000-year soul ring too. The soul king raised his long knife to counterattack. Clang, clang, clang. The soul king was knocked back by the hammer. As expected of a genius from the spirit hall, the strength was indeed impressive, but what good is strength alone? Suddenly, the 2,000-year soul rings of the soul king lit up in succession. Take this. 3rd soul skill. Frenzied slash. 4th soul skill. Frenzied dance. The speed of the soul king's knife swings increased several times, and his power greatly surged. The large blade clashed with butI Han's hammer, the sharp edge making it unbearable for the hammer. butI Han's hammer quickly became covered in cracks, and with a bang, the hammer shattered, leaving a cut on his face, from which red-blue blood flowed down and dripped onto the ground, where seeds began to sprout. Why is the blood red-blue? Because the growth of a divine-level martial soul changes the color of the blood. If butI Han reaches level 99, his blood will completely turn blue, which can be called blue liquid. As for the small wound, it healed instantly. Isn't it worth it to take a genius from the spirit hall with him before dying? That soul king struck again with his blade. Kill me? You're not worthy. Thunder domain. A golden light spread, with purple lightning flickering within, and then a golden hammer appeared in butI Han's hand. Clang! An unparalleled dominance along with a powerful force crashed against the soul king's blade, sending the soul king flying, crashing into a building and spitting out blood. How is this possible? The soul king shouted in disbelief. The impact from that hammer had split his palm. Over there, butI Han swung his hammer again, standing in place, unleashing his chaotic wind, stacking one hammer after another. Is that the Qian hammer? The soul king said with some fear. The Qian sect has been closed for only 8 years, so there are still people in the soul master world who can recognize the Qian hammer. After stacking to 30 hammers, butI Han directly hammered toward the soul king. This was the highest level he could achieve with the Qian divine hammer. If he continued to swing, butI Han would lose control and might hurt himself. The soul king, regaining his composure from his fear, roared, I will not die. So what if it's the Qian hammer? 5th soul skill, madness kill. The soul king's concentrated full force collided with butI Han's Qian hammer. Boom! A small pit appeared, but ultimately butI Han's stacked hammer power was stronger. The soul king's martial soul shattered, and the hammer struck his chest, the overwhelming force causing him to spit blood and die on the spot. butI Han zidru his martial soul, bringing heavily. If it weren't for the soul king being stunned just now, he wouldn't have been able to stack up to 30 hammer strikes to kill that soul king. It would have taken a lot of effort. The weakness of the chaotic wind was still too obvious. It would be great if every swing of the hammer could unleash an attack. Right now, the battles in other areas were not over yet. Although the bandit group had the numerical advantage, everyone else's overall strength and combat awareness were stronger. One could see Xiaoyu and Yin each facing a soul zone, while Hulaina performed quite impressively. She used her charm to confuse others, causing them to turn on each other. butI Han transformed into a control-type soul master, occasionally helping to reduce damage. At this moment, Yin finally relied on his powerful martial soul's astonishing defense to get close and eliminate that soul master. At the same time, a flying soul venerable appeared from above, diving down to attack Hulaina. butI Han, noticing this, immediately activated the blue-silver domain, controlling the blue-silver grass at Yan's feet to throw him forward. and specially used the destruction purple light of the true eye to accelerate Yin. Just in time, before the Soul Venerable arrived, Yin tackled Hulaina to block the attack, blood splattering as Yan's right arm was pierced on the spot. "Yin!" Hulaina exclaimed. This cry brought Yin back from his pain and confusion, and he quickly kicked the Soul Venerable away, tenderly saying, "Nana, are you okay? With me here, no one can hurt you." Hulaina looked around and noticed that Bibi Han was nowhere to be seen. She sighed sadly, her gaze becoming determined, as if she had made a resolution. Meanwhile, in another battlefield, Bibi Han, wielding a hammer made of blue silver grass, quietly said, "Yin, whether you can catch up depends on you. This is all I can do to help." Half an hour later, they finally resolved the situation. There were no casualties in the Martial Soul Hall Academy, although some were seriously injured. Yin was supported by Hulaina, who held one of his hands. After gathering, Bibi Han used the third soul skill of Blue Silver God to heal them, deliberately skipping Yin, as everyone understood. However, this foolish Yin insisted on treating himself, forcing Bibi Han to pretend to be exhausted. So, Yan's wounds were bandaged by Hulaina. At this moment, someone asked, "Han Gu, is that hammer really the Haotian hammer?" All eyes were on Bibi Han, with questioning looks. After all, the Soul King had indeed mentioned the Haotian hammer loudly, and many had heard it. The Haotian sect and the Martial Soul Hall are sworn enemies. Many people died in that battle. It was likely that some were their relatives. Therefore, Bibi Han was not surprised by their reaction. Bibi Han did not answer, but instead asked in return, "Have you heard of the Golden Haotian hammer?" The people shook their heads. Indeed, they had not. The Tang clan has a history of 1,000 years, and the Haotian hammer has always been black-blue, and at most there is one red one. Bibi Han asked again, "Have you heard of the Haotian hammer's domain?" The others shook their heads. The Haotian hammer is indeed a top-tier martial soul, but it doesn't have a domain at all. So there you have it. No need for doubt, right? They dismissed their skepticism, but still looked at Bibi Han in surprise, a twin martial soul. After resting for a while, they sent the captured civilians back to their village and the infants in swaddling clothes to the local Martial Soul Hall orphanage before heading back. A few days later, a handsome young man with an elegant demeanor from the Tiando Empire was sipping tea while reading a newspaper. The newspaper was also suggested by Bibi Han to the Martial Soul Hall, specifically to publish the glorious deeds of the Martial Soul Hall to win the hearts of the people. At this moment, the handsome young man spoke, but surprisingly, it was a melodious female voice. Xiaogang is quite impressive, actually managing to single-handedly kill a level 56 Soul King. Then she continued, "When will you come and find me? I'm so bored. By the way, I can use this opportunity to investigate the local conditions, disrupt the reputation of the Martial Soul Hall, and go back to see him." Chapter 36. The final competition. 20 days later, the final competition finally began. This time, all students from the academy were gathered and thrown into the back mountain of the Martial Soul Academy. The forest was filled with many recording stones and crystal balls for live broadcasting to the Martial Soul Academy's teachers. Each student had a badge, and they could cooperate or act alone, ranking based on the number of badges they seized. Those who lost their badges and failed to reclaim them within half an hour would be eliminated. As for whether there were any unfair advantages, it was true that students from higher classes were stronger than those from lower classes, but the age limit for students in higher classes was higher. The Golden class had a limit of 14 years, while the regular class had a limit of 25 years. It could only be said that talent was insufficient, and age made up for it. It was somewhat like a battle royale. One might get ganged up on, but there was nothing to worry about. In the forest, the blue-silver domain would greatly enhance its power, perhaps even stronger than Qian Renxue's angel domain. Soul King Bibi Han would show you the power of the blue-silver god. Bibi Han already understood the effects of the blue-silver domain. 1. The reconnaissance ability of blue-silver grass at the Soul Zone level, able to detect movements within 300 meters, but due to Bibi Han absorbing soul rings beyond his level, this range reached 500 meters. 2. Within the domain, all blue-silver grass and blue-silver grass seeds could be manipulated by him. 3. The combat power of all plants within the domain increased by 30, and the blue-silver god improved resilience and healing abilities. 4. It could dispel 50 of negative effects. He wondered if there were any other abilities he and T discovered yet. In the afternoon, all the classmates gathered on the playground, facing the dean and several teachers, in front of whom were 3 chairs. 3 chairs. Could it be that His Holiness the Pope had arrived? A soft voice came, carrying a pressure that swept over the entire venue. The feminine voice was instantly recognizable. 3 figures flew in and landed before the chairs. The leader was naturally his mother, Bibi Dong, who looked incredibly noble in her Pope's robe. The other two, dressed in red robes, were the Jew ghost Douluo, and they were dressed quite formally at that moment. Greetings, your holiness. Voices came from all directions as everyone knelt on one knee, placing their right hand on their left shoulder. Among these people was of course butI. He had to maintain his mother's dignity in front of so many people. Rise. A dignified voice echoed. Everyone stood up. After standing, butI's eyes widened because now heir had also arrived. She was wearing a silver palace dress, and her originally short silver hair had unknowingly turned into shoulder-length hair, complemented by her exquisite face, making her look extremely beautiful, standing right beside his mother. After some time apart, now heir had grown a lot, likely about 10 centimeters taller. Then now heir scanned the crowd and spotted butI directly in front of her, smiling at him. Instantly, the group of people beside butI was dumbfounded, turning into a bunch of fools. Then butI slowly spoke. This competition is the most significant one for the Martial Soul Hall. The winner this time may become our Martial Soul Hall's holy son or holy maiden. This statement ignited everyone's passion. Who wouldn't want to become a powerful holy son or holy maiden? This is my personal disciple, and she will also participate in this competition. Now heir, step forward. Yes, teacher. Now heir walked over with a serious expression and stood directly in front of butI. Seeing the scene, butI thought, what on earth is mom planning? Having now heir participate. She doesn't want now heir to become the holy maiden, does she? After distributing the badges, the teachers led their respective classes to the back mountain. butI naturally held Nar and walked together, while those who saw Nar and regarded her as a goddess had their hearts shattered on the spot. Nar, what does mom really want? butI asked Nar. Nar chuckled and said, Big brother, I'll tell you a secret. Oh, butI lowered his head to get closer to Nar's mouth. Big brother, if you do that, Nar won't be able to walk. Oh, what should we do? Nar replied, Big brother is really silly. Just pick me up and lean me close to your ear. There's so many people. Forget it. It's better to cut off those unrealistic thoughts and let them focus on their cultivation. butI wrapped his right arm around Nar's slender waist, bringing her close to his ear. When this scene unfolded, all the male students were left frozen in place, completely heartbroken. butI felt a strong urge to facepalm upon seeing her disciple. How did she end up teaching such a student? Doesn't he know the appropriate context? Big brother, the teacher said that this competition is to make me the saintess and you the saint's son. But there's a condition. We have to collect 95 tokens from all the participants to pass the challenge. 95? That's a lot for the two of us. It seems we need to take off our gear. But big brother, Nar will help you. Nar is already level 28 now. Oh, Nar is really impressive. After the group was taken to a certain place by their homeroom teacher, the teacher told them to wait in place. Before long, the announcement the competition begins was heard. butI spoke up. Everyone, you've heard the rules of the competition. This time, I'll let you off the hook, but if we meet again, I won't show any mercy. Nar, let's go. Wait. Suddenly someone called out, but the tone was clearly unfriendly. What else do you want? butI asked. butI, you are indeed powerful, but don't think you're invincible on your own, one person said arrogantly. Wearing the same outfit every day to show off, I've found you annoying for a long time. Another added. A total of 10 people stood up, wanting to surround butI. You all, Hangu, I'll help you, Yin said. butI kachuri riplaid, noni, Qian. Looking at the 10 people before him, butI's tone was somewhat mocking. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and having so many people makes you think you're capable. He chuckled, blue-silver domain. Countless blue-silver grasses suddenly sprang up, binding the 10 individuals. Will I let you release your martial souls? With a wave of his hand, butI pulled them with the blue-silver grass in a rather crude manner, directly forming a large character shape, making it difficult for them to unleash their soul power, and several of them were unable to summon their martial souls. How is that possible? You didn't even summon your martial soul, the individuals said in disbelief. There are countless martial souls. Is it not possible to have a martial soul that can attack without being released? Can you fathom my abilities? Feeling their soul power being drained and unable to resist, some began to plead for mercy. butI, please let us go. Pleading for mercy? Huh? 10 of you. Quite a luxurious lineup. Are you trying to make me fail right from the start? Let you go? Of course I will. I'm such a kind person. I'll let you go once your soul power is completely drained, butI said earnestly. No, please. The speaker before him looked like he was about to cry, clearly nearing the end of his soul power. After pondering for a moment, butI thought, well, these people will all be elites of the spirit hall in the future and have their own pride. It wouldn't be good to go too far. So he released the bindings of the blue silvergrass. This is the only time It won't happen again. He then said gently, Nar, let's go. Nar nodded with a smile. Bibi Dong, watching this scene from the outside, revealed a satisfied expression. A qualified leader must strike a balance between kindness and authority to gain others' trust. Chapter 37. The Heart of an Adult. Bibi Han led Nair all the way to the mountaintop. To return to the academy, they had to go through the path at the peak, which meant that eventually everyone would end up there. Although fishing at the top would attract attacks, they couldn't worry too much about that in order to win. Hey Nair, there's prey ahead. It's actually a 7-person team. Let's take care of them. Just as the 7-person team was cautiously walking and scouting, a voice rang out. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to leave, leave all your badges. As soon as the voice fell, 4 blue silver grass vines appeared, and Bibi Han and Nair were standing above them, looking down quietly. Bibi Han, disciple of His Holiness the Pope. One of them said with some fear, how strong is Bibi Han? They have seen him defeat Shiyue and Yin without any pressure, and there are rumors that during the Great Moon competition, he defeated 5 people without taking any damage. So, do you want us to take action? Bibi Han asked. They didn't respond, but directly used their martial souls. Bibi Han was very satisfied with this result. 2 soul sages and 5 great soul masters. Nar, which one do you choose? Big brother, I choose that one. Seeing Natra point out, Bibi Han glanced at the muscular guy with his true eye and expressed some concern. That is a level 38 soul sage. And his martial soul is the mighty King Kong bear. Big brother, I can do it. Nara released her martial soul, the silver dragon spear, with 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring appearing, and charged forward. Seeing this soul ring, the people outside exclaimed, another one who absorbed a soul ring beyond their level. Truly worthy of being the disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Bibi Dong also jumped down, clasping her hands together, and the Qian divine hammer appeared. But the hammerhead was wrapped in blue silver grass. Bibi Dong took action against 6 people, effortlessly knocking down a beast martial soul grandmaster. Afterwards, Bibi Dong used blue silver grass to form a half-sphere, enclosing several people to prevent their escape, while also diverting part of his spiritual energy to observe the battle outside the blue silver grass. Nar and his soul Zun were testing each other. Inside the blue silver grass, there were 5 muffled sounds in quick succession. In just a minute, all 5 were down without any effort. Once the blue silver grass receded, Bibi Dong quietly watched Nar's fight. Nar's dragon spear was incredibly sharp, leaving a trail of blood with every swing against her opponent. The soul Zun's second spirit ring lit up, transforming his hand into a brown bear paw. As he struck, Nar bent her body to the side, blocking with her dual guns. Bibi Dong felt a moment of tension, but then relaxed. Nar dodged the paw, using her guns to leverage against the thick arm, turning around to strike at the man's left waist. The man immediately broke through his defenses, clutching his waist, cold sweat pouring down, visibly in pain. Nar seized this opportunity, thrusting her spear upward, sending the soul Zun's strong body flying, crashing into a tree. Nar then followed up with a large fireball, igniting the bear, which cried out in agony and admitted defeat. Big brother, isn't Nar amazing? Nar walked over, a bit schmook. Of course you're amazing. Nar took him down without using any soul skills. Bibi Han placed one hand on Nar's back, using the blue silver grass to take away their metals and absorb some soul power, bringing both of them back to their peak condition. Let's go, Nar. The sky was quickly darkening. Bibi Han held 4 plump rabbits in his hand. There were also soul beasts in this mountain, but their ages were generally not high. Those with higher ages had already been caught. Nar, it's almost dark. We should also take a rest. Bibi Dong used a hammer to create a small pit, then activated the blue-silver domain, bringing all the dry wood and dead branches within a radius of 500 meters. Nar lit the fire with a casual fireball. Nar ignited the firewood. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong began to clean the 4 rabbits and started barbecuing. He took out some water and seasonings from his soul guide. The rules only state that food cannot be brought, so having these does not count as a violation. A rich aroma wafted out, and for those soul masters who were drawn to the firelight and the smell, Bibi Dong directly taught them a lesson with the blue-silver domain, draining their soul power without holding back, quietly letting them be taken away by their companions. Before that, however, Bibi Dong kindly created a protective shield for them to prevent them from being harmed by other spirit beasts. Now was ready. He handed her a big fat rabbit. It's so delicious. Nar had always had a large appetite, so her eating manner was not very elegant, and her mouth was covered in oil. Big brother, what is this? Nar asked curiously, looking at the red seasoning bottle. Oh, this is chili powder. Just sprinkle a little on it. Nar, this is very spicy. Douluo is not like Blue Star. There's more natural energy here, so this chili is much spicier than the ones back home. Just a little, please, Nara requested. Seeing Nanner's adorable and charming expression, Bibi Dong agreed and sprinkled a little. Instantly, Nara found it even more delicious. When Nara finished one big fat rabbit, she took the chili powder while Bibi Dong was distracted, accidentally spilling too much, and suddenly exclaimed, "So spicy, so spicy." Tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. Bibi Han quickly gave water to Nara and kept blowing air by her mouth. "Silly Nara, it's so dark, you should let me do the sprinkling," Bibi Han said with a bit of reproach. Nara, feeling wronged, replied, "Nara knows she was wrong. Big brother, I didn't mean to take it." Seeing Nara take the initiative to admit her mistake, Bibi Han shook his head and said, "It's okay, Nara. Just let me eat this one. I'll roast another." Bibi Han completely didn't mind Nara's drool and started to nibble away. Watching this scene, Nara's little face turned a bit red. After the two of them finished eating and drinking, they were full. Bibi Han took out a quilt and a pillow from his storage ring. "Nara, it's time to sleep." After Nara lay down in the quilt, she said to Bibi Han, "Big brother, aren't you going to sleep?" I'll sleep after I put out the fire." After Bibi Han extinguished the fire, he made a pile of blue silver grass beside him and lay down in it. In the darkness, Nara's purple gem-like eyes sparkled as she said something surprising. "Big brother, actually we can sleep together." These words made Bibi Han open his closed eyes, and he scanned Nara with his spiritual power. If there had been light, one could definitely see that Nara's face, nestled in the quilt, was very red. Bibi Han's heart was slightly touched by Nayer's words, but then calmed down, and he replied, "No, Big brother will sleep outside." Nara was indeed the Silver Dragon King who had lived for 1,000,000 years, but because of that mysterious gift package, her heart was now no different from that of a 6-year-old girl. As for him, with an adult's mentality, how could he take advantage of Nayer's current innocent mindset? Such actions would be no different from that of a beast. The Great Xia Kingdom had a complete constitution to regulate such people. "All right, Nara, stop talking and sleep. Tomorrow is the decisive battle. We need to be well rested." After saying this, Bibi Han closed his eyes again. Around them, they had surrounded themselves with 5 layers of blue-silver grass, and even he, using the Qian divine hammer, wouldn't be able to break through in less than half a minute. So both of them fell asleep very peacefully. Meanwhile, those outside were not so fortunate. Some people were ambushed while sleeping at night, while others stayed awake the entire night. Soul Masters flew by during the night, bringing their students with them. The Academy's people were still quietly watching. For them, with their profound cultivation, staying awake for a day was nothing. Chapter 38. The Opponent of the Offering Hall, 3,600 words. It was a wonderful night, and Bibi Han slept comfortably until he woke up. Nar, lying in the quilt, slept soundly and even drooled. Bibi Han took out the last rabbit to barbecue. The aroma woke Nar from her sleep. After dealing with a few more teams, Nar was about to reach the top of the mountain. Big brother. After Bibi Han swept with the blue-silver domain and smiled, he said, "Nar, it seems there will be a tough battle ahead." After passing through the sparse forest, there was a patch of flat land overgrown with weeds. In front, at a passage formed by 2 giant stones, several people stood there, thinking the same as Bibi Han. But their strength was all soul zone, and none were weak. The highest level among them was 48, and there was one whose spiritual eye couldn't penetrate. Bibi Han's spirit eye can see soul masters up to 10 levels above his own. The guy in the middle, looking incredibly arrogant, is either level 49 or a soul king, a level of power that excites him. "Hand over your badges," someone in front said, as if it were a matter of course. Then, several of them released their spirit rings, yellow and purple. In the face of this intimidation, Bibi Han was not afraid. Instead, he chuckled mockingly, "Sure, we'll give them to you, and then we'll go back and take them. After we're done, we'll give them back to you, right? Just a few soul masters." "Big brother, let me go first," Nar suddenly spoke up. "Nar, these are soul masters," Bibi Han said with some concern. "Big brother, let Nar show you her true strength." Nar raised her fist and said firmly. Seeing Nar's determined gaze, Bibi Han nodded. "All right, you two come fight me," Nar said as she slowly walked forward, 2 spirit rings descending, holding the silver dragon spear and pointing at the 2 of them. Although the 2 were shocked by Nar's spirit ring configuration, they hesitated because she was a disciple of the Pope. What if they hurt her? Bibi Han didn't give them any time to hesitate. The blue-silver domain opened, and the vines controlling the 2 people's movements threw them over. Nar immediately charged forward. One of the 2 men produced a meteor hammer in his hand, while the other let out a wolf howl. Nar was the first to stab her dragon spear towards the one with the meteor hammer, martial soul. The meteor hammer user swung back, trying to deflect the dragon's spear to the left, while the one on the right extended his wolf claws, clasping his hands together, attempting to control Nar's shoulder. It was clear that the wolf spirit master didn't want to hurt Nar, whether it was because of her status as the Pope's disciple or her beauty. Who could bear to harm such a pretty girl? However, Nar wouldn't hold back. Nar's dragon spear could unleash elemental attacks, directly spraying out a thunderball that stunned the meteor hammer user. However, due to inertia, the meteor hammer still came swinging toward her, causing Nayer's spear to be deflected. Nevertheless, Nar's combat ability was exceptionally strong. With a powerful thrust, she drove the dragon spear into the meteor hammer user's armpit. As for the wolf claws, she stomped hard with her foot, using the power of the wind element to leap 3 meters high, and swung the meteor hammer user around in the air, crashing him onto the wolf spirit master. Her movements were fluid and without any unnecessary actions. Then, Nata's first soul ring lit up, and her dragon spear swung 3 times faster, sending several spear shadows towards the 2 soul masters. Not good. First soul skill, wolf howl. The wolf spirit master opened his mouth wide and let out a tremendous howl, producing waves of sound that forced Nar to abandon her attack, covering her ears and retreating. As Nar retreated, she suddenly turned her dragon spear around and released a water jet. The water itself had little lethality, but a high-pressure water jet could cut through rock. Though Nata's water jet didn't have such strong attacking power, the meteor hammer user recovered from a few seconds of paralysis, and his first soul ring lit up. Meteor break. The meteor hammer in his hand doubled in size, easily breaking Nar's water jet. The first round of collision ended in a draw. No, Nar should be considered the loser. They let her off easy. It's quite challenging for a great soul master to face 2 mid-level soul sect members, Bibi Han murmured. Luochuan, we can't hold back anymore. We almost capsized just now, said the meteor hammer user. We need to finish this quickly. We can't afford to be careless now. All right. Third soul skill. Wolf walks the world. Third soul skill, Gale Step. Nar, be careful. Bibi Han shouted to Nar. Big brother, don't worry. As they approached Nar within 3 meters, a 7-colored light spread out, creating an elemental domain of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, brown, and black. Within this domain, Nar could easily create any type of element, and the damage of her elemental attacks was increased by 300. Everyone watching from the outside exclaimed, Domain. Bibi Dong and Zhu Gue, along with the 3 Douluo, had smiles on their faces. It's settled. X3 The 2 people in the elemental domain saw fireballs and thunderballs coming at them from all directions, while Nar, who was standing in place, also vanished. This was Nar's spatial power, allowing her to teleport freely within the elemental domain. From the perspective of Bibi Han, observing with the eye of truth from the outside, he couldn't help but feel that these 2 were quite miserable. Not only did they have to withstand the attacks of the elemental spheres, but they also had to be wary of Nar suddenly appearing to strike them at any moment. After 20 seconds, the elemental domain dissipated, and the 2 of them lay pitifully on the ground, their bodies in tatters and blood flowing from their wounds. Nar was also exhausted, leaning on her dragon spear stand. Bibi Dong came to Nar and delivered some soul energy to her, praising, Nar is really amazing. Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Said the arrogant guy, standing in the middle, a bit angrily. Excessive? I don't think so. It's just a minor injury. If Nar had used the dragon spear, they would have been dead by now. This little injury can be easily treated by any healing soul master. Just lie down for a day, and it's fine. On the other hand, I think it's embarrassing that 2 soul masters using all their strength can't even defeat a great soul master. Bibi Dong shrugged nonchalantly. All right. At that moment, the person revealed 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. A staff appeared in his hand, with dragon-like patterns on the long staff. I am Qian Tian. Come on, Bibi Dong. Let me see if your strength is worthy of your master's reputation, the man said coldly. You're not allowed to make a move. He ordered again. The dragon staff, I see. At just over 20 years old, you've reached the rank of Soul King. You haven't embarrassed your ancestors, Bibi Dong replied. With such talent, such a level, and a top-tier martial soul like the dragon staff, Qian Tian will probably at least reach level 95 and become a titled Douluo in the future. Upon hearing this, Qian Tian snorted. Bibi Dong made a move with his left hand, wielding the Haotian hammer, and said, come on. Qian Tian didn't use any soul skills, but continuously struck with a dragon stick, each blow aimed at Bibi Dong's vital points. The somewhat heavy Haotian hammer made it difficult for Bibi Dong to defend himself. While attacking, Qian Tian mocked, is this all the strength you have? What are you thinking? I'm just warming up. Suddenly, The Qian hammer in Bibi Dong's hand shrank a segment, making it easier to wield. He executed an upward strike, hitting the dragon's stick upward, then turned around, and the hammerhead grew larger again, smashing towards Qiangu Yuntian's chest. Qiangu Yuntian quickly defended, placing the dragon's stick against his chest. Clang! Qiangu Yuntian was pushed back 5 meters on the spot, incredulously saying, "Your hammer can change size at will." What else? If it only increased in weight, wouldn't that be a disgrace to a divine-level martial soul? Upon hearing this, Qiangu Yuntian activated his first and third soul rings, and the dragon's stick rapidly elongated, black flames erupting from its head. This trick won't work on me. His right hand summoned the blue-silver divine martial soul. In blue-silver grass, vines broke through the ground, binding the dragon's stick. Then, Bibi Dong stepped on the dragon's stick and charged over. You can use 2 martial souls at the same time. Qiangu Yuntian exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring Qiangu Yuntian's astonishment, Bibi Dong swung his hammer down towards his head. Due to the blue-silver grass, the dragon's stick could only be retracted to defend against the powerful blow. But the immense force made Qiangu Yuntian kneel on one knee. Bibi Dong quickly adjusted his position and struck sideways, causing Qiangu Yuntian, who was kneeling to defend, to roll back several meters, covered in dust, and his luxurious clothing was torn. How is this possible? How can I be so embarrassed? Qiangu Yuntian said, feeling his mindset crumble. He unleashed his ultimate move, the 5th soul skill, Dragon Stick Suppression. Qiangu Yuntian threw the dragon stick upwards, and it instantly transformed into a 3-meter-long, half-meter-wide stick. Embracing the dragon stick, he smashed it down towards Bibi Dong. Seeing the scene, Bibi Dong smiled, exactly as he had hoped. Bibi Han's soul power surged throughout his body, inputting into the Qian hammer, transforming the 500-pound Qian hammer into a 2,500-pound weapon. Bibi Han jumped up, leaving 2 footprints on the ground. With his calves exerting force and his waist as the axis, he struck down with all his strength. Bang! Qiangu Yuntian, along with his staff, was sent flying, while the panlong staff returned to its original size and embedded itself in a small stone mountain. Qiangu Yuntian then fell down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. When facing a soul master with the Qian hammer martial soul, even if your soul power is much higher than his, never confront the Qian hammer head-on. Never. Boss. The 4 soul ancestors nearby activated their martial souls and surrounded him. The blue-silver domain and thunder domain were activated. The 2 domains enveloped those people, and the blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground, attacking them. Due to the thunder domain, their reactions were a bit slower, and they didn't have time to use their soul skills, only able to defend with their martial souls. Then, Bibi Han leapt on the blue-silver grass and swung his hammer at them. 1 soul king and 6 soul ancestors were all wrapped up by the blue-silver grass, completely defeated. Qiangu Yuntian, who was bound like a rice dumpling, asked somewhat unwillingly why. Pride leads to defeat. If I'm not mistaken, your elders specifically allowed you to come here, right? Qiangu Yuntian fell silent for a moment and nodded. You are indeed a genius, but you are merely a genius in cultivation. As a genius, it is normal to have pride, but you must not be arrogant, failing to understand your enemy's abilities and looking down on them with such an expression. As for why you're only a genius in cultivation, it's because your mindset is too poor. If you fall into a disadvantage and become flustered, using your ultimate move directly, have you forgotten the characteristics of my martial soul? Confronting head-on is truly a foolish approach. Don't disgrace the 6 or 7 offerings. This last sentence was transmitted as a voice message by Bibi Han. Qiangu Yuntian pondered for a while, realizing something, and nodded. Bai Han mocked the few people beside him, saying, "And you guys, with all your skills, when you saw your leader lose, you panicked so much. Why don't you go back to the Pope Hall and really train yourselves?" To be honest, if it weren't for their panic, Bai Han might not have been able to deal with the 4 of them, especially since he didn't have much soul power left. Honestly, he couldn't really blame them, because after their mother became the Pope, the worship hall and the Pope Hall split, and these people's families followed the worship hall. Therefore, their juniors didn't come to the Spirit Hall Academy. Do you think practicing at home, under the protection of their elders, can lead to excellence? The guys from the TNO's second team are just the dregs of the dregs, but these people are much better than them. With some training, they will definitely become the backbone of the Spirit Hall in the future. Bibi Han's words were meant to urge those who followed the offering hall to quickly return to the Pope Hall, participate in training properly, and improve their strength. At this moment, Bibi Dong outside had a proud smile on her face. She couldn't wait to see the expressions of those offering people and her family who had opposed her. Their family's most outstanding disciple was defeated by her son and disciple, and then lectured. After Bibi Han and Nara replenished their soul power and collected the tokens they had looted, they directly tossed them to the other side of the stone path. After all, their participation was just creating trouble for him. They weren't there to compete for the sun, and their talent was lacking a bit. However, these guys had indeed collected quite a lot of medals, over 600 pieces, most of which were from the entire academy. They couldn't have started collecting them right at the beginning of the competition, could they? Chapter 39. Battle with the Demon Charm. After the battle ended, Bibi Han made 2 chairs and sat down with Nar, taking out some juice, crossing his legs, drinking while waiting, feeling quite leisurely. The 2 soul masters who had come were dealt with, and then they were let go. It was almost noon. It should be about time now. They already had 1,000 medals, and the last strong team should be coming out soon. Sure enough, 3 figures approached from a distance: Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hu Laina. Watching them walk in, Bibi Han excitedly asked, "You should have quite a few medals, right?" Yin replied, "Brother Han, we only have about 150 pieces." When butI Han heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. "Very well. Are you giving me the medal like this? Or do I need to use a bit of violence?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Laina took a step forward. Her gaze towards butI Han was cold and filled with hatred. butI Han was very satisfied with Hu Laina's expression, and glancing at the distance between her and Yin, he couldn't help but think, "Yin, in 6 years, Tang San will meet you all. During this time, you must win over Hu Laina. butI Han, we finally meet." Hu Laina said coldly. "Oh, and?" butI Han remained seated, shaking the juice in his hand. Seeing butI Han's expression that still did not take her seriously, Hu Laina's eyes grew colder. "After being humiliated last time, I have sworn to take revenge. You have resolve, but with your strength, it's better not to provoke me. Even the 3 of you together wouldn't stand chance. It has been half a year. Now, Xiaoyu is level 39, Yin is at the peak of level 39, Hu Laina is level 37, and butI Han is level 38. I really can't do it alone. Aren't you curious why the 3 of us have obtained over 150 medals?" Hu Laina continued, her expression turning extremely proud. The 3 of them had collectively earned 158 medals, surpassing 10% of all medals, a record that made Hu Laina feel proud. Bibi Dong gave a disdainful smile to Hu Laina, saying, "What is there to be confused about? Nair and I have collected 1,000 of them." Then, she tossed out a sack, which was filled with medals that shimmered under the sunlight. Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly, realizing he had just been slapped in the face by his little sister again. Yin, on the other hand, looked at Bibi Dong with shining eyes, thinking, as expected of Brother Han. Hu Laina's cold face turned bright red as she spoke with intense hatred. "Brother, come on." Xiaoyu and Hu Laina unleashed their martial spirits, and Xiaoyu's body crashed into Hu Laina's. At the moment their bodies collided, a red light appeared, enveloping them both. The red light flickered, and the 2 originally separate individuals merged into one, a figure with flowing long hair, indistinguishable in gender, wielding a moon blade in each hand. "Bibi Han, prépare tout dit." A voice that was neither male nor female echoed from their mouths. Seeing the scene, Bibi Han finished the juice in his hand and walked over to the seductive figure. He wanted to see the demoness who had defeated Tang San in the original work. A red mist spread out, enveloping Bibi Han, reducing his senses by 40%, suppressing his soul power by 40%, and delaying all his actions by 40%. Then the androgynous voice continued, "It's this martial soul fusion skill that allowed us to crush those opponents, whether they were top-ranked soul masters or teams of a dozen. Now it's your turn, Bibi Han." Bibi Dong opened her true eye, watching the alluring figure walking towards her. To be honest, Bibi Dong didn't take this martial soul fusion skill seriously at all. Once the blue-silver domain was activated, the red mist would be dispelled immediately. However, she didn't do that. Without dispelling the red mist, the alluring figure's strength was not even close to that of Qian Qian, and she couldn't even use her soul skills. Therefore, not dispelling it made the challenge even greater. Bibi Dong stretched for a while, felt the current physical activity ability, then beckoned to the enchanting spirit, saying, "Come on, you can see me in the red mist." The enchanting spirit exclaimed in surprise. "Surprised? Hu Laina, you're the one who is not top tier in talent, yet is incredibly arrogant. Without your mother's full cultivation, how strong are you now?" Hu Laina was somewhat embarrassed and angry. Controlling the enchanting spirit, her calf exerted force and charged at Bibi Dong, slashing down with the moon blade without showing any mercy. Bibi Dong simply sidestepped to avoid it. Subsequently, he dodged several attacks from the moon blade. "Is dodging all you can do?" the enchanting spirit asked mockingly. No, I'm just confirming something, butI replied. Confirming something? The enchanting spirit was somewhat confused. Your skills are not as good as I imagined. A smile of realization appeared at the corner of butI's mouth. Since Hulaina was not taken as a disciple by her mother, she certainly could not have the skills to easily defeat Tang San as in the original work. In contrast, Nar had various little tricks and ways to use strength that emerged endlessly. butI took out the Qian hammer with his left hand, and this time there were no restrictions from the blue silvergrass. Your hammer is indeed the Qian hammer, said Yao Mei. So what? butI pointed the hammer at Yao Mei, completely unconcerned. Take this. butI swung the hammer down. A regular Qian hammer without soul rings could still battle against a Soul King level Moonblade, let alone butI's hammer, and butI's strength was even greater, causing Yao Mei to be pushed back repeatedly. At that moment, Yao Mei retreated and threw a Moonblade, which butI easily swatted away, then jumped up to strike down at Yao Mei's head. Yao Mei met the attack with one hand, but was directly forced to kneel down. However, Yao Mei gave a wicked smile. He had intentionally taken a hit. With his left hand moving backward, the Moonblade that had been knocked away by butI flew back, preparing to sever butI's shoulder. butI smiled enchantingly, having long trained for attacks from behind. He retracted the Qian hammer, squatted down, and wrapped his two legs with blue silvergrass several times. Then, using one hand to support himself, he kicked towards the demon's stomach with both feet. Facing the incoming Moonblade and butI's dual kicks, the demon caught the Moonblade with one hand while striking down at his legs with the other. However, his legs had been wrapped several times by the blue silvergrass, so he was not worried about the Moonblade cutting through. Subsequently, the demon was heavily kicked by butI twice, his body flying backward in a U shape. butI summoned the Qian hammer and said, "Is this all the power of your martial soul fusion skill? You really disappoint me. Don't be too proud. I still have one last move." Yao Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Taking a deep breath, Yao Mei seemed unhurried as she gazed at butI and said, "You are the first person to try my self-created skill. You should feel honored to be defeated by it." butI had no expression on his face, but he was almost dying of laughter inside. Wasn't it just a self-created soul skill, Round Moon? He really acted like it was something impressive. Experience it, Round Moon. The charm moved, its body spinning like a whirlwind, and in an instant, it disappeared along with the two moon blades, leaving only a huge white disc in front of me. You should feel honored. This is the first time I'm using my second soul skill, and I don't know if it will be the last time. Blue-silver shield. Rows of blue-silver grass formed a shield surrounding the charm. If the charm wanted to attack butI, it would have to cut through these shields, which would consume soul power and reduce the charm's spinning force. The shields made from the second soul skill, blue-silver grass, were much sturdier than those made by butI. If it weren't for facing Round Moon, he might not have used it at all. butI really didn't think much of Round Moon because its principle was just like the spinning top he played with as a child. The launching rod of Round Moon was maintained by the charm's soul power. As for the so-called lack of flaws, that was even more ridiculous. No technique could be flawless. If he could fly, the charm's red mist and Round Moon would be useless. As the charm broke through the shields layer by layer, butI began to stack his chaotic cloak layer by layer while multitasking and continuously creating shields. By the 32nd strike, the charm finally broke through all the shields and attacked him, which was, of course, intentional on his part. With a crash, the greatly weakened Round Moon could not possibly contend with butI's Qian Divine Hammer. The charm was directly disintegrated and flew out, the red mist dissipating, and both Xiaoyu and Hulaina were severely injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood with their arms broken. Meanwhile, butI only felt a slight numbness in his arm. Thus, the battle came to an end. Chapter 40. Becoming the Holy Sun, hearing the loud noise. Nar and Yan's battle also ended. Fighting against Nar, Yan felt quite constrained. Flames were useless against her and were instead used against him. And his not-so-fast attacks couldn't harm Nar, who constantly struck him with her dragon spear. However, Nar didn't go all out. Otherwise, Yan would have been down already, as his defense was insufficient to withstand the silver dragon spear. Nana, seeing Hulaina severely injured on the ground, Yan rushed to her side and used his soul power to probe her. Sensing that she had only fainted, he let out a sigh of relief, only to discover that Hulaina's left arm was broken. "Cole brother, why did you hit her so hard?" Yan questioned angrily. "Get the situation straight. If I really went hard, it wouldn't just be an arm. It's just a broken bone. Don't make such a fuss." Third soul skill, blue-silver holy light. After healing him a bit, Bibi Han turned to Yin and said, "Give me the medals." Yin handed them over honestly. Looking at the 158 medals, Bibi Han smiled. This practice was finally over. "Yin, what are you waiting for? Carry Hu Liena. Do you want to wait for her to wake up?" Without waiting for Yin to react, Bibi Han took Nar's hand and walked towards the academy, leaving the remaining medals behind. At this moment, 3 figures hovered above them. It was Pope Bibi Dong, Ju Douluo, and Ghost Douluo. "Your Holiness, that charm martial soul fusion technique is quite good. Even my mental power couldn't penetrate that red mist," Ju Douluo said. "Just SOSO. That fusion technique is just a useless gimmick in the battles of title Douluo," Bibi Dong replied. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the 2 title Douluo, Bibi Dong slowly continued. "The charm is powerful because of the red mist. It can suppress a large part of the opponent's strength. However, after the martial soul fusion technique, Xiaoyu and Hu Liena's soul skills can't be used at all, and the area covered by the red mist is limited. While title Douluo battles mostly take place in the sky." Ju and Ghost Douluo nodded in understanding. Bibi Dong and Nar have arrived at the assembly square, where 90 of the students from the whole school have gathered, with more students arriving one after another. After he and Nar grabbed the medals, the competition was announced to be over. This competition was entirely designed to make him and Nar the saint's son and saint daughter, with the others merely serving as a backdrop. Although it sounds quite harsh, given their talents, they truly cannot become the saint's son and saint daughter. As for the original saint daughter, Hu Liena, without her mother as full support, she is nothing compared to either her predecessor or this generation Xiaoshue. To be honest, it isn't overly cruel. Although they cannot become the saint's son and saint daughter, this is still a valuable experience, offering more training than the previous year-end competitions. After a while, the entire assembly gathered, and Bibi Dong and Nar stood at the very front of the line. Bibi Dong stood up from her seat and announced, "I declare that the first place in this competition goes to Bibi Han and Nar, who collectively gathered 112 medals, accounting for 95.8 of all medals. They're truly deserving of the first place. Congratulations to you both." Everyone applauded them, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. The second place goes to the Qian Yin Tian team, which earned a total of 853 medals. Upon hearing this, Bibi Han's confusion was resolved. No wonder. What was mentioned before the competition was the number of medals obtained. Bibi Han was still wondering why, after collecting so many medals, the others couldn't just hold on and surpass them. The rankings seemed too inaccurate. The third place went to Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hu Liena, who collectively received 158 medals. Before the competition, I mentioned that the first place might become the Holy Son or Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and the Elder Hall will provide a response after discussion. Well, this competition has now concluded. 3 days later, in the Pope's Hall, all the elders gathered together, except for those who were in seclusion, as Bibi Han and Nar entered the Pope's Hall. Bibi Dong said, "The elders have already watched the match video, right? Do any of the elders have any opinions?" The elders shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. "I hereby announce the conferral of Nar as the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, enjoying all the rights of a saintess, and Bibi Han as the current saint's son of the Spirit Hall. Whether he can enjoy all rights is still to be evaluated," Bibi Dong said, although the tone of the latter part was not very good. Bibi Han has a phrase in mind that he is unsure whether to say or not. It's purely some bastards using their birth to make a fuss. Tell me who it is, and I won't hold back from beating him up in the future. After that, there were some token garments and similar things. Once these were over, Bibi Dong said, "The meeting is adjourned," and it ended. He and Na followed their mother back to the back hall of the Pope's palace. "Honor, do you blame your mother?" "Why blame? I just can't attend those important meetings. I can still mobilize the rights of other saints. Ultimately, it's just that some old folks don't believe in me, which is understandable. The future is what matters," Bibi Han said nonchalantly. "You have this awareness, which is good. Ultimately, it's due to your birth. The 3 great sects, especially the Haotian sect and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, place great importance on bloodlines and do not trust outsiders. This inherited mindset from their genes ultimately makes it hard for them to believe. It should be fine in the future. I was raised by you, so I don't care about those concepts. By the way, Mom, what training should I do next?" Bibi Han asked. His mother replied, "Cultivation should balance work and rest. You haven't rested much in the past 6 months. Go to the offering hall. There are people waiting for you there." On the way to the offering hall, Bibi Han felt something was strange. They told him to rest, but also sent him to the offering hall. What else could those old men do besides cultivating? Upon entering the offering hall, Bibi Han didn't see anyone in the main hall. He then looked at the angel statue and bowed to it. Han respected the angel god, not because of its power, but because of the contributions the angel god had made to the continent. At that moment, a pair of jade hands covered Han's eyes, and a warm male voice said, "Guess who I am? Xiaoxue, you're back." Han exclaimed joyfully. As the hands opened, a melodious voice reached Han's ears. "How did you guess it was me right away?" "That's simple, just by these hands. I knew it was a female. And the only women who can enter here, besides Mom, are you." Han turned around and looked into her eyes. Under the shining light of the angel in the worship hall, Renxue's already stunning face became even more beautiful, leaving him somewhat mesmerized. Renxue noticed Han staring at her in a daze and felt immensely happy inside. Chapter 41. Renxue and not heir after leaving the worship hall. Han asked Renxue, "Xiaoxue, how's your recent mission going?" "It's all right. I'm slowly using poison to kill the Snow Knight Emperor. It might take another decade or so." Then Renxue's tone changed, and she looked at Han with some concern, asking, "Xiaogang, do you think I'm a vicious woman for using such a despicable thing as poison?" "No. Poison is also a weapon. There is no inherent good or bad. What's important is how it's used. If it's used to deal with ruthless soul masters, then it's good. If it's used to harm innocent civilians, then that's the greatest evil. As for using this method to kill that old fool Snow Knight, I think it's quite lenient for that old thing to die in his position as an emperor," Han replied. "As an emperor? Would Snow Knight not know what kind of nobles he had beneath him?" "Of course he would, because Snow Knight is one of them, and he would prefer the nobles to be that way, as it wouldn't affect his throne." Renxue chuckled upon hearing this. "Old fool, old thing. He's a generation's emperor, and you say that about him?" Han replied nonchalantly, "What's the problem? Let's go, let's not talk about that guy for now. I want to see if your recent training has fallen behind. Do you think you can fight me? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten?" Renxue said playfully, raising her delicate fist. "I didn't say you were testing strength. I'm here to test the application of spiritual power. Let's go." It's rare for Renxue to come back, and since she has to be discreet about her training in the Heaven Do Empire, he decided to accompany her for some time. Han took Renxue's delicate hand. Renxue's cheeks flushed, but there was no hint of displeasure on her face. The two arrived at a bamboo forest, where Han crafted a small hammer and a sword from the bamboo. "Xiaoxue, next we'll use our mental power to create eyes and spar with each other." "How about that?" Han asked. "Sure." Renxue readily agreed. Han threw the bamboo sword at Renxue and closed his eyes. Renxue also closed her eyes. "Come on, Xiaoxue." Using her mental power to see, she perceived a world that seemed devoid of color, where swords and hammers continuously clashed in the bamboo forest. As they fought, their movements became faster and faster. Renxue's bamboo sword kept thrusting forward, while Han, feeling a bit fatigued, struggled to defend himself, his body continually retreating. In the process of defending, he concentrated all his mental power on Renxue, and momentarily didn't he notice the bamboo shoots on the ground. As he retreated, he tripped over one, causing him to fall, and Renxue, taking a step forward, also stumbled and fell toward him. The two lay on the ground, and the whole world seemed to quiet for a moment. Han fell to the ground, looking at Renxue, who was pressing down on him, feeling the current situation. The two were in a very ambiguous position, with Renxue's entire body on top of him, and his lips pressed against her left cheek. He sighed. "Is this Renxue's body? So soft, so fragrant." Han instinctively hugged her tightly, using a bit too much strength. Once Renxue reacted. She quickly looked up, her face flushed as she glared at Han and pouted, "Let go of me." Looking at Renxue's shy beauty and inhaling the fragrance of the girl, Han foolishly let out an "oh" and then released his arms. At that moment, a pleasant voice came from nearby. "Big brother, take me to play." This voice belonged to Nar, who had come to find Han after asking Dong. Nar ran into the bamboo forest and saw a blonde woman pressing down on Han. For some reason, she felt extremely angry and shouted, "Who are you? And why are you on top of my big brother? Let go of him right now." At that moment, Nar was clinging to Han's arm with both hands, her big eyes glaring at Renxue, her face filled with a protective expression. Renxue also looked at Nar with anger in her beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, "Is this the disciple of that woman? She is so beautiful." Seeing Nar's exquisite features, Renxue couldn't help but sigh. Renxue had always been extremely confident in her own appearance, believing that no one could surpass her. But looking at Nar, she felt that Nar was now on par with her. If this little girl grows up a bit more, she might even surpass her. Qian Renxue felt a tremendous threat. Seeing the two of them, butI Han couldn't help but feel worried. Both Qian Renxue and Gu Yuna were incredibly proud individuals. Although Qian Renxue no longer prioritized benefits above all, her overwhelming possessiveness stemming from being a top genius was unchangeable. Nar was the same. As the sole beast overlord, her possessiveness was equally terrifying, even without her memories. Observing the tense standoff between the two, butI Han thought he needed to ease their relationship, as they were his only two female friends. Don't be upset, Nar. It was just an accident. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Xiaoxue. Xiaoxu, Dishishnair. Qian Renxue shot butI Han a thierscliff. Then continued to glare at Nar, who defiantly glared back. butI Han quickly said, let's play a game. It's a game that can only be played by 3 people. Doulitsu. Doulitsu? Big brother, what kind of game is that? Nar asked. Qian Renxue also looked puzzled. Hehe, I'll teach you. Big brother. You lost again. Nar and Qian Renxue stuck 2 more pieces of cloth on butI Han's face. After countless rounds of games, butI Han's face was almost covered with cloth strips, while the other 2 only had a few. In order to ease the relationship between the two, butI Han spared no effort, having to play as the landlord and even deliberately losing, claiming that he would rather die on the landlord's throne. All right, now, Xiaogang. It's getting late. Let's go eat hot pot. Okay. When it came to eating, Nar was the most excited. Sister Xue, what should we eat? Looking at Nar, who was hugging Xiaoxue's arm, butI Han secretly clenched his fist, thinking that his suffering was not in vain. The veiled Qian Renxue and Nar appeared on the streets of the Spirit Hall, attracting countless gazes as soon as they showed up. However, no one dared to approach them. Nar's presence was already well known among the Spirit Hall people. There's no way around it. The allure of a beautiful woman is great, and recently, she has become a saintess, holding a high position. Although Qian Renxue did not show her face, just looking at her perfect figure made it clear she was definitely a beauty. And her noble aura and splendid palace dress indicated her extraordinary status. As for butI Han, the saint's son, he seemed rather ordinary. Not many in the Spirit Hall recognized him, and after he had undergone some changes, it was likely that only the recent graduates of the Spirit Hall would know him. The 3 of them had a hearty meal at the hot pot restaurant before heading to Nar's room to play doujou. 3 days later, butI Han and Nar were standing at the south gate of the Spirit Hall to see off Qian Renxue. At that moment, Nar said sadly, Sister Xue, goodbye. I will miss you. Qian Renxue gently touched Nar's face and said, I will miss you too. Seeing this scene, butI Han felt extremely happy. He had to admit that Nar's endearing personality was really charming. butI Dong gave a reminder, Xiaoxue, take care of yourself over there. I understand. Qian Renxue replied with some worry. Then, as if she had made a decision, she leaned close to butI Dong's ear and said, I do like Neru, but you are mine, and you can only be mine. After saying this, she turned and walked away. That domineering tone left butI Dong somewhat stunned. Big brother, what did Sister Xue say? Neru asked softly, looking somewhat unhappy as her intense possessiveness kicked in. It's nothing. Xiaoxue said that Neru is so beautiful and cute. Of course I have to protect you well and not let you be bullied, butI Dong replied casually. Oh, Sister Xue is so nice to me, Neru said with a naive smile. Hey, what about the future? If I don't capture Neru, once Guyu wakes up, the human race will be finished. But if I capture Guyu, then there can't be 2 tigers on the same mountain. I can only cultivate, and I need to be stronger than them in the future to have a chance for them to coexist peacefully. Chapter 42, Going Out to Train. Creating soul skills 4 years later. In a secret room of the Spirit Hall, a remarkably handsome young man over 9 meters tall was sitting cross-legged. He was wearing a blue robe weighing 2,000 jin, along with hand rings weighing 300 jin and shoes weighing 400 jin. This young man was butI Dong, and over the past 4 years, he had grown up. My cultivation has broken through to level 50, and my spiritual power has reached the soul sage level. It's time to see him. butI Dong opened his eyes, walked out of the secret chamber, and arrived at the Pope's hall. Big brother. A melodious voice entered butI Dong's ears, and of course, it was Nader calling him that. Looking at Nader approaching him, butI Dong smiled and touched her little face. For years had passed, and Nader had grown up. Her beauty was stunning, standing at 165 meters tall, her figure already taking shape. She was the goddess of the younger generation in the Spirit Hall, with a soul power level of 46. Nader was well known throughout the Spirit Hall. As for butI Dong, the saint's son, he had been quite low-key, rarely showing himself over the past 4 years. Many people only knew that there was a saint's son in the spirit hall, but did not know what he looked like or his strength. Before Bibi Han came to the Pope's throne, "Mom, Honor, you have broken through level 50. Bibi Dong said with some surprise. "Yes, I just broke through." "Well then, let Elder Ju take you to obtain your soul ring." "Mom, obtaining the soul ring is one thing, but I also want to ask you for another thing." "What is it?" "I want to go out and train," Bibi Han said. Bibi Dong, who was reviewing documents, paused and said with some concern, "Honor, the outside world is very dangerous." Yes, big brother, don't go outside," Nar quickly echoed. "It's precisely because there are dangers that I want to go. Staying in Wuhuan City is too comfortable. I want to train and become stronger so I can protect Nar," Bibi Han said, looking at Nar fondly and gently patting her little head. Hearing this, Nar's face turned red and she lowered her head. Bibi Dong watched this scene, her face showing a mix of comfort, nostalgia, and regret. She then said, "It's fine for you to go out and train, but I will assign 2 titled Douluos to be by your side." "Mom, let's skip the titled Douluos. I'm just going to the Heaven-Do Empire." Aside from the top 3 sects, how many titled Douluos does the Heaven-Do Empire even have? That would defeat the purpose of training. A high-level soul sage would be enough. Bibi Dong thought for a moment and agreed. After bidding farewell to her mother and her master, Bibi Han arrived at the southern gate of the Wuhuan Hall. At this moment, the most difficult person to deal with was that girl, Nar. Nar looked at him reluctantly and said, "Big brother, are you going to see Sister Shui this time?" "Yes, big brother is definitely going to see her." Bibi Han did not hide it. Although Xiao Shui had come back a few times in recent years and had a good relationship with Nar, for him, they were secretly competing and not giving an inch. "No, you are mine. You can only be mine," Nar said firmly, hugging Bibi Han and refusing to let go. Bibi Han helplessly said, "All right, Nar. Big brother still has to go. If you don't go to see Sister Shui, I'll let you go." "Okay, I won't go." Seeing Nanner's persistent look, Bibi Han could only respond like this. "Then let's make a pinky promise." Nanner extended her little pinky. "For the sake of little Shui, I might as well act like a little dog," Bibi Han thought to himself. After shaking hands with Nanner, Bibi Han left. On the way, Bibi Han stretched out his hand and took out a map, which was the route he specifically asked someone to investigate for going to Swoto City. There was a red line on this map, with a few red marks next to it. "I'll take care of these pests." A few days later, Bibi Han was slowly walking toward a mountain stronghold. "Who are you? Get lost. If you come any closer, you'll die," shouted the soul master patrolling the stronghold's wall. Bibi Han seemed to ignore everything and continued walking forward. "Kill him. Shoot the arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Facing the arrows shot at him, Bibi Han had no expression on his face, and his eyes turned into the water blue real eyes. The trajectories of all the flying arrows became clear in Bibi Han's eyes, and he reached out to grab a few arrows aimed at him. "Not bad aim," Bibi Han commented lightly. Then, 6 arrows floated in front of him, and he concentrated his soul power, pushing them back. The 6 arrows flew back at 3 times the speed, piercing through 6 people who fell to the ground. There was only one left, who looked terrified, blew a whistle, and shouted for people to gather. Come. Who dares to act recklessly in my Penglai stronghold?" The door was pushed open, and dozens of people emerged, looking at Bibi Han with murderous intent. Seeing this scene, Bibi Han smiled. It was better to gather them all, so he wouldn't have to chase them down. The once calm Bibi Han now seemed to transform into a god of slaughter, wielding the Qian hammer as he charged into the crowd, each swing of the hammer claiming a life. Arrogant, a person with 6 soul rings charged out, attacking with a palm strike. Bibi Han struck forward with a hammer, and after a collision, he only took a few steps back. With the diamond, lion martial soul, and the cultivation level of a soul emperor, you must be the leader of this mountain stronghold. Who are you to dare attack my Penglai stronghold? Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere, the man shouted with resentment. Penglai stronghold, such a majestic name, but it will soon cease to exist. For purple-black soul rings surrounded Bibi Han. The people around him gasped. First, let's clear out the minions' blue-silver piercing formation. Bibi Han's soul ring did not shine, but strands of blue-silver grass emerged from the ground, piercing through the bodies of the soul masters below the Soul King level. Then, the blue-silver domain activated, and more blue-silver grass grew, binding the Soul King. And, subsequently, the blue-silver grass vines pierced through them. You're only at level 50 and have not yet obtained your 5th soul ring. How could you possibly kill a Soul King with just 1 soul skill? The Soul Emperor said in disbelief. Bibi Dong shook his head and said, "To be precise, I didn't use any soul skills. This is just a capability possessed by my blue-silver god." My fourth soul ring comes from a 34,000-year-old plant-type soul beast, the holy immortal flower. The nectar within the flower has an extremely powerful healing effect, capable of healing most internal injuries in a short time. However, it is also a thorny rose. The petals it shoots out are extremely sharp and can break through the defenses of a soul emperor. By absorbing it, I not only gained a very powerful healing soul skill, blue-silver holy dew, but the sharpness of the petals also added to my blue-silver god. Coupled with the strength of my martial soul, it's more than enough to break through the defenses of Soul King. As for breaking the restraints of blue silvergrass, it is impossible without the power of a soul emperor. How is that possible? I want you dead. The blue-silver domain opened again, and the teleportation activated. BB Dong's body flashed 5 times, reaching a distance of 40 meters away from the Soul Emperor. This was the last skill of the blue-silver domain that BB Dong discovered, teleportation. A Soul King can teleport a maximum of 5 meters. But the gradual absorption of higher-level powers allowed this distance to reach 8 meters. His soul power can be used for 500 times. When he discovered this skill, BB Dong was extremely excited. To be honest, the blue-silver domain should be called the life-saving domain. It has reconnaissance, support, long-range attack, and teleportation. BB Han raised the Haotian hammer and displayed the starting stance of the chaotic wind hammer technique. This is my upgraded version of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Take this, and remember to repent well after going to hell. Be a good person in your next life. BB Han began to swing the Haotian hammer, and with each swing, a Haotian hammer formed from soul power would strike down. The attack power of the soul power Haotian hammer was identical to that of the Haotian hammer when it struck in his hand. This was the ability he discovered after gaining the recognition of the Haotian hammer, constantly exploring and innovating. By pouring soul power into the Haotian hammer, the soul power would attach to the surface, allowing the Haotian hammer to absorb and grow larger, then drawing away a bit of internal soul power to shrink the hammer. In that moment of shrinking, he would swing it quickly, and the Haotian hammer pattern formed from soul power would be directly swung out. This was somewhat similar to the Haotian hammer's ability to grow and shrink, but it operated on completely different principles. The Haotian hammer's shrinking simply reduced its original weight of 500 pounds for easier swinging, while growing could only return to a maximum weight of 500 pounds. To continue increasing its weight, more soul power was needed. The principle of this upgraded version of the chaotic wind technique was not difficult, but it required extremely strong control and consumed a significant amount of soul power. Other Haotian hammers might also be able to do this, but BB Han estimated they wouldn't be able to discover it. After Tang Chun left, the Haotian sect had not innovated again, with the only combination being the ghost shadow miasma and the chaotic wind hammer technique, which couldn't be considered true innovation. It was precisely because he spent a lot of time practicing and improving this self-created soul skill that BB Han only advanced 11 levels in 4 years. Chapter 43. Blue Silver Forest, Second Soul Bone. The terrifying hammers continued to smash toward the Soul Emperor, getting faster and more powerful. After dodging and dispersing several soul power Haotian hammers, the Soul Emperor couldn't help but spit out blood. No, I can't let this go on. Using his 4th soul skill, Lion Demon Transformation, and 5th soul skill, Mad Lion Fury. After using 4 or 5 soul skills, the muscles in the Soul Emperor's body swelled to twice their size, enveloped in a golden light curtain like a protective shield. Then, a giant lion phantom appeared in his right hand. Die, little ghost. After pushing aside the incoming Haotian hammer, he charged at BB Han. When the Soul Emperor was 2 meters away from BB Han, BB Han used the blue-silver domain to teleport behind him and swung a hammer at his back. The Soul Emperor smiled strangely and immediately turned around to block with Mad Lion Fury, dissipating 3 of the hammer strikes from the 5th soul skill. Then, the 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Reversal. After the 6th soul ring lit up, the dissipated Mad Lion Fury reappeared, surprisingly retaining the same power as when it was first used. Ha ha ha, did not expect this? The effect of my 6th soul skill is to reverse the soul skills I have consumed. Die and taste my full-powered Mad Lion Fury. BB Han smiled, his eyes wide open, shattering the purple light. A beam of blue-purple light pierced through the Soul Emperor's head, causing the Soul Emperor's furious lion spirit to dissipate, and he collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain while holding his head. Did you not expect this? I have a soul bone skill, and my mental power is on par with the Soul Sage. After a little while, it's done. Go to hell, chaotic wind hammer technique, 99 strikes. 1 strike came down. Boom! A large pit with a radius of 5 meters appeared. and the Soul Emperor's lion demon transformation was shattered like paper, reduced to a pile of flesh. "Phew, your highness, you are too powerful. Just now, your subordinates wanted to rescue you," said the Soul Sage respectfully. "There's nothing to be surprised about. You three go and deliver the swaddled baby to the local Spirit Hall orphanage, along with some civilians who were captured. Give this to them." Bibi tossed a bag of money to the Soul Sage. "Understood. Hey, no matter which mountain stronghold, there will always be civilians captured as slaves and women turned into playthings. It's too sad for the weak in this world, especially for beautiful women. It's even more tragic after the Spirit Hall's demise." Taking out the map again, Bibi resumed his campaign of conquering cities and strongholds. A few days later, Bibi arrived in an unknown forest, and the Soul Sage's voice came. "Your Highness, are you going to hunt soul beasts here for the 5th soul ring?" "No, I'm here to meet a certain grass." "A certain grass?" The Soul Sage replied in surprise. "No need to be surprised. You'll know soon." Feeling the approaching aura and the increasingly tall blue-silver grass around him, Bibi took a deep breath and smiled contentedly. After walking another 100 meters, a voice came. "Human, leave this place. This is not where you should be." This voice was filled with a warning tone. 3 soul sages appeared beside Bibi, releasing their martial spirits in vigilance. Bibi crossed over to them and said, "No need to be nervous. This is my second home. My biological mother's home." The Soul Saints looked at each other, then turned to Bibi. Their eyes seemed to say, "Is our holy son having a problem with his head?" With a sigh inwardly, he thought it was pointless to explain to them and continued walking forward. The voice came again. "Since you don't want to leave, then stay here." Several thick blue-silver grasses attacked the 3, but Bibi merely said lightly bold. As soon as the words fell, the warmth around Bibi disappeared, replaced by an incredibly authoritative aura of a deity. Under the pressure of this aura, all the blue-silver grasses in the blue-silver forest bowed down. If Bibi is willing, he can cause all the blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest to die on the spot. This is the majesty of the blue-silver god, cultivated over millions of years in ancient times. This scene left the 3 soul saints stunned. Then, the blue-silver grass in front opened a passage, revealing a 10-meter-high special plant that looked like countless vines intertwined together. Its entire body was a clear blue, and its surface shimmered with a special luster as it rushed out. Bibi transmitted sound to the 3 soul saints, reassuring them that it was one of his subordinates. The giant blue-silver grass that burst forth had a face-like mark at the center of its vines, which appeared to be very terrified. It knelt down 1 meter in front of Bibi, saying, "Blue-Silver King, I pay my respects to your majesty. Please forgive me for my disrespect." Looking at the Blue-Silver King's fearful expression, Bibi smiled faintly and said, "I am not the Blue-Silver Emperor." The Blue-Silver King was somewhat stunned. Raising its head to look at Bibi, its eyes filled with confusion. In its understanding, the only being capable of suppressing it was the Blue-Silver Emperor. The Blue-Silver King continued, "Then who are you?" "I am a blue-silver god." After saying this, Bibi released the golden blue-silver grass, and the blue-silver domain was activated. All the blue-silver grass cheered on the spot, feeling their lifespan increasing at a rate of 1 year per second. Experiencing this powerful blue-silver domain and the high, unapproachable, majestic aura emanating from Bibi, the Blue-Silver King exclaimed in astonishment, "You are a god, an existence above the Emperor." Bibi retracted the divine aura of the Blue-Silver god and said, "Let's chat inside." "My god, please." The Blue-Silver King respectfully bowed and followed behind Bibi. Bibi turned to the 3 soul saints and said, "I need to explain some things here, which will take some time. The spiritual energy of this place is quite good, so you can cultivate here with peace of mind." They arrived at a place surrounded by ancient trees, where the main root of the Blue-Silver King was located. Bibi straightforwardly said, "Blue-Silver King, I am actually the son of Blue-Silver Emperor." "What? You are the son of our emperor?" Blue-Silver King couldn't believe it. How could Blue-Silver Emperor possibly have given birth to Blue-Silver God? Blue-Silver King expressed his inability to understand. "My birth mother is still alive. After breaking through to Soul King, I can feel where she is, and I can also feel where you are. That's why I was able to find you. Then our emperor as well." Bibi expression was somewhat sad. "Mother, she has sacrificed herself and has now transformed into a small grass again. But in the future, I will revive her. I came here to convey something and to ask a question." "My god, please speak." "I have a brother named Tang San. He has the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, and in the future, he will be able to awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor. Now I want to see him and evaluate his character. Isn't my god living with the Crown Prince?" "The Crown Prince?" I see. For certain reasons, I do not live with him. I want to assess whether he has a sincere heart. If he does, I will help him awaken the blue-silver emperor. If not, a complex look flashed in Bibi Han's eyes. Then, you'll be the next blue-silver emperor. What? Me? How could I possibly become the blue-silver emperor? The blue-silver king was dumbfounded. In over 80,000 years, it had been more surprised today than in thousands of years combined. I will elevate your cultivation to the peak of 999 years, at any time ready to break through. In the future, if Tang San has good character and cares for the world, you will help him awaken the blue-silver emperor. Do you understand? I understand, your majesty. The blue-silver king said somewhat reluctantly. As the saying goes, a subject who does not wish to be an emperor is not a good subject. But due to the reasons of the blue-silver god, it had no choice but to obey Bibi Han's orders. Also, my question is, do you know the principle of soul ring condensation? Bibi Han continued. Why does my god ask this? At this moment, the blue-silver king looked at Bibi Han with both concern and eagerness. Bibi Han did not understand why the blue-silver king's eyes had changed like this, but did not ask. He said, in the future, I will flatten the two great empires, unify the continent, and establish a country based on the core values of the 24 characters. With no more wars, the population will naturally grow rapidly. By then, the number of soul masters will also increase dramatically, and the demand for soul rings will rise as well. Under this mutual growth, soul beasts will definitely be exterminated, and I do not want to see that happen. Once we know how to condense soul rings, soul beasts will no longer be important. What should my god do? The blue-silver king asked again. Bibi Dong thought for a moment, and the blue-silver king was definitely trustworthy, so it was better to tell it. Let me tell you, the soul beast lord, the silver dragon king, is my future wife. She is currently in the spirit hall, and for her, I will break the shackles on the soul beast so that you can also ascend to godhood. The legend is true. The son of God from the legend has finally appeared. The blue-silver king exclaimed loudly, causing Bibi Dong to cover his ears. Blue-silver king. What is the legend? Bibi Dong asked, a hint of anger on his face. My god, please forgive me, I am just too excited. Our blue-silver grass clan has an ancient saying. What does the saying have to do with your excitement just now? No, it is completely related. Our blue-silver grass clan saying is, when the son of God appears, the soul beast will be redeemed. That son of God who redeems the soul beast clan is you, my god. The blue-silver king said excitedly. The blue-silver king had no doubts, nor did want to doubt. For tens of thousands of years, the blue-silver king had witnessed the decline of the soul beast clan. Many powerful soul beasts, such as dragons and phoenixes, were on the verge of extinction. It was willing to believe in the blue-silver god. After all, the descent of the blue-silver god itself was a miracle. I am the son of God? Bibi Dong asked, puzzled. My god, please follow me. Suddenly, the ground beneath the blue-silver king's feet cracked open, revealing a passage. Then Bibi Dong and the blue-silver king walked inside. The passage extended hundreds of meters underground, filled with countless roots of blue-silver grass, but they retreated as we entered. At the end of the tunnel, a golden-blue light shone, and that shining light turned out to be a soul bone. Chapter 44. External attached soul bone, blue-silver wing. The soul bone was entirely golden blue, and looking at it, Bibi Dong's blue-silver god was restless, as if this soul bone was prepared specifically for him. My god, this is the treasure passed down through generations of our blue-silver clan, waiting for the son of God who will save the soul beast clan to obtain it. Does my mother know about this? Bibi Dong asked. This scene was not in the original work. The former emperor knew clearly, but now does not. What do you mean? The former emperor guarded the treasure before transforming, waiting for the appearance of the son of God. After the emperor transformed, she secretly told me about this place, erasing this part of her memory and leaving. I see. No wonder Tang San in the original work did not obtain it. Bai Han stepped forward and extended his hand into the blue-golden soul bone. Before he could touch it, the soul bone seemed to sense his aura and directly crashed into his body. Bibi Han hurriedly sat cross-legged and began to refine this soul bone. The blue-silver king stood guard beside him, and then called upon the blue-silver grass from the blue-silver forest. The blue-silver grass released blue liquid, which transformed into blue light spots, floating towards Bibi Han's body, forming a blue ring. The blue-silver king looked at him with great reverence. My god, this is the life force condensed from all the blue-silver grass in our blue-silver forest. We hope you will save our soul beast clan in the future. As Bibi Han absorbed the soul bone, he did not feel any pain. On the contrary, it felt extremely comfortable, just like when his martial soul awakened. After a while, 4 pairs of wings appeared behind butI Han, tearing through his clothes. The wings were entirely golden blue, each measuring 80 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width, looking lifelike. When butI Han finished absorbing, the blue light ring around him began to change, skipping white, yellow, and purple, and turning into black. The black deepened continuously until it merged into his body. At the moment of fusion, the blue-silver divine blood within butI Han boiled wildly. His appearance evolved again, and the muscles that had swelled from years of hammering shrank a bit, making him look more coordinated. His deep blue hair darkened slightly, and the golden hair decreased, becoming 90% blue and 10% gold. His already handsome features became even more attractive, and the blood within him was no longer visible as red. My God, this is the soul ring we, the blue-silver clan, have condensed for you. It can grant you the most suitable soul skills. The unique aspect of this soul ring is that it can grow according to the changes in your body strength. Its current age is 60,000 years. butI Dong stood up and thanked the blue-silver grass around him, which had grown several times in height. Looking at the 4 pairs of wings behind him, butI Dong felt a bit excited. He could finally experience the thrill of flying, so he began to fly in a small range. Look, that's the Son of God. Wings. Are those the soul bones of the Son of God? butI Dong looked at the 4 pairs of wings and said, let us give you a name. How about blue-silver wings? The blue-silver wings have the ability to fly and conceal, and they can also enhance butI Dong's body by 50. As for the concealment skill, as long as butI Dong wishes, once he hides his aura, even an ordinary tidal Douluo would find it difficult to detect him, and a super Douluo would need to focus all their mental energy to locate him. It is yet another life-saving artifact. After sensing the soul ring, he exclaimed, this soul ring grants me the soul skill blue-silver regeneration. Using it allows me to instantly regenerate lost limbs and replenishes my vitality, while also greatly enhancing the healing ability of the blue-silver god. Even without an attacking soul skill, the healing effect can rival that of a soul king. Naturally, repairing the body would consume vitality. It is important to note that if a tidal Douluo loses an arm, they can reattach it. But if they don't properly care for their body and take some precious medicine, they might suffer from insufficient vitality and may never break through again in the future. However, this does not affect butI Dong. It means that even if he loses his hand 100 times with his soul skill, he would still be at full health. Blue-Silver King, I should help you enhance your cultivation, butI Dong said to the Blue-Silver King. For the next week, butI Dong was in the Blue-Silver domain, giving back to the Blue-Silver citizens, while he transferred the pure soul power of the blue-silver god into the blue-silver king. Farewell, my god. All the blue-silver grasses knelt to bid butI Dong farewell. When butI Dong looked back at the blue-silver forest, he noticed that compared to before he came, these blue-silver grasses had grown nearly 3 times taller, and the blue-silver king had broken through from 85,000 years to 99,999 years. Just one step away from becoming the next blue-silver emperor at 100,000 years. Once I finish my inspection, I will tell you if you can become the blue-silver emperor. Take good care of this place. butI Dong communicated with the blue-silver king through thought. Due to butI Dong imparting soul power to the blue-silver king, even miles away, the blue-silver king could hear his commands. As you command, I pay my respects to the Holy Son, Your Highness. The 3 soul saints bowed in greeting. All right, I have completed what I needed to do. So, Holy Son, are you going to acquire a soul ring next? One of the soul saints asked. I have already obtained the soul ring. butI Dong displayed his martial soul, with 5 soul rings swirling around him. Wait a moment. I'll write a letter back to the Pope, asking her to designate this area as a forbidden zone. As you command. Calculating the time, in a few days Shrek would begin enrolling students. Tang San, we should meet soon. The soul ring condensation method seems like it can only be attempted back at the Spirit Hall. At the Spirit Hall, butI Dong looked at the returned letter. An external soul bone. Did it really yield the 5th soul ring? Hunter really has good fortune. The blue-silver forest, huh? Soto City is just a 3rd-tier city, but it is a place known by anyone who has seen Douluo continent, as it is where the protagonists of Douluo, the Shrek 7 monsters, were born. A man dressed in a blue robe and wearing a mask was walking down the street. Although the man wore a mask, his luxurious clothing and charming aura still caught the attention of countless women who wanted to remove his mask for a closer look. This man is, of course, butI Dong. Seeing the hungry gazes around him, butI Dong sighed inwardly. Fortunately, I wore a mask. After leaving the blue-silver forest, my looks have improved another level. As soon as I entered the city, I was surrounded. Every now and then, a woman comes to talk to me, and some even offer money too. After walking for a while, Bibi Dong saw a uniquely designed building. The hotel had 3 stories. Although it didn't seem too large, its exterior was entirely rose red, and the architectural style resembled a giant rose, instantly captivating the eye. Rose Hotel. This is where Tang San and Dai Mubai are about to meet. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, a strong scent of roses wafted through the air, the intoxicating fragrance carrying a hint of seduction. This scent certainly speeds up the secretion of male hormones. No wonder the business is so thriving. After booking a room, Bibi Dong entered to cultivate, quietly waiting for Tang San's arrival. Chapter 45, Educating the Little Rabbit a few days later while meditating on the bed. Bibi Dong opened his eyes as he sensed a faint aura of the blue-silver emperor approaching. Tang San, you finally arrived. He walked downstairs and saw a little girl and a blonde man arguing at the counter. That blonde man must be Dai Mubai. Looking at Dai Mubai's cold gaze and arrogant posture, Bibi Dong felt extreme disdain. It is said that in the Douluo world, Yin is the one who attracts attention. But Bibi Dong now realizes that the real target is Dai Mubai. However, these two are quite different. Yin is arrogant, but at least has formidable talent as a guarantee. Whereas Dai Mubai has decent talent, but with his arrogant demeanor, those who do not know might think he is a genius, when in fact he is just a waste of a man who abandoned his wife to indulge in pleasures. No, playing with women's sincere feelings makes one even worse than a waste. Dai Mubai, who cuts ties with all his girlfriends as soon as his fiancée arrives, is undoubtedly the latter type. Thinking this, Bibi Dong's gaze towards Tang San also became somewhat complicated. At this moment, Tang San noticed Bibi Dong, and the two exchanged glances. Not much, just get lost, the little rabbit exclaimed. Following that, Tang San and Dai Mubai went outside to fight. It seems our Spirit Hall's protection fee plan is really effective. It's a pity that Dai Mubai didn't fight with Tang San in the hotel. Otherwise, he could have been extorted. Outside, the little rabbit was cheering, "Go, little San, go." Just as the little rabbit was cheering for Tang San, a voice came. "Little rabbit, don't you know girls should be polite?" The voice was Bibi Dong's. "Little rabbit, you should call me Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu turned her head, looking somewhat annoyed at Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong did not respond, slightly shaking his head, looking at Xiao Wu with a smile on his lips. "You like that black-haired boy, right?" Xiao Wu's face immediately turned red. She looked around nervously and asked, How do you know?" "When he was touching your head, I could tell from the way you looked at him. A girl who enjoys causing trouble, loves to fight, and has a foul mouth is likely to be disliked by boys." Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes widened, her shyness fading as she quickly asked, "Is what you said true?" Bibi Han nodded. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Wu realized that she also had a tendency to fight and had a dirty mouth, and wondered if third brother wouldn't like her. Then she patted her chest and said with relief, "Fortunately, I didn't make a scene." "No, you did." "What?" "I didn't. You were just arguing over the room, right?" "What? That counts?" "It's obviously because those waiters look down on people, and that lecherous old tiger was so arrogant. I was just scolding them. How could I be unreasonable?" Xiao Wu's face was full of defiance. "You aren't in cahoots with that lecherous old tiger, are you?" As she spoke, Xiao Wu quietly gathered her spirit power. "I am not his accomplice. I just met him for the first time, and I have no good feelings towards that guy." Hearing Bibi Han's disdainful tone, Xiao Wu lowered her guard and said irritably, "Then why are you speaking up for him?" Bibi Han explained. Although the waiter had issues, it was clear that the room had already been booked by the lecherous tiger, meaning it was his room. It was precisely because of your dispute with him that your companion ended up fighting with him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with an apologetic expression in her eyes and said, "I'm sorry, brother. It's all my fault. That's not the most important thing." Bibi Han continued, "Not the most important? What is it then? You should have seen the lecherous tiger's character, right?" Xiao Wu nodded. "He is lecherous. If, and I mean if, that lecherous tiger is not a soul Douluo, but a soul Zong, or even a soul king who is far stronger. Can your companion handle it? If your companion can't deal with him and gets defeated, given his lecherous nature and your beauty, what will happen then?" Xiao Wu thought of that possibility, and her face instantly turned pale. "So, you need to think about the consequences before speaking or acting. Although it's hard to encounter any major experts in this city, you must remember one thing. Great experts often hide among the public. If that lecherous tiger is an old monster who has achieved something while being plain, the consequences would be unimaginable." "I understand. That's good to hear." After Bibi Han finished educating Xiao Wu, the battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai was also coming to an end. Dai Mubai used his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, to shatter Tang San's second soul skill, parasite, after which Tang San admitted his defeat. Returning to Xiao Wu's side, Tang San looked at her sad and apologetic expression and immediately questioned Bibi Han. What did you do to Xiao Wu? Faced with Tang San's inquiry, Bibi Han wasn't angry because he understood Tang San's actions very well. The departure of Tang Hao and his mother made Tang San value familial ties immensely, and now, Xiao Wu was his only family. Therefore, no matter how unreasonable Xiao Wu was, he would not get angry, but instead, he would pamper her. However, if someone harmed Xiao Wu, he would go mad because she was everything to him. Xiao Wu shook her head, holding on to Tang San's arm. Little San, he didn't do anything to me. He just told me some truths. Truths? After Xiao Wu whispered a few words into Tang San's ear, he apologized to Bibi Han. Bibi Dong thought, now Tang San is a bit better, knowing how to apologize. His previous anger has subsided somewhat. He should learn more about how to be a person to avoid suffering in the future. After reminding him one last time, Bibi Dong wanted to leave. Wait, weren't you just calling me a lecherous tiger with such enthusiasm, kid? The speaker was Dai Mubai. Long before Dai Mubai and Tang San exchanged blows, Dai Mubai had already heard it, but he wanted to duel with Tang San to showcase his own prowess, which is why he had held back until now. Bibi Dong completely ignored Dai Mubai and said, What, did I say something wrong, the flirtatious color tiger? Dai Mubai, with his violent temper and arrogance, could not endure being mocked by someone who didn't even dare to show their face. Just as the effect of the white tiger's transformation hadn't ended, he directly threw a punch at Bibi Dong. Insulting this young master, this is the price. Dai Mubai's face was full of arrogance, with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, the two twins beside him looked at him with infatuation. Seeing the power of this punch, a cold glint flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. This punch was enough to make the vast majority of Soul Lords lie in bed for months. Then he also threw a punch back. A hint of mockery flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. What a foolish guy, daring to fight me without using his martial soul while I'm using my third soul skill. Brother, go help him. No need, Xiao Wu. At that moment, Tang San, using the purple extreme magic eyes, broke into a cold sweat because he realized the power of that punch. He couldn't withstand it at all. With a bang, a crack sounded, and Dai Mubai let out a miserable scream as he flew 10 meters away, crashing into an apple stall, with apple pieces falling all over him and staining his white suit. Everyone looked at Bibi Dong in shock. Was a young Master Dai from Soto City defeated in an instant? Xiao Wu was stunned on the spot. The great hidden in the city. He couldn't be talking about him just now, right? Xiao Wu stammered. Tang San shook his head, wondering if he had revealed all his trump cards to win against him. But why did he feel a bit familiar? Considering that Bibi Dong still had to stay at Shrek Academy for a while, he didn't break Dai Mubai's bones. Dai Mubai looked terrified, unable to believe it. Do you still want to fight? Bibi Dong asked. No. After saying that, Dai Mubai hurriedly fled, even abandoning the twins. Bibi Han arrived at the fruit stand, where the owner was sadly shouting, My fruits! Upon seeing Bibi Han approaching, the owner appeared flustered and quickly admitted his mistake, saying, My lord, I shouldn't have shouted. I shouldn't have shouted. Seeing the stall owner about to slap himself, Bibi Han sighed, gave him 2 gold soul coins, and asked, Is this enough to buy your fruits? This scene left the fruit owner somewhat bewildered. After Bai Han used his soul power to absorb some of the still good fruits that weren't spoiled and store them in his storage ring, he left. P.S. Tang San and Hu Liena. One is a blood brother of the protagonist. How can they be compared? The protagonist is not a cold-blooded animal. How could he treat everyone the same? It could also be said to be double standards. Chapter 46. The Disgusting History of Shrek Academy. Xiao San, does that person have a storage ring? Tang San nodded. Whether it was his attire or the possession of a soul guide device, one could guess that his identity was not ordinary. Bibi Dong walked over to them and nodded before returning to the room. The next day, Bibi Dong headed to Shrek Academy. In the distance, Tang San was carrying Xiao Wu on his back. What a loving pair. However, Tang San was really quite foolish. He didn't even notice Xiao Wu's obvious hints. Would a 12-year-old sister allow her brother to carry her? Bibi Dong slowly walked forward. Xiao Wu was chattering with Tang San when she saw him and asked, Oh, it's you. Are you also going to Shrek Academy? I just heard about a school that only accepts monsters, so I was curious to come and take a look. Consider it my next stop on the path of honing my skills, he replied. Honing your skills? You come from a big family, Tang San said. Bibi Dong nodded. Why are you wearing a mask? Xiao Wu asked. To reduce some unnecessary trouble. To conceal your identity? By the way, I haven't asked your name. What is it? My name is Gu Shuhan, Bibi Dong replied after thinking for a moment. Guyana, Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, Tang San, Xiao Wu. During the conversation, we quickly saw a small village in the distance. Under the real eye, we saw a row of people and a circle of fences, with a green sign on the fence gate that read Shrek Academy. The first impression of Shrek Academy was shabby to Bibi Dong. After some complaints from Xiao Wu, the three of them joined the line. An old man was saying that the registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold soul coins? Just for the registration fee? Although 10 gold soul coins was nothing to Bibi Dong, for them, it could ensure that a common family would have food and clothing for 5 years. This was just the registration fee, and if you remember correctly, the tuition seemed to be 100 gold soul coins. Such high tuition fees were unaffordable for ordinary families without soul master subsidies. When a parent was rejected after paying the registration fee, the scene turned dramatic. Dai Mubai revealed his soul respect cultivation to threaten the family, and seeing this made Bibi Dong feel nauseous again. Actually, the threat was nothing unusual, as Bibi Dong experienced something similar when registering for the college entrance examination in his previous life. Once you paid, there was no refund. However, it seemed that his subordinates had not gathered the enrollment conditions released by Shrek Academy. Without releasing the enrollment conditions, they merely stated that one would graduate as a viscount, falsely claimed that it was notified by the Spirit Hall, and ultimately threatened the other party with strength. From a shabby impression, it now directly made him feel disgusted. Forget it, endure it a little longer. After teaching Tang San some things, he would leave. The three of them arrived at the registration area, and Dai Mubai looked at Bibi Dong with a hint of fear. Next to Bibi Dong, two females had appeared. The one with a youthful face and ample bosom was probably Zhu Zhuqing, and the other, dressed in a white dress with short hair and extraordinarily good skin, was Ning Rongrong. Bai Han walked towards the registration desk. That person said without even checking his bones, "Your age is not suitable." With the Soul Emperor teacher as his backing, Dai Mubai also stepped forward to taunt, "Our recruitment must be for those who are 12 years old. Do you understand?" Bibi Dong cast a faint glance at Dai Mubai, and a flash of cold light flickered in his eyes. Dai Mubai seemed to feel as if he had encountered a prehistoric beast, causing him to take a few steps back in fright. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the scene with some disappointment towards Dai Mubai, while also curious about Bibi Dong. Standing over 1.9 meters tall, Bibi Dong indeed appeared to be older. Bibi Han replied lightly, "How do you know it's not suitable if you haven't even touched the bones?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "Then reach out. He really is 12 years old." The old man was a bit surprised. He had never seen someone so tall at 12, but he quickly calmed his emotions. Bibi Han then released his blue-silver divine martial soul, but strangely, there were no soul rings around him. This was actually achieved through the disguise effect of the blue-silver wings. Although Bibi Han had other methods. He originally planned to use them if he hadn't obtained the blue-silver wings, but he was worried that Tang Hao would see through it, which would be troublesome. "You don't even have a soul ring, and you want to come to my Shrek Academy? Get lost. Don't waste time here." Seeing a 12-year-old without any added soul rings. The old man's eyes were filled with disdain, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Bibi Dong squinted slightly, but still explained, "My martial soul is a bit special. It naturally doesn't reveal soul rings. As for my level, look at this." He took out the proof from the Spear Hall. Gu Xuahan, martial soul, mutated blue silvergrass. Soul rings are yellow, purple, level 31, 53, soul master. The old man exclaimed, "A 12-year-old soul master, what a genius." Xiao San, his martial soul, is also blue silvergrass, but it's mutated. No wonder I didn't recognize it just now. Tang San looked at Bibi Dong's blue silvergrass and felt a very familiar aura. A 12-year-old soul master, and the best configuration. The old man laughed on the spot and said gently, "Congratulations, student, for successfully entering Shrek Academy and becoming a monster of our Shrek Academy." Looking at the old man's warm expression, it was hard to imagine that just a moment ago he had a disdainful look and wanted to drive me away. Bibi Han remained calm on the surface, but his inner disdain was even stronger. Monsters? What kind of idiots would choose to be ugly monsters instead of good people? Does he think I don't know how ugly Shrek is? As for why the old man would allow a useless martial soul like blue silver grass to enter, it's simple. If Bibi Han fails to meet the standards and can't graduate, the old man would just kick him out. In the original story, 35 students were expelled like this. If graduating means being taught well by Shrek Academy, it's a guaranteed profit, and Shrek Academy has no reason to refuse. Soon, everyone passed the test. They arrived in an open space, which was the plaza of Shrek Academy, surrounded by wooden houses. Sausages for sale. Come and take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar sausages, delicious and sweet, at a low price and ample quantity. Only 5 copper coins each. Eating Oscar's sausages guarantees you a better chance of passing the entrance exam. Oscar appeared with his sausages. After observing, I have to say that Oscar is indeed handsome. Dressed in simple gray clothes, with neat short hair and a full beard, but he has a pair of big peach blossom eyes. If he shaved his beard, he would look even better, but he still falls a bit short compared to me. Bibi Han walked over and said, 2 sausages, please. All right, Junior, hold on tight. Third brother, I want one. It smells really good. Hurry up and queue up. Can you help me buy it? Tang San nodded and also bought 2. Don't eat. Don't eat. Originally, butI was eager for Bibi Han to eat the sausage, but seeing that Tang San and the others also took one, he quickly reminded them. It tastes good. Are there other flavors? Everyone looked at Bibi Han in surprise. Bro, you're the first person to know how I make my sausages and also eat them, Oscar said gratefully. It's just food, as long as it's non-toxic, harmless, and delicious. I don't care how it's made, Bibi Han replied. How about a little sausage here for my brother? Bibi Han started eating again. Is it really delicious, Xiaogang? Tang San asked. Can food made by a food system soul master be bad? You should try it too. However, Tang San and the others still didn't eat, as they couldn't get over that mental barrier. But Bibi Han didn't care, as they would have to eat it eventually. Then it came to the matter of the crystal ball. Chapter 47. Hint to Tang San, 3,100 words. The group arrived at a place where there was an ordinary-looking, short but very strong middle-aged man. Is this Zhao Wujin? Holy Son, it's Zhao Wujin. Should we capture him? A soul saint asked via voice transmission. No need, considering he's been honest for a few years. If he dares to commit any crimes in the future, take him to Slaughter City. Understood. Tang San, a level 29 control system, Great Soul Master, with a martial soul blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system, Great Soul Master, with a martial soul rabbit. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support system, Great Soul Master, with a martial soul 7 treasure, glazed tile. After a moment of surprise, Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agility attack system, Great Soul Master, with a martial soul nethercat. Gu Xiaohan, a level 31 healing system, Soul Master, with a martial soul blue silvergrass. Hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Bibi Han, their eyes seemingly saying, Are you joking? butI also had a look of disbelief. I really am a healing system soul master, just watch. Third soul skill, blue silver holy light. A golden light enveloped Zhu Zhuqing, and as Zhu Zhuqing rolled up her sleeves, they could see that the hideous scar on her hand had healed completely, her skin becoming smooth and fair. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing said. Seeing this scene, Tang San and Xiao Wu believed it. Zhu Zhuqing, how did you get hurt? Xiao Wu asked. It's nothing, just an accident during training, Zhu Zhuqing replied, not wanting to reveal her identity. Bibi Han, who knew the truth, could only sigh quietly. Then Xiao Wu asked again, Gu Xiaohan, how did you get so strong to send Laohu flying with one punch? butI felt frustrated but couldn't refute it. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Bibi Han in amazement, unable to believe that a healer could knock away an assault type, especially with several levels of difference. Bibi Dong replied, the training methods of my family are just a bit more painful, which is why my body is stronger. Oh, everyone, hearing this. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned as she pondered something. Then Tang San began to assign tactics. After a moment of thought, he said, Ning Rongrong will assist the 3 of us. So Xiao Wu will be the main attacker. I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks, to limit him as much as possible while assisting Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Zhu Zhuqing, please use your speed to create distractions from the side, and Gu Xiaohan will be responsible for healing us at any time. Time passed quickly. Zhao Wuji charged in, aiming to knock out Ning Rongrong. In response, Bibi Dong grabbed Ning Rongrong's arm and threw her towards Zhu Zhuqing. Then he dodged Zhao Wuji's bare paw. As for why he didn't use the blue silver grass vines, it was naturally because of the devouring soul skill. He was afraid of being exposed. To disguise himself, he pretended to struggle to evade Zhao Wuji's bare paw. Afterward, Xiao Wu was injured by the rebound of Zhao Wuji's spiritual power, bleeding from her nose and fainting. Tang San saw this scene and instantly became furious. His expression was cold and terrifying. Holding Xiao Wu, Tang San said to Bibi Dong, Gu Xiaohan, can you help me heal Xiao Wu? Although the blue silver god did not have a healing soul skill for mental power, its inherent healing ability could completely heal any injury. A blue aura floated towards Xiao Wu's head, and after a while, Xiao Wu woke up. Thank you. Xiao Wu, are you okay? It's all my fault for not protecting you well enough. Tang San said with a face full of regret. Brother, I'm fine. Xiaowu had no injuries and quickly bounced back to life. Brother, let's attack together again. No, Xiaowu. Just as Tang San was about to launch a hidden weapon, Bibi Dong stopped him. What is it? You don't need to help me. I said I would fight alone. Tang San replied. I don't want to help you. I just want to tell you something. If a soul sage truly wants to attack you, he can easily kill you with a single slap, and you have no chance to escape or resist. Tang San was taken aback and then nodded. Subsequently, under Tang San's dazzling array of hidden weapons, he successfully stalled for a moment. However, unlike the original, this time Tang San did not use the dragon beard needle or the severing foot. Throughout the process, Bibi Dong quietly watched from the side. Tang San, I hope you understand, a killer is always targeted by killers. If Zhao Wuji really wants to use his soul, sage-level mental power to rebound at full strength, Xiao would already be dead. This is truly a test for the teacher to assess the students. After thinking it over, Bibi Dong felt that it was still a matter of education. Tang San only read the Qian treasure record, and his thoughts were completely misguided. The ghostly sentences in the Qian treasure record are truly deadly. Which fool in Tang's sect wrote that? It is a complete insult to Taoist thought. I hope to help him establish the correct mindset in the coming days. Then Oscar appeared again, offering Zhao Wuji sausages while staring blankly at Ning Rongrong. After that, Zhu Zhuqing, healed by Bibi Dong, was able to walk and did not need Dai Mubai to carry her, which made Dai Mubai resentfully glare at Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong did not care at all. In his eyes, Dai Mubai was just a clown. He was too lazy to waste time on such trash. Finally, he used the blue-silver god to give Tang San a boost, allowing him to collect his hidden weapons. After assigning the rooms, Bibi Dong shared a room with Tang San and Oscar. Under the setting sun, Tang San was picking up hidden weapons, while Bibi Dong controlled several blue-silver grass to help him collect them. Tang San was surprised and said, Gu Shuahan, are you cultivating both control and healing together? Bibi Dong nodded. Hi. Tang San sighed. If my martial soul had mutated like yours, it would be great. Then I wouldn't only be able to absorb soul rings to enhance the resilience of blue silvergrass. Don't belittle yourself like that. At your age, reaching this level with blue silvergrass shows that your blue silvergrass is definitely not ordinary. There's no need to comfort me. My blue silvergrass is a waste martial soul, and that is a widely recognized fact. That may not be the case. What level is your innate soul power? Bibi Dong asked knowingly. I have full innate soul power, Tang San replied. This is not a secret. It can be found out easily. According to the common knowledge in the Soul Master world, the level of innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul. A mere waste martial soul like blue silvergrass cannot possibly bear full innate soul power. Common knowledge? Isn't that one of the top 10 core competencies of the teacher's martial soul? How did it become common knowledge? However, Tang San did not ask this question, but responded to Bibi Dong instead. I'm not too sure. The Qian treasure record states, never let those you do not trust know your true strength. Therefore, Tang San had no intention of revealing his twin martial souls. With a breath, Bibi Han summoned a strand of blue silvergrass into his hand. Tang San was somewhat confused about what he intended to do. He saw Bibi Han concentrate his soul power, and the age of the blue silvergrass in his hand rapidly increased, reaching 100 years in just a minute. Bibi Han also created a 100-year vine with his blue silver god. He tossed the 200-year blue silvergrass vines to Tang San and said, try to break them. The blue silvergrass thrown by Bibi Han does not have the effect of the first soul skill. What does that mean? Tang San asked, puzzled. I want you to feel the difference in the toughness of these two vines, Bibi Han replied. Tang San then discovered that the 100-year blue silvergrass vine created by Bibi Han could not be broken at all, while he broke the other one with little effort. Your blue silvergrass is so tough. Tang San exclaimed in surprise. That's because my martial soul is of a higher level, Bibi Han explained. A higher level? Is there a level for blue silvergrass? Yes, you should create a blue silvergrass like this one, and I'll see what level your blue silvergrass is. Remember not to use the power of the soul ring. After that, both Bibi Han and Tang San tried to pull him apart. Tang San had to exert a tremendous amount of force to break his. Observing this, Bibi Han commented, as expected, your blue silvergrass is not ordinary blue silvergrass. Then what kind of blue silvergrass am I using? Tang San asked. There are 3 levels of blue silvergrass. The first is the most ordinary blue silvergrass, like the kind we see everywhere. This is the waste martial soul blue silvergrass. The second level of blue silvergrass can evolve into a king after breaking through 10,000 years, also called blue silver king. The blue-silver king ranges from 10,000 to 90,000 years, and with every 10,000 years of growth, its quality improves. The strongest quality is the 90,000-year blue-silver king, which can reach the level of a top-tier martial soul. The last type, a soul beast, must break through the 100,000-year limit to be called an emperor, and the blue-silver grass emperor, also known as blue-silver emperor, is a martial soul named after an emperor, which is truly a top-tier martial soul. Bibi Dong's words made Tang San feel a surge of passion, and he quickly asked, "What kind is mine? If my estimation is not wrong, your blue-silver grass should be comparable to a 560,000-year-old blue-silver king, which can be considered close to a high-level martial soul. So my blue-silver grass isn't a waste martial soul." Tang San looked a bit happy. Of course, a waste martial soul cannot carry innate full soul power, and even with abundant resources, it cannot break through level 30. According to common knowledge in the Soul Master world, the inheritance of martial souls will pass down the more powerful martial soul from one of the parents. In fact, it should be a joint inheritance. But the weaker martial soul will be devoured by the stronger one. The principle of survival of the fittest applies even in the inheritance of martial souls. Isn't this the theory of my teacher? Why is it common knowledge again? Tang San felt a bit confused. All right, organize your hidden weapons well. After saying this, Bibi Dong left. Tang San, I've given you enough hints. I hope you can understand. In the woods, several hundred meters away, a tall figure was quietly watching Bibi Dong. And that person was Tang Hao. 3 soul saints were acting as bodyguards, and knowing Yin's blue-silver emperor, it seemed that he needed to investigate his identity thoroughly. He must not let anyone harm little San. As for whether Tang Hao recognized Bibi Dong's background, the possibility was probably 0. Not to mention the child he had to abandon, whether they survived or not. How could they end up in this broken academy? They weren't crazy, and there were other factors. In terms of appearance, Bibi Dong's martial soul is blue-silver god, which bears little resemblance to blue-silver emperor. In terms of temperament, Bibi Dong exudes friendliness, while blue-silver emperor carries nobility. In terms of martial soul, Bibi Dong's blue-silver grass is golden with blue patterns, while blue-silver emperor is blue with golden patterns. Chapter 48. Tang Hao appears after Bibi Dong left. Tang San stood there in a daze, pondering. Why is my teacher's theory common knowledge in Bibi Dong's words? Has my teacher's theory been learned by soul masters all over the world? Suddenly, Tang San's pupils widened as if he thought of something. Xiaogang just said that the descendants actually inherit both parents' martial souls. But due to the quality of the martial souls, the weak will be devoured by the strong. And I have twin martial souls. So does that mean the quality of my 2 martial souls is similar? My teacher once said that my hammer martial soul is a top-level martial soul. So does that mean my blue-silver grass is actually the blue-silver emperor? But why did he say is a 560,000-year high-level blue-silver king? Tang San couldn't quite understand, but he felt that Xiaogang's words were not false. There was no particular reason, just a feeling. The kind warmth that Xiaogang unconsciously emanated made him believe that what Xiaogang said was true. My blue-silver grass should have been inherited from my mother. If my father were here, I could ask him directly. Thinking of Tang Hao, a sense of longing and sadness appeared in Tang San's eyes. Later, he recalled how his teacher identified his twin martial souls and the mocking words from the teachers and students of New Oding Academy about his teacher. In his conflicting thoughts, Tang San didn't even notice that the tall image of Xiaogang in his heart had crumbled a bit. After that, Bibi Dong returned to the dormitory, where Oscar was diligently practicing. Hearing the noise, he opened his eyes and asked, "Brother, why are you still wearing a mask? Is there some scar on your face or something?" "Not really. I just wear the mask to avoid unnecessary trouble. Right now, I don't have any worries." Bibi Han casually took off his mask, and Oscar was stunned on the spot. "Bro, I didn't expect you to be this handsome. I thought I was handsome enough. But compared to you, I'm just a little lacking." Then Oscar's eyes rolled around. "Bro, can I ask you for a favor?" "Sure. Can you not take off your mask in front of the female students at the academy?" "To be honest, I've developed a crush on that girl named Ning Rongrong." Bai Han nodded. I understand. You're worried that my cultivation level is higher than yours and my appearance is better than yours, which will make it difficult for you to pursue her." "Well, that's the case. No problem. Really, thank you so much." "Xiaogang." Tang San's voice came from behind. Bibi Dong turned his head and asked, "What is it?" Tang San looked at Bibi Dong's face, also surprised, and then asked if a top-tier martial soul were to degenerate, what reasons could cause that? Bai Han did not answer directly, but instead asked, "What was your life like before you awakened your martial soul at the age of 6? Specifically regarding your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. butI wanted to ask Tang San about his childhood. The original work does not describe much of his early life. After thinking for a moment, Tang San replied, "My family was extremely poor when I was a child. We could hardly fill our stomachs at every meal, mostly eating thin porridge. The place we lived in was quite shabby, always filled with some unpleasant smells and metallic odors, and I had to do all the housework." After hearing this, Oscar exclaimed, "Tang San, your childhood was really miserable, wasn't it?" Hearing this, butI narrowed his eyes slightly. "Tang Hao, you really are a responsible father. A dignified, titled Douluo actually expect a child to take care of himself." If Tang San didn't have the mind of a child and the support of Xiaogang's internal power, he probably would have starved to death countless times. After listening to this, butI replied, "There are two possibilities. The first is that for some reason, your martial soul has not fully awakened." What does complete awakening mean? It means the martial soul undergoes a second awakening. As for how to awaken it, I'm not too clear. The theory of invincibility from our teacher doesn't mention the second awakening either. The second possibility is related to your living conditions when you were young. From your description, it's clear that your nutrition was extremely poor and your living environment was not good. Such an environment and malnutrition can lead to a decrease in your innate soul power, which in turn causes your blue-silver grass to degenerate. For example, in the three great sects, why do their direct disciples awaken top-tier martial souls, yet their awakened soul powers vary? Part of the reason lies in nutrition. If your parents have good talent and the food you ate as a child was top-grade materials, then your talent could improve again because those materials can nourish your body, allowing it to accommodate more soul power. Conversely, thank you for the explanation. Tang San sat on the bed in silence, feeling a mix of emotions. The fact that his blue-silver grass martial soul couldn't fully awaken might be due to his father. As the saying goes, destroying one's path to greatness is unforgivable. But this person is his father, making Tang San's thoughts very conflicted. That night, in the dormitory, the three of them were resting. At that moment, one person opened his eyes. It was butI. The blue-silver domain was activated, and not a single movement within 800 meters escaped his notice. In a nearby forest, screams could be heard as Zhao Wujin's body was being tossed around like a ball by a tall figure. Tang Hao really is protective of his child. In the original story, a soul sage testing students suffered from a student's dragon whisker needle and the severing son and grandson kick, yet maintained his teacher's identity and did nothing to Tang San. And that soul sage is none other than the notorious Zhao Wujin in the spirit master world. Yet you dare to beat him up? You really have some nerve. Forget it. Now is not the time to complain. I should focus on business. A blue-silver grass appeared and pressed against Oscar's back. "Oscar, I'm sorry. I have to delay your breakthrough to level 30, but once you break through, the soul power I left inside your body should save you a month's worth of training. As for that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, you might not be able to get it." As for Tang San's faceless spider, butI wasn't too worried. Then butI looked at Tang San again. "Tang San, I want to deceive you into not taking the 8 spider lances and switching to the healing system, because that is your opportunity. You have already embarked on the poison control system, so just go all the way, although it somewhat goes against the essence of blue-silver grass." After that, butI lay down. After a while, Tang Hao, who had finished teaching Zhao Wujin a lesson, came outside the dormitory and used soul power to transmit his voice. "Little San." Hearing this voice, Tang San immediately woke up. This was his father's voice, he thought. Even after 6 years, Tang San could still recognize Tang Hao's voice immediately. "Come out," Tang Hao said again. Hearing this, Tang San was a bit surprised and jumped out of the dormitory window. Not long after, he saw Tang Hao cloaked. "Father, where have you been all these years? I really miss you," Tang San said, tears welling in his eyes. "Now is not the time for such talk. I came here to tell you about your blue-silver grass martial soul," Tang Hao said calmly. "Father," Gu Xiaogang said that inheriting a martial soul will only inherit the powerful martial souls from both parents, and weaker martial souls will be devoured by the stronger ones. He not wrong. "So what about my blue-silver grass?" Tang San asked hesitantly, filled with fear, worried that it was his father's fault for not awakening the blue-silver emperor. "Indeed, your blue-silver grass martial soul is indeed the top-tier blue-silver emperor." "Then why has it become like this?" "Because it has not undergone a second awakening yet." Tang San's eyes lit up, and the discomfort in his heart instantly disappeared. "So, my martial soul can still undergo a second awakening. It wasn't my father's fault that I didn't awaken the blue-silver emperor." "That's right, but you need to train hard. When you reach level 50, I will take you to awaken the blue-silver emperor." "Yes, father, Tang San replied excitedly. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he vanished. And Tang San didn't even have a chance to ask about his mother. Indeed, my father is a strong person, and my talent is so great because I inherited my father's talent, Tang San said excitedly. Father, does that letter mean you want me to explore my own path? I won't let you down. After that, Tang San returned to the dormitory. Tang Hao, who was not far away and had heard Tang San's words, breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Tang San would overthink things, which is why he appeared beside him. After all, he still wanted Tang San to take revenge on the Spirit Hall and revitalize the Qian sect. After Tang San returned to the dormitory, Tang Hao unsealed the protective soul sage's acupoints on Bibi Dong and then left. The soul sage simply thought he'd take a short nap for a few minutes. Chapter 49. A Miserable Life. Ma Hongjun. The next morning, Tang San was energetically sitting on the roof, practicing the purple extreme magic eyes. His father's words yesterday had made him realize many things, and combined with his twin top-tier martial souls and innate full soul power, Tang San believed he could definitely become a strong person and let Tang Sec's hidden weapon shine on this continent. After asking Oscar and Xiao Wu's whereabouts, he left without disturbing Bibi Dong's training. After a while, Bibi Dong slowly opened his eyes. Yesterday, Tang Hao actually came to find Tang San. It seems that because of me, the plot here has also changed a bit. Time to go have breakfast. Exiting Shrek Academy, following the small path in the village, and looking at the surrounding farmland. Not long after, sounds of fighting came from ahead. That was Xiao Wu, who was fighting with a chubby boy, about 1.6 meters tall, with his hair standing up, and at this moment, his martial soul manifested, making his hair resemble a coxcomb. His arms had also sprouted some feathers, looking a bit like a native chicken. Native chicken, that must be Ma Hongjun, possessing the top-tier martial soul, evil fire phoenix. Ma Hongjun was truly a golden phoenix emerging from a chicken coop. But how is his life now? Bai Han clearly remembers that the Spirit Hall does not provide subsidies to soul masters who indulge in eating, drinking, and playing. Before long, the chubby Ma Hongjun was knocked to the ground by Xiao Wu using her waist-bow soul skill, but he quickly stood up. Xiao Wu also took off her shoes that were attached with purple flames, looking at Ma Hongjun with some surprise. If she continued to fight head-on, Xiao Wu would lose. She could only use dodging to consume Ma Hongjun's soul power to have a chance of winning. Bai Han walked up to Tang San and pretended to be unaware as he asked, "What happened?" That fat man was trying to take advantage of a girl. So Xiao Wu got into a fight with him. Bibi Dong looked in the direction pointed by Tang San, where a pretty village girl was glaring at the fallen Ma Hongjun with hatred. Bibi Dong waved his hand, and several vines wrapped around Xiao Wu's feet. "Xiao Wu, my blue silver grass has good fire resistance. You can continue to fight him. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? I'm just unable to tolerate bullying men and oppressing women." Didn't you see the hatred in her eyes when she looked at you? What qualifications do you have to talk about me, a guy who doesn't even dare to show his face? First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun suddenly opened his mouth, and a thin purple-red flame spewed towards Bibi Dong. Tang San acted first, using his first soul skill, Bind. The blue-silver grass blocked Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fireline, but the grass was burned away, and Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to kick Ma Hongjun down again. You guys are actually bullying the weak with numbers. You clearly attacked my brother San first. Getting beaten up is your own fault. On the ground, Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up as he looked in one direction. Dai, help me. They are bullying me with numbers. Dai Mubai, dressed in white and with neatly combed hair, was walking towards them. Dai Mubai approached and asked what's going on. Xiao Wu snorted, "What's going on? You can ask him. This fat guy is bullying a girl in broad daylight. We can't stand by and let it happen. We need to teach him a lesson." Dai Mubai sighed. "Fati, I've told you not to bother people. If you really can't help it, just use your hands." Tang San and Xiao Wu were both confused. "What do you mean by using hands?" Ma Hongjun, filled with anger, said, "How can I use my hands? I'm a proper soul master. Then what can you do? You have no money. If it weren't for those guys in the Spirit Hall not giving me soul master subsidies, saying I spend money to visit brothels every day, do you think I want that? It's because of my martial spirit. Those are really blind and despicable people," Ma Hongjun said resentfully. "If I had money, I wouldn't even be able to find a girlfriend and suffer so much." Hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a wave of disgust. Not giving you soul master subsidies makes them blind and despicable? If I remember correctly, you were the most active in getting soul master subsidies in the original work, and you were the first to join the Tang clan. You were also the second most active in destroying the Spear Hall. So what are you? An ungrateful wolf that repays kindness with enmity? BB Dong slowly walked forward and said, Earth Chicken, are you going to fight again? Earth Chicken. Ma Hongjun seemed to be triggered and exploded in anger. Who are you calling Earth Chicken? Second soul skill, Phoenix Fire Bath. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. As Ma Hongjun opened his mouth, BB Dong's figure flashed and appeared in front of him, pressing him down directly onto the ground. Boom! The power of the Phoenix Fire Line was borne by Ma Hongjun himself, and the whole process took only a second, still due to BB Dong's restraint. So fast. This was Tang San's thought. If he hadn't used the purple extreme magic eyes, he estimated he wouldn't have been able to dodge it either. Fatty. Gu Xuehan. Fatty. He is your classmate. Why are you being so heavy-handed? Dai Mubai scolded, quickly helping Ma Hongjun up. Ma Hongjun's face had turned black like charcoal, covered in mud. Huh? Being so heavy-handed? Do I have a martial soul? Don't shout here, otherwise your fate will be the same as his. BB Dong glanced at Dai Mubai and said lightly, You. Faced with BB Dong's disdain, Dai Mubai, who was used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, could do nothing but clench his fists tightly, not daring to utter a word. After that, BB Dong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu walked towards the cafeteria. When a few of them arrived at the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already eating there. Seeing their arrival, they merely nodded in greeting. After Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai entered, upon seeing the two girls, Ma Hongjun's lewd fire could no longer be suppressed, and he directly approached, Beautiful ladies, let's get to know each other. Dai Mubai pulled him back and whispered, Be good. It's best to suppress your lewd fire. Ma Hongjun angrily said, Why? Are you going to act again? I say, Dai boss, even if you're the boss. You should leave some soup for the brothers, right? You have a face like a whore, and you're so rich. Having taken all the beauties from young married women to lowly in Soto City, you should at least give me a piece of meat. Perhaps Ma Hongjun had been holding back for too long, so he spoke a bit too loudly, and everyone in the cafeteria heard it. Tang San and Xiao Wu were shocked. Ning Rongrong looked disgusted, and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were cold and emotionless. She stood up and left, not eating breakfast anymore. Zhuqing. It's not like that. Let me explain. Dai Mubai hurriedly said while grabbing Zhu Zhuqing's hand. There's nothing to explain. You can go explain to those women. Zhu Zhuqing shook off Dai Mubai's hand. Ma Hongjun, seeing this scene, clearly realized that there was something different about Dai Mubai's relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. He wanted to slip away, but was too late. Dai Mubai exploded in anger right on the spot, grabbing Ma Hongjun and beating him frantically. Ma Hongjun cried out in despair, Dai boss, I was wrong. Don't hit me, ow. Chapter 50, Misleading the Young Shrek. BB Dong looked at the cafeteria food with a frown. It wasn't about the taste, but rather the lack of nutrition. The body is the foundation of revolution, and nutrition is the foundation of the body. How can such food support cultivation? He took a white steamed bun, wanted to savor it, and walked outside. Ning Rongrong asked, Gu Xuehan, aren't you going to have breakfast? These breakfasts lack nutrition. I'm planning to eat outside. Eating outside? But you'll be late. So what? The body is the foundation of revolution. As long as the nutrition is sufficient, the training will be effective, and cultivation will progress faster. That makes sense. I'll go with you. Ning Rongrong stood up and walked outside as well. The food in the cafeteria didn't suit Ning Rongrong's taste, and with Ma Hongjun's loud howls, she had even less appetite. Brother, how about we go together? Xiao Wu, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Although Tang San said this, he was somewhat tempted because the phrase about faster cultivation attracted him. What's inappropriate? If the cafeteria food was good, would we even need to go out? This is a problem with the school. Then let's go. So, BB Dong, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu skipped class together. The streets of Soto City were bustling at the moment. Extra. The Spirit Hall has wiped out a stronghold of evil soul masters in the Star Luo Empire, killing 53 evil soul masters and capturing 10, including one soul, Douluo. Little friend, give me a newspaper. 10 copper soul coins for one. Here you go. BB Dong was looking at the newspaper, which had several colored images. One of the images showed the chrysanthemum demon fighting alongside Douluo to kill an evil soul master surrounded by 8 soul rings. BB Dong's gaze fell downwards and noticed a picture, which depicted a silver-haired girl wielding a silver spear, piercing through the body of an evil soul master. Ner actually went too. Impressive. The Spirit Hall truly deserves to be our people's savior, said a commoner. Another person echoed, Yes. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall exterminating these evil soul masters, the first to suffer would be us common folks. It seems the danger of evil soul masters has deeply penetrated the hearts of the common people, and the Spirit Hall's popularity has risen once again. Tang San looked at BB Dong, who was engrossed in reading the newspaper, and asked, "Are evil soul masters really that terrifying?" Tang San, you don't understand evil soul masters? I only know that evil soul masters are those who obtain power through improper means. After pondering for a moment, butI said, "Let me educate you. Anyone who cultivates by devouring soul power, soul rings, mental power, flesh and blood, souls, martial souls, etc., is classified as an evil soul master. Evil soul masters rely on improper methods for cultivation, and, through meditation, they grow very slowly. Therefore, their growth is built upon the tragic deaths of living beings, which is why everyone hates evil soul masters immensely. Currently, many forces are exterminating evil soul masters, but aside from the Spirit Hall, others are basically just putting on a show. Only the Spirit Hall kills them on sight. Come on, our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has also exterminated evil soul masters." Ning Rongrong retorted. Then Ning Rongrong, do evil soul masters either appear right under your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's nose, or do you only take action when the Spirit Hall notifies you? She couldn't respond. Given how heinous evil soul masters are, why do only the Spirit Hall take action? Tang San questioned. That's because those sects are established by their families. Which family would actively exterminate evil soul masters, harming their own strength with no gain? Only the Spirit Hall. Even if they suffer heavy losses, they still won't give up until evil soul masters are completely eradicated from the continent. That's why the Spirit Hall is considered the holy land of the soul master community. Gu Xiaogang, you praise the Spirit Hall so much. Are you from the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong asked. What do you mean by praise? I'm just speaking the truth. Am I wrong? All right. Ning Rongrong couldn't respond further. After a hearty meal, the group returned to Shrek Academy. In the square of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were standing at attention. And of course, Oscar was there too. The clean-shaven Oscar looked quite handsome. In front of them stood a man who appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust build and a distinctive long face with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of a hooked nose. If one had to describe him, one could only say his face resembled a Shu soul, giving off a somewhat cunning vibe. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, with rigid square frames, and was currently glaring at us angrily. This appearance must be Flender, and one must say, just by looks alone, he seemed like a shrewd businessman. After we formed a line, Flender spoke. You guys are late on the first day of school, especially you, actually teaching them to skip class. Flender pointed angrily at butI. It was easy to guess that this was the doing of a certain golden-haired lecher with a smirk. Flender continued, at your age, this is the best time for soul masters to cultivate, yet you've delayed their training, ruining their path to success. Do you realize the magnitude of your mistake? To this, butI scoffed and said, oh, the magnitude of my mistake? I don't feel that way at all. On the contrary, teacher, don't you know why we're late? If the breakfast in the cafeteria were a bit more nutritious, I wouldn't have gone out. Health is the foundation of revolution. Nutrition is the foundation of health. As for ruining paths to success, the only one who has ruining paths is probably the Academy's dean. What did you say? Flender was furious. What? Did I say something wrong? Big mistake. Major mistake. Let me tell you, the one before last, and the one before that. Seniors all had the same meal, and they had no complaints. Flender suddenly turned around, his hands behind his back, facing away from us, and spoke with an air of authority. As for ruining paths to success, that's even more absurd. Let me tell you one more thing. Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 62 students, but only 14 of them graduated. Every one of those 14 who left the academy became prominent figures, and the most outstanding among them is now the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope. Upon hearing this, the inexperienced Tang San and Xiao Wu gasped and looked at butI, wondering if she was mistaken. butI clapped her hands. Impressive, impressive, truly impressive, she said with a slightly strange tone. Flender seemed not to have heard and continued immersed in his own world, turning to us with a serious teacher demeanor. Therefore, as long as you follow the campus rules, I believe your names will surely be known across the continent in the future. After Flender finished speaking, butI said again, I didn't expect the Dean of Shrek to be so impressive. Shrek has only been established for 20 years, and the oldest among the seniors is only 32 years old. Yet someone became a title Douluo, compared to the youngest title Douluo on the continent, who became one at 44. The Dean is truly admirable. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aside from Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, and a few others who were confused, the rest were laughing, albeit to a lesser extent. Flinder's face went from smug to ashen. Tang San and Xiao Wu asked Ning Rongrong, "What are you laughing at?" Ning Rongrong, laughing to the point of tears, replied, "Tang San, Xiao Wu, I laugh because I heard a big joke." "A big joke?" "Yes, just now. The Spirit Hall Elder statement from Shrek. Do you know what cultivation level is required to become a Spirit Hall Elder?" The two shook their heads. To become a Spirit Hall Elder, one must be at the title Douluo level, and to become the second in command of the Spirit Hall, one must be a particularly strong title Douluo. The youngest title Douluo on the continent became one at 44, and yet they claim someone under 32 is a powerful title Douluo. Do you think that's funny? Ning Rongrong said this and laughed again, while Xiao Wu also burst into laughter, with Tang San being a bit more composed. Flinder's face turned from ashen to black, resembling the bottom of a pot. He thought to himself, "How did I forget? Some of them come from prominent families. These things can't fool them at all." Bibihan's words resurfaced, and he had recruited 62 students with innate spirit power at level 7, but only 14 graduated in the end. This graduation rate is indeed quite high. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to accept because her innate spirit power was also level 7. She came here to become stronger, but the students trained by Shrek ended up like this. Upon hearing this, Flinder's old face turned completely dark, but he couldn't refute it. As one of the golden iron triangles that once dominated the spirit master world, he was now left speechless by a child. After saying these words, Bibihan also felt a chill in his heart, lamenting the wasted talent of those geniuses, but he had no thoughts of defending them. The Junior Spirit Master Academy they attended, the knowledge they learned, yet they were still deceived into entering the 3-No Academy of Shrek, and they did not wake up midway, wasting their talents here. The blame lay with their own lack of intelligence. Chapter 51. Ning Fengji's Ambition. Flinder, the dean. A cold voice emerged, and everyone turned to see that it was directed at Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent expression, Flinder pretended to be serious and asked, "Is there something you need?" "Zhuqing?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "I came to Shrek because I heard of its monstrous reputation to become stronger, but after hearing Gu Shuahan's words just now, I realized that this place will only delay me and waste my time, so I want to drop out." Her firm tone made Flinder's old face darken immensely. For him, Zhu Zhuqing's determined character could definitely graduate and create achievements for Shrek, so he was unwilling to let her go. "Ahem, students, I apologize for what was said earlier. There was no choice." He noticed that after hearing Bibihan and Zhu Zhuqing's words, everyone had thoughts of leaving. "But I can guarantee that this class will receive the highest quality training because we have specially invited a teacher, the renowned master Yu Xiaogang from the Spirit Master world." "Teacher?" Hearing this, Tang San's expression changed with surprise. "Tang San, that master is your teacher?" Dai Mubai asked. "That's right, he is the smartest person in the world, and everything I know is taught by him." Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. Dai Mubai understood how strong Tang San was. That dazzling hidden weapons technique was something he couldn't even block. If he also had that master teaching him, he might be able to compete successfully and become the Star Luo Emperor. Dai Mubai thought excitedly. The others also decided to wait and see. Flinder breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. The master would arrive tomorrow morning, and everyone could wait one more day. Then Flinder slipped away. Seeing a few people around Tang San inquiring about the master's information, Tang San proudly spoke about how excellent his teacher was. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, and couldn't help but let out a sigh in her heart. "Tang San, how long will you be deceived by that trash?" At this moment, in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was observing Bibi Han's recent situation, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. Soto City, Shrek Academy. Why would Honor go there? Is there something special about the students at Shrek Academy? An extremely dignified voice emerged. "Reporting to Your Holiness the Pope. Shrek Academy was founded by the original Golden Iron Triangles Flander. There are 2 soul saints, 4 soul emperors, and 7 students. Among them is Tang San." The sound of fingers tapping on the Pope's chair suddenly stopped. "Tang San, are you saying there is someone named Tang San in Shrek Academy?" The reporting soul saint lowered his head even more as he felt the Pope's aura becoming even more terrifying. He quickly replied, "Yes. You may leave." The voice was extremely cold. "As you command." The soul saint hurriedly retreated. The Pope's hall was empty, and the sound of fingers tapping on the Pope's chair echoed again. After a long time, a voice emerged. "Honor, Mom believes in you. You won't betray me." Back at Shrek, Ning Rongrong approached Bibi Han. "Gu Shuahan, please wait a moment." Dressed in a white dress, Ning Rongrong walked towards Bibi Han with a smile on her face, paired with her exquisite features. She indeed looked like a refined young lady, harmless and endearing, making one unconsciously feel fond of her. Ning Rongrong, is there something you need? Bibi Dong looked at Ning Rongrong with a puzzled expression regarding this little princess of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Bibi Dong adopted an attitude of avoiding contact as much as possible, and the reason was simple. He was well aware of Ning Fengji's character. A businessman, a smiling tiger. That guy would never submit to the spirit hall under any circumstances. Supporting the Tiando royal family, they had a mutually beneficial relationship, standing on the same level. Supporting the spirit hall, they were merely subordinates. How could Ning Fengji, who was determined to strengthen the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, allow such a thing to happen? Classmate Gu Xiaohan, there's no need to be so formal. After all, we've eaten together, just call me Rongrong. Looking at Ning Rongrong's somewhat playful demeanor, it was hard to imagine she was a willful and spoiled young lady. All right, Rongrong, is there something you need? Ning Rongrong's lips curled up. She had taken a bait. Her charm was indeed the greatest. I wanted to ask about your training methods. Could you share a little with me, just a bit? Ning Rongrong said in a soft, gentle voice. That's not possible. The methods from our family are very precious. Bibi Dong rejected without a second thought. We can exchange. I can offer any price. Any price? Can you control your distractions? Bibi Dong's face showed a look of anticipation. At first, when watching the anime, Bibi Dong thought the original work's martial art was not very useful, but later realized how foolish that idea was. Just think about it. If the Qian Divine Hammer Martial Soul were equipped with 10-100-000 year spirit rings and cultivated to the Seven Treasures glazed heart realm, using 7-100-000 year spirit abilities together, what would happen? This is clearly a martial art even stronger than the Great Sumuru Hammer, tailor-made for dual martial soul users. It's a pity that Tang San in the original work was so foolish as not to realize it. What? This won't do. Ning Rongrong immediately refused. If it were just one person, she could consider it, but the other side was a family. Then I'm sorry, the transaction is off. After saying this, Bibi Dong planned to leave. He wasn't in the mood to chat more with Ning Rongrong to avoid building any friendship. Seeing Bibi Dong leave without her consent and his casual tone earlier, Ning Rongrong, who was used to being high and mighty, couldn't hold back anymore. Gu Xiaohan, you stop right there, Ning Rongrong shouted. Bibi Dong stopped in her tracks and replied without turning her head. Is there anything else? If not, don't disturb my training. Ning Rongrong frowned. The gentle expression on her face vanished, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. Do you think your family is something special? You dare to flaunt your blue silvergrass, that trash martial soul? You're just a third-rate power, and yet you walk around with a mask, trying to act cool. Our Seven Treasure glazed tile school is one of the strongest forces in the world, and doing business with you is already looking down on you. If you upset me, not to mention using force, just relying on the financial power of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, we can make your faction go bankrupt and eat dirt. Hearing this, Bibi Dong slightly turned her head and cast a cold glance at Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's face was filled with that lofty demeanor, looking down on everything around her. Is this really your character? It fits the little witch of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school quite well, but it's truly off-putting. The young lady's temper is forgivable, as it's been cultivated over the years. After all, you have the capital for it. But it's really a pity for the sword Douluo. You didn't shed a tear even when they died. For detailed information, refer to the original work. Bibi Dong replied disdainfully, sure, if the Seven Treasure glazed tile school can do it, then give it a try. And Ning Rongrong, remember your words about eating dirt. You actually dare to provoke our Seven Treasure glazed tile school? I will make you pay the price. If your family finds out that because of you, their future will be like a stray dog, how will they treat you? Will they chop you into 1,000 pieces? Ning Rongrong said with great interest. Chop me into 1,000 pieces? You don't need to worry about that. You should think about whether you can actually do what you just said. All right, just wait. Ning Rongrong immediately took out her communication device to send a message. Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Conference hall. In the center of the hall, there was an ornate wooden chair with a large jade stone embedded in the back, emitting a faint green light, warm and smooth, just the finest warm jade. It was about Shrek Academy. The young man then recounted the conversation between Bibi Dong, Flender, and the dialogue between Bibi Dong and Ning Rongrong. After hearing this, the sword Douluo couldn't hold back any longer. Fengji, is this what you call a good academy? To me, it's just a damn school that misleads students. And a kid with a blue silver grass martial soul dares to make our Rongrong angry? No way, I must bring Rongrong back and teach that guy a lesson. Hearing this, Ning Fengji still stopped the sword Douluo. Why? The sword Douluo's soul power surged, and if Ning Fengji didn't give a reasonable explanation, he might beat him up. Ning Fengji smiled bitterly and said, Uncle Jian, you know Rongrong's personality. It's good for her to suffer a little. Our 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda's potential is limited, so delaying a bit isn't a big deal. The important thing is to temper Ning Rongrong's little witch personality. This will benefit her future as the sect master. Besides, I don't think Shrek is a school that misleads students. Just think about it. A school that has only been established for 20 years can attract so many talents, averaging 3 per year, and we have learned about this school over the years. After spending so many years together, the Sword Law certainly understood what Ning Fengji meant, exchanging glances. They should strongly support this academy, allowing it to attract more students. And then the 7-treasure glazed tile school could intercept them. After all, innate soul power of 7 or 8 levels placed in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, if fully cultivated, could very likely become a title Douluo in the future. The 7-treasure glazed tile school would only become stronger and would not have to worry about the next generation. As for that little guy named Qian, let it go. A 12-year-old soul master with good talent might allow us to connect with their family and cooperate to make our 7-treasure glazed tile school stronger. After discussing all this, Ning Fengji felt as if he had become 10 years younger, envisioning a future where the 7-treasure glazed tile school would shine brightly and not fear the spirit hall. Chapter 52. Master, wet. Xiaogang Shrek had another day off. The next morning, Flinder arrived with a man dressed in a black and white student uniform, who had a somewhat expressionless face. It was obvious who he was. However, both Flinder and Xiaogang looked a bit travel-worn. Moreover, there were some scratches on Xiaogang's shoulder, probably from Flinder grabbing him. Looking at Xiaogang, butI's first impression was ordinary, so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. He had no strength, no looks, and as for theory, anyone who understood Douluo knew how poor his theories were. butI really couldn't understand why her mother would fall in love with such a useless person, and remain so until death. Children, now I have an announcement to make. Flinder coughed a few times and pointed to one of the newcomers. First, let me introduce the new teacher at the academy to the new students. His name is Master. Flinder pointed at the master, his voice suddenly becoming serious. He once derived the top 10 martial soul competitiveness through his research and is known as the strongest in martial soul theory. He has an extremely high level of research on martial souls and is also my brother, as well as Tang San's teacher, Mr. Xiaogang. Perhaps you don't understand this now, but you will definitely know later. Flinder said solemnly, from today onwards, the teaching of you will be fully under the responsibility of the master, and we will all cooperate with him. So he is Tang San's teacher. I wonder if he will make me stronger, Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself as she looked at Xiaogang. The master nodded, his stiff face, as usual, looking at the 8 students before him, and said lightly, there are only you 8 students in the academy, and in my view, you are a whole. I have already looked over your resumes, and later I will formulate some targeted teaching methods. Besides cooperation, I do not want to hear any voices different from mine in the academy. Now I will first observe your physical fitness. He pointed to the 8 stones and said, 8 stones, each of you take one, run from the academy to Soto City and back, and before lunch, I require you to complete 10 round trips. After Xiaogang finished speaking, except for butI, the others all went. Xiaogang frowned at butI, asking, did you not hear? I heard, butI casually replied, her gaze on the others who were carrying stones with ropes. Xiaogang's frown deepened, scolding, you heard? Why aren't you going? Hearing is one thing, but whether to do it is another matter. I think this training method is just a waste of time. What did you say? You dare to say my method is trash? Xiaogang said with bloodshot eyes. He always believed that his theories were unbeatable, and therefore his teaching methods were also unmatched. Qian, I do not allow you to insult my teacher like that, Tang San said angrily as well. Tang San, do you also think this method is good? Farmers still have to carry bamboo baskets to fertilize the soil. What is the difference between this training and what they do? Is the training of a monster really the same as that of farmers? Listening to butI's analogy, Tang San found himself speechless. Then butI crossed her arms and spoke again. Zhao Wujia's gravity field. Didn't you experience it when you signed up? Training in all aspects of the body, there is much better than carrying a stone. This, Tang San was rendered speechless. Xiaogang was somewhat dumbfounded and turned to Flinder asking. After learning this, Xiaogang directly scolded Flinder, saying why he didn't tell him earlier. And Flinder just lowered his head. Turning to look at this scene, butI felt extremely sarcastic. In the Heaven Do Empire, a soul sage is a guest wherever they go, Yet here he is being scolded by a mere level 29 waste. Flinder as a soul sage really is quite pathetic. He can indeed be considered a good brother and a good big brother, but he has chosen the wrong friends. As for you Xiaogang, to call him a waste would be an insult to the word waste. Even the documents from the Spirit Hall are copied incorrectly and incompletely. What top 10 core competitive spirits? That is completely dispensable. Apart from a few common sense things that are easy to understand, the rest is full of flaws and contradictions. Not to mention anything else. Just relying on his theory to absorb spirit rings could kill who knows how many people. As for that teaching, it is the worst of the worst. For example, butI entered Shrek at level 25 and reached level 37 in 3 years. An average of 4 levels a year. But under Yu Xiaojiang's teaching, he reached level 40 in 2 years, and with drugs, reached level 44, then participated in the Soul Master competition. May I ask, butI, who diligently cultivated, had his soul power increase slower than someone who just played around with women? This is the first time I've heard that hard work is not as good as indulging in pleasure. Shouldn't we just stop working hard then? Later, Zhao Wuji appeared, using his 5th soul skill, gravity compression. At this time, Yu Xiaojiang spoke again, trying to regain his dignity. Your training method cannot train all the students at all. Each academy has different levels of endurance. Don't you think this training method is foolish? Bihan turned his head and looked at Yu Xiaojiang with great disdain. Yu Xiaojiang felt an endless rage inside as he met Bihan's gaze, for he was all too familiar with that look. It was one that regarded him as worthless, as garbage. Once again feeling his self-esteem wounded, Yu Xiaojiang's expression became somewhat grim. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaojiang's face with increasing disdain and said, "Are the other teachers at the academy just wasting their time? Don't they know how to use soul pressure? Even if they haven't trained in gravity, isn't it better than just moving stones? Isn't one person enough?" The barrage of questions left Yu Xiaojiang speechless, his face extremely aggrieved. The other students witnessing this scene couldn't help but think, is this really the wisest person? Or just a clown? During the training, a small incident revealed Ning Rongrong's spoiled personality to everyone, causing her to lose face. Skipping unnecessary details and jumping ahead, that night, Bibi Dong sat in the dormitory practicing. Tang San and Oscar had already gone to sleep, as the day's gravity training had left them very exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Shrek Academy is really trash. There are no resources, no education, and I don't have that much time to waste. Looking at the sleeping Tang San, he said lightly, "Tang San, I've given you enough hints. If you still haven't realized that opposing me is your future, I won't hold back." After that, Bibi Dong withdrew the soul power blocking Oscar's meridians, and Oscar's soul power directly broke through to level 30. After we visit the Stardow Forest, it will be time for me to leave. The next day, Oscar excitedly announced that he had broken through to level 30. Then, Zhao Wujia led the group to the Stardow Forest. However, this time, they didn't wait another day for Oscar to make sausages. They set off directly. Zhao Wujia said, "The Stardow Forest is very dangerous, and we might be attacked by soul beasts at any moment. Almost all soul beasts have a strong aggression towards us humans, so we must be careful. Now, Dai Mubai will lead the way. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Gu Xuahan, you'll follow behind Dai Mubai. Tang San and Xiao will be on the sides. Ma Hongjun will be in the center. Zhu Zhuqing will scout around, and I will be at the back. Does anyone have any objections?" After shaking their heads, they set off. While running, Tang San spoke up. "Rongrong, use your second soul skill to increase our speed by 30%, so we can reduce the time to the Stardow Forest." Ning Rongrong noted, smilet, and activated the second soul skill of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower. However, the boost from the soul skill was not as strong as Bibi Dong's. "Rongrong, why don't you use your second soul skill on Gu Xuan?" Tang San asked, frowning slightly. "Tang San, I don't have enough soul power," Ning Rongrong replied. "Not enough soul power? That shouldn't stop you from boosting teacher Zhao Wujia. He is a soul sage with abundant soul power. No need to say more, Tang San. Without a soul skill, I can still keep up with you." Bibi Dong was well aware of why Ning Rongrong was like this, but he didn't care at all. Even with gravity gear on, he truly wanted to run, and Zhao Wujia wouldn't be able to catch up. That night, the group arrived at a small town, the same one as in the original story. Bibi Dong thought to himself, would they encounter Tsanhui Academy again and witness the famous scene of not provoking trouble is mediocrity? At this moment, Zhao Wujia pointed to a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead and said, "Let's stay here. We'll rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning. You will cover your own accommodation and meal expenses." Arriving at the small hotel and ordering a few dishes, Ma Hongjun began to eat like a starving ghost, causing the others to frown in disapproval. Chapter 53. The modified storyline. The eight of them sat around a table with a somewhat tense atmosphere. Zhu Zhuqing still had a cold expression, and Dai Mubai's attempts to talk to her were ignored, making things awkward. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong chatted with Oscar, and Tang San talked with Xiao Wu. Due to Ning Rongrong's outburst the previous day, no one wanted to talk to her. At this point, the restaurant was around 60 to 70% full when a group of people suddenly walked in. They resembled Tang San's group in that there were 8 of them. At the forefront was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, handsome enough, with slicked back hair and a meticulously crafted moon-white soul master robe embroidered with silver patterns that shimmered as he moved. Following behind him were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all around 20 years old, dressed in similar moon-white soul master robes, lacking the silver embroidery of the middle-aged man. However, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths had a green circular mark on their left shoulders, with the words Tsang Hui embroidered inside. Sighing inwardly, Bibi Dong thought, so what's coming is unavoidable. However, after Tsang Hui Academy's group, 3 more people entered. At the forefront was a middle-aged man exuding authority without being angry, followed by a man and a woman. The man was of average height with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes sparkled with intense passion. His broad shoulders and fiery red clothing complemented his not particularly handsome face, giving him a formidable presence. The woman was extremely beautiful, her golden red outfit fitting her perfectly, and her dark red hair made her resemble a flame capable of captivating any man. Upon seeing the woman, Ma Hongjun instantly perked up. Dai Mubai was also momentarily stunned. Having played with countless women, he admitted he had never seen anyone like her. But he quickly shivered and turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing with a grin, only to find she remained cold and turned her gaze away. At this moment, Ma Hongjun's voice rang out, "That girl is quite good-looking, and her figure is hot." After being embarrassed by Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai smirked at the Tsang Hui Academy group, thinking of a way to impress Zhu Zhuqing. He curled his lips. It's just a small Tsang Hui Academy. What's there to show off? Oh, boss Dai. The girl I was talking about is the one with red hair. Neither the fat man nor Dai Mubai bothered to lower their voices, and, as soul masters, their hearing was naturally better than ordinary people, despite the noise in the restaurant. The Tsang Hui group turned their attention toward them, especially the red-haired girl, whose eyes blazed with anger as she prepared to confront them. However, she was stopped by her elder, who whispered a few words in her ear, causing her to relent. Bibi Han observed the middle-aged man's mouth shape with his true eye and guessed that he was saying, just a 12-year-old kid. Which adult would stoop to the level of a child? Seeing this, Bibi Han figured out some things. The woman's soul power was level 40, suggesting she was heading to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul rings, while the other man also had level 40 soul power. At such a young age, along with his looks, hair, height, and temperament, it hinted that the young girl was very likely Huo Wu, and the other one should be Huo Wu Xuan. It seemed that the storyline had been altered a bit. Now, there was truly a good show to watch. At this moment, a classic line came from Oscar's mouth. This is also part of our cultivation. Dean Flander once said, "A soul master who doesn't dare to cause trouble is not a good soul master." As the saying goes, not daring to cause trouble is mediocrity. Moreover, provoking Soul Master Academy people is the safest. At most, it's just a fight. Tang San couldn't help but laugh, thinking that if our dean's quotes were put together, they would form a monstrous collection of sayings. Looking at their ages, this Tsang Hui Academy should be a high-level Soul Master Academy. Watching Tang San laughing, Bibi Han thought, "Tang San, you'll soon realize how foolish this saying is." At that moment, a student from Tsang Hui Academy walked towards Dai Mubai, smirking and seemingly planning something bad. However, Dai Mubai didn't even glance at him, fully displaying his arrogance. Just then, the waiter happened to bring the first dish to their table. The youth from Tsang Hui Academy suddenly quickened his pace, and with the waiter's exclamation, he bumped into the waiter, causing the dish to fall right towards Dai Mubai's head. "Don't waste food," Tang San said calmly, his left hand darting out like lightning to steady the waiter's body, while his right hand reached out to support the plate, using the technique of Control Crane and Capture Dragon to ensure not a single dish fell, gently placing the plate on the table. Simultaneously, he had already pulled the waiter aside. Dai Mubai then sent that student flying with a single palm, crashing into other students from Tsang Hui Academy. The student who was kicked out spat out a mouthful of blood and looked significantly weakened. Dai Mubai straightened his body and stretched lazily, saying, "I'm so sorry. I lost control." His evil eyes revealed their true color, and his face was filled with disdain and arrogance. The people in the restaurant were momentarily stunned, but remained seated. interested in watching the drama unfold. The group from Sanhui Academy couldn't hold back anymore. The remaining 6 students stood up in unison, glaring at the Shrek Academy table. They wanted to charge over, but were stopped by the middle-aged man. Dai Mubai's evil eyes gleamed. "You think you're worthy to challenge me?" Saying that, he sat back down. Upon hearing these words, even the most good-natured person couldn't remain calm. The teacher from Sanhui Academy turned a deep shade of anger. What a group of arrogant kids. Teach them a lesson, but don't hurt any innocent people. Just break some tables and chairs and pay a little compensation. If someone gets hurt, the spirit hall will throw you in jail for a few days. The students from Sanhui Academy were waiting for him to give the word. Except for the one injured by Dai Mubai and the only female student, the other 5 immediately charged towards Tang San's table. Xiaowu wanted to make a move, but remembering what Bibi Han had said to her at the Rose Hotel, she instead held onto a carrot and started nibbling. Seeing this scene, Bibi Han thought, "The little rabbit has made progress." Facing these people, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun sprang into action, striking down each one while striking a cool pose. After taking care of all of them, Dai Mubai turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Zhu Qing, were my poses cool just now?" Zhu Zhuqing completely ignored him, while Ma Hongjun took out a red rose from his pocket and approached the red-haired beauty, saying in a lewd tone, "Beautiful, let us get to know each other." His disgusting hand attempted to rest on the beauty's shoulder. At that moment, the red-haired beauty could no longer hold back and punched Ma Hongjun in the face. The swift punch caught Ma Hongjun completely off guard. He screamed as he flew out the door. Chapter 54. The consequence of not daring to cause trouble. 3,000 words. Seeing this scene, the other members of Shrek were stunned, as was Yi Zhiqiu. A fierce voice came from the red-haired woman. "You shameless fatso, how dare you take advantage of me? Ah, you nasty woman, I'll make you pay for this." Ma Hongjun shouted, "Evil, fire, phoenix possessed." Outside the door, Ma Hongjun's voice echoed. Then, with his martial spirit activated, he charged back in. Everyone burst into laughter at Ma Hongjun's appearance. Setting aside his clumsy martial spirit form, half of Ma Hongjun's face had turned purple, swollen like a pig's head. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to explode, Dai Mubai stopped him. "Dai, let me go. I want that woman to pay. I want to stop you from making a move, but don't forget, this is a hotel, and there are many ordinary people here. Do you want to hurt them and end up in the spirit hall as jail?" Dai Mubai yelled at Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai's words calmed Ma Hongjun down. He beckoned to the red-dressed beauty. "Hey, if you have the guts, come out and fight me." The red-dressed beauty, furious, smiled back. "Why would I be afraid?" Outside the hotel, the red-dressed beauty faced off against Ma Hongjun, while Bibi Han and the others quietly watched the show. "What is wrong? Are you afraid? Why don't you use your martial spirit? If you're scared, just apologize and sleep with me for a night," Ma Hongjun said, still lewdly eyeing the red-haired woman's key areas. "Scared? I'm really curious. Who is your teacher that taught you to be this shameless at such a young age?" The red-haired beauty looked at Ma Hongjun with disgust in her eyes. "Don't insult my teacher. If you have the ability, then let us compete." As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired beauty activated her martial spirit, and a graceful fire shadow appeared, with 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple surrounding her. Seeing this martial spirit, Bibi Han confirmed, she is definitely Huowu. Seeing the 3 rings, Ma Hongjun felt a bit intimidated. "You're a soul master. To be precise, I only need to obtain 1 more soul ring to become a soul ancestor." "What?" Hearing this, Ma Hongjun's face turned pale with fear. "Scared? Fatty, I didn't attack you just now because I thought you were a kid, but you've been shameless again and again. Let us do this." As soon as she finished speaking, Huowu charged at him. Ma Hongjun quickly shouted, "First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Third soul skill, Rejection Fire Ring." The dazzling ring of flames erupted instantly, spreading precisely to where needed. The rejection ability of the fire ring directly blew away the Phoenix Fire Line, which then burned Ma Hongjun's own face. Amidst Ma Hongjun's anguished screams, Huowu reached his side and punched him squarely in the piggy face. With no mercy, a series of punches sent Ma Hongjun crashing to the ground, and with Huowu's strength, he had no thoughts of fighting back, only curling up and crying out in pain. Seeing Ma Hongjun's miserable state, Tang San was about to step in when a hand pressed on his shoulder. Looking back, it was Bibi Han. "Han, what are you doing? I need to save Fatty." "Tang San, didn't you see that all of this is Ma Hongjun's own doing? Because of his lechery, he brought upon himself a beating. But the fat guy is your classmate. Is this the reason you are aiding and abetting the wrongdoing?" Bibi Han's expression became serious as he asked, "Let me ask you, If you want to pursue a woman and she doesn't like you, would you force her and she wouldn't be allowed to resist? Is that possible? And now, this is a situation like that. Are you going to help that rapist? Tang San stopped when he heard the word rapist. Bibi Han continued. Not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Why did Ma Hongjun back down when he saw the opponent was a soul master? Why did Dai Mubai run away after I knocked him away with one punch? Isn't it a sign of mediocrity not to dare to provoke? Let them continue to provoke. The notion that not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity boils down to being a coward who bullies the weak. As a genius and a future powerhouse, one should have self-respect and should not provoke trouble or fear it. Hearing these words, Tang San fell into deep thought. Dai Mubai did not hear what Bibi Han said. Even if he did, he would probably just scoff. He went to save Ma Hongjun, who was someone he fought alongside and went to battle with. How could he not save him? With the white tiger-esque spirit, Dai Mubai charged forward, just as he was about to throw a punch at Huo Wu. A unicorn fire explosion dragon blocked him, and the person was none other than Huo Wuxuang. Trying to sneak attack, just like that fat guy. How shameless. Hearing this, Dai Mubai became furious. Get out of the way. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. A layer of white light enveloped Dai Mubai. He could use this soul skill to attack or defend. First soul skill, Fire Dragon Roar. Huo Wuxuang raised his fists, flames exploding from them as they smashed towards Dai Mubai, who also returned a punch. If Dai Mubai were facing other fire attribute soul masters, it might have been fine, but unfortunately, he was up against Huo Wuxuang, who possessed the Unicorn Fire Explosion Dragon. Although the Unicorn Fire Explosion Dragon is not a top-tier spirit, it is quite close and contains explosive effects, making it a very strong martial spirit in close combat. Dai Mubai's evil White Tiger cannot compare in this aspect. Sure enough, when their fists collided, Dai Mubai's second soul skill, White Tiger Shield, shattered, and the continuous explosive effects forced him to retreat repeatedly, with his right hand already burned red by the flames. Bibi Dong watched the scene with satisfaction in her eyes, but then her pupils slightly widened as an idea emerged in her mind while observing the continuous explosions in front of her. The two then resumed fighting, but it was Dai Mubai who was constantly taking hits. Another punch landed on his face, causing Dai Mubai's neatly arranged golden hair to become disheveled and leaving his face charred. Dai Mubai was losing his composure. Being beaten so badly in front of his fiancée, it was something the proud Dai Mubai could hardly accept, so he unleashed all his soul skills. In battles of equal strength, if your mindset collapses, you lose half the battle. And Dai Mubai, at level 37, was clearly no match for the level 40 Huo Wuxuang. With a boost from his third soul skill, his second soul skill missed. In contrast, Huo Wuxuang's second soul skill lit up, and the Dragon Claw Prince struck Dai Mubai's chest, causing him to spout blood and fly backward. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this scene, was filled with disappointment. Disappointed? A voice entered her ears. It was Bibi Dong's soul power transmission. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened as she looked at Bibi Dong's back. Soul power transmission not only required a certain level of strength, but also precise control of soul power, something that a normal soul master couldn't achieve. Don't be surprised. My true strength is not that of a soul master. I transmitted my voice to tell you that I admire your tenacious character. You should know best what kind of person Dai Mubai is. He is not worthy of you. I am also well aware of the competition within the Star Luo royal family. You came here to find him in order to change your fate. But do you think you can see hope by following him? There's only one place in the world that can save you, and that place is the Spirit Hall. With your talent, joining the Spirit Hall will allow you to grow into a soul Douluo in the future. And the Spirit Hall can protect you from the persecution of the Star Luo Empire. Of course, this is just a suggestion I am giving you. Whether to go or not depends on yourself. Zhu Zhuqing behind him kept blinking her eyes, deeply looking at Bibi Dong for a moment. The battle in the distance was coming to an end, with Dai Mubai being knocked to the ground by Huo Wuxuang. His whole body was marked with burns, while Ma Hongjun was covered in bruises, continuously moaning in a low voice, calling out, "Teacher Zhao, Teacher Zhao." But all of this was in vain. On the second floor, Zhao Wujia was just about to take action when a sharp gaze turned toward him, belonging to a powerful soul Douluo, who was the elder of Huo Wuxuang and Huo Wu. However, this soul Douluo clearly did not take a serious look at Xiao Wu, otherwise she would have been in trouble. Xiao Wu also seemed unaware of the powerful soul Douluo behind her, otherwise she wouldn't have continued to watch the show, but would have hidden away. In the end, Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang kicked Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai away like trash. Looking down on them, they said, "Does anyone else want to make a move?" Xiao Wu was a bit tempted to take action, but was stopped by Tang San. Tang San also did not step forward, partly because of butI Dong's earlier words, and partly because he wasn't a match without using Tang's sect hidden weapons. And he didn't want to expose the Tang sect hidden weapons in front of so many people. Hou put her hands on her hips and disdainfully said, "Not daring to provoke trouble is a sign of mediocrity. What a laughable school rule. I really don't know what kind of garbage academy Shrek is." The nearby Sanhui Academy was also continuously recovering. Tang San and the others clenched their fists because they had insulted Shrek, and they were all students of Shrek. butI Dong used blue silver grass to heal their injuries, bringing them to a level where they could still fight with their martial souls, but externally they still looked injured. butI, standing up, angrily walked towards Zhu Zhuqing and questioned her. "Zhu Zhuqing, why didn't you help me just now?" Zhu Zhuqing disdainfully replied, "You like to stir up trouble, and when you can't handle the consequences, you want others to help you. I truly feel ashamed for you. You. Even if it's my fault, so what? You are my fiancé, and when I'm injured, you have to help." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's voice turned even colder. "Like ancient cold jade. You still remember that I'm your fiancé, Then when you fled the Star Luo Empire like a coward, did you ever consider what would happen to me? While I was being hunted and needed you the most, where were you?" butI was at a loss for words. Zhu Zhuqing gave him a disgusted glance and walked back to her room. Meanwhile, while butI and Zhu Zhuqing were arguing, Ma Hongjun was also asking Zhao Wujia why he didn't come to help him. Zhao Wujia sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to help, but those two kids' elders are Soul Douluo, and they're quite powerful Soul Douluo. I can't beat them." Upon hearing Soul Douluo, the little rabbit immediately exploded with anger, hiding in Tang San's arms, secretly grateful for butI Dong's previous words. Otherwise, if Xiao Wu really went to fight, she might have been recognized and captured. Chapter 55. Humiliation of butI after dinner. The group returned to their respective rooms. With butI Dong, who didn't lack money, they naturally each had their own room. At midnight, a knock sounded on the door. butI Dong opened his eyes from his meditation, and upon opening the door, it was surprisingly Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, butI Dong wasn't wearing a mask, and Zhu Zhuqing was stunned when she saw his face. "No need to be so surprised. If you have something to say, just come in. Sorry to disturb you. Just hurry up and say what you need to." Zhu Zhuqing organized her words and asked, "Did you come from the spirit hall?" "Yes." butI Dong did not hide it. "Why did you come to Shrek?" "To help someone get on the right path." "Tang San, you figured it out." A hint of surprise flashed in butI Dong's eyes. Was his approach that obvious? "If you hadn't said you were doing it for someone, I might not have guessed it. Listening to your conversation with Tang San, I vaguely felt that you were constantly guiding him. Both you and Tang San have blue silvergrass as your martial souls. Do you two have some kind of relationship? You don't need to know these things. Make your choice. Do you want to go to the spirit hall?" Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's hesitant expression, butI Dong asked Ly, "Can't let go of your family?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "If you can't let go, then just leave." "What are you still doing here?" Zhu Zhuqing, "Fate is chosen by yourself. The path you choose, even if you die, you must walk it to the end." After hearing butI Dong's merciless words, Zhu Zhuqing took a step back with a pale face. butI Dong's tone did not carry any pity. He genuinely admired Zhu Zhuqing, the only girl in Shrek without a blemish. But so what? As long as she didn't leave her family, she would inevitably be an enemy in the future, and he would not show mercy to enemies. With a loud bang, butI Dong's door was kicked open by someone, butI. "Well, you shameless person, coming to find a man for an affair. I must have been blind to think you were pure and flawless." butI shouted frantically. Zhu Zhuqing retorted angrily, You are slandering me." "I'm slandering you? Then why did you come here at midnight when it's quiet? If not to hide here for an affair while everyone else is asleep." Zhu Zhuqing couldn't refute this. Should she say she wanted to join the spirit hall? Just because Zhu Zhuqing couldn't refute him didn't mean butI Dong couldn't. He had disliked butI for a long time, but his rebuttal wasn't verbal. It was with his fists. With a flick of his hand, countless golden blue silver grasses suddenly appeared and attacked butI. Seeing this, butI sneered. "So you really want to have an affair? Once discovered, you want to kill to silence me. I will let others see your wickedness." White Tiger Possession, Third Soul Skill. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Watching this scene, butI Dong felt it was a futile struggle. Blue silver grass, which even a Soul King would find hard to escape, was not something a mere Soul Sovereign like butI could handle. Soon, he was drained of soul power and lay on the ground. The commotion from butI's roar and actions attracted people from the hotel, including several from Shrek. A crowd was gathering around us. Seeing butI on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing was wiping her tears, and Xiao Wu walked over to her and asked, Zhu Qing, what happened? At that moment, Dai Mubai, lying on the ground, crazily shouted. What else could it be? This pair of adulterers wants to have an affair. Upon hearing the words affair, everyone looked at Bibi Dong and Zhu Qing with strange expressions. However, Xiao Wu giggled and said, I didn't expect, Zhu Qing, that you like doing such exciting things. Zhu Qing's face turned red. It wasn't like that. You misunderstood. Oscar said, Dai, even if they really wanted to do that, it has nothing to do with you, right? Yeah. What does it have to do with you if they do that? How does it not concern me? Zhu Qing is my fiancée. Wow. The onlookers were in for a big surprise. This Gushuan. Oscar looked at Bibi Dong in disbelief, clearly at a loss for words. In the face of this situation, Bibi Dong remained calm. Trash, have you said enough? You call me trash. Dai Mubai struggled to get up from the ground. His eyes bloodshot as he roared at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong stepped on Dai Mubai's head, forcing him to lie back down. Isn't it true? Awais who abandoned his fiancée and fled to a small place to indulge in pleasure, letting a 9-year-old girl face the pressure of family competition alone. With your white tiger martial soul, you truly disgrace the martial soul. I really don't know how you expect to become a god in the future, or even a war god. It's just ridiculous. Let me tell you, Zhu Qing came to me because she was completely disappointed in you. So she wanted to join our family to save her life, yet you keep spewing nonsense. What do you think I should do with you? The people around suddenly understood, looking at the disdainful face of Dai Mubai, who was being stepped on by Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong increased the pressure under his foot, as if trying to crush Dai Mubai's head. Dai Mubai felt like his head was about to burst and hurriedly roared. I'm the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. If you dare to kill me, the Star Luo Empire will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Ah, Bibi Dong scolded. Just a useless prince. Even if I kill you, they won't have the ability to chase me down, and your brother Davis will even thank me. Go ahead and rest easy. Just as Bibi Dong was about to crush Dai Mubai's head, Tang San spoke up. Gushuan, can you let Dai Mubai go? After all, he's our classmate. The other Shrek members also pleaded for him. After thinking for a moment, letting Dai Mubai die in public would ultimately be a severe slap to the face of the Star Luo Empire. Although the Spirit Hall is not afraid, it would still be troublesome. I can kill Dai Mubai anytime. There's no need to do it now. So I said, for your sake, I will spare him this time. But while the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped. Insulting my reputation cannot be easily settled. Bibian kicked Dai Mubai away, sending him crashing through several walls of the hotel, leaving him to lie in bed for a few months. He then tossed a bag of money to the hotel owner as compensation. Zhao Wujia sighed and said, Hongjun, you take Mubai back to Shrek Academy. You two don't need to come for this training. After that, everyone dispersed. Just as Bibi Han was about to head back to his room to sleep, a voice called out to him, wait a minute. It was a crisp female voice. Turning around, he was surprised to see Huo Wu. Bibi Han asked, what's the matter? You're stronger than that tiger. Since that's the case, let us have a competition. To this overly competitive girl who didn't recognize her own limitations, Bibi Han replied indifferently, no need. I don't have time to compete with you. Are you scared? Yes, I'm scared. I can't beat you, Bibi Han answered straightforwardly. How can there be such a cowardly man like you? I'm still not an adult, just a boy. It's normal to be a bit timid. All right, I'm going back to sleep now. Then he walked into his room and closed the door. What a waste of such a good-looking face. Huo Wu felt like she had punched a cotton ball. Extremely frustrated as it was the first time she encountered someone who ignored her charm. All right, sister, if he doesn't Tijuana, what can we do? It's getting late. We still need to hunt for soul rings tomorrow. Hurry up and rest. Huo Wushuang comforted. One day, I will definitely have showdown with him. Chapter 56. Huo Wu's conditions. A night passed without a word. The next morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujin used his booming voice to wake everyone up. The sun gradually rose from the east, enlarging the faint white glow in the sky, and the day slowly brightened. After leaving the small town, we headed towards the Stardow Forest. When we arrived at its entrance, the air became even more pleasant, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The refreshing feeling, mixed with the fragrant aroma of damp soil, continuously stimulated the senses of everyone from Shrek. Everyone stop, Zhao Wujin said. Bibi Dong and Tang San walked in the front, while Zhao Wujia brought up the rear as they ventured into the Stardow Forest. In the dangerous spirit beast forest, the presence of two people posed no fear. One was Xiao Wu, and those who understood knew why. Bibi Dong, due to the characteristics of his blue-silver divine martial soul, could not miss any movement within 100 meters in the forest. Coupled with his formidable strength, he felt no fear of the outer perimeter, but he knew to stay alert in the interior. They avoided the small spirit beasts living in the underbrush. While those spirit beasts that might want to attack them, whether 10 or 100 years old, were thrown away by butI Dong using his blue silvergrass, allowing everyone to avoid encountering any spirit beasts. Tang San asked, Gushuahan, can you sense spirit beasts? I can only sense those within 100 meters. For the smaller spirit beasts that are not a threat, I choose not to disturb them. Resources are limited, and so are spirit beasts. We should leave what we don't need for future generations to utilize. Well said, Zhao Wuji agreed. When I was young, we could see several thousand-year spirit beasts on the outskirts, but now they are gone, all due to those hunting squads seeking spirit bones recklessly slaughtering in the forest. All right, let's rest here for an hour. Xiaowao, sausages. Sure, I got a big sausage. Suddenly butI Dong said, everyone pay attention, something is coming, and looked to the left. The group, who had been chatting, immediately stood up and prepared their martial souls for defense. A roar of a tiger echoed, and then a tiger, 5 meters long and 60 centimeters wide with dark red stripes, appeared from the thicket ahead. 5,000-year explosive flame tiger, everyone be careful. Zhao Wujia, standing at the front, immediately used his 4th soul skill for positioning and tracking, as well as his 1st soul skill, the powerful diamond palm. However, the explosive flame tiger was not easy to deal with. It was one of the strongest among tiger-type spirit beasts, capable of battling 1,000-year spirit beasts and able to concentrate explosive flames inside its body to erupt from its mouth. As expected, when the explosive flame tiger sensed the threat from Zhao Wujia's attack, its entire body glowed with red light, and a red energy ball formed in its mouth, shooting towards Zhao Wujia's palm. Everyone retreat. Boom! A pit with a 1-meter radius appeared. Zhao Wujia shook his reddened arm within it, having sustained no serious injury. But the explosive flame tiger had already vanished. Zhao Wujia hurriedly warned, everyone be careful. That beast won't leave so easily. Gather around me. Just as Zhao Wujia's voice fell, the explosive flame tiger reappeared, opening its massive mouth, targeting Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted. At that moment, Xiao Wu had not yet reached level 30 and could not teleport. She never expected a spirit beast would dare to attack her. In fact, this explosive flame tiger had been targeted by a spirit Douluo who wanted to kill it for its spirit ring, and with its thousands of years of cultivation, it could not possibly contend against the spirit Douluo. It had already been marked by the spirit Douluo and was doomed to die. The only way it might survive was to swallow Xiao Wu to gain 10,000 years of cultivation. Though it would still risk being hunted by the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, it had no other choice. Xiao Wu screamed. Tang San watched this scene, his heart tearing apart. Xiao Wu was the most important person to him. He could not allow anyone to harm her. He activated his Xiaogang and used Ghost Shadow to rush over at top speed, but he was still a bit slow. In a critical moment, several strands of golden blue-silver grass appeared in front of Xiao Wu, forming a wall to block the explosive flame tiger. Tang San felt a surge of joy and pulled Xiao Wu back with the blue-silver grass, unleashing various Tang sect secret techniques and hidden weapons on the explosive flame tiger. It must be said that the Tang sect secret techniques were indeed powerful in this world. With just his 29th level Great Soul Master cultivation, Tang San managed to entangle with the explosive flame tiger for several seconds until Zhao Wuji arrived and began to smash the tiger's head furiously until it died. Since the soul ring was unusable by several people, Zhao Wujia showed no mercy and a purple soul ring rose from the explosive flame tiger. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After calming Xiao Wu, Tang San walked over to butI Dong and bowed deeply to thank him. No need for thanks. We are classmates now, aren't we? Let Xiao Wu participate in some challenging battles. Although these battles may cause her injuries, they're the best way to improve. Tang San hesitated because he didn't want Xiao Wu to get hurt. butI Dong continued, you can't always protect her. Sometimes, you might not be able to protect her in time. If I hadn't acted quickly to save Xiao Wu this time, her fate would have been to get her head bitten off. Injuries can be a great training opportunity. They can help her overcome fear so that next time she faces a tiger's massive mouth, she won't just stand there frozen. Tang San nodded, feeling frustrated that he had spoiled Xiao Wu too much. I understand. Xiao Wu brings you affection and companionship in your childhood. You value her more than anything. But if you continue to excessively spoil and protect her, she will only end up being a vase. Do you want to see Xiao Wu become a vase? Tang San thought hesitantly. Then butI Dong addressed everyone. This isn't the time to dwell on these matters. The 5,000-year explosive flame tiger is very suitable for a fire attribute soul master's fourth soul ring. Who do you think is hunting this spirit beast? Everyone widened their eyes, clearly having thought of something. Sure enough, shortly after, 3 figures emerged from the bushes, and it was Huo Wu and her group. At this moment, they looked at the dead explosive flame tiger, and the shining purple soul ring filled them with rage. Zhao Wujia, you killed the spirit beast. I was going to have Wu Shuang capture. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, and everyone could hear the anger in his words. Zhao Wujia clasped his fists and said, "Sorry, senior. This spirit beast suddenly attacked us, and I had no choice but to kill it to protect the children. I beg for your forgiveness." Huo Wu was furious. Forgiveness? What will you use to make amends? An explosive flame tiger, so suitable and rare, is so hard to find. The group looked at each other, unsure of what to say. The spirit master world is like this. The weak are prey to the strong, and the rules are dictated by the size of one's fists. Even if you are in the wrong, as long as you are powerful, you are right. Then Huo Wu slid her finger along her chin and continued, "You people have nothing to compensate with. Since you want to make amends, let him fight me. If he wins, I will let you leave. If he loses, we will deal with you as we wish. Okay, father?" Huo was pointing at Bibi Dong. The middle-aged man looked at Huo Wu with affection, ruffled her hair, and said, "Whatever you say, Wu." Chapter 57. The arrival of the Titan giant ape. A smile appeared at the corner of Huo Wu's mouth as she beckoned Bibi Dong with her finger. "This time you can't refuse, coward." Bai Han helplessly shrugged. "Why do you have to hold on to me?" "It's nothing, just curious, is that okay?" "Hey, then come on." Bai Han walked forward, while the people around him stepped back, giving us space. Zhao Wujia asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Zhao Wujia knew very well that Bai Han was only at level 31, and his martial soul was a plant type, blue silvergrass. With his soul power suppressed by 9 levels and facing attribute restraint, Zhao Wujia truly felt there was no hope. Bibi Han gave Zhao Wujia an okay gesture, indicating that there was no problem. He said to Huo Wu, "Let's do it." Huo Wu looked at Bibi Han's indifferent demeanor and felt a bit irritated. "You really are arrogant. Defeating that useless old tiger doesn't give you the qualification to be so cocky with me." Bibi Dong didn't explain because he wasn't arrogant at all. He simply didn't care. Gu Xuahan, with a mutated martial soul blue silvergrass, is a level 32 control system soul master. Huo Wu, with a martial soul fire shadow, is a level 40 control system soul master. The level of a soul master is determined by their soul rings. The number of soul rings you have defines your level. Huo Wu has 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Looking at Bibi Dong after he released his martial soul and noticing he had no soul rings, Huo Wu was filled with confusion, asking, "Why do you have no soul rings?" "I don't know either. My martial soul is a bit strange and doesn't show soul rings after absorbing them." "Is there really such a thing?" Huo Wu seemed very surprised, while her father, standing nearby, thought a bit deeper because he knew there were some techniques that could hide soul rings. However, he chose not to say anything because blue silvergrass was considered a useless martial soul, and even if it was mutated, how strong could it be? The first soul skill, Devour. Several golden blue silvergrasses were released from Bibi Dong's feet, attacking Huo Wu. Huo Wu smiled lightly, her first soul ring lighting up as she activated her first soul skill, Meteor Shower. The blue silvergrass used by Bibi Han is only at the soul master level, and under the scattered fire rain from Huo Wu, the blue silvergrass was ignited one after another. Following that, Huo Wu and her shadow attacked in a cross formation, both wielding swords made of flames, launching a fierce assault on Bibi Han, who countered with a stick made from blue silvergrass. Feeling quite helpless, Bibi Han realized he couldn't reveal his strength to defeat Huo Wu instantly, nor could he allow her to hit his clothes, and he had to pretend to be evenly matched with her. This is so difficult. While Bibi Han forcefully repelled Huo Wu, her shadow circled behind him. At that moment, Huo Wu smiled faintly, and her second soul ring lit up, swapping places with her shadow, and the sword in her hand slashed towards Bibi Han while her shadow attacked from the front. This was Huo Wu's second soul skill, Shadow Shift. The advantage of this position swap was that Huo Wu was immune to the knockback effect caused by Bibi Han's earlier powerful attack. Coupled with the pincer attack, it could catch the enemy off guard and potentially kill them. Just as Huo Wu thought the battle was coming to an end, Bibi Han planted the stick in the ground and leaped up like a monkey, supporting himself with the top of the stick. Huo Wu's attack struck the stick directly, breaking it in half. However, taking advantage of this moment, Bibi Han performed a backflip and kicked Huo Wu on the shoulder. Huo Wu was sent flying, her shoulder in severe pain, and her arm was somewhat unable to lift. Bibi Han returned to the ground and said, "That should be enough. You should know the true strength behind my kick to that tiger. If I had kicked you with that kind of force on your shoulder, your bones would probably shatter." Huo Wu, with an unwilling expression, said, "It's not over yet." Rubbing her shoulders, Huo Wu brought her hands together, and a strange scene unfolded. All three of Huo Wu's soul rings suddenly shone simultaneously, and the fire shadow behind her instantly transformed into a bright white color. Fusion ring. Bibi Dong opened her real eye and carefully observed Huo Wu's fusion skill, showing no intention of interrupting at all. Through Bibi Dong's gaze, it was clear to see Huo Wu's soul power throughout her body, with the soul power from her three soul rings fully concentrated in her palm, forming a fireball. "Take this, Gu Xuehan. This is my first soul skill unleashed through the fusion skill, Flamestorm." Huo Wu pushed the fireball towards Bibi Dong's head, then used the remaining bit of soul power to activate her second soul skill, swapping positions with the distant fire shadow, leaving the area of the falling flames. The fireball exploded above Bibi Dong's head, and flames poured down, covering an area 3 times larger than before. Zhao Wuji led Tang San and the others to retreat, while Huo Wushuang and the others also moved back. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong felt a bit annoyed, thinking that Huo Wu truly couldn't handle losing and didn't care whether such an attack could be resisted by a plant-based soul master. Bibi Dong condensed a large amount of blue silver grass into a ball to defend. However, what he didn't expect was that the flames actually had penetrating power, burning through all the blue silver grass vines, forcing Bibi Dong to increase his soul power output and use the blue silver grass at the soul sec level. In the end, as the rain of fire dispersed, Bibi Dong pretended to be exhausted and fatigued. After the fire rain ended, Zhao Wujia immediately came out to check Bibi Dong's physical condition. Seeing that he was unharmed, Zhao Wujia breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wujia lowered his stance and said, "Senior, how about we consider this match a draw? Both sides have exhausted their soul power, so under normal circumstances, it could be a draw. However, the other party also understood that if it were to be counted, the loser would be Huo Wu. Since the other side was so accommodating, he nodded in agreement, giving Bibi Dong a deep look before leaving with Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu. "Gu Xuehan, you are amazing to have defeated a quasi-soul sect. Here, have some sausages to regain some soul power." Looking at the fragrant sausages in front of him, Bibi Dong smiled, asking for a few more. There might not be another chance to eat them later. "All right." Zhao Wujia nodded at the harmonious scene before him and decided to rest for a while longer until the little monsters had fully recovered their soul power before taking action. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Not long after, Tang San said, "Teacher Zhao, I've broken through level 30. "Really, Xiao San?" Tang San nodded. It might have been because Xiao was facing the attack of the blazing tiger at that time, and I was extremely worried, so my soul power rapidly circulated, allowing me to break through early. Hearing this, Xiao Wu blushed and gently said, "Brother, congratulations." Then there was another round of dog food and ambiguous glances from everyone. After that, the group was fortunate enough to encounter a soul beast over 1,600 years old, and Oscar obtained a soul skill. "I have a spicy sausage." Another lewd incantation. The effect of this sausage? It dispels all negative mental effects and increases all attributes by 10, which is quite a nice soul skill. Then Bibi Dong bought 2 more from Oscar. At night, after the group set up their tents, everyone sat by the campfire preparing for dinner. Just then, Zhao Wujia suddenly stood up, walked in front of everyone, and an extremely cold aura erupted from him. Accompanied by a low growl, he directly summoned his martial spirit, the great strength diamond bear, instantly enveloping himself. Everyone became alert and on high alert, looking at the thicket ahead. Is it coming, the Titan Great Ape? "Gu Xuehan, if anything happens, you all hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. Your task is to ensure everyone safely leaves the Stardow Forest." Zhao Wujia, despite his many sins, was indeed a good teacher. Whether it was Tang San, Xiao Wu, or others, they didn't understand what had happened to make the usually self-assured Zhao Wujia so tense. Even that Soul Douluo hadn't made him this anxious. At that moment, they suddenly saw a bizarre scene. In the direction Zhao Wujia was looking, 2 tall trees slowly parted to the sides, and a massive figure quietly walked out. It was like a mountain, its dark fur shimmering slightly in the weak starlight, and even though it was on all fours, its shoulder height definitely exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, its height would probably exceed 15 meters. A colossal creature, a terrifying presence. It was a gorilla. That's right. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, has appeared. Chapter 58. The man-faced demon spider. It was indeed the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape. Even the usually composed Tang San's voice changed at this moment. The Titan Great Ape appearing in any soul beast forest is undoubtedly a dominant existence. No soul beast dares to offend it, as the result would surely be death. Even a century-old Titan Great Ape could defeat some 10,000-year-old beasts with weaker bloodlines. Like the Blue Silver King or the Softbone Rabbit, the Titan Great Ape possesses powerful attack and defense, and after cultivating for 100,000 years, it will awaken its innate domain. This 100,000-year Titan Great Ape's punch is enough to rival a human level 96 title Douluo. The current level 95 Tang Hao, with low health, would find it difficult to compete without detonating his rings. The stronger the soul beast, the deeper it is in the forest, as that area is rich in spiritual energy, allowing for faster cultivation. As for why it came out, perhaps only Xiao Wu and butI knew. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately, Xiao Wujia said solemnly. He knew that the Titan Great Ape could understand human speech, especially this robust Titan Great Ape before him, which clearly had surpassed 10,000 years in cultivation. The Titan Great Ape ignored Xiao Wujia and slowly walked forward, its eyes constantly looking at Xiao Wu, watching the approaching Titan Great Ape. Everyone felt their hair stand on end, cold sweat pouring down. Xiao Wujia's heart sank. He knew they might not escape this time, but even so, he still wanted to buy a chance for the little monster behind him. Everyone run, gather together, and escape with all your strength. After saying this, Xiao Wujia took a deep breath, his 7 rings shining brightly, charging towards the Titan Great Ape, the true body of the great strength diamond bear, martial spirit. Who would have thought that 2 more martial spirit true bodies would appear, belonging to 2 of the 3 soul saints protecting butI. One was a flame lion, and the other was a dark demon spider. Your Highness, hurry and follow me. The voice came from the last soul saint, who had a pair of golden wings behind him, and his martial spirit was a golden eagle. The lion was a strong attack type, the spider a control type, and the eagle a fast attack type. This was the trio of high-level soul saints sent by butI to protect butI. If they encounter a strong opponent, the 3 would fight together. If they couldn't win, the other 2 would hold them off while the golden eagle used its powerful flying ability to take butI away. Okay, let us go. Just as the golden eagle was about to take off with butI, the Titan Great Ape couldn't sit still. It was not only bound by spider silk, but also had 2 strong soul saints holding it back, and most importantly, its little sister Xiao Wu was moving out of its sight. Roar! A massive roar erupted, and the Titan Great Ape spread its arms, breaking all the spider silk, and the hands of the 2 soul saints on it were also violently shaken away. Suddenly, a yellowish light appeared on the Titan Great Ape, enveloping the 2 of them. The 3 soul saints immediately felt a heavy pressure, kneeling halfway to the ground. The word domain appeared in their minds. Then the Titan Great Ape waved its large hand 3 times, and the martial spirit true bodies of the 3 soul saints shattered, suffering heavy injuries and flying out. After that, the Titan Great Ape ran towards the group. The Shrek members saw this scene and felt their hair stand on end. Tang San stopped. I'll hold the rear. You all hurry and leave. Tang San. Everyone looked at this scene filled with admiration. However, the Titan Great Ape ignored Tang San, leaping in front of the group, and then slammed its enormous fists onto the ground, the terrifying force causing the earth to shatter. Everyone was thrown into the air, and then the Titan Great Ape's large hand grabbed Xiao Wu and turned to leave. No, let go of Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu fall into the Titan Great Ape's grasp, Tang San's eyes turned red instantly. Without waiting for his body to stabilize on the ground, he kicked hard against the ground, launching himself up, leaping off a nearby large tree, and his hands quickly drew out several cold flashes from his waist. Dozens of icy lights shot towards the Titan Great Ape's eyes. However, this was futile. The Titan Great Ape let out a roar, the sound waves scattering those hidden weapons, and even sent Tang San flying backward, spitting out blood. After that, he could only watch helplessly as the Titan took Xiao Wu away. Looking in that direction, Tang San lay on the ground shouting, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Watching the Titan Great Ape leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ning Rongrong and Oscar collapsing to the ground. They felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell, while the Golden Eagle Soul Saint also brought butI back to the Shrek students. Tang San looked at the flying Soul Saint beside butI, his eyes filled with madness, hurriedly getting up and rushing over, grabbing his shoulder. Gu Shuhan, help me, please. Help me. Wake up. You don't want my subordinates to help you save Xiao Wu, do you? If that's the case, you might as well give up. A soul saint's strength cannot contend against the Titan Great Ape. Didn't you see what just happened? No. I want this senior to take me to the Titan Great Ape. The rest I can handle myself. Are you not afraid of death? Tang San said with blood-red eyes. Xiao Wu is the most important person to me. If she dies, what meaning is there for me to live in this world? I don't seek to live together, but I seek to die together. How loving. Take him with you. Just do as he says. And you only need to get close to the Titan ape in the sky. Bai Han knew that the Titan giant ape would never harm the two of them. So he issued an order to the Golden Eagle Soul Saint. As you command. Young man, come here. Your sincerity has moved me as well. If I had known when I was young, I wouldn't have only focused on cultivation. I would have also pursued romance, said the Golden Eagle Soul Saint. A hint of regret in his eyes. Thank you, senior. The martial soul avatar. The Soul Saint transformed into a large golden eagle and carried Tang San away. Bibi Dong quietly watched the direction in which the two left. At that moment, a voice came through. Gu Xuahan, which family are you from? The speaker was Ning Rongrong. Bibi Dong completely ignored her question. Bibi Dong was very clear about Ning Rongrong's thoughts. The fact that 3 soul saints were dispatched for protection indicated that Bibi Dong's identity and the power behind her were definitely not ordinary. Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had not sent such strong forces to protect their young lady. She was worried that she had caused a big trouble for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School due to her disrespectful words a few days ago. Seeing Bibi Dong's indifference, Ning Rongrong's temper flared up again. You're really annoying. Bai Han coldly looked at Ning Rongrong. His strength no longer held back at this moment. A fierce aura swept over Ning Rongrong, causing her words to stop, cold sweat to break out, and her heart to race. Ning Rongrong trembled as she spoke. What do you want to do? If you dare to kill me, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School won't let you go. A mere 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School that is not even in its prime. After the deaths of the 2 titled Douluos from the Swordbone, what ability does your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School have to deter external enemies? And you, as the young lord of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, are so brainless and like to cause trouble for your family. You really embarrass Ning Fengji. I won't allow you to insult my father. Indeed, brainless. I said you embarrass your father. What did I insult your father? Oscar hurried over to mediate and act as a punching bag for Ning Rongrong, while Bai Han couldn't be bothered to engage. Meanwhile, Tang San had approached the Titan giant ape. However, who was the Titan giant ape? Its mental power was exceptionally strong, sensing Tang San's presence even before the soul sage could see it. It felt a bit angry. After finally being able to talk to Xiao Wu on its shoulder, someone dared to cause trouble, directly slapping both of them away. Tang San fell into its chosen place, the territory of the faceless demon spider. The scene from the original work reappeared, a spider with a body diameter of over 5 meters and 8 long, spear-like legs exceeding 3 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in a black shell, glossy and shiny, with slender front legs that silently pierced the ground with each step. The 8 long legs moved rapidly, creating a series of afterimages, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Tang San. 2 of its front legs instantly lifted and stabbed down towards Tang San. Tang San encountered the evil killer, the faceless demon spider, and began to fight. Chapter 59, no longer in debt to you, glancing at Ning Rongrong, who was throwing a tantrum at Oscar. Tang Hao must have gone to see Tang San, right? In that case, within the blue-silver domain, no movement within an 800-meter range could escape his eyes. Under the detection of the blue-silver domain, 3 blood-soaked individuals were slowly walking towards them. Bai Han used the ability of the blue-silver domain to control the blue-silver grass around the 3, binding them and bringing them over. The other 2 soul sages were well aware of whose ability this was, so they did not resist. However, Zhao Wujia was unaware and thought it was the enemy's means, starting to struggle. But how could a heavily injured soul sage break free from the binding of the blue-silver grass? He could only be tied up like a rice dumpling and brought over. Then Bai Han used the 3rd soul skill of the blue-silver god, Blue-Silver Holy Light, and the 4th soul skill, Blue-Silver Holy Dew, to heal them. With the powerful healing ability of the Blue-Silver God, it could be said that aside from not recovering their soul power, the other injuries of the 3 soul sages were completely healed. Zhao Wujia spoke. Gu Xuahan, let me ask you, is your soul power not just level 32? Why do you think that? Bai Han raised an eyebrow and asked Zhao Wujia. Because of the toughness of your blue-silver grass. Although I am severely injured, I'm still a soul sage. Your blue-silver grass prevented me from breaking free, and I'm very clear about my injuries. This is definitely not something a soul master can heal in one go unless the other party is also a soul sage. Zhao Wujia said with great certainty. I see, I exposed too much. You're right, I'm not a soul master, but I'm also not a soul sage. As for what level I am, you'll know later. Then why did you come to Shrek Academy? Zhao Wujia's expression became wary upon hearing Bai Han's words. You don't need to worry about that. Just know that I mean no harm. Otherwise, why would I heal you? Go find Tang San. He's in trouble now. Bibi Dong sensed Tang San's aura and walked towards the direction of a human-faced demon spider. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Bibi Dong's back, not knowing what she was thinking. On the way, feeling the reaction of his left-hand spirit, Bibi Dong smiled faintly. Oh, has he used the Qian hammer? Then it should be coming to an end. Bibi Dong brought everyone to Tang San's side. At this moment, Tang San was too preoccupied with the potential dangers to care. He was sitting there gasping for breath, barely managing to regain some of his spirit. Next to him lay a corpse, with a purple soul ring floating above it. Seeing their arrival, his worry turned to surprise. Tang San, impressive. You actually killed the man-faced demon spider by yourself. Zhao Wujin went over to help Tang San up, allowing him to catch his breath. Tang San didn't have time to greet him, and instead said, Teacher Zhao, protect me. I want to absorb this soul ring. At this moment, Bibi Dong said, Tang San, think carefully. This is a soul ring over 2,000 years old. What? How can you tell? The cultivation of the man-faced demon spider can be determined by the length of its legs. Look, this spider's legs are already over 3 meters long. That's a sign of over 2,000 years of cultivation. Didn't you know that soul beasts undergo significant changes as their age increases? Just like how century-old soul beasts change based on their age, and 10,000-year soul beasts change based on that as well. I remember your teacher's theory said the third soul ring's age is 1,760 years. Tang San fell into deep thought. He was well aware that his teacher had said that absorbing a soul ring beyond 1's level could lead to the body being unable to withstand the pressure of the soul ring and exploding. However, if he didn't absorb this soul ring, he wouldn't be able to recover his strength and see Xiao Wu. Yet attempting to absorb, it would mean questioning his teacher's unbeatable theory. After some contemplation, Tang San's expression became resolute. I want to absorb this soul ring. Tang San, are you crazy? Teacher Zhao, my mind is made up. There's no need to persuade me further. Are you going to question your teacher's theory? The speaker was, of course, Bibi Dong, and the implication was clear. Tang San bowed his head and didn't reply, instead continuing toward the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. Here, have a sausage. Tang San nodded. After eating the sausage, he sat down next to the man-faced demon spider. Sorry to trouble you all. Zhao Wujin nodded to Tang San, waved his hand, and the other students surrounded Tang San in the center, carefully on guard. With their protection, Tang San no longer needed to worry about ordinary soul beasts posing a threat and could finally focus on absorbing the powerful soul ring before him. As he released his martial soul and began to absorb the soul ring, Tang San immediately let out a scream, and a faint layer of blood mist slowly appeared, carrying a fishy smell. At this sight, everyone except Bibi Dong felt anxious. At that moment, Bibi Dong used his blue-silver divine martial soul. Zhao Wujin asked cautiously, Gu Xiuhan, what are you trying to do? I'm using my blue-silver grass to heal him. It can increase the absorption rate of the soul ring. What? It can be done like this? Otherwise? In fact, Bibi Dong was doing this purely to save some time, as he knew Tang San would definitely be able to absorb this soul ring, under the coverage of the blue-silver divine's blue-golden light. The pain on Tang San's face indeed reduced significantly. After a while, the fine blood beads stopped oozing out, and Tang San's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. A faint blue light began to quietly emanate from his body. Zhao Wujin exclaimed in delight. It worked. The most dangerous moment has passed. Now, it's the process of soul power transformation. This kid Tang San truly deserves to be called a miracle creator. Just as everyone thought the situation was settled, suddenly, Tang San's relaxed brows furrowed tightly again, and he let out a scream. Sitting cross-legged there, his body began to spasm violently. His chest suddenly heaved up, and his entire upper body arched, looking terrifying. Just as everyone was astonished, suddenly, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, the clothes on Tang San's back were suddenly ripped apart. Standing behind him, Oscar clearly saw 4 fist-sized bulges protruding from either side of Tang San's spine. Soon after, the 8 bulges suddenly burst open. Strangely, the skin on Tang San's back did not retract. Deep purple objects the thickness of a fist emerged from those 8 protrusions and grew at an astonishing speed. 8 spider spear bones? This opportunity truly belongs to you. Tang San, congratulations. At this moment, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a presence in the left forest, as if guiding him to go there. Looking towards the dim forest, Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and began walking in that direction. Gu Xiuhan, where are you going? Just a little errand. After walking about 5 kilometers towards the forest, a figure appeared in front of Bibi Dong. In the shadows, a tall figure emerged. Under the moonlight, Bibi Dong could see the person's face. He was dressed in tattered coarse cloth, with a face full of stubble, and his hair was even matted together, but his gaze was as fierce as a wolf's. So it's you? I didn't expect the renowned Qian Douluo to appear here, looking like this. When Bibi Dong said this, an extremely powerful pressure descended upon him, causing him to kneel on one knee. The 2 soul saints beside him were also severely injured by Tang Hao's punch from a distance, and with a wave of his hand, they fell to the ground like dead dogs. You dare to injure my subordinates? Bibi Dong forced himself to stand against the pressure. Just a dog from the Spirit Hall, and you, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Having his identity revealed, Bibi Dong showed no signs of panic. Instead, he looked at Tang Hao with disdain. Dog, ha ha ha. If they're dogs, what are you? Abandoned by the Qian sect and still working for them. And you even need a child to support you. The dignified Qian Douluo is nothing but a useless lapdog, a worthless piece of trash. Bang! Tang Hao seemed to be enraged and instantly appeared next to Bibi Dong, punching him in the chest. Bibi Dong was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I didn't expect your clothes to be so special. You only broke a few bones and didn't die. He crashed through several large trees and hit a rock. Trembling as he got up, he. Bibi Dong laughed, a laugh filled with sorrow, despair, and a sense of relief. A voice full of hatred emerged. If it weren't for this outfit, I might have already died. From now on, Tang Hao, I owe you nothing. P.S. The setting is that the protagonist is Tang Hao's biological son, reincarnated, without soul possession. Chapter 60. You are not worthy. Bibi Dong arrives, 3,200 words. Bibi Dong's words seemed to have touched Tang Hao's reverse scale, and he appeared directly beside Bibi Dong, grabbing his neck and slamming him hard against the stone. Tang Hao's eyes were blood red, and a violent killing intent surged forth. Those terrifying crimson eyes were something only acquired after breaking through the city of slaughter. The accumulated terrifying killing intent would probably make any ordinary title Douluo not even dare to move upon encountering it. Tang Hao roared madly, a Yin's death. The deaths of 1,000 of our Qian sect members. You Spirit Hall will never be able to repay it. It's time to collect some interest. With another punch, the giant rock behind him shattered instantly, and Bibi Dong was sent flying again. The immense power penetrated through his clothes into his body, shattering all the bones in his chest, with bone fragments piercing into his organs, causing blood to spew out of his mouth in large quantities, mixed with bits of internal organs. His chest caved in, bones shattered, organs destroyed. Bibi Dong was already beyond saving. Feeling this, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy in his heart, not because of Bibi Dong's death, but because of the fall of a generation's genius. He had just sensed Bibi Dong's soul power level, which was an impressive level 53. At 12 years old, level 53, what kind of concept was that? Probably throughout history, all the prodigies would pale in comparison before him. With his chest caved in, Bibi Dong bent over and stood up, his body unable to breathe anymore. An endless agony sweeping through his brain. However, he did not utter a sound. Perhaps due to the blue-silver emperor's influence, he still had a breath left. Facing imminent death, Bibi Dong laughed, his laughter filled with endless resentment. This life is already gone. Tang Hao, the thread of connection between us is no longer there. The next owner of this life is called Bibi Dong. I will make your Qian sect understand what despair truly means. Tang Hao looked at Bibi Dong like he was a fool, wondering if he had lost his mind. What did he mean by the next life? What did he mean by a thread of connection? Then Tang Hao's pupils suddenly widened because a hammer appeared in Bibi Dong's left hand. That hammer was the Qian hammer. Qian hammer, blue silver grass. This person, the one he had severely injured and nearly killed, was his abandoned son. What had he done just now? What had he done? Tang Hao's mind went blank. Gripping the hammer, Bibi Dong used the last bit of strength in this life to charge out, striking the dazed Tang Hao and sending him flying. This is what you owe the master of this life. Then he fell straight down. Sanson. At the moment Tang Hao was sent flying, the pressure from the 2 soul saints vanished. They hurriedly got up, carrying Bibi Dong and rushing towards the Stardo Forest exit. On the other side, after being sent flying dozens of meters by Bibi Dong, Tang Hao remained dazed in place, thinking, what have I done? What have I done? His thoughts drifted back to 12 years ago. The moment the two children were born, he made them endure hunger, sleep in the wind and rain. When Qian Douluo was chasing him, he abandoned one of his children, and in the end, he personally killed his own son. Meanwhile, Tang San had completed the absorption of his third spirit ring, and after a moment of worry about Xiao Wu and an explanation, he finally finished absorbing the spirit ring. A layer of brown-black substance covered him, and as the blue-silver grass spread out, these brown-black objects gradually peeled away from him like fallen fruit shells, revealing his body underneath. After putting on his clothes, Tang San stood up, with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings swirling around him. The 8 spider legs, each 3 meters long, still remained behind him. Brother, Xiao Wu couldn't help but softly call out. The sudden voice startled Tang San. It was far too familiar and something he longed for. He instinctively turned towards the source of the voice and saw Xiao Wu looking up at him. Tang San wanted to rush over, but because of the 8 spider legs, he couldn't manage to do so. The familiar scent reached his nose, and almost immediately, Tang San turned and embraced Xiao Wu's body. I'm not dreaming, am I? Xiao Wu, is it really you? Xiao Wu also tightly hugged Tang San. Brother, please don't take risks by absorbing spirit rings that are too high level next time. Okay, all right, I promise you. Cough cough, Tang San, your successful absorption of the spirit ring is also largely thanks to Gu Xiuan. Xiao Wu coughed, then looked around in confusion. Wasn't that kid just going to the bathroom? Why hasn't he come back yet? Teacher, how did he help me? Tang San asked, somewhat puzzled, as his teacher had never told him that others could assist in absorbing spirit rings. Oh, while you were absorbing the spirit ring, he was using his martial soul to help you heal until you passed the dangerous phase. Tang San felt somewhat touched. After saving Xiao Wu, he had been helped by someone for the first time since his teacher. But where is he? Tang San asked. I don't know either. After he went over there to take care of business, he never came back. Could he have encountered danger? Impossible. He has a soul saint protecting him. Unless that Titan great ape has returned, who could harm him? That's true. Let's go look for him. Maybe he got lost? Returning to the current situation. After a while of being dazed, Tang Hao looked in the direction where Bibi Dong was taken and chased after them. At this moment, outside the Stardow forest, the 2 soul saints carrying Bibi Dong were in a panic. Saint Sun is running out of breath. We need to find a healing type soul master quickly. Stop. A voice came. It was Tang Hao. The 2 soul saints were once again bound by Tang Hao's soul pressure, gritting their teeth and saying, Tang Hao, what do you want? If you kill the Saint Sun, the spirit hall will never let you go. Put him down. The bone fragments have already pierced his heart and lungs. He is beyond saving. I just want to see him one last time. Tang Hao's voice was extremely low. You don't deserve it. An incredibly cold voice came from the sky, with a strong sense of pressure and killing intent. Tang Hao's gaze suddenly turned towards the sky. A figure appeared there, dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown and 6 wings flapping behind him. Bibi Dong. The 2 soul saints quickly knelt, their expressions filled with fear. Your Holiness the Pope, the Saint Sun has already lost all breath. Bibi Dong's gaze suddenly turned to Bibi Han, and after sensing that Bibi Han had completely lost all life signs, her eyes turned blood red, with a hint of tears appearing. An immensely powerful aura erupted from her body, darkening the sky due to this violent energy, and the entire void seemed to tremble. At this moment, having experienced the pain of losing a child, Bibi Dong held nothing back in her strength, summoning 7 soul rings, 5 black and 2 red. The soul-devouring spider emperor possessed her, and the killing god domain erupted. Level 98, title Douluo. Tang Hao's pupils contracted, his voice filled with terror. He never expected Bibi Dong's power to reach this level. Just her aura made him feel the threat of death. With the soul-devouring spider emperor possessing her, Bibi Dong's legs vanished, and from her abdomen downwards was a gigantic spherical body, from which grew 8 thick, dark green legs that propelled her forward at incredible speed. These legs were 3 meters long, filled with green venom, razor sharp, and her entire body was encased in green armor, her face also covered by a shell, with 8 eyes appearing. She looked extremely terrifying, but having gone mad from the pain of losing her child, Bibi Dong no longer cared about her appearance or any so-called tests. She wanted Tang Hao dead. She wanted all the useless members of the Qian sect to accompany her son in death. Transforming into a stream of green light, she charged forward. Tang Hao quickly summoned the Qian hammer, with 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings appearing around him. The soul rings that could terrify Zhao Wujia were utterly powerless before Bibi Dong. In a single encounter, Tang Hao coughed up blood and was sent flying, a deep gash appearing on the Qian hammer from a spider leg strike. Then, Bibi Dong crossed her arms, and 2 soul bones appeared in her hands. These were 2 100,000-year soul bones obtained from hunting a 100,000-year soul beast, capable of unleashing a fusion technique, Abyssal Tear Slash. This was Bibi Dong's strongest killing move, equivalent to the combined soul skills of 2 100,000-year soul rings, released together and combined with her formidable level 98 cultivation. Even a level 99 title Douluo would have to treat it with caution. The terrifying green cross blades flew towards Tang Hao, reducing everything they touched to dust. And the space itself seemed to be cut apart. Tang Hao felt a surge of dread. He activated his Qian true body, Great Sumeru Hammer, and detonated his soul rings. Tang Hao felt the threat of death from this strike, and quickly used his ultimate move, detonating the first 7 soul rings. Boom! A gigantic mushroom cloud erupted, and Tang Hao's Qian true form was reverted to its original state as he hurriedly fled. In the detonated state, he couldn't use soul skills. With the 7th soul ring destroyed, his Qian true form was gone, and the power of the explosion would be greatly reduced. Staying here would mean certain death. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong, standing before Bibi Han and withstanding the shockwave, used her head soul bone to lock onto Tang Hao's location. If he tried to run, he would pay with his life. Everyone from the Qian sect would pay for the death of her son, Honor. At this moment, the aura of the Pope and the Holy Sun was continuously rising. This statement slightly brought Bibi Dong back to her senses, and she released her martial soul possession. Placing her hand on Bibi Han's chest, she felt the heartbeat growing stronger, and he finally regained consciousness. Watching the direction in which Tang Hao fled, the blood red in her eyes slowly faded. Tang Hao, this time I'll let you escape with your life, as a return for severely injuring Qian. On Tang Hao's side, he rushed to a secluded corner in the Douluo forest, spitting blood and keeping a vigilant watch around him. After a while, he sighed in relief, retracting the Qian hammer, which was covered in cracks, barely holding together. He couldn't believe Bibi Dong's strength had grown to this extent. Even during his peak, he had never had a chance against her explosive power. Damn it, my internal injuries have been aggravated. Little San, grow up quickly. Dad doesn't have much time left. On the other hand, Tang San felt the overwhelming energy and saw the gigantic mushroom cloud, nearly scaring everyone to death. Teacher Zhao, what is that? This power seems even stronger than the Titan giant ape. It should be a battle between 2 title Douluos, Zhao Wujie replied, trembling. Title Douluo. Everyone looked shocked. There were barely more than 10 title Douluos known on the continent, and they were actually nearby a battle between 2 title Douluos. All right, little monsters. Hurry back. It's too dangerous here. Teacher Zhao, aren't we going to look for them? Zhao Wujie waved his hand. Although Gu Xuahan was young, his intelligence was not low, and with strong protectors, he should be safe. Perhaps he thought Tang San would take a long time to absorb, so they decided to return to the academy first. Hearing this, everyone agreed, so they set off back to the academy. Chapter 61. City of Slaughter on a bed in a hotel in a small town. Bibi Han opened his eyes, and the person in his sight was his mother, tears streaming down her face. Mom, why are you here? Bibi Han quickly sat up. Han Na, you finally woke up. Hearing this, Bibi Han managed a sad smile. I woke up. If it weren't for the 4th gift package, I might never have woken up. The reward from the 4th package was a pill. The resurrection pill, which had the power to bring someone back to life, could only be consumed by Bibi Han. Without it, he would have truly died. Thinking of Tang Hao, Bibi Han's expression turned cold. What happened to Tang Hao? I didn't kill him. Bibi Dong said she had fought with Tang Hao, and Bibi Han felt a bit relieved. Thank you, Mom. Honor, do you still have any feelings for him? Bibi Dong frowned. Bibi Han shook his head and said, no more. Once he eliminated me, it was impossible for there to be any. From now on, we're just enemies. Bibi Dong is not yet disappointed in Tang San. As long as Tang Hao is not dead, there is still a possibility for Tang San to join the Spirit Hall. The enemies Bibi Dong will face in the future are indeed very powerful, and Tang San is truly a great asset. Bibi Han suddenly remembered and asked, "All right, Mom, how did you come here? I suddenly had a very bad premonition. And then I heard that you were heading to the Douluo forest, so I rushed over. Is it the intuition of a strong person? Mom, I'm sorry. I secretly went to Shrek Academy to find him. Mom, you know what you want to do? You want to bring your brother back to the right path, right?" Bibi Han nodded and said, "Mom, can we hold off on taking action against him for now? If he still wants to be our enemy in the future, I'll take care of him myself." Bibi Dong pondered for a moment and agreed. The next day, Bibi Han resolutely said, Mom, I want to go to the city of slaughter. No, Bibi Dong immediately rejected without a second thought, her expression turning extremely serious. Honor, you should understand what kind of place that is. It's truly a place where people eat people. Once you enter, even the spirit hall cannot intervene in what happens there. That's exactly why I want to go. Right now, I lack nothing, but the only thing I lack is real life and death training. Mom, I'm already at level 54. In terms of strength, I'm not afraid, even of soul saints. Only there can I experience the best training. Let me go. The young eagle needs to take flight. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment, her voice becoming extremely low. Have you really thought it through? Yes. All right then. Promise me, you must come back alive. Bibi Dong's expression was extremely serious as he raised his fist. I will definitely not die in such a place. I still have many things to accomplish. All right, get ready. Let's set off. In the sky, Bibi Dong used his external spirit bone, the blue-silver wings, to travel with Bibi Han. Is this the external spirit bone you got from the blue-silver forest? It's indeed impressive. Besides flying, it also has the ability to conceal one's presence. At Shrek Academy, I used its concealment ability to completely hide my spirit rings and spirit power level. Bibi Dong nodded and said in a deep voice, Honor, you must remember, in the city of slaughter, soul skills cannot be used, and there are no rules. The only one you can rely on is yourself. If you want to survive, you must kill. Kill until they fear you, kill until they tremble. Begging for mercy and fleeing are equivalent to walking towards death. After a few days of flying, Bibi Dong brought Bibi Han to a small town. The town was not large, but as soon as Bibi Han stepped in, he felt a strange atmosphere around him. It seemed that everyone exuded a special chill, the aura of slaughter. Aside from the mother and son, everyone in this town were outlaws. The appearance of Bibi Dong made everyone restless, their eyes filled with greed. After about 10 minutes of walking, the two arrived at a tavern in the town. The air inside the tavern was very murky. All the decorations were blood red, and although it was daytime outside, the entire tavern presented an eerie blood-red hue. A black-clad, indifferent waiter approached and asked, What would you like to order? Bibi Dong said coldly, 2 Bloody Marys, please. Bibi Dong replied, Mom doesn't need it. Didn't you say there are no rules here? Before her words fell, Bibi Han released her martial soul, Blue Silver God, with 2 purple and 3 black soul rings appearing. Those drunken patrons, who had been wearing fierce expressions and were originally looking at us with mockery, and were about to confront Bibi Dong, were instantly swept away by countless blue silver grasses. The majority of them didn't even have time to draw their weapons or summon their martial souls before being pierced through the chest by the blue silver grass vines. A hint of surprise and satisfaction appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes as she nodded. The death of dozens of people in the tavern did not panic the waiter. He appeared calm, as if he was already accustomed to the scene before him. Just as he was about to say something, he was kicked away by Bibi Han. Don't block the way. Bai Han used the Qian hammer martial soul, striking the ground with a powerful blow. With a thunderous roar, a massive black hole appeared on the surface. A chilling wind howled out from the opening. Bibi Han turned back to glance at his mother, whose eyes were filled with worry. He grinned and said, I will definitely come out alive, don't worry, Mom. My combat skills were taught by you. After saying this, Bibi Han jumped straight down the deep hole. He was enveloped by darkness. After falling for a few meters, he felt as if he had already landed on solid ground. He didn't need any light, as his excellent eyesight allowed him to see everything clearly in the dark. It was a long corridor slanting downwards, with a cold breeze continuously brushing against his body. It really did create a sense of fear for those entering right from the beginning. Let me see how terrifying the city of slaughter, the testing ground of the god of Azura, really is. After advancing for about 1,000 steps, a cold voice suddenly echoed from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world filled with slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire, but the price is your life. Bibi Han gave a disdainful smile. Is it necessary to rule and dominate in a place of degradation? No, it is not needed. Bibi Han continued to walk forward and turn a corner, where a faint light was coming from ahead. He ignored the words that went against the rules, instead directing his gaze to what was behind him. It was a black city. The thick black city walls were extremely wide, and it truly was a city, with a purple moon hanging in the sky above it. After sizing it up, he glanced at the night. In a world of slaughter, rules were still needed. So what if they were violated? The voice of the black-armored knight remained cold, devoid of any human warmth, and punishment was inevitable. Defeat me, and you will earn the qualification to enter the city of slaughter. A similarly cold voice emerged from Bibi Han. Then let's get on with it. I am the terrifying Knight Scott. The warhorse suddenly accelerated, and the black-armored knight charged towards Bibi Han with a fierce aura. A chilling presence spread, and a palpable killing intent rushed towards him. Bibi Han is no longer hiding his strength. He took off his training gear on the way, facing the terrifying knight's spear with its speed, accuracy, and deadly strike. Bibi Han's eyes turned water blue as he grasped the gun handle, blocking a thrust aimed at his chest. Despite the powerful impact of the warhorse and spear, Bibi Han merely slid back a few meters, while the knight could no longer advance. The knight, with a face full of disbelief, found that no matter how hard he tried to push the spear, it wouldn't budge. How can you have such great strength? Bibi Han did not respond, clenched his right fist, and struck the warhorse with all his might. The warhorse's body was pierced by Bibi Han's punch, and both the knight and the horse were sent flying. Bibi Han coldly looked at him and said, "Do you still want to take action? No need, you have passed my test. You are qualified to enter the city of slaughter," the terrifying knight said somewhat awkwardly. What he couldn't understand the most was that generally, soul masters who came here would be shocked because their soul skills couldn't be used. But this young man in front of him seemed completely unaffected, and that power, was it something an ordinary person could possess? A black token was handed to Bibi Han, who casually took it. The token was engraved with a skull, and below it was a number, 7777. A nice number. This is your proof in the city of slaughter. Please enter. Someone will guide you at the city gate, the terrifying Knight Scott said somewhat humbly. The pitch-black city gate gave a very oppressive feeling, and the huge gate had the 4 large characters City of Slaughter hanging above. The appetizer was over. Now it was time to face the main course. Chapter 63. Hell's Slaughter Arena. The gate opened, and a woman with a black veil walked out. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." The woman's voice was pleasant as she stepped aside in front of Bibi Han and made a gesture inviting him in. Not filling words. "My question is, where should I stay in the City of Slaughter, and is there a place for me to cultivate?" "There are certainly places to stay. Besides robbery, it mainly depends on your achievements in the Hell's Slaughter Arena. The higher your achievements, the better your accommodation will be. Without achievements, you can only sleep on the streets and must always be on guard against someone trying to kill you. There are also cultivation environments, but you must meet one condition. You must achieve 50 victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena to enter a dedicated cultivation area. There, we also have some soul beasts captured by our law enforcement team from outside." "Why 50 victories?" Bibi Han asked next. "Because once you pass 50, you can become a permanent resident of the City of Slaughter. Permanent residents can cultivate. It seems the City of Slaughter is also a force of its own. But each generation of the King of Slaughter is very honest, as they dare not act recklessly under the suppression of the Spear Hall. One more question. How can one obtain Bloody Mary in the City of Slaughter? Very simple, by killing. Corpses can be exchanged for 5 cups of Bloody Mary in a designated place. Or you can exchange for skulls. Skulls are a type of currency used in the City of Slaughter. 1 skull is equivalent to 1 cup of Bloody Mary. Skulls can buy anything, and of course, you can also rob. That's enough. Take me to the Hell's Slaughter Arena." The girl in the black veil was taken aback for a moment. "Are you sure? Very few people can walk out alive from there. Less than 1 in 10. It's south also the place where our population in the City of Slaughter is most easily reduced. Each person is only required to enter the Hell Slaughter Arena once a year. As long as you can pass 1 battle, you can live in the City of Slaughter for another year." Bibi Han replied faintly, confirming and affirming. At this moment, Bibi Han had entered the inner city. If the outer city was a dead, indifferent world, then the inner city was a luxurious and crazy world, where colorful lights were everywhere, showcasing a scene of prosperity. Various sounds reached Bibi Han's ears. Some were filled with excitement and joy, while others were mournful groans, and still others were cries of pain and despair. A glance into a small alley revealed scenes that could make one's face flush. This was considered discreet, but in the streets, various combinations appeared constantly, and countless postures emerged. Seeing all this made Bibi Han feel an urge to vomit. These individuals could no longer be called human, merely beasts driven by primal desires. As for the sensual scenes on the streets, Bibi Han found them somewhat unbearable, feeling extremely uncomfortable in his body. After all, having lived for so many years, he had never experienced such things. The counselor noticed Bibi Han's discomfort. "Oh, Mr. Kikiki has never experienced these things?" The woman in black said with great interest. Bibi Han did not respond. "So should we enjoy a gentle place before going to the Hell Slaughterhouse? This could increase your chances of winning. If needed, I can help with that." The woman in black looked at Bibi Han's face and licked her lips, her greed evident in her gaze. "No need." In response to this, The woman in black covered her mouth and chuckled. Hee hee, a man's words are deceptive. I can already feel your breath quickening. As she spoke, the woman in black also glanced at BB Han's lower body. Come on. The woman in black kept teasing in various tones. And combined with the scenes on the street and the violent atmosphere in the air, BB Han felt increasingly uncomfortable. Then there were two thuds. BB Han punched his own kidneys twice, and two streams of air entered the hidden veins of his body, causing that area to contract. BB Han coldly said, no need. Hurry and take me to the Hell Slaughterhouse. All right, but don't blame me if you die. The voice of the woman in black shifted from seductive to plain. These two punches were indeed helpless, because in the environment of the city of slaughter, it was impossible not to have such thoughts. And the suppressed emotions would only continue to increase. That kind of venting was the best method. Therefore, while it might be bearable now, what about later? Humans are not saints, who can be without desires. This was already the best solution. Under the guidance of the girl in black veil, BB Han saw a special building. The building was circular, or more accurately, an irregular cone shape. The base had the largest area and narrowed as it rose. At about 30 meters above the ground, it maintained the same diameter as it extended upward, reaching up to 50 meters. A nice size. BB Han walked towards a bald, muscular man, blocking his way. Without a word, he quickly swept his hand, and the Bloody Mary in the man's hand was suddenly in his grasp. The muscular man didn't even have time to react. A somewhat anxious voice of the girl in the black veil rang out, Mr. 7777, if you provoke him, the newcomer protection won't be effective. The muscular man looked at his own hands in disbelief, his eyes filled with fury. And he let out a sinister laugh as he drew a large knife from behind him and swung it down. Facing the incoming blade, BB Han extended his left hand. Fingers clenched and accurately grasped the edge of the large knife. The muscular man pulled at the knife, but it didn't budge, and his face turned to one of terror. For the sake of your Bloody Mary, I won't hold this against you. Step aside. BB Han lifted his foot and gave a powerful kick, sending the burly man flying 10 meters away, with the knife falling to the ground, making a clinking sound. Take me to the registration area, BB Han said calmly to the somewhat dazed girl in black. The woman in black felt extremely shocked. The bald strong man had just won 10 matches in the Hell Slaughter arena and was nicknamed Butcher, yet he was so easily defeated. When entering, the Bloody Mary that BB Han held was poured into a huge container. Please help me register. I want to participate in the next match, BB Han said to the girl in black. Without hesitation, the girl in black no longer thought BB Han was seeking death. She took the identity card and lined up. Meanwhile, BB Han quietly stood in the isolation zone to watch the match. After 9 people fell, there was still one last blood-soaked person standing on the stage, shouting to the sky and madly pounding his chest, while the surrounding crowd cheered continuously. Next group, please come forward. Their identities are 2527, 3645, 7777. Is it my turn? At that moment, the girl in black handed back the identity card to him with both hands. By the way, I have 2 final questions. What happens if you register but don't participate? And what happens if you interrupt their match? For the first question, you must hand over 5 Bloody Marys. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by everyone in the City of Slaughter. As for the second question, the consequence is that you cannot redeem yourself with Bloody Marys, but will face a full-scale hunt instead. Both hunts are limited to 1 day, and anyone who kills the person challenging the King of Slaughter will receive a generous reward. BB Han smiled eerily, a smile filled with profound meaning. Thank you for your answer. With that, BB Han walked towards the Hellish Slaughter arena. 10 passages, 10 people entered the Hellish Slaughter arena. In the arena, BB Han was clearly the most inconspicuous one, with a pale face and not particularly outstanding muscles. Therefore, everyone thought BB Han was just a little weakling, so they focused on the others, hardly anyone paying attention to him. A cold, indifferent voice rang out, and the match began. BB Han extended his left hand, and the Qian hammer appeared in his grasp. With a sudden burst of power from his calves, he shot out like a cannonball, reaching the nearest person beside him, and swept the iron hammer. The upper body of the person in front was instantly obliterated, and before dying, he still had a dazed expression on his face. This move by Han left the 9 people about to fight in shock. It turned out that the person they looked down upon the most was actually the most terrifying. BB Han slowly walked to the center of the arena. A voice full of disdain echoed, "Let this become the nourishment for my growth. You 8 come at me together." The 8 were instantly enraged. Well, had they ever been looked down upon by a newcomer like this? As they surrounded him, BB Han showed no fear on his face, but rather excitement. Tang Hao, I will possess the same killing intent as you, and come to seek my revenge. Blood stained the hellish battlefield. On the ground lay 9 corpses, 9 mangled bodies. In the stands, everyone had a look of fear on their faces. In just 1 minute, the 8 had been pounded to death, 1 hit each. 9 streams of soul power surged toward butI Han, who closed his eyes to absorb them. Too little, he thought. This soul power is probably only 10 of the original owners. Relying on this to advance is simply wishful thinking. I need to complete 50 matches quickly. butI Han returned to the audience seats, and the woman in black was still waiting there. butI Han Ly said to her, "Thank you for your help. You can go back now." How naive. The real danger doesn't just come from the slaughter in the hellish battlefield. More importantly, there are many people who will ambush you when you return injured. If you're looking for a place to stay, I can follow you for a while longer and even help you vent your frustrations. The enchanting voice came again. No need. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste your time on me. Then I wish you good luck. butI Han walked toward the person, snatched his Bloody Mary, and continued his killing journey. Chapter 64. butI Dong and Qian Renxue. In a black castle in the city of slaughter, in a dark and spacious room, a tall, thin man dressed in a blood-red long robe sat in an exceptionally large chair, his appearance extremely terrifying, resembling a devil from hell. The person before him was the ruler of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter. The king of slaughter, with his blood-red, devouring eyes, quietly watched the video in front of him, showing butI Han fighting in the hellish slaughter arena. Seeing the Qian hammer in butI Han's hand, the king of slaughter's lips curved into a cold smile. For 1,000 years, you are the 3rd disciple of the Qian sect to enter the city of slaughter. At this moment, a voice came. King of slaughter, it seems you are living quite well. Before the person arrived, the voice was heard first. Upon hearing this, the king of slaughter frowned, his lazy demeanor becoming serious as he looked towards the door. The tightly closed door was pushed open, and a woman dressed in a luxurious black robe with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown and holding an angelic scepter, walked in. The visitor was butI Dong. The expression of the king of slaughter slightly changed. "So it's you, butI Dong. Why are you here in my city of slaughter instead of staying well in your spear hall? You know exactly why I'm here. You cannot touch that child." butI Dong said indifferently, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Hearing this, the king of slaughter sneered. "I initially thought I was mistaken. I never expected that the dignified pope of the Spirit Hall would actually protect a junior from the Qian sect. Since when did your Spirit Hall and Qian sect have such a good relationship? This has nothing to do with you. You just need to know you cannot touch him. What if I intend to?" The king of slaughter's expression showed anger, clearly dissatisfied with butI Dong's attitude and tone. "Then I will replace the king of slaughter." As soon as the words fell, the king of slaughter stood up, crushing the wine glass in his hand, and the slaughter domain erupted. butI Dong's eyes also turned crimson as she activated the slaughter god domain. The 2 powerful auras collided, causing the entire castle to tremble. And the guards and maids in the castle were directly forced to kneel, looking at the king of slaughter with faces full of terror. After a while, the king of slaughter voluntarily turned off the slaughter domain and sat down, sneering, "I won't make a move. If he dies under the attack of the fallen, it has nothing to do with me." Seeing this, butI Dong also turned off the killing god domain, sneering at the words of the king of slaughter, believing that a mere fallen one had no right to kill him. Then she turned and left. After leaving the city of slaughter, butI Dong looked towards the direction of the Heaven Do Empire, her expression becoming complicated. She closed her eyes and hesitated for a moment before flying towards the Heaven Do Empire. In the Heaven Do city, at the prince's palace, Qian Renxue was currently grading memorials while wearing the appearance of Shueqinghe. At that moment, the window in the room opened automatically and a gust of wind blew in. Qian Renxue raised her head, slightly frowning at the open window, then closed her eyes and scanned the room with her mental power, finding nothing unusual. She got up to close the window. When Qian Renxue turned around, her pupils widened in shock, for standing before her was butI Dong. Qian Renxue's expression quickly regained its calm, and then she smiled somewhat playfully, saying, "Since when did our esteemed Pope start breaking into others' rooms through windows?" From this remark, it was clear that although there was an intrusion by butI in this world, the mother-daughter relationship between butI Dong and Qian Renxue was still not great. After saying this, Qian Renxue closed her eyes, preparing herself for physical punishment. However, she immediately opened her eyes again, as the imagined pain did not come. Instead, butI Dong removed the mask from her face and then embraced her. Qian Renxue instinctively resisted for a moment, but soon stopped resisting and released her soul bone skill to transform back into her daughter form. Perhaps for the first time experiencing the warmth of her mother's embrace. Renxue breathed deeply, greedily inhaling the scent of her mother. After a while, perhaps a certain emptiness in her heart was completely filled. Renxue slowly left Bibidong's embrace, looking at her with confusion in her eyes, and hesitantly asked why. Bibidong did not answer directly. She recalled the moment when Bibihan was almost killed by Tang Hao, and the heart-wrenching feeling she experienced at that time. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and slowly spoke. Shuer, do you know why I dislike you so much? Renxue shook her head. Then Bibidong recounted her tragic past. After listening, Renxue was stunned, completely taken aback. It turned out that her mother did not love her father when she was young, but someone named Xiaogang. And because of this, she wanted to leave the Wuhuan Hall. However, her father did not allow her to leave, abused her mother, and imprisoned her in a secret chamber, resulting in her birth. Finally, her mother killed her father when he was gravely injured by Tang Hao. This was incredibly difficult to believe. The explosive information made Renxue's head buzz. However, she believed 9 out of 10 parts of this information. After all, she could not find any other explanation. And her grandfather had also said that this matter was not Bibidong's fault. Was it unbelievable? Seeing the astonished expression on Renxue's face, a hint of self-mockery passed across Bibidong's noble features. My father is actually this kind of person, Renxue said, feeling a collapse of her beliefs. As the once towering figure of her father completely shattered, Bibidong nodded, a trace of pain flashing in her eyes, and said seriously, Shuer, do you hate me? Renxue looked a bit confused, and finally shook her head. Xiaoan had told her that one should empathize with others. I'm also a woman. If those things happen to me, I might become even crazier than you, completely falling into darkness and becoming a killing machine, venting my pain on everything in the world, possibly even killing children along with it. Then do you hate your father? Bibidong asked again. This time, Renxue did not shake her head directly, but nodded and then shook her head. He is a scumbag. He does not deserve to have an angel martial soul. The whole world can curse him, but I cannot, because I am his daughter. He brought me into this world and gave me paternal love. Hearing this, Bibidong fell silent for a moment, reflecting on Renxue's words about empathy. She sighed deeply and then sat down quietly with her daughter, whom she had disliked for 21 years. Looking at her daughter, who had grown up completely, Bibidong shed 2 lines of tears. She realized she was truly wrong and had owed this daughter for 21 years, but fortunately, there was still a chance to make amends. Shuer, would you be willing to call me Mom? Renxue trembled at these words, tears streaming down her face as she softly replied, Mom. Subsequently, the mother and daughter embraced each other and cried out loud. Outside the prince's mansion, the 2 titled Daw, Seer and Spear, transformed into guards, quietly guarding the entrance to the prince's mansion, not allowing anyone to enter, both wearing smiles on their faces. P.S. In the author's view, Qian Sunji is not as despicable as many netizens perceive. Qian Sunji only has one daughter, Renxue, and has only had relations with Bibidong. If Qian Sunji really viewed Bibidong merely as a breeding tool, he certainly would not have gone to such lengths to help Bibidong capture the Blue Silver Emperor. He would prefer that Bibidong's strength could not surpass his own, making her unable to resist. Moreover, it has not been stated that the angel martial soul is inherited in a single lineage. The later Douluo series also shows that if Qian Sunji treated Bibidong as merely a breeding tool and continued to force her without regard for her feelings, then the offspring would definitely not be limited to one, as it is impossible to go 9 years without having a child, even with the angel martial soul. Additionally, Bibidong mentioned in the ending that Qian Sunji went mad upon hearing something and then knocked her out, indicating that Qian Sunji cared for Bibidong. The twisted possessiveness stemming from his pride as a top genius led him to use such despicable means. This is, of course, just the author's personal view, which everyone can consider. The author does not hold any bias towards Bibidong either, as she also has significant faults. With so many precious soul bones and resources spent on cultivating Bibidong, she could just leave without a second thought, especially with someone from another faction. No one could accept that. Chapter 65. Mother-daughter conversation. The mother and daughter cried for a long time, releasing the feelings that have been suppressed in their hearts. Renxue gently wiped the corners of her eyes and asked, Mom, may I ask you a question? You can ask, Bibidong replied softly. You mentioned before that ever since you suffered persecution from my father, you wanted to destroy the spirit hall and everything. What made you change your mind? Renxue gently held Bibidong's hand, resting her head on her shoulder. Dong pondered for a moment and smiled kindly. Because Hinner came to her side during the most lonely, painful, and confused times of her life. Moreover, Hinner's experiences resonated with her, and gradually, Hinner became the emotional support for her, bringing light into her world. Oh, thinking of that figure, Renxue also smiled, because Han was her light, adding color to her life. Then Renxue pouted, as that guy had been out training for so long and still hadn't come to find her, which was unforgivable. As she spoke, Renxue clenched her fists, already deciding that no matter what reasons Han had, if he didn't come to see her after such a long time, she would definitely give him a good beating when he returned. Dong hesitated for a moment and said, "Sure. Hanna really can't come to see you for the time being." Hearing this, Renxue blinked her adorable big eyes and asked in confusion, "Mom, why?" Dong paused for a moment, because Hanjin was currently in the city of slaughter. "What?" Qian Renxue stood up directly upon hearing this, angrily asking, "Mom, do you know how dangerous that place is? Why did you let him go there?" Dong did not tell Renxue about the incident where Han was almost killed by Tang Hao to prevent Renxue from going mad. She lightly said, "This is something he chose to do himself." Seeing that Renxue still wanted to speak, Dong smiled and pulled her to sit down. "All right, Schwer. If Hanner can't even get out of that place, how can he make you like him?" Upon hearing this, Renxue's originally angry face turned directly red with embarrassment. Her mother's hint made Renxue's previous aloofness and dignity disappear completely, leaving only the shyness of a little girl. She shook Dong's arm and pouted, unwilling to admit. "Mom, what are you talking about? I don't like him." Dong smiled faintly and shook her head. As a mother with experience, how could she not see the way you look at Hanner? Hearing this, Renxue raised her head and asked somewhat nervously, "Then, Mom, you don't oppose it?" Dong smiled gently. "Why does Mom oppose? Hanner has grown up under my watch. Whether it's his appearance, talent, or character, there's nothing to criticize. I can trust you with him, and Mom can see that Hanner likes you." With my support, Renxue's eyes brightened, but then she became a bit sulky. "However, that guy is so fickle. He clearly already likes me, but still maintains an ambiguous relationship with that little girl, not her." Dong rubbed Renxue's head and advised, "You can't judge a person by just one aspect. After all, no one is perfect. You only see that Hinner and to maintain an ambiguous relationship, but you haven't seen how Hinner treats other girls. In terms of charm, Hulaina from the Spirit Master Academy might even surpass you, and her looks are not bad either. However, Hinner couldn't care less about Hulaina's advances. And during his experiences, he also encountered some beautiful girls, like Huowu from the Blaze Academy and Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. But he had no thoughts about them at all." Renxue lowered her head, looking extremely hesitant, knowing that BBHN also liked her with her pride. She absolutely would not allow BBHN's feelings to be directed at someone else. If that person were not Na, who was a talent comparable to her, Renxue would have long since dealt with that guy. At this moment, Dong's expression became serious as she said solemnly, "Schwerer, it's really difficult to find a good man in the Soul Master world who is worthy of you and has good character. I don't want you to miss out on Hinner because of one of his shortcomings and end up heartbroken in the future." Seeing Renxue still sulking, Dong's face gradually turned cold. Renxue quickly changed her tone. "Mom, I promise you, is that okay?" Under her mother's pressure, Renxue quickly agreed. But it would be impossible to act like this in front of BBHN. P.S. This is a chapter not found in the original version, newly added by the author. I originally intended to wrap it up in one chapter, but unexpectedly one chapter wasn't enough, resulting in a somewhat shorter second chapter. Finally, I remind some readers from the islands that this is a double female lead, double female lead, double female lead, so please do not harbor any inhumane thoughts. Chapter 66, City of Slaughter, City of Treasures. A few days later, BBHN slowly walked out of the Hell Slaughter field, and nearly 100 people were waiting for him outside. Looking at these people, BBHN's eyes were cold as he said flatly, "Not a bad number. It seems like another big battle is coming. Let's kill him together. He has fought 4 matches today and must be exhausted. Let's finish him off quickly, or next time it might be us who dies. Exhausted? Come and kill me." Hearing this, BBHN felt a hint of disdain. The recovery ability of the Blue-Silver God is beyond your imagination. Han opened the Eye of Truth, surrounded by 100 attackers, and even he did not dare to be careless. At that moment, Han's eyes widened in shock, for he saw that among these 100 people, 2 of them were actually glowing. Han knew all too well what this meant. Soul bones, 100 fallen ones, some wielding swords, axes, or wolf-toothed clubs. Charge forward. Han also used the Qian hammer, stepping forward with his left foot, gripping the hammer with both hands. His muscles bulged as he forcefully struck the ground in front of him. Boom! A deafening sound echoed for miles. With all his strength, this strike shattered the earth before him, sending flying sand and rocks, and those nearby were blown away by the terrifying force. Han followed up by using the stones he had lifted to hammer at the fallen ones. With his right hand striking the stone, his left hand was also busy, grabbing the fragments of stone in the air and using Tang San's hidden weapon techniques to throw them at the eyes and noses of those fallen ones. Where did these come from? Didn't Tang San perform this for Han when he fought Zhao Wujin? Han used his true eye, aided by the surrounding blue silvergrass, to observe Tang San's throwing technique and soul power delivery with a 360-degree scan without any blind spots. He copied it exactly. While he couldn't execute the advanced techniques, he could at least learn the basics well. A splash of blood erupted, and in just this round of attacks, over 10 of the 100 fell, with more than 20 others lying on the ground, howling in pain. Then, Han charged at the fallen ones with his hammer. He was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. As he smashed the skull of one fallen one, a sword pierced through the body of that fallen one towards him. Han's pupils contracted, and he quickly transformed his Qian hammer into a small hammer, shattering the sword and catching the fragments. Then he stepped on the corpse of the brainless fallen one and leaped out of the encirclement. In midair, he returned his Qian hammer to its original size, and his hands were busy again, throwing the fragments out, hitting 5 people in the neck, causing them to fall. Only 30 of the 100 fallen ones remained, and Han turned around and slowly walked towards them. The 5 let out a roar and charged forward. But in no time, they turned into minced meat. Run! He's a devil. We can't defeat him with our numbers. One shouted, rallying more people. The other fallen ones, seeing their disposable allies scatter in flight, quickly ran away as well. At this moment, Han's image indeed resembled a bloodthirsty devil. His blue robe had been stained red with blood, with bits of flesh and hair on him, and his face was covered in blood. Seeing the fleeing fallen ones, Han showed no expression, his eyes scanning as he chased after one person. Damn it! Why are you chasing me out of so many people? Shouted the one being pursued. Because you have something I want. Upon hearing this, the person realized he couldn't escape. So he made a desperate move and swung an axe at Han. Facing this axe, Han directly clenched his fist and blocked it with the back of his hand. The axe struck his hand, and blue blood flowed down the axe. The wound was deep enough to see bone, but Han remained indifferent, as if the pain had nothing to do with him. The axe wielder looked at Han in terror, trembling as he said, You are not human. Han was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Correct, I'm not a purebred after all. Feeling the pain from his wound, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Han's cold eyes. Master Gene E, your second phase training is indeed useful. I do miss that time. After a glimmer in his eyes, Han grasped the neck of the fallen one and crushed his throat. He then tore off the left hand, revealing a dark purple soul bone in Han's hand. Following that, Han returned among the corpses and found a glowing body, acquiring a right leg bone. Surprisingly, they were both 10,000-year soul bones. One was a 10,000-year soul bone, and the other was even a 30,000-year one, with tens of thousands of people in the city of slaughter established for thousands of years. How many soul bones could there be? Thinking of this, Han's face was filled with excitement. The city of slaughter should be renamed the city of treasures. In just a few minutes, the deep wound on Han's hand had already healed. Blue Silver God, terrifying indeed. The next day, Han deliberately woke up a bit late, aiming to keep all his bodily functions at their peak. He was planning to make a big score today. As he walked towards the Hell Slaughter Arena, the same procedure was followed, but this time, the registrants looked at him with a hint of fear on their faces. The news of Dong single-handedly killing 100 people yesterday spread like wildfire, shaking the city of slaughter. In the hellish arena, everyone stood on high alert. 9 people gathered, staring at Dong, believing that only by doing so could their chances of winning increase, even a little. Unlike before, everyone thought Dong would charge in to kill as usual, but this time, he unexpectedly spread his wings and flew up, followed by a blue beam shooting out from his eyes. After displaying 2 powerful soul bones, within just 10 seconds, 9 bursts of blood erupted. The spectators, watching this scene, appeared somewhat dazed. In the city of slaughter, soul skills are prohibited, so that beam must be a soul bone skill, coupled with earlier flight. Could it be an external soul bone? An external soul bone with flying capability. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted from dazed to greedy. How precious is the ability to fly? In the entire city of slaughter, only 3 people can fly. One is the king of slaughter. The second is a titled Douluo under the king of slaughter. And the third is butI Dong. Whether for the soul bone treasures on butI Dong or to eliminate this future threat to their lives in the hellish arena, they must kill him. Everyone had different thoughts. Their eyes cold. The originally noisy hellish arena fell eerily silent. An extremely subtle atmosphere emerged, and everyone shared a single thought: kill butI Dong and seize the soul bones. After 3 rounds of slaughter, having restored his physical and mental strength to peak condition, butI Dong stepped out of the hellish arena. He saw a dark mass in front of him, estimating around 500 people, and among them, he only spotted 1 person with a soul bone. But he was sure there were more, just hidden from view. The terrifying numbers and the oppressive atmosphere made butI Dong feel a bit overwhelmed. So, will you commit suicide? Or shall we take action? A burly middle-aged man pointed his large knife at butI Dong and taunted. Are you all that confident? During the exchange, butI Dong pulled out a nail from his soul guide. For today's battle, he had specially prepared several bags and even added height to his shoes to comprehensively increase his chances of winning. Attack! At someone's command, the dark mass of people charged toward butI Dong. butI Hanzhou flicked his hand back, throwing out dozens of nails, then took out those bags from the soul guide device and tossed all the nails inside. 7777, you cheated my foot. XN butI Han was too lazy to waste words with them. With hundreds of people coming to kill him, was he not allowed to find a suitable battlefield? The situation was brutal. In the encirclement, blood and chunks of flesh flew everywhere as one fallen after another was sent flying and exploded by butI Han. More and more wounds appeared on his body, and blue blood continuously dripped down. This wouldn't do. At this rate, I would die too. Although there was help from the nail bed, there were simply too many enemies. Each swing of the Qian hammer would kill 1 or 2 people, but he would be attacked by at least 5 every time he swung. butI Han was continuously covered in wounds, and blood was spewing from his mouth. butI Han transformed into a spinning top, sending the surrounding fallen ones flying, preparing to escape with his blue-silver wings. However, those fallen ones were already prepared, throwing chains toward butI Han. Damn it, I can't get caught. If I do, it's really over for me. In midair, butI Han grabbed chain, smashing other chains in various directions with the Qian hammer. Under the siege of dozens of chains, the blue-silver wings were forced to retract, and butI Han fell down. Looking at the greedy fallen ones below, butI Han's eyes turned crimson, and he grinned savagely. Since I can't escape, let's see what you fallen ones think of my true strength. Thunder Domain, Blue-Silver Domain, activate. Fallen ones, come on. In a dirty, hidden corner, a tattered, battered man with dark red hair was sitting there healing his wounds. This man was butI Han, who had successfully broken through. At that moment, butI Han was covered in blood, his entire appearance a dark red with not a hint of any other color. After a while, butI Han opened his eyes, exhaled a breath of foul air, and felt somewhat fortunate, saying, "Not bad, I survived. This time was really a bit crazy, but the gains are truly significant." He took out 5 corpses from his storage ring. Without a doubt, these were all fallen ones with soul bones. One of the fallen ones even had 2 soul bones, one of which was a head soul bone. Striking it rich. 6 soul bones, 1 100 years, 1 1,000 years, and 4 of 10,000 years. Specifically, 1 of 10,000 years, 2 of 30,000 years, and 1 of 50,000 years. Striking it rich. Chapter 67. Breaking Through to Soul Emperor. Condensing soul rings while butI Han was celebrating his windfall, the entire slaughter city trembled. Over 500 people surrounded and hunted 1 person, but that person managed to escape and even killed over 300. Just from this incident, butI Han's title was born, the Blood Demon King, the killing devil covered in blood. P.S. Readers who have seen the earlier parts know that the author is not good at naming, so there's no need to keep mocking. Months later, butI Han walked out of his house again. All the fallen ones in Slaughter City, regardless of gender, fled at the sight of him. The Blood Demon King is out, everyone run. When butI Han's title first emerged, those fallen ones had been frozen in place, waiting for him to leave. As for why they now fled at the sight of him, it was because butI Han had been roaming Slaughter City for the past few months, occasionally killing someone with a single hammer blow. Furthermore, no one knew what butI Han truly wanted, so rumors spread among the fallen ones that the Blood Demon King killed purely for pleasure, regardless of gender, and would kill whenever he felt like it. Since then, everyone tried to avoid him as much as possible. Even in places like the Hell Slaughter Arena, they kept a distance of at least 5 meters. Yesterday, I finally completed my 50 matches, so I want to check out the training grounds in Slaughter City. However, before that, I disguised myself and went to the Hell Slaughter Arena to sign up for the competition. Why disguise myself? Because ever since BB Han started his killing spree, people in the Hell Slaughter Arena were too afraid to sign up when they saw him, even if it meant offering 5 Bloody Marys. As a result, this guy, who used to complete over 20 matches in a week, took over 2 months to reach his 51st match. Registration. Number 7777. The registrar's pen stopped immediately, and he looked up at the figure in the black robe before him. I am the Blood Demon King. Hurry up and register me. I will go to the training ground, and when the match starts, have someone come call me. This was the privilege BB Han had obtained. If anyone discovered he was competing, that match would basically be impossible to hold. And since the Hell Slaughter Arena wasted so much of his time, BB Han naturally wanted to settle this score, hence the privilege. Afterward, someone took BB Han to an area in Slaughter City that was even more prosperous than the inner city, as this area was specifically for citizens of the Slaughter system to live in. Everyone moving around were those who had won more than 50 matches in the Hell Slaughter Arena. There was one rule here: no random killing. The people inside were the foundation of Slaughter City. How could it be like other places? BB Han's I swept across the small city with a population of thousands, discovering that there were quite a few people with soul bones, and some even had more than one. He couldn't help but feel the urge to kill and seize treasures. During his 2 months in the city of Slaughter, BB Han had already killed over 1,000 people, and a murderous aura and violent energy enveloped him. His temperament had changed significantly. The counselor sensed BB Han's killing intent and said, "Mr. Blood Demon King, you should try not to be too impulsive. Randomly breaking the rules and slaughtering the citizens of the city of Slaughter could make you the enemy of the city of Slaughter." The counselor was still an attractive woman with a sweet voice, and as for why, those who understood knew. No need for your reminders. Just take me to the training ground. They arrived at a special location where the soil was black. Below, a blood-red river flowed, and the air was thick with violent energy. It was a very good training ground. BB Han sat cross-legged by the blood river, preparing to cultivate. Mr. Blood Demon King, I remind you once again, although you can't kill freely here, they can seize your training ground. By the blood-red river, BB Han gradually absorbed the energy into his body. After a while, something appeared on the surface of his skin, which was a combination of the violent particles in the air and some strange substances. BB Han possesses the blue-silver divine body, and how could the blue-silver divine body allow such things to enter his body? It directly filters them out. As for the toxic soul power absorbed into his body, it will be purified and then absorbed. After a while, BB Han opened his eyes, showing a hint of distress. No, it's still a bit slow. There are too many impurities which greatly hinder energy absorption. Looking at the energy-rich blood river below, he murmured, "Absorbing soul power does not help my cultivation. What is down there shouldn't be considered soul power, but rather a type of natural spiritual energy. My blue-silver god has the ability to absorb soul power. Can it absorb the energy from the blood pool for my cultivation?" Then, BB Han used his blue-silver god martial soul with a mindset of trying it out, sending a vine towards the blood river. Under his guidance, a pure energy was drawn up and absorbed into his body. He closed his eyes and then smiled. Yes, it works. The energy in the blood pool can support his cultivation. As long as he can transform that energy into soul power within his body, he can utilize it. The city of Slaughter is truly a treasure land. One by one, the blue-silver god vines extended into the blood pool, and BB Han closed his eyes to cultivate. With the abundant energy supply, his cultivation speed was astonishing. Just as BB Han was lost in his cultivation, a fierce voice interrupted. "Kid, I'm going to use your territory, so get lost quickly." Hearing this, BB Han opened his eyes, filled with killing intent. Anyone would feel bad for being interrupted during their intense cultivation, and BB Han, amidst the slaughter in the city of Slaughter, exuded a heavy killing intent. His bloodthirsty eyes locked onto the scarred face of a not-so-tall but extremely sturdy man in front of him. "Dare to stare at me? I'm a blood tiger, who has won 78 battles in the Hell Slaughter Arena. If you don't want to die, get lost quickly." BB Han slowly stood up, and the Qian divine hammer appeared in his hand. Boom! A bloodied figure with deformed hands and feet flew out of the training ground. This person was none other than the blood tiger who had just been shouting. BB Han slowly walked out of the training place, his cold gaze fixed on the blood tiger lying on the ground. The blood tiger, filled with fear, said, You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will receive the punishment of the king of slaughter." In the face of this threat, BB Han just smiled. He walked over to the blood tiger and crushed his right hand with one stomp. A mocking voice followed, I indeed won't kill you. But this hand of yours and the storage ring on it will serve as compensation for disturbing my training. After that, butI Han returned to the training area. In the following time, butI Han either received notifications to go to the Hell Slaughter Arena to fight or practiced by the Blood River. Occasionally, he would return to his room to take a short nap to relieve some stress. As for the training places, either he took them from others, throwing the original occupants out, or others took them from him, only to be incapacitated by him. After several encounters, no matter which area the fallen ones were from, they dare not challenge butI Han. Phew, after 5 months, I finally broke through to level 60. Here, my training speed has been almost 1 level per month. It's so satisfying. But why hasn't my 5th gift pack arrived yet? I'm already level 60. After thinking for a moment, he felt relieved. Forget it. It's time to try the soul ring condensation method given by the Blue Silver King. According to the memories provided by the Blue Silver King, soul ring condensation is akin to building a house. The circles we see, the various colored soul rings, are actually the outer shell, and the energy is contained within this shell. The stronger the energy inside, the more the color of the shell changes. For example, a century soul ring. When a soul beast cultivation reaches a certain time, the energy within the soul ring will reach a level, and the soul ring will turn yellow. As the soul beast cultivation just reaches 100 years, hence it's called a century soul ring. After that, as the energy of the soul ring increases, the ring will become increasingly yellow, and after reaching 800 years, the energy will continue to increase, causing the soul ring to turn more purple. When it reaches a certain level, it will completely turn purple, which is the Millennium Soul Ring in the sense of human soul masters. This continues in a similar pattern. However, according to the Blue Silver King, there is one distinction. Soul beasts that have broken through 100,000 years will undergo a thunder tribulation every 100,000 years. And after experiencing the thunder tribulation, it is said that the soul ring will undergo changes. However, the Blue Silver King did not know what changes would occur. As a traverser from Blue Star, butI Han was well aware that after each thunder tribulation, a golden pattern would appear on the soul ring, rather than it becoming increasingly red. Chapter 68. 10,000-Year Soul Ring Blue Silver Domain. A blue light spread, and everything in the domain seemed to be isolated, with no trace of filth visible. Even the brutality in butI Han's heart was somewhat diminished. butI Han's right hand was continuously drawing energy from the blood river with his blue silver grass, and a white soul ring appeared on his hand. The 10-year soul ring had emerged. This was just the first step. The second step was to open a small gap in the soul ring, and the third step was to infuse soul power into it. It sounded simple with these 3 steps, but to be honest, only the first step was easy. The second and third steps were incredibly difficult. After the soul ring was created, he had to open a gap in it, which couldn't be too big or too small. If it was too small, the infusion of soul power would be too slow, and if he accidentally infused too much later on, it could burst the gap, damaging the structure of the soul ring and causing the energy to dissipate. If it was too large, it might affect other structures of the soul ring, leading to leaks and causing the soul ring to dissipate. Using the Eye of Truth, with the aid of his head, soul bone, and mental strength, he focused on the white soul ring in front of him, wrapping it in soul power and concentrating on a single point to separate the soul ring bit by bit. Ugh, I'm using too much force. The soul ring gradually faded and then dissipated. Sigh, another failure. How many times has it been now? Bibian Sahith. He thought about whether he was too impatient. Indeed, this environment really made it hard for him to calm down and concentrate. Forget it. I'll continue to practice. The soul power I gain will accumulate anyway. Another 5 months passed, and butI Han had been in the City of Slaughter for almost a year. He had completed the hell-killing field 83 times, and it had been a week since he last entered, waiting for a week without matching 10 people. While he was training in the blood pool, he noticed some changes. His soul power density had increased. In a chance event, butI Han was planning to go back to his room to sleep. Usually, before sleeping, he would activate the blue-silver domain to make his mind feel more comfortable. However, he discovered that the activation time of the blue-silver domain had increased from 6 minutes to an astonishing 11 minutes. This meant that butI Han's total soul power had increased by 116 times. Through experiments, he ultimately realized that it was his soul power density that had changed, with the strongest evidence being that when he used the same percentage of soul power to activate the Qian Divine Hammer, it had grown larger. This was the fundamental law of conservation of soul power. A person's soul power reserve is limited. While butI Han had been continuously absorbing the soul power from the blood pool into his own body, Some of this soul power was stored, and when the storage reached its limit, it would flow into his own soul power, thus compressing and increasing its density. Discovering all this excited butI immensely. Another 5 months later, the number of times he had entered the hell-killing field had reached 99, but butI chose not to challenge the last time. It wasn't that he hadn't matched. Rather, he was reluctant to leave. How could he bear to leave such a treasure of a place like the City of Slaughter? However, butI now had to leave because he sensed that his soul power had reached a saturated level, and his body felt somewhat bloated. This meant that his body could not compress any further. If he tried to compress more, his meridians wouldn't withstand it, and his body would explode. He had gained a lot, with the quality of his soul power being 5 times that of before. By the edge of the blood pool, a blue light had been shining for several days, revealing a person with messy hair like a bird's nest, clothes full of rips, and skin covered in a layer of red dust, looking like a beggar. However, that person had a pair of extremely cold eyes. It's been 3 days, and my mood has finally calmed down. Come on, let's witness the moment of miracle. I don't even know if I can succeed. butI's right hand appeared with a white ring. This had been done countless times, so for the first step, butI could easily create it. For the second step, he opened the soul ring. At this moment, butI's mental power reached its maximum. With the help of the blue-silver domain, his heart was no longer restless, but extremely calm. After the pull of the soul power, a hole of moderate size appeared. Is this the right hole? Watching the energy at the mouth of the soul ring, wanting to come out but unable to do so, butI smiled slightly. Remember your size. In the third step, he infused soul power. A strand of blue-silver grass approached the opening, and the size of the tip of the blue-silver grass was exactly the same as that of the soul ring's opening. This was a clever trick discovered by butI while constantly attempting the second step. butI said to the blue-silver god in his hand, "Come on, blue-silver god, this soul ring is for you." The soul power was transported, and the color of the soul ring kept changing. White, yellow, black, red. Feeling the excitement of the blue-silver god, butI couldn't help but feel a bit dejected. Is this all there is? He still hasn't reached the 6 rings in 100,000 years like Tang San in the original work. Well, my luck isn't great. So, here we go. The soul ring enveloped butI, and he felt an incredibly powerful explosion sweeping over his entire body, with the brutality invading his brain. butI's eyes turned blood red, filled with a violent aura. At that moment, Renxue exerted his power, and his eyes shifted between blue and red. Damn it. It hurts so much. Why do I want to kill someone? At this moment, many people in the training area heard the roar and wanted to come over to see what was happening, but they still dared not enter due to the terrifying presence of the Blood Demon King. Hearing the commotion, butI felt a bit flustered. Damn it. There are actually people outside. If they discover my situation, I'm done for. butI's eyes turned, and a skill was born in his heart. I want to kill. I want to kill now. I can't hold it back anymore. Is there anyone who wants to seek death? I haven't had blood on my hands for several days. A mad laugh erupted. Upon hearing it, all the fallen ones ran away, thinking that the Blood Demon King was getting restless. If they didn't run, it wouldn't just be a matter of broken hands and feet if he really went mad. Good riddance. Then butI focused all his energy on the soul ring, thinking that a mere soul ring could drive him crazy. Submit to me. After a while, boom, butI's body erupted with a powerful oppressive force, and red-black soul rings circled around him. He succeeded. He had finally completed the absorption. His soul power level had also reached level 62, and the soul skill he gained was Blood Rain of blue-silver. This was not a healing soul skill. On the contrary, it was an extremely terrifying killing soul skill. When the soul skill was activated, the blue-silver grass transformed into a massive blood flower, which would rain down a bloodstorm. Those standing under this rain would have their vitality continuously eroded. Even a soul sage under this rain would be reduced to a pile of white bones in less than a minute. It's a bit scary. Why did I get such a soul skill? How could I dare to use it? If I do, the Spirit Hall will probably be the first to come after me, because it resembles some evil soul master's techniques that devour vitality. Suddenly, butI's troubled expression turned calm as he seemed to recall something. Wait. When I absorbed the soul ring, I felt an extremely heavy aura of brutality. Could it be that the energy from the blood pool is what transformed into this soul skill? butI thought more and more that the brutal and bloodthirsty energy in the blood pool resembled the effect of this soul skill. Therefore, the soul ring and soul skill condensed from it should be very suitable for the Qian hammer. First, he He would go outside to unleash a wave of slaughter to increase the success rate of absorbing the next soul ring, and also see if he could harvest another wave. The color of this soul ring was not much different from Grandpa Ju's 9th soul ring, so it should be extremely close to a 95,000 year soul ring. Let's try the first soul ring of the Qian divine hammer, which is 100,000 years. Before condensing, butI set up a few concealed formations around him. Absorbing a 100,000 year soul ring, the pain was beyond what butI could imagine. If he erupted in a scream instead of a roar, and those people heard him, he would be doomed. The same operation, the same opening, soul power surged. A black-red soul ring appeared before butI. Just a little bit more careful. When he delivered the last bit of soul power, a blood-red soul ring appeared in front of him. This was the ultimate treasure that all soul masters dreamed of in the soul master world, a 100,000 year soul ring. P.S. The author is giving the protagonist a cheat because the final boss is too strong. Without a cheat and no teammates, how can one fight? Chapter 69. The True Power of the Divine Level Qian Hammer. Come on, Qian Hammer, this is your first soul ring. At this moment, butI felt the blue-silver god shaking constantly, conveying the message of danger. Are you saying that absorbing this soul ring might kill me? The blue-silver god humanizedly nodded. butI pondered for a moment, thinking that it might not be right. It's not a certainty. After all, I want to take a gamble and feel that proximity to death. If someone heard this sentence, they would definitely think butI has gone mad. Isn't it good to be alive? Yet he wants to touch death. I know you care for me, but I have made up for my battle experience over this past year. The only thing I lack now is this feeling close to death. With this experience, Master S second stage training would truly be perfect, and I would be flawless. Even if my body can't take it, isn't there you to heal me? butI said the last sentence in a relaxed tone. Come on, 100,000 year soul ring. When he began to absorb the soul ring, pain, boundless pain, struck butI's body. butI's pores burst with blood, and his entire body swelled with blue veins. The absolute dominance of the Qian divine hammer countered the violent aura within the soul ring, greatly reducing his mental burden. Before long, butI's body looked like a blood man, and his hair changed from blue to white. A cry of anguish escaped butI's mouth as he tried to ease the pain. In the outside world, in a hidden area of the spirit hall, Renxue was sparring with Nar, and the two were constantly battling. At this moment, Na's soul power had reached level 51, making her the strongest among the younger generation of the spirit hall. She single-handedly overpowered the three from the golden generation, becoming the absolute goddess of the spirit hall. Renxue's soul power reached level 67, but she suppressed it to level 51 to fight Nar. The holy sword clashed with a silver dragon spear, creating sparks, as the angel domain collided with the elemental domain. The two stunning figures exchanged blows, demonstrating power that even some soul emperors would find daunting. At this moment, an authoritative figure appeared to interrupt their fight. All right, Shuer, Nar, stop fighting. It's time to eat. Mom, teacher, butI led one person while flying towards the Pope's palace. At the dining table, Shuer, eat more. These are all your favorites, and you're going back soon. Thank you, Mom. Ever since the truth was revealed a year ago, the mother-daughter gap has disappeared, and their relationship is getting better and better. I wonder how Xiaogang is doing. He has been in the city of slaughter for almost a year and a half. Big brother will definitely come out. He is invincible. Hunter will definitely make it out. On the Shrek side, Tang San has reached the last moment to detoxify Douluo. In the city of slaughter, butI stared blankly at the ceiling, his body covered in blue blood, surrounded by a scarlet soul ring. Not knowing how long he had held on, butI's vision turned dark, and his consciousness seemed to fall into chaos. At the end of the chaos, butI suddenly saw a beam of light, emanating from a giant over 100 meters tall, wielding a large iron hammer and exuding an overwhelming aura. The giant seemed to sense something, turned around to look at butI with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his lips moved, saying something like, "As expected of the one I have chosen. With such excellent talent, courage, and character, to dare challenge a 100,000 year soul ring at this moment. Very well, I will assist you." Then the giant pointed a finger, and a beam of light enveloped butI, after which his lips moved again. The words were, "The lives of the beings on this continent depend on you. Do not let them become the playthings of the gods." Watching the giant turn into specks of starlight, butI nodded seriously. Back in reality, accompanied by butI's roar, parts of his body exploded, blue blood spraying out. A red beam of light broke through BB Han's formation and soared into the sky, exuding a powerful aura. BB Dong opened his blood-red eyes and let out a breath. Finally completed, "Thank you, senior." Then he felt a bit sad and said, "We may never meet again." After calming his emotions, BB Dong sensed the abilities of the 100,000 Year Soul skill. The 100,000 Year Soul ring granted him 2 soul skills. The first soul skill was Bloodthirsty Hammer, which turned the hammer red when used, and BB Dong would enter a berserk state, increasing the hammer's overall power by 300 for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 hours. The second soul skill was Heavy Hammer, which concentrated all the power released by the soul ring onto the hammer, capable of producing immense destructive power, consuming only 1% of his own soul power each time. Such powerful skills, BB Dong was filled with excitement, but then his expression changed. Wait a minute, why did I absorb the soul power of the 100,000 Year Soul ring without any increase? Why am I still at level 62? Wait, when I absorbed the 95,000 Year Soul ring, it seemed like my soul power didn't increase either. It seems my level 62 cultivation is due to my accumulated soul power. Damn it. Absorbing soul rings this way won't give me any soul power boost, only opens my bottleneck. It's really a double-edged sword. The benefit is that there's no soul beast soul shock, which might increase the time a soul master can absorb a soul ring. The drawback is that there's no soul power increase, and I have to spend more time in hard training. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and BB Dong raised his head with a cold gaze. Before long, dozens of people barged into BB Dong's training area. Those people looked at BB Dong's current appearance and sneered. An ugly guy with tattoos on his hands said, "Yo, yo, yo, isn't this our infamous Blood Demon King? How'd you get hurt like this?" That red light just now seemed to be the legendary phenomenon of absorbing a 100,000 Year Soul ring. Blood Demon King, can you tell me what happened here? BB Dong replied coldly, "No comment. Leave quickly before I get angry. You still have a chance to keep your bodies intact." Ha ha. With your current state, can't you see how serious your injuries are? Due to absorbing a 100,000 Year Soul ring, BB Dong's body was heavily injured, covered in blood. One person licked his lips, surprised that your blood is actually blue. "I really want to taste it." Another person said, "Anyway, he is not a citizen of the Slaughter City, so killing him isn't against the rules. How about we dismember him later to see what he tastes like?" "Okay, wait." At this moment, a beautiful woman stepped forward. "Black Rose, what do you want?" The ugly man looked at her with a hint of caution. "It's nothing. Just capture him. Before I let you dismember him, I want to enjoy him first. Is that okay?" The woman named Black Rose said, showing the rose in her hand. One person echoed, "Sure, we also want to enjoy it. This pretty boy's skin is indeed nice. Playing with him will be a different kind of pleasure." "Haha, you have completely infuriated me. Even if the king of slaughter descends, I will still kill you," BB Dong said with a furious yet mocking tone. Holding the Qian hammer, at the moment he grasped it, BB Dong suddenly felt it was different. It wasn't just bigger and more violent due to the thunder, but it resonated with his heart. After absorbing the 100,000 Year Soul ring, the hammer's weight reached 2,000 Jin, transforming it into a true battle soul hammer. Yet, when BB Dong held it, it felt like it weighed only 20 Jin. "Everyone go. Whoever subdues him first gets to play with him." As soon as he finished speaking, one person jumped out. "The first kill belongs to me, haha." The speaker was a man known as Iron Hand, who had 2 mechanical arms and reached out with them toward BB Dong. BB Han's eyes were filled with coldness. With a wave of his left hand, the mechanical arm of Iron Hand was instantly shattered, and Iron Hand was sent flying, crashing into the wall and dying on the spot. His corpse was still crackling with currents of electricity. "Is this your true power?" BB Han thought as he looked at the hammer. The formidable attack power. If the opponent was struck and had a metal martial soul, they would be paralyzed by the electric current, reducing their mobility by 30 for soul emperors and 15 for soul saints. The more times they were hit, the stronger the paralysis effect became. "It's too strong. Even if Xiao Shue's holy sword merely cut off a strand of my hair, I would lose 10 soul power. I previously thought the Qian hammer only had greater strength, but it also has such a powerful paralysis effect. Iron Hand, everyone attack together. Let's kill him first." In the city of slaughter, there are plenty of evil soul masters, and many pretty boys, so we don't need to worry about losing one. "You want to kill me? You think you're worthy?" Thunder Realm. After absorbing the soul ring, BB Han's Thunder Realm was greatly strengthened, not only expanding its coverage to 100 meters, but also increasing its paralysis ability from 10 to 20. BB Han was like a humanoid beast leaving a trail of corpses wherever he went. It was a one-sided massacre. Chapter 70. Making a quick buck before leaving. In the city of slaughter, a dark and spacious room. There was an exceptionally large chair, inlaid with blue and purple crystals, shaped like a drum tower. Everything else in the room was dark red. The Blood Demon King was rampaging through the citizen area of the city of slaughter, and already hundreds of citizens had died. I know. A tall figure sat down on the giant chair. In the darkness, his features were unclear, but it was vaguely noticeable that he was tall and slender. At this moment, the tall figure was very angry, yet felt helpless. Great King, why don't you let the law enforcement team eliminate him? If this continues, the city of slaughter will be severely weakened, and I can be certain that this person has the ability to traverse the Hell Road. For he is the most terrifying being I have seen among all the slaughter gods. The King of Slaughter coldly replied, when have I not wanted to eradicate him completely? But a year ago, a guest came to visit. A guest? Yes, one of the last two slaughter gods in existence. Could it be that the Blood Demon King is related to that slaughter god? The cold female voice trembled slightly. The King of Slaughter said indifferently, you guessed correctly. In this world, if there is someone who can truly threaten the city of slaughter, it is not the Spirit Hall, but these two slaughter gods. I cannot offend them either. You should know that those who traverse the Hell Road can still use their soul skills within the city of slaughter. And this Blood Demon King was sent by one of the two slaughter gods. Let everything happen naturally. Moreover, strictly speaking, he has not truly violated the rules. Although I do not wish for another slaughter god to appear, I am even less willing to bear the wrath of that slaughter god. There was one thing he did not say outright, which was that the aura of that slaughter god made him feel afraid. If he faced Bibi Dong directly and a fight broke out, he would die. After becoming a king with so many servants, enjoying life like a deity, how could he be willing to die? In the citizen area of the city of slaughter, Bibi Han had just killed another person, exclaiming, hey, those who come to seek death, I'll slaughter anyone with a soul bone, but I can't kill the others. Remembering what the counselor had said on his first day entering the city of slaughter, Bibi Han smiled slightly as a good idea appeared in his mind. Just as he was about to head to the hell killing field, he took a sharp breath, hissing, wow, my injuries are actually this severe? Hey, I should go heal first. The hell killing field had become lively since Bibi Han had not signed up for a month. At this moment, the last two people were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a golden hammer flew from the audience stands and smashed one of the fallen, while Bibi Han landed in the hell killing field, grasping the large hammer. This scene left the last fallen person feeling somewhat confused. The golden hammer belonged to the Blood Demon King. Was the Blood Demon King helping him? Originally planning to thank this terrifying Demon King, he was instead met with the sight of the golden hammerhead. With a loud bang, the last fallen was also smashed to pieces. The entire audience stared at Bibi Han in shock. It's the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King has violated the rules of the hell killing field. Regarding the surrounding commotion, Bibi Han simply held the hammer in the hell killing field, closing his eyes and waiting slowly. Before long, the voice of the enforcer echoed throughout the hell killing field and even the entire city of slaughter. Blood Demon King, you have violated the rules of the hell killing field. The King of Slaughter has decreed, anyone who can kill the Blood Demon King within 1 day can directly gain the status of being second only to one in the city of slaughter, with Bloody Mary available for free. If, after 1 day, the person is still alive, the charge of violating the rules will be cancelled. The voice of the enforcer resonated, instantly igniting a frenzy in the city of slaughter. Being second only to one, that meant he would be the most supreme existence in the city of slaughter aside from the King of Slaughter. Everyone in the city of slaughter was filled with greed, rushing to the hell-killing field to try to kill Bibi Han. Meanwhile, a crowd had already surged onto the stage in the hell-killing field. Hearing this, Bibi Han smirked. A nice reward. The King of Slaughter has really put in some effort to kill me. But this is just what I want. Fallen ones, not a single soul bone will be left for you. Opening his eyes and raising the hammer, Bibi Han looked at the fallen ones rushing at him. A trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, for they all lacked soul bones. Useless fools, I'm not looking for you. All of you get lost. With a sweep of the Hades hammer, the Qian hammer unleashed an astonishing dominance and formidable force, creating a gust of wind that sent everyone approaching him flying without even getting close to the hammer. After absorbing the soul ring, the power of the Qian divine hammer was now vastly different, with its potential fully unlocked. Bibihan's physical enhancement was equally immense as a 95,000 year soul ring and a 100,000 year soul ring elevated his physical attributes to an incredibly powerful level and his soul power surged by 2. 5 times. Now, no matter how many fallen ones came, butI didn't take them seriously. What he wanted was soul bones. Facing the hordes charging towards him, butI activated his true eye, spread his blue-silver wings, and flew out of the window. He then stood on the roof of the hell slaughter field, quietly watching the fallen ones approaching. Surrounding him was a sea of dark figures, with a crowd so packed that it completely surrounded the hell slaughter field, appearing to number in the tens of thousands, including some bony outsiders hoping for a stroke of luck. It seemed that all the fallen ones from the city of slaughter wanted to come and kill him. Not bad. Not bad. butI stood on the rooftop of the hellish slaughter arena, looking down at them with a domineering expression, showing no fear, but rather endless excitement. 30 people. There were exactly 30 of them, each possessing soul bones. There must be more. As the crowd continued to gather, butI moved on the rooftop, his eyes turning water blue, and a white ray shot downwards. This was the skill attached to the Eye of Reality, the destruction purple light. Wherever the soul power ray reached, countless injuries and deaths occurred, due to the 2.5 times increase in butI's soul power density. The power of the soul power ray also surged by 2.5 times, combined with the cultivation of a soul emperor, equivalent to the combined power of 2.5 full-force punches from soul emperor. It was absolutely a cheating skill in the city of slaughter. Ray after ray shot out, and the densely packed crowd left the fallen ones with no way to evade. Then everyone retreated 40 meters. butI's soul power ray could reach up to 50 meters, so they chose a safe distance. butI let out a cold laugh, turned around, and with a grab of his hand, caught the 2 fallen ones who had crawled up to the roof for a sneak attack, as if they were little chicks. Several strands of blue-silver grass wrapped around them, draining their soul power. Although soul skills couldn't be used in the city of slaughter, butI's was a passive soul skill, completely unrestricted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to absorb energy from the blood river. Once his soul power was fully replenished, butI crushed both of their necks, then spread his blue-silver wings and flew up into the sky from the roof, eventually landing on a sloped building. This building was circular, 10 meters high, with a diameter of 10 meters at the base. The living quarters were beneath the arc, allowing soul masters to run up to the roof from there. In the city of slaughter, some fools who wanted to gain fame would climb to the top and shout. This somewhat peculiar structure was specifically chosen for this massacre. Even if butI were stronger, it would be impossible for him to sweep through everyone surrounded by thousands. After all, he wasn't Uchiha Madara, and even Madara would be exhausted if he had to cut down tens of thousands. Then butI, holding his hammer, pointed at the waves of approaching fallen ones, arrogantly saying, Come kill me. If you kill me, you can become someone above others. As he spoke, butI's eyes gleamed with red light, and he looked like a greedy devil. Chapter 71. The deal with the King of Slaughter. A fierce battle was erupting on the fan-shaped building, with a blue-haired boy wielding a golden hammer, slaughtering wave after wave of fallen ones climbing up. Bodies fell from the roof, splattering blood everywhere, and below was a pile of nauseating corpses. Drops of fresh blood flowed, turning the entire roof into a crimson sea. Stepping hard on it might even splatter more blood. butI infused his soul power into the Qian hammer, making it grow larger, resembling a bulldozer as he pushed it forward. Several fallen ones were sent flying off the roof, crashing to the ground with broken arms and legs. Those fallen ones who survived the fall were immediately killed by the people below, used to build a human ladder. This is troublesome. There are already hundreds of them. Yet no one's brought a soul bone. Watching the continuous influx of fallen ones, butI felt extremely irritated. He smashed the arms of a fallen one whose soul power level was indiscernible, grabbed its neck, and lifted it up. With a powerful sweep of his right hand, he sent the surrounding people flying. The blue-silver god vine appeared, beginning to devour his soul power. The Blood Demon King is devouring soul power to replenish its strength. He is exhausted. We must go up now. Hearing this, another wave of fallen ones charged forward. butI glanced at the fallen ones rushing upwards, sneering. How foolish. My soul power consumption is only 15, after all. Absorbing soul power is just a precaution. He kicked the fallen one in his hand sideways, causing a large number of fallen ones to roll down from the rooftop. Then, butI's gaze swept to other areas and found that most of the fallen were watching the show, waiting for the human ladder to be built before attacking together. A good idea. Since that's the case, I'll let you have your way. Thus began another round of frenzied slaughter. This time, butI controlled his strength just right. piling the corpses on top of each other to form a staircase. After an unknown amount of time, finally, the entire house was completely surrounded by corpses. The staircase was built, and countless killers roared, charging up by stepping on the corpses. They were willing, and butI was even more willing, because the corpses they were stepping on had almost all been beaten, with lightning flickering on them. Stepping up would make their legs feel weak. But would they care? No. The thrill of slaughter and the lure of benefits clouded their minds. Only by killing the Blood Demon King could they obtain status, beauty, and Bloody Mary, all within their grasp, endlessly. In the face of these, death was not frightening to them. The thunder field opened, and the blue-silver divine vine appeared, wrapping around butI's entire body, leaving only a pair of bloodthirsty eyes exposed. butI finally unleashed her full power, and the strongest killing stance of the City of Slaughter emerged. The cold and bloody aura erupted wildly, and butI began her counterattack, turning all the fallen before her into souls under her hammer. All the punches that hit her were completely ignored, and the weapons that struck her only left minor marks on her blue-silver divine vine. At this moment, someone finally got scared. Damn it, don't crowd me. I'm not participating in this. Let me out. What do you mean let out? With so many of us here, even if she is a titled Douluo who can use soul skills, we can wear her down. Bullshit. I don't know if we can wear her down. But before that happens, I'm definitely the one who dies. You better get out of my way, or I'll cut you down. The voice like that of a malevolent ghost. Again, several corpses appeared. Why aren't you all attacking? butI was in the place where blood was the thickest. He turned his neck a few times and moved his arms to relax his body. His appearance, completely dyed red with blood, exuded an almost tangible aura of killing intent. Damn, the murderous intent was almost solidified. How many people had he killed? Some fallen ones unconsciously looked around, surrounded by corpses. With so many of us here, do we really need to fear just him? Let's go together. As long as we take them down, the rewards from the King of Slaughter will be ours. Someone shouted, and the crowd around surged forward in an instant. butI, wrapped in blue-silver grass, grinned savagely. You guys have no soul bones, so become a nourishment for my domain of slaughter. The shouts of killing merged into one. From a distance, there were only moving crowds, people flying backwards, and blood and severed limbs splattering in midair. In this scene, some finally recalled that emotion, the fear that must be abandoned upon entering the City of Slaughter. Some began to run. When one person ran, many others were pulled along, preparing to flee in droves. On the rooftop, butI was blocking several fallen one-spirit attacks with his hammer. Seeing that scene, he erupted directly, veins bulging on his hands, shaking off all the fallen one-spirit attacks aimed at him. With his blue-silver wings spread wide, he smashed the hammer against the rooftop, causing the entire building to begin to collapse. butI stomped forcefully with his foot and flew out. He found some fallen ones among those fleeing who had soul bones, and a hammer fell from the sky. Boom! A hole of moderate size appeared, and more than a dozen people were directly killed, their bodies taken away for the soul bones, and he took off again. Several desperate fallen ones ensnared butI with iron rings, and purple lightning coursed through the chains, teaching them the consequences of meddling. After that, he grabbed the chains and swung them in the air a few times, throwing them against the wall, killing them on the spot. Thus, no one dared to throw chains anymore. Instead, they prayed that butI, flying in the sky, wouldn't aim his hammer at them. Boom! 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 When butI soared again, a figure appeared. The newcomer was tall, with a pair of flesh wings on his back, and was wrapped in a huge crimson cloak with blood-red hair and eyes exposed. The King of Slaughter. As the crowd, who were praying and fleeing, saw the figure descending from the sky, they let out a deafening shout, filled with deep fanaticism. butI pointed at him with a hammer. Do you want to stop me? After killing so many people, butI's eyes were filled with killing intent and madness. There was little rationality left. Blood Demon King. Over 10,000 have died at your hands. If you continue to act recklessly, this king will get angry. After saying this, the King of Slaughter exuded an extremely powerful aura. butI was not afraid at all and replied, They have what I want. Once I get it, I'll naturally stop. What do you want? Of course, it's the soul bones, butI said greedily. He noticed that the King of Slaughter also had 6 soul bones, all of very high quality, but unfortunately, he couldn't take them. However, butI also noticed something else. The King of Slaughter's body had energy of 2 colors, one red and one black. The red was slowly eroding the remaining black, having already consumed the entire upper body and was continuously extending toward the arms and lower body. Seeing this, BB Han's rationality began to slowly recover. He remembered, this person's body originally belonged to his ancestor, Tang San. A bat had taken over and was continuously eroding his body. The energy that had been eroded should allow the King of Slaughter to unleash the power of level 95. If he waited another 10 years, the King of Slaughter's arms would also be eroded, and he would not only be able to use the Qian hammer, but would also be able to unleash power surpassing level 96. Once fully eroded, he would likely be able to unleash true demigod strength. Soul bones? Yes. BB Han took out a corpse from his storage ring, directly removed its right hand, revealing a soul bone. You can actually see the soul bones on a soul master, the King of Slaughter said, appearing extremely surprised. By the way, King of Slaughter, how about we make a deal? A disdainful tone came. You think you are worthy to trade with this king? Haha, why wouldn't I be worthy? I am the current holy son of the Spirit Hall, and barring any accidents, I will be the next pope. What nonsense! I can guarantee that the Spirit Hall will never take action against the City of Slaughter. The City of Slaughter will always remain in this world, but only if you give me the soul bones accumulated over 1,000 years by the City of Slaughter. Haha, the City of Slaughter doesn't have these soul bones. If their strength decreases significantly, won't their threat to you and the Spirit Hall be greatly reduced? Your calculations are wrong. BB Han responded with a look as if he were looking at a fool. Whether the City of Slaughter has strength is not important at all. What matters most is its very existence, right? It can detain countless evil suspects from the outside world and protect the order of the continent. I'm already too busy protecting it, so why would I want to destroy it? I can swear that as long as the City of Slaughter doesn't cause trouble, the Spirit Hall that obtains the soul bones will never infringe upon it and will provide enough food and water for its existence. Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter fell into deep thought. The people below, seeing the two big shots in the sky talking, did not dare to breathe. Are you serious? The King of Slaughter's true body is Tang San, and the ruler is the nine-headed Bat King, who has an extremely long lifespan. He still wants to wait until Tang Chen's body dies of old age, then switch to another body to continue being as King of Slaughter. If the City of Slaughter can be preserved for a long time, he would certainly be willing. Of course. All right, then this king will trust you once. Come with me. Chapter 72. Soul Bone Armor. 3,500 words. BB Han and the King of Slaughter arrived at a very eerie castle, which is located outside the City of Slaughter. BB Han asked with interest, I didn't expect the King of Slaughter to live in such a remote place. Is it to isolate yourself from the noise made by your subjects? Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter completely ignored him. BB Han didn't pay much attention. Upon arriving at the castle entrance, two beautiful women in black clothing opened the door. After our arrival, the two women immediately knelt down, saying, Great King, welcome back. The King of Slaughter said with great authority, his hands behind his back, Rise. Thank you, King of Slaughter. As we walked into the castle, the corridor was illuminated by torches, and the colors of the flames were surprisingly dark purple. The black corridor, combined with the dark purple flames, added a ghostly atmosphere to the city. Occasionally, we could see some women in the corridor, all of whom were undoubtedly stunning and had hot figures. I must say, the King of Slaughter really knows how to enjoy himself. We arrived at a large door, and the King of Slaughter said casually, Go in, the City of Slaughter. All the precious things are inside. Remember, only take soul bones. What about gold and silver jewelry? After a pause, he replied, If you want them, take them. They just take up space anyway. Thank you. Hurry up and leave after you're done. The King of Slaughter waved his sleeve and left. As we entered the large door, BB Han's eyes widened, mouth agape, arms hanging straight down. Am I seeing things? If you want to know BB Han's current expression, you can refer to the later expressions of Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z. Inside this room, which was 100 meters long, 60 meters wide, and 80 meters high, there was a small mountain of golden soul coins, occupying more than half of the space. Next to it, various jewelry and treasures were carelessly tossed aside, sparkling brilliantly. BB Han dares to say that when it comes to wealth, the City of Slaughter dares to claim the second place, but no one dares to claim the first. As for the other side, it's just a pile of herbs, and they all seem to be powerful tonics for enhancing vitality. He. The King of Slaughter. In the last small space, there are several large boxes, and if I'm not mistaken, those are all soul bones. BB Han threw out a pile of storage soul guides from the ring. These were all taken from the fallen ones he had killed. After spilling some blood to claim ownership of them all, he then tossed out everything inside. BB frowned slightly. Where are all these? Besides some clothes and weapons. There are even women's underwear and panties, some of which even emit a foul odor. BB Han quickly used two soul guiding devices to pack everything up. If he left it here, the the king of slaughter would definitely turn against him. He then smashed the 2 soul guiding devices. And as for where the contents would go, he didn't know. Holding these soul guiding devices, he waved his hand, collecting a pile of gold soul coins until it was full, then switched to another one, packing it tightly, not leaving a single copper soul coin behind. Afterwards, butI Han walked towards those large boxes, stepped on them, and all the boxes shook open. Colorful lights illuminating the entire room, dazzling to the eyes. Soul bones. All soul bones. Over 100 pieces of soul bones. butI Han swallowed hard. It was too wealthy. The accumulation over thousands of years was terrifying. In the city of slaughter, hundreds of people die every day. For thousands of years. Basically, every dead body has been recycled, ground into powder, and its blood poured into the blood-red river. The soul bones exposed in this process are naturally collected by the city of slaughter, which is why so much has accumulated. butI Han took everything without hesitation. What a bountiful harvest. He had over 100 soul bones on him. Who on the continent could match his wealth? Life had reached its peak, and in the future, he wouldn't need to rely on the title of rising up by living off little Schwerer. After glancing at the empty room, which only contained some empty boxes and herbs, it was time to leave. During the departure, butI Han unexpectedly saw someone he recognized. It was the instructor who explained the rules of the city of slaughter to him. She seemed a bit excited upon seeing butI Han. Mr. Chi, have you become a person of the city of slaughter? Would you like to experience a perfect gentle service? butI Han directly responded, no need. I'm here to trade with the king of slaughter. I'll be leaving through the hell road soon. Farewell. After saying this, butI Han spread his blue-silver wings and flew away, returning to his room, with no one daring to provoke him along the way. Once back in his room, and after some cleaning, butI Han began to examine the soul bones he had collected. Several 100-year ones, over a dozen 1,000-year ones, and the rest were all 10,000-year ones. Wait, this fluctuation. There's even a 100,000-year one. butI Han took out the soul bone, which was a left leg bone, radiating a rich black glow and emitting powerful waves. This soul bone was primarily explosive in nature, perfectly suited for him. Wow, this is truly a stroke of luck. This soul bone feels like it was tailor-made for me. Just as butI Han was about to start absorbing it, he suddenly remembered a question that had been puzzling him. Why is it that only the age of external soul bones increases with the enhancement of one's body strength? While butI Han was deep in thought, a bold idea appeared in his mind. That is, only external soul bones can merge with a person, while other soul bones merely attach to a person, allowing them to borrow its power. Consider Tang San's 8 spider lances. Why can they restore themselves every time they break? Why do they grow along with the body? Isn't that a representation of being part of the body? Why do other broken soul bones remain broken? Moreover, the age of soul bones never changes. Why can Tang San's 5th soul ring, the blue-silver emperor, grow? That's because it is a soul ring generated by Tang San himself. Such a soul ring cannot even be achieved by a divine soul ring. Subsequently, butI Han had a bold idea about the soul bone armor. Inspired by the records of the Angel's 6 divine armor from the 7th floor of the Wuhuan City Library. The last page stated that if someone could completely absorb these 6 soul bones, they would assemble into a magnificent angelic armor. The only similarity among these 6 angel soul bones is that they are filled with the divine power of the angel god, sharing the same attributes, which means the compatibility of the 6 soul bones is 100. In later stages, the sea god armor and Rakshasa god armor might also be infused with the divine powers of the sea god and Rakshasa, achieving 100 compatibility, and then combining into soul bone armor. The more butI Han thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He posed questions, made hypotheses, and decided to take action. butI Han closed his eyes and infused his soul power into the 10,000-year-old left leg bone. After a while, he opened his eyes with some helplessness. Sigh. It's simply impossible. There's a powerful soul force blocking it. Forget it. I'll just absorb it first. butI Han wrapped himself in soul power, calmed his mind, and felt waves of violent soul power surging in. His consciousness fell into darkness, where he saw a gigantic black tiger, 3 meters tall and 10 meters long, with wings on its back. Its eyes were fixed on him. The entire tiger was being pulled by butI Han, about to be absorbed and attached to him. Seeing it, butI Han was surprised. This was the long-extinct soul beast, the heavenly evil demon tiger, a terrifying soul beast comparable to the dark gold fearsome claw bear, which seemed to have been last killed by the star Luo Dai family. Looking at its current appearance, butI Han smiled faintly and said, "Don't glare at me. You can't hurt me. It seems your soul should be nearly depleted, right? I will make good use of your soul bone, and if I become a god in the future, I will bring you back to life. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The tiger opened its mouth and spoke. You can really talk. Of course, I can only talk when you absorb my soul bone. I want to ask you, if you become a god, will you resurrect me? Bibi Han replied without hesitation, of course I will. After all, I am absorbing your soul bone and borrowing your power. Reviving you in the future will be my way of repaying you. Thank you. You are different from the soul masters of the past. They were just greedy for my soul bone and then passed it on to the next generation. A soul beast actually says thank you and trust me so easily. If Bibi Han knew the truth, he wouldn't think this way, because the time left for this sky evil demon tiger soul was already running out. Soon, it would truly turn to ashes. Bibi Han's words were like giving it one last hope. At that moment, Bibi Han suddenly had a thought and asked why the soul bones produced by them were different from external soul bones and did not continuously evolve. That's because soul bones are something that the gods deliberately imposed on our soul beast clan to exterminate us more quickly. Therefore, how could we soul beasts allow soul bones to merge with you humans? This is our rebellion against the gods, and even the gods cannot stop it. After saying this, the expression on the sky evil demon tiger's face showed a sense of desolation. Bibi Dong couldn't comfort him, but asked, can you help me merge your soul bone with my bones? Yes, but you must swear by the heavens that once you become a god, you will resurrect me. I don't want my soul to be unable to reincarnate. I promise you. In the outside world, with the cooperation of the heaven-slaying evil tiger, Bibi Dong completely absorbed the 100,000-year soul bone in just a few hours. His soul power didn't even increase by a level. It only reached the peak of level 62. Then Bibi Dong cleared his throat and said, I swear, as long as the soul bone of the heaven-slaying evil tiger is willing to merge with me, I will resurrect it as a divine beast once I become a god. Otherwise, my martial soul will shatter and lightning will strike me. As soon as he finished speaking, Bibi Dong felt the soul bone on his left leg completely merge with his body. Under Bibi Dong's urging, the left leg soul bone appeared, transforming into black armor that completely enveloped his left leg, just like an external soul bone that could be displayed externally. A voice also appeared in Bibi Dong's mind. Kid, don't forget your promise. I am now in your sea of consciousness. If you become a god in the future and don't resurrect me, I will self-destruct and destroy your sea of consciousness, turning you into a fool. I said, Brother Tiger, don't be so ruthless. If I don't have the ability to become a god, will you still kill me? Not necessarily. If you don't become a god, you will die anyway, at worst. We die together. Why does that sound so strange? Right now, your body level hasn't reached the point where it can enhance the leg soul bone's years. So it is still at the 100,000 year level. Moreover, it can change its abilities based on the energy you provide to it. That's really good. I was worried that due to my body's limitations, I would waste a 100,000 year soul bone. But what does it mean to transfer energy to change abilities? Since it has already become a part of your body, it can naturally unleash all the abilities of your body. If you transfer your soul power to it, it will generate corresponding abilities, just like how our soul beast energy produces soul bones. Thus, Bibi Dong did as instructed, inputting his domineering Qian divine hammer soul power into the soul bone, causing it to turn golden. When he input his gentle soul power into the soul bone, it turned azure blue. It really proves the ancient saying in Huaxia, good people are rewarded. But this has to depend on the situation to be a good person. After that, Bibi Dong looked at the pile of soul bones and began to show a satisfied smile. P.S. The protagonist has a total of 3 hang-ups. This is the second one. These hang-ups are not exclusive to the protagonist, and others can also use them. Except for the second hang-up that has extremely high requirements, qualifications to become a god. Chapter 73. The Road to Hell. 3 days later, Bibi Dong was already filled with soul bones, having obtained the 7 god armor, and his soul power broke through to level 64. The years of the soul bones, along with Bibi Dong's body strength, all reach around 70,000 years. Bibi Han currently possesses 670,000 year soul bones and 100,000 year soul bone. Moreover, his blue-silver god-s 5th soul ring has evolved to 90,000 years alongside the increase in his physical strength, radiating a red-black glow. When absorbing soul bones, Bibi Han first absorbed the soul bones of his limbs, all of which were ordinary 10,000 year soul bones. This is because even without the recognition of the soul beast spirit, Bibi Han can reconnect severed limbs when he breaks through to title Douluo in the future. Everyone has selfish motives, and butI is no exception. He cannot solely serve the spirit hall without considering himself. So he absorbed a torso soul bone that is as high as 70,000 years, which is absolutely top tier in the current soul master world. Fortunately, with the help of the powerful soul beast, the sky devil evil tiger, butI swore an oath and successfully fused all these soul bones with his body. Standing up, he dramatically shouted, "Blue silver armor, manifest." Instantly, his entire body was perfectly enveloped in a deep blue armor, leaving only his face and hair exposed. The armor showcased his strong and upright physique, and there were 4 pairs of wings on his back. The blue-silver armor, also known as the life armor, when worn, made butI's body recover like Tsunade from Naruto using her regeneration technique, with terrifying recovery abilities, even reconnecting a waist that was severed in 2, but unfortunately, it did not provide any combat power enhancement. Qian armor, transform. After butI forcefully activated his domineering soul power, the color of the armor changed to gold, with purple lightning swirling around it. The Qian armor, a battle armor, when worn, tripled all of butI's attributes. Any attack from enemies will be directly reduced by 4 times upon hitting him. If there was physical contact, the purple lightning would also induce paralysis in the opponent. One could say that with it, combined with his powerful martial soul and soul rings, butI's strength was absolutely not inferior to an ordinary title Douluo. He could easily overpower someone like Douluo in terms of strength. The capabilities of the soul bone armor are terrifying, but also has a significant drawback. All original soul bone skills are completely cleared. The soul bones becoming one with the human body means they are now part of him. Similar to soul beasts with soul bones or Tang San with the 8 spider lances, which do not have soul skills, only the enhancements brought by the soul bones. As for the devouring of the 8 spider lances, it is akin to wings that can fly, technically not considered a soul skill since it does not consume soul power. It may seem like a loss at first glance, especially since he lost the skills of the 100,000 year soul bone, but in the long run, it is definitely a huge gain. Alright, it's time to go. After releasing the soul bone armor, butI spread his blue-silver wings and flew towards the hell slaughter field. The final slaughter was about to begin. 9 corpses lay down, and the whole place erupted in cheers. Blood Demon King, 100 battles, you can finally leave. Everyone's voices were filled with relief after surviving. At that moment, the figure of the King of Slaughter descended from the air, and a huge and noisy cheer erupted in the arena. I'm very pleased to witness the birth of a strong person in the slaughter field today. It has been decades since a 100 victories champion has appeared, especially the Blood Demon King, who single-handedly nearly killed over a quarter of the fallen in the city of Slaughter, slaughtering nearly 10,000 in one battle, a feat no previous killing god has accomplished. The King of Slaughter cast a glance at butI. Our gazes met quietly, and a flash of wariness crossed the King of Slaughter's eyes. I have decided to grant you the title of Killing God, allowing you to enter the city of Slaughter freely in the future and become a guest elder of our city of Slaughter. Of course, you can also choose to take the Hell Road, but I must warn you, the Hell Road is undoubtedly very dangerous. I will definitely take the Hell Road. butI replied decisively. The horror of the Hell Road is unimaginable, and you cannot possibly know it. So I hope you understand that a person's life only comes once. The King of Slaughter's gaze was fixed on butI, waiting for his answer. Don't forget how many people you've killed. If your killing intent goes out of control on the Hell Road, you might lose your life there. What will happen to our deal then? You should be very clear about my purpose for coming here. To achieve it, I must take the Hell Road. You need not be wary of my possession of the Killing God domain. I should have mentioned that I wish for the city of Slaughter to exist. As for being a guest elder, it was already established when I expressed my desire for this place to exist. If there is anyone who threatens the existence of the city of Slaughter, you can always send someone to the Spirit Hall, and I will come to help you. But the condition remains. You must manage the city of Slaughter well. Both of them communicated this exchange through soul power. The King of Slaughter let out a cold laugh, releasing a blood-red glow from his body as he charged toward the top of the Hell slaughter field. The previously wildly cheering fallen beings gradually became quiet as the red light descended upon the observation platform, their expressions turning dull and lifeless, then bloodshot. Before long, when the red light formed a massive barrier over the entire Hell slaughter field, the sounds of painful screams began to erupt from those who first came into contact with the red light. Under the influence of the red light, those fallen beings appeared to have gone half-mad, desperately clawing at their faces and bodies. Faced with these horrifying scenes, butI was completely immune. He had no idea how many times he had dissected corpses and harvested bones. He wouldn't care about such things. Blood began to splatter on the ground, gradually coagulating, with large amounts of blood flowing like small streams through inconspicuous tiny pipes toward the center of the slaughter field. It was clearly visible that countless winding red liquids flowed into the arena like small snakes. The blood did not spread in a straight line, but instead pooled into a massive blood-red pattern on the ground, with grooves appearing at some point. Looking at this pattern, butI Han thought, blood-colored bat, this pattern must have been made by the King of Slaughter, representing his supreme status. Good luck. If you can make it out of the Hell Road, don't forget to send my regards to your elders. It was unclear how much time passed, but with a violent tremor, all sensations returned. The surrounding blood light gradually faded. When butI Han fully regained consciousness, he found himself on a circular platform about 5 meters in diameter. After surveying the stone walls on both sides and the blood river below, he realized this was the Hell Road, with the Hell Slaughter Field directly above him. At that moment, butI Han suddenly clutched his head, his expression twisted, his eyes shifting between red and blue, and the killing intent emanating from his body was tangible, making him appear extremely unstable. butI Dong punched him on the head, momentarily clearing his mind. The blue-silver domain and the spirit wisdom head-soul bone directly activated 2 major skills. butI Han sat cross-legged, his body enveloped in a faint blue light shield, with his head armed in blue armor. Fortunately, he had his mother's protection. Without the head-soul bone given by his mother and the blue-silver domain from his biological mother, he might have lost control. Now, butI Han had a better understanding of the way the Shura God chose his successors. Winning 100 battles in the Hell Killing Field was meant to train one's killing intent, and during this training, one had to control that killing intent. Otherwise, the heavier the killing intent upon arriving here, the higher the possibility of losing control and going berserk. Finally, walking through the Hell Road to absorb the killing intent there and combining it with one's own killing intent formed the Killing God domain. It could be said that every step was fraught with danger. If one was overtaken by killing intent, the best outcome would be to become a fallen one who dominated a certain area, and the worst would be dying on the Hell Road. The Shura God was indeed strict in selecting his heirs. Chapter 74. 10 Fiery Sun Serpents. butI Han surveyed the narrow path before him with his mental power, quietly contemplating. I remember in the original work that Tang San and Hulaina used a rope to tie themselves up when they walked this path. It seemed that Hulaina had taken off her clothes to make the rope and had asked Tang San to do the same. Thinking of this, butI Han couldn't help but feel a bit ironic. What was Hulaina trying to do? In such a hot environment, where the body could easily become restless, she was offering benefits and even asked Tang San to join in. Did she not bring any clothes? How'd she clean the blood on her body? Instead of using clothes from her soul guide as a rope, she used her own clothes. It could be said that aside from being broken by Tang San, she took advantage of everything else. Thinking of this, butI Han was a bit puzzled as to why, in the later stages, every one of the 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall had a dark history. His mother, butI Dong, was in the secret room. Hulaina had stripped down on the Hell Road for benefits. Qian Renxue had the golden liquid from the Angel 9 trials. Why was it that in the original work, they, who were positioned as villains, ended up like this, transforming from high and mighty holy maidens into fallen women, with such dark histories? What was the reason? Even his mother had not committed any evil back then, right? After sorting through his thoughts, butI Han opened his eyes, his gaze filled with inexplicable meaning. butI Dong planned to fly directly over the first level using his blue-silver wings. The first level features a swarm of bats, and the dark gold 3-headed bats. Having read the original work, butI Dong already knew the weakness of the dark gold 3-headed bats. He just needed to smash its 3 heads. Therefore, he only needed to deliver 1 blow followed by 2 soul power beams to take care of it. butI Han didn't plan to waste time here, so he flew over with all his might, crossing through the bat swarm and striking the blocking dark golden 3-headed bat away with a hammer, reaching a territory that the bats dared not approach. Seeing this, butI Han retracted his blue-silver wings and landed on the Hell Road, which should be the domain of the 10-headed sun serpent. I want your inner core. In terms of the Hell Road, aside from the Killing God domain, what else is important? Of course, it is the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent, which can render the lethal poison of all snakes in the world ineffective, suppress snake species, and more importantly, it contains powerful energy that can not only be absorbed for upgrades, but can also be used as a soul ring. butI Dong wanted to give this inner Dan to Qian Renxue, allowing her angel martial soul's flame ability to transform into ultimate fire. Because Bibi Dong did not go to retrieve the immortal from the ice and fire Tuinyang Eye, he was unable to enhance the angel martial soul. Suddenly, Bibi Dong sensed some movement, and, using the eye of reality to observe, discovered a large red snake swimming in the blood pool below. It poked its head out, flicking its tongue, intending to climb up along the pillar below. The snake's head and back had a total of 9 protrusions, each resembling a bright red mushroom, and it seemed as if blood were flowing inside them. The snake's belly was particularly massive, bulging on the narrow path, and its length was at least over 10 meters. Bibi Han smiled slightly. He hadn't killed yet, but was already thinking so much. First, he would deal with the big snake below. Fixing his gaze on the 10-headed sun snake that was constantly climbing up, Bibi Han immediately used the Haotian divine hammer and threw it with all his strength at the 10-headed sun snake. The hammerhead collided with the body of the 10-headed sun snake, causing a part of its body to cave in on the spot. It seemed that bone had shattered. After a series of anguished hisses from the snake, the 10-headed sun snake, enraged by the pain, crazily climbed upwards towards Bibi Han to attack. Bibi Han also called back the Haotian divine hammer, standing quietly in place waiting for it to come over. Watching the 10-headed fiery sun serpent that climbed up and rushed towards him with its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow him whole, Bibi Han smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased. No matter what kind of creature it was, the mouth was an extremely vulnerable part. With his hands and feet wrapped in golden armor, he stepped forward with his right foot, using his calf to exert force, causing the ground to crack. Using his waist as an axis, he swung the hammer back with all his might. With a bang, several teeth flew out along with the blood of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. The serpent let out a miserable scream, and part of its body was sent flying several meters by Bibi Han's strike. This blow also brought the 10-headed fiery sun serpent back to its senses from its rage, realizing that this guy in front of it was different from those it had chased or directly swallowed in the past. The 9 fleshy lumps behind it began to emit a golden red glow, launching an attack, and a fiery red beam suddenly shot out from its mouth, carrying a strong fishy smell, rapidly spraying towards Bibi Han. Bibi Han transformed the hammerhead of the Haotian hammer into a shield, blocking it in front of him. The flames were obstructed by the Haotian hammer, but the snake did not give up on spewing fire. The fiery red flames carried a hint of faint red mist, which spread on Bibi Han. A trace of pride flashed in the eyes of the 10-headed sun serpent that was breathing fire. However, Bibi Han's gaze was even more triumphant, as the powerful vitality contained within his body was completely unafraid of this bit of toxicity. The blue-silver domain was activated, and the domain skill, teleportation, was used. The original work didn't say that domain skills couldn't be used, right? Because Bibi Han absorbed a 95,000 year soul ring. His teleportation ability increased from 8 meters to 10 meters. After just a few teleports, he reached the head of the 10-headed sun serpent. Let me give you a symmetrical response. Bibi Han struck the right face of the 10-headed sun serpent again with a hammer. Still spewing fire, the bewildered 10-headed sun serpent was sent flying once more. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the hell road, and chunks of broken stones continuously fell into the blood river. Bibi Han teleported once again to the body of the 10-headed sun snake, striking at its vulnerable spot with relentless blows. He hammered down on the snake's weak point, making it as hard as iron with blow after blow. Top, top, top. Quack, quack, quack. The 10-headed sun snake kept wailing in agony. However, Bibi Han felt no sympathy. His immense strength even blew apart part of the snake's body. Just as he was about to strike again, suddenly, the 9 flesh lumps burst simultaneously, and 9 streams of golden red liquid shot out. Instead of shooting straight at him, the liquid arced upwards in front of him. The 9 streams merged in midair, and just as they were about to reach him, they suddenly paused. All the liquid simultaneously contracted into a small golden red ball the size of a fist, which then came crashing down towards him. Bibi Han's eyes widened in shock. As he sensed the threat of death from the small red ball, he quickly turned and aimed at the forehead of the 10-headed sun serpent, unleashing the purple extreme ray. The ray struck the serpent's head, leaving it a bit dazed. Seizing this brief moment, he activated the blue-silver domain, blue-silver wings, and soul bone armor. 7 pieces of soul bones appeared on Bibi Han, and he hurriedly teleported back to the serpent's head. Having read the original work, he knew very well that this was the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent, and if it exploded, even his soul bone armor wouldn't be able to withstand it. With a powerful strike, he smashed the serpent's eye, causing it to explode instantly. Bibi Han aimed to use the intense pain to disrupt the serpent's control over its inner core. and the force of this strike sent its head flying again. He teleported once more and delivered another blow to its other eye, which also burst, but with an even larger explosion. This hit was carefully calculated, with the direction of the force perfectly controlled. Finally, he unleashed the stacked 25 strikes of the chaotic cloak, teleporting to the direction the 10-headed sun serpent was flying towards, delivering a final blow to its head. The power of the 24 strikes combined with the 25 strikes caused the entire head of the 10-headed sun serpent to explode, along with part of its body. After completing all this, butI used teleportation and the blue-silver wings to teleport beneath the Hell Road, quickly making his escape. After flying a certain distance, and sensing that no explosion had occurred, butI cautiously peeked out from beneath the Hell Road and flew back towards the body of the 10-headed sun serpent. On the Hell Road, the serpent's body was a gruesome sight. Its entire head was gone, with blood and chunks of flesh splattered on the rear part of its body. And the 7-inch section was completely destroyed. In one word, it was tragic. Compared to the original text, this serpent's corpse retained most of its form, but it had endured far more pain. However, that was not the most important part. The most crucial detail was that the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent was quietly floating there, radiating a red glow. butI caught it with one hand and placed it into the soul guide. The cultivation level of this snake was unclear, but Ma Hongjuan's 6th soul ring was 40,000 years, exceeding that so-called master's theory by 20,000 years. Since this could serve as a 7th soul ring, the energy it contained should be equivalent to that of a 60,000 or 70,000 year soul ring, and it could also allow for the evolution of the martial soul. Then, looking at the snake's corpse, he thought, 70,000 years, such high-level soul beast meat is something I rarely eat. Since that's the case, I'll pack it up and take it with me. butI smashed the body of the 10-headed sun serpent into several parts and stored them in his storage ring. After organizing everything, he looked at the road ahead and remembered that aside from a hellish road a few hundred meters long, there were no other dangers. Since that was the case, he decided not to waste any more time. As for whether this would disappoint the Shura god, butI didn't care at all. He was planning to devour Nar later anyway. So what did it matter about the Shura god position? With his blue-silver wings spread, he flew forward. Chapter 75. Big gift. At the same time, butI killed the 10-headed sun serpent in a magnificent palace somewhere in the divine realm. A tall figure clad in dark red armor suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise in them. Leaning back on a gigantic blood-red skull throne, he murmured, "Is there actually someone who can kill the 10-headed sun serpent without relying on soul skills? Let me see who you really are." The Shura god used his divine power to understand the details. It turned out that he had used flight ability and domain skills, which was somewhat clever. Then he looked further. This kid actually didn't kill the dark golden bat in the first level, but flew straight past it. Unacceptable. As one of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm, the Shura god held the power of judgment, and the chosen inheritor had to be exceptionally outstanding, without any flaws. In his eyes, butI not killing the dark golden 3-headed bat was a flaw. However, his talent was indeed powerful. He had reached Soul Emperor at 14 years old and was a twin martial soul, plus he had a bloodline connection with that little guy Tang San. Forget it. Considering how outstanding you are, as long as you are willing to walk through the subsequent challenges, I can still consider you. The Shura god knew everything about butI's experiences in the Killing City through replay, whether it was the massacre or the self-condensation of soul rings, or the soul bone armor. All of these were enough to catch the Shura god's attention. Thus, he decided to think it over again. But the next scene completely disappointed the Shura god, as butI flew straight past without actually walking. The apparent test on the Hell Road was the dark golden 3-headed bat and the 10-headed sun serpent, but the hidden test was about 1's character. The deeper one went on the Hell Road, the closer they got to the Blood River, and the fierce aura of the Blood River had a huge impact on 1's character, which was precisely the test set by the Shura god. If he were to wield slaughter in the future, his heart must be extremely resolute, and butI's escape by flying did not test this, leading the Shura god to completely lose hope and give up on butI. Even if butI came back here seeking divinity in the future, the Shura god estimated he would only give him a grade 8, allowing him to become a high priest. butI was obviously unaware of this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What butI cared about now was to quickly leave this place and go home. 1 minute later, butI finally reached the end of the Hell Road, and what met his eyes was a sea of blood red, formed over thousands of years by the blood of countless fallen beings from the hellish slaughter ground. In the center of the ocean, at a height of 1,000 meters, there was a glimmer of light. He focused his gaze, and it was an oval light curtain formed by white light. Undoubtedly, that was the exit. Looking at the blood river below, if you remember correctly, in the original work, Tang San had thrown the blood-colored swan kiss into this blood river, destroying the killing city and allowing some fallen beings to escape and develop wildly afterward. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of anger. He wondered if that kid's character was still like in the original work. I want to take your celestial herb, just to test whether you are still as hypocritical, greedy, and selfish as in the original work. If so, then whether it's the blue-silver emperor or the god of slaughter's domain in the killing city, it has nothing to do with you. Go out. butI's gaze turned towards the exit, and with a swoosh, he darted into the white light curtain. Once inside the light curtain, butI felt as if his body had entered a mysterious world, surrounded by a vast expanse of white void, while the blue-silver wings behind him automatically retracted into his body. butI gradually lost himself in this vast white world, slowly closing his eyes. Murmuring God of killing domain, it's in my grasp. Just as butI was sinking into a deeper sleep, a sound echoed in his mind. 5th package, 6th package arriving. Please accept, host. He slightly opened his eyes and then closed them again. Has it finally arrived? Time seemed to pass without notice, and butI slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in a dense patch of grass, with the Qian hammer appearing in his hand. White patterns had emerged on the hammer's head, resembling a bat. God of killing domain. butI's eyes turned blood red. An overwhelming killing intent spread around him. With just a casual wave, he created tremendous power within the domain. Exuding intimidating. All living beings within it shifted from fear to reverence after experiencing butI's thunderous yet minor strike, as if they were bowing to a terrifying tyrant. That strike had little actual power, but the momentum was genuinely strong. By enhancing his own aura, boosting his strength, and weakening his enemy's power, was this the domain of the god of slaughter? Finally, it was not in vain. butI forced a stiff smile, then his expression tightened. He needed to turn it off quickly, or he would lose control of his killing intent. After killing so many people in the city of slaughter, even if butI didn't want to think about it, the thought of killing always surfaced in his mind. After shutting down the god of slaughter domain, butI activated the blue-silver domain to clear his mind and scout the surroundings, loudly declaring, Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gui, how long are you going to hide? I have prepared a big gift for both of you. Little Han, your strength has increased quite a bit, and your perception has become so sharp. Some sharp voices came from behind the hillside. 2 shadows darted out and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before butI. Little guy, I didn't expect you to come out in just a year and a half, even earlier than His Holiness the Pope by half a year. However, the expression of Ju Douluo turned serious. How many people did you actually kill in there? This killing intent is even clinging to your body. I didn't count, but it should be quite a lot. All right, Ju Hua, what does it matter to you how many people Little Han has killed? Old ghost, can't you give me some face in front of Little Han? Don't call me Ju Hua. butI smiled faintly, looking at the sun again, and it was really nice to see these 2 elders flirting with each other. Grandpa Ju, Grandpa Gui, this is the gift I just mentioned for both of you. butI took out 2 glowing objects from the soul guide and handed them to them. Soul bones. Ju Douluo's eyes brightened, and his voice trembled a bit. Ju Douluo always wanted soul bones. After working hard his whole life, he hadn't obtained a single one. Besides his lackluster strength among the titled Douluo, the more important issue was that the Spirit Hall didn't have any soul bones suitable for him. Xiaogang, are you really planning to give these to us? butI nodded, thanking the 2 elders for their care when he was young. This 40,000-year-old plant-type soul bone should be very suitable for Grandpa Ju, and this 40,000-year-old strength-type right arm bone is suitable for Grandpa Gui. The expression of Ghost Douluo under the mask couldn't be discerned, but it was certain that he was extremely happy. As the #1 agile attack soul master in the world, his speed was beyond doubt, ranking first in assassination. However, his attack power was too weak, which was a hard flaw, as he couldn't inflict much damage on opponents of the same rank title Douluo. After hesitating for a moment, Ghost Douluo said, Xiaogang, this soul bone is also very suitable for you. Why not keep it for yourself? No need, Grandpa Gui, I already have enough soul bones. Grandpa Ju's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, You have 6 soul bones, all full? butI nodded. Where did you get so many soul bones? Grandpa Yu, in a place like the Slaughter City, which has been inherited for thousands of years and where countless people die every day, could it possibly lack soul bones? I've slaughtered all the fallen who possessed soul bones in the Slaughter City and even made a deal with the King of Slaughter. This means you've taken all the resources from the Slaughter City. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Zhu Gue Douluo was both surprised and deeply moved. The fact that Bibi Dong could share this with him meant he had complete trust in the two of them. As subordinates, nothing is more important than the boss's trust in oneself. They had silently decided that if Bibi Dong became the Pope in the future, they would do their utmost to assist him. All right, you two grandfathers, go ahead and absorb the soul bone. I'll protect you here. Xiaogang. The most important thing right now is for you to control your killing intent quickly. Don't worry, Grandpa Zhu, I have a head soul bone and the blue silver domain. As long as my emotional reactions aren't too intense, the killing intent won't go out of control. You two hurry up and absorb it. All right. Zhu Gue Douluo no longer hesitated, sitting cross-legged and beginning to absorb the soul bone with both hands. Bibi Dong opened the 5th and 6th gift packs. And when she saw the gifts in these 2 packs, her eyes widened. 5th gift pack, Soul Ring Year Limit Enhancement Method, 5 Elements Poison Scripture, Douluo version. 6th gift pack, Reversal Card. Reversal Card can restore any person or area to its appearance from a year ago. P.S. The protagonist's final external aid has arrived. Thanks to the readers for your 2 monthly tickets. Chapter 76, Bibi Dong returns, cleaning up the flies. An hour later, both elders had absorbed their soul bones. Douluo laughed. Ha, old ghost. I finally have soul bone too. Old chrysanthemum, what are you so happy about? You should thank Xiaogang. Bibi Dong smiled faintly and said there was no need to thank her. By the way, Grandpa Zhu, is there someone named Zhu Zhuqing who has joined the Spirit Hall? Douluo thought for a moment and said, Zhu Zhuqing, it seems like no, right, old ghost? Gue Mei thought for a while and replied, I don't think I've heard that name before. It sounded like a girl's name. Xiaogang, are you interested in her? Douluo raised his eyebrows, looking quite gossipy. It's nothing, just someone I admire, Bibi Han said nonchalantly. Zhu Zhuqing's identity could be seen through her martial spirit. If she had joined the Spirit Hall, Zhu and Gei wouldn't have been unaware, which meant that Zhu Zhuqing really hadn't come to the Spirit Hall. If Bibi Han had heard this news before entering, he would have felt very disappointed, but now it didn't matter. After living in the city of slaughter for a year and a half, Bibi Han's temperament had changed significantly. He no longer cared about anyone other than Tang San for Shrek. Previously, Bibi Han was primarily good-hearted. For example, during the first trial at the Spirit Academy, if that Soul King had decided to repent and go to the Spirit Hall's prison for reformation, he might have even let that guy off the hook. But now, if Bibi Han encountered such a person, he wouldn't bother saying a word and would kill him directly. Repentance? Go to hell and repent. After several days of travel and half a day's journey, Bibi Han finally approached the Spirit City. Outside the city, he saw a stunning girl with long silver hair, like a fairy, standing quietly at the gate waiting. Next to her, a large group of Spirit Hall members stood by, admiring her. One member of the Spirit Hall said, What do you think the Holy Maiden is doing standing here? It's been several days, from morning till night. Another replied, Who knows? As long as we can see the Holy Maiden, that's enough. Her beauty is truly like a goddess from the heavens. Superficial, a bunch of perverts. Instead of training hard, they're just thinking about these things. I bet the Holy Maiden is definitely standing here for the sake of practicing a special skill, someone commented. At that moment, Nar moved, her little face filled with joy as she looked toward the sky in the distance and ran off quickly. Bibi Han flew quickly and then slowly landed, while Nar also gradually came to a stop. Once on the ground, Bibi Han and Nar faced each other, and they just stared at each other without either of them speaking first. Bibi Han's eyes were filled with affection, and his stiff face tried its best to form a seemingly normal smile. It had been over a year and a half since they last parted ways, and the two finally met again. 12-year-old Nar had grown taller, reaching Bibi Han's shoulders, her skin as fair as snow, and her previously flat figure had transformed into a delicate one. Her long silver hair hung straight down, and she wore a stunning silver palace dress that complemented her figure perfectly, with a face that seemed sculpted by the heavens and an ethereal quality. She looked like a fairy from a painting, beautiful and somewhat dreamlike. After a moment, Bibi Han gently said, Nar, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, Nar threw herself in his arms, crying, Big brother, I missed you so much, boo-hoo. I was really worried when I heard you went to the city of slaughter. I was so afraid you wouldn't come back. Gently patting Nar's little head, he softly replied, Don't say such silly things. How could a small place like the city of slaughter be difficult for me? Wiping away her tears, he added, All right, little girl, stop crying. You're all grown up now. And Big Brother brought back a lot of gifts. Let's go home. Are there gifts for me? Of course. butI Han took Na's hand, just like in the past, and walked back to the Spear Hall. The two were overjoyed to reunite after a long separation, but countless hearts were shattered. A group of young soul masters at the entrance of the Spirit Hall looked at butI Han with eyes that seemed to want to kill him, as if he had murdered their parents. Seeing the crowd blocking his way, viewing him as the enemy who killed their fathers, butI Han had no expression on his face. He directly put his arm around Na's waist and leaped over their heads. Throughout this process, Na remained nestled in his embrace, her face flushed and silent. butI Han's actions directly ignited the fuse for these fantasy youths. With their goddess, she flirted and even jumped over them, trampling on their faces. The old butI Han would never have acted this way. She would have at least given them some face, but now it was all forgotten. One person stepped forward and said, "Who are you to dare to insult the holy maiden? Such a crime deserves punishment." Others exclaimed, "That's Jing Yuan, a super genius who reached the Soul Emperor level at just 28 years old. If it weren't for his age, he would definitely be part of this generation's golden elite." butI Han had no interest in Jing Yuan's words and directly turned her back on him, allowing him to experience it slowly. "You bastard! How dare you ignore me? Do you have the ability to stay away from the holy maiden? Let's have a competition. Do you dare?" A group of people started to stir. Hearing these words, butI Han stopped and said to Na, "My Na's charm is truly great." Na blushed and lowered her head, saying, "I don't know why he keeps bothering me. I don't even know him." Soul masters generally have good hearing, and since Na didn't lower her voice, everyone around heard it. Some looked at Jing Yuan with sympathetic eyes. Upon hearing this, Jing Yuan felt like he received a critical hit. A year ago, after returning from training and meeting the Holy Maiden, he had deeply fallen for Na, constantly thinking about winning her over. Thus, he launched a fierce pursuit, but due to his status, they had only met a few times. Now, hearing Na say she didn't even know him was pitiful, Jing Yuan's face turned red, and he angrily said, Do you dare to accept my challenge?" butI Dong squinted slightly, realizing that it was impossible to deal with some annoying flies without taking action. Nair stepped back to Elder Ju's side. As her elder brother wanted to send some people away, Nair looked around, wondering where Elder Ju was. Ju Douluo didn't hide anymore and appeared beside Nair. Elder, the soul masters from the Spirit Hall around them saw Ju Douluo and all knelt down on one knee in salute. After Jing Yuan stood up, he cast a wary glance at butI Dong. He certainly wasn't a fool. The fact that butI Dong could summon Ju Douluo indicated that her status in the Spirit Hall was very high. He thought that he must be gentle in his actions later, trying not to hurt anyone if possible. After all, a titled Douluo was someone he could not afford to offend. butI said lightly, "Come on, hurry up." Upon hearing this, a teasing look appeared in Jing Yuan's eyes. "Let's go to the arena. You should know that Spirit Hall City doesn't allow private fights on the streets." "Of course I know. Who says a competition has to involve fighting? Hurry up and summon your spirit. And don't say I won unfairly. You dare to underestimate me?" Blood Soul Axe. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black lights appeared, a standard configuration on Jing Yuan. "I want to see how you can defeat me without making a move." "Simple." butI Han gestured with his cold hands. 10 seconds. "If you can hold out for 10 seconds, I'll consider you the winner." "You. All right. I want to see how you can defeat me in 10 seconds. Everyone, step back a bit. I don't want to hurt you later." After seeing the people around retreat to a safe distance, butI Han said, "It's starting." He suddenly opened his closed eyes, unleashing the god of death domain. As his voice fell, an immense and violent blood-red killing intent enveloped Jing Yuan, a terrifying aura shaking all those around him, as if they were witnessing a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Ju Douluo was somewhat stunned. My goodness, such a terrifying aura. How many people has Xiaogang killed? And his strength has increased too much. Na looked at the blood-red, killing intent, feeling a sense of familiarity, and a silver light flashed in her eyes. 8 seconds later, butI Han closed the domain. Jing Yuan, already intimidated by the killing intent, dared not move, trembling all over and drenched in cold sweat. Then, butI Han casually waved his hand, sending a gust of wind crashing into Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan fell to the ground on the spot, too afraid to get up. He opened the domain for 8 seconds and knocked Jing Yuan down for 2 seconds, totaling 10 seconds. He then told the people behind him, "Quickly give him some mental treatment to avoid any aftereffects." At that moment, the inspection team from the Spear Hall arrived, ready to take away those who had violated the rules by fighting privately. The captain of the enforcement team looked at butI Han and was momentarily stunned. He knelt on one knee, wanting to reveal butI Han's identity. "Uncle Luo," butI Han called out. The captain of the enforcement team raised his head. butI Han placed his index finger on his lips, shaking his head. The captain understood immediately, refraining from disclosing butI Han's identity, but still saluted. The other members of the enforcement team, though somewhat confused, followed their captain's lead in saluting. The captain of the enforcement team was one of the 3 soul saints who had once protected butI Han, the one with the savage lion martial soul. The crowd watching all this was stunned. Who exactly is he? Captain Luo actually saluted him. I wonder if he is the son of some elder? The crowd murmured. But no one thought of the son of the spirit hall. butI Han was simply too low-key. Afterward, butI Han took Nar's little hand and walked towards the Hall of Pope. Later, the news spread that the saintess of the spirit hall had been defeated by a mysterious young man who had completely defeated Jing Yuan without using his martial soul. This left the younger generation of the spirit hall both shocked and heartbroken. Chapter 77, I want to hold Nar's hand as I walked into the Hall of Pope. butI Dong was sitting at the main seat, handling administrative affairs, looking very busy. Mom, I'm back. Very good. You've come out of the city of slaughter completely intact. A smile appeared on butI Dong's face as her gaze swept over butI Han, revealing a look of astonishment. Nar, you go out for a moment. Yes, teacher. After Nar left, butI Dong's expression turned serious. Honor, you need to quickly learn to restrain your killing intent. butI Dong is a goddess of death, extremely sensitive to killing intent. Although in the past few days, butI Han used the blue-silver domain to eliminate the tangible killing intent on his body. butI Dong still noticed it at a glance, and the violent killing intent possessed by butI Han was even comparable to hers. Once in the city of slaughter, she had killed several thousand people, and after becoming the Pope, her decisive actions in killing further cultivated her killing intent to such an extent. It is unimaginable how many people this kid must have killed since coming out of the city of slaughter. Don't worry, Mom. I can still control it. I have something to give you. After saying this, butI Han waved his hand casually, and the entire Pope's hall lit up completely, with over 200 soul bones floating in the hall, emitting various kinds of brilliance. Seeing this scene, butI Dong was utterly stunned. butI Han Jiao called out, Nar, come in. I have something good to show you. When Nar entered and saw the shining scene, she exclaimed in surprise, wow, so beautiful, so many soul bones. However, after saying this, Nar's expression of surprise changed, and deep within her heart, she seemed to be extremely angry. A flash of silver light flickered in her eyes. butI Han walked over Nar and said, Nar, this is the gift I prepared for you. Do you like it? Nar looked at butI Han and seemed to sense an aura that made her angry, a deep-seated feeling of disgust rising within her, causing her expression to change. However, her affection for butI Han still prevailed, and she gently asked, Big brother, where did all these soul bones come from? butI Han keenly noticed the expression on Nar's face and thought to himself, it seems Nar's true nature is about to awaken, and that sense of disgust must be caused by the killing god domain I possess. With this thought, butI Han felt a bit anxious inside. His current strength was still far from enough. He gently patted Nar on the head and said softly, Don't worry, Nar. These were not obtained by Big Brother from killing soul beasts, but were taken. Upon hearing this, Nar's inner displeasure diminished significantly. butI Dong also recovered from her shock and asked him where these soul bones came from. butI Dong then repeated what she wanted to say to Zhu Guai Douluo. She continued, Not only have I obtained a soul bone, but I have also completed a technique called the condensation ring method. Condensation ring method? They echoed. butI Dong waved his hand, and a white soul ring appeared in his hand. He then sat cross-legged and placed the soul ring on himself. Under his guidance, the color of the soul ring constantly changed to yellow. After opening his eyes, he exclaimed, Mom, this is the condensation ring method. It condenses a 10-year soul ring and then puts it on oneself. During the continuous enhancement of the soul ring, one can also feel the pressure their body can withstand and achieve the maximum soul ring age that their body can bear. Only with a strong body can you handle even a 100,000-year soul ring. Then, butI Dong released the Qian divine hammer martial soul, and the 10,000-year soul ring on the hammer emitted a powerful aura. Originally, the condensation ring method that butI Dong had condensed did not have this effect. But after reviewing the methods for enhancing soul ring ages and combining both, he improved and upgraded the condensation ring method. butI Dong watched this scene, feeling a bit dazed. This method shattered the worldview she had held for so long. But no matter how shocked she was extremely happy. This was a technique created by her child, enhancing the strength of the spirit hall. Good, very good. Mom really didn't know what words to use to describe your talent, to be able to research and develop such a technique. butI Dong did not take all the credit. Mom, I can only be considered a practitioner of the theory. because this method was completed with the help of the Silver King of the Blue-Silver Forest and the Golden Finger. The Blue-Silver Forest? It seems that the Silver King has indeed helped our Spirit Hall a lot. This way, our Spirit Hall 1T have to hunt soul beasts anymore. Upon hearing this, Naer felt an immense happiness in her heart for some reason. All her anger disappeared, and her fondness for Bibi Han grew even stronger. She excitedly hugged Bibi Han's neck, bouncing up and down. Big brother, you're amazing. Ahem. Bibi Dong coughed to remind Bibi Han and Naer to be mindful of their surroundings. The two quickly separated, and Naer's face turned as red as an apple. Then, Bibi Han tossed large amounts of gold soul coins from the City of Slaughter into the treasury of the Spirit Hall, and took out some gold and silver jewelry for Naer to choose from, saying she could take as much as she wanted. He also wrote down the book on the ring condensation method to show those old fellows whose worldviews were all shattered. As for the method to improve the years of soul rings, Bibi Han did not bring it out, because that method carries significant risks if something goes wrong. The soul ring could disappear directly, so Bibi Han planned to try it himself first before teaching them. 2 days later, at the gates of the Spirit Hall, Naer and Bibi Han were here again. Naer pouted, "Big brother, you just came back and now you're leaving again. I have no choice. Big brother must go to the Moon Pavilion to learn to control killing intent. Otherwise, if Big brother goes crazy, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall will suffer." Naer was not someone who lacked understanding. Although she understood, she still said unhappily, "Then Big brother, are you going to meet Sister Shui?" "Of course. I have to see her." Naer hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Then does Big brother like Sister Shui, or what does he like Naer?" Looking at Naer's anxious eyes, Bibi Han hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and said, "I like both." Upon hearing this answer, Naer immediately became angry. "No, Big brother can only like me. I belong to Naer alone." Bibi Han said with a heartfelt tone, "Naer, I'm sorry. If I had to choose one, I really couldn't." Naer, with tears in her eyes, said aggrievedly, "Does Big brother not like me?" "Naer, if Sister Shui doesn't like me, then I will definitely only like you. But I can assure you that Sister Shui must have me in her heart. If I really had to choose one, then with both of your personalities, you two would definitely fight to the death in the future. And I like both of you, so I want both." This made Naer completely furious, as she repeatedly pounded her small fist against his chest, saying, "Big brother is so greedy, liking both and wanting both. Notrimar I promissa. In the future, I will only ever like both of you, and there will absolutely be no third woman, okay?" After saying this, Bibi Han hugged Naer tightly again. After a while, Naer spoke up, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "Big brother absolutely must not like anyone else. Naer only accepts Sister Shui, and only allows Sister Shui. If there is anyone else, Naer will kill that flirtatious fox." By the end, Naer's tone had already turned murderous. "Okay, I promise." He always managed to calm the little girl down. Now only Qian Renxue remained. Hey, Qian Renxue was just as proud, and unlike Naer, she wasn't so easy to fool. "Anyway, I have already decided. I want both, and no one can stop me. The Constitution of the Summer Kingdom? Sorry, Bibi Han hasn't broken any laws at all. Naer is not human, so marrying both isn't illegal either." Bibi Dong kissed Naer on the forehead and then spread his blue-silver wings, ready to leave. Naer was quite shy about this action and said, "Big brother, come back quickly." With a loud shout, the ghost grandpa left. The target, Sunset Forest. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Tang San, whether we are enemies or friends depends on this. Chapter 78. Douluo. The Sunset Forest is not far from the Heaven-Do Empire. It is not one of the 3 major soul beast gathering places, and its fame on the Douluo continent is far less than that of places like the Stardo Forest. However, for travelers, this forest is a true treasure land, because it houses the Eye of Ice and Fire, a must-visit place for millions of travelers. At this moment, Bibi Dong had already arrived above the forest. The Sunset Forest is not large, and it's easy to find a place to activate the blue-silver domain with a patch of poisonous mist. The ghost Douluo released his aura to drive away any soul beast that lacked vision and asked, "Little Han, what are you doing here?" "Ghost Grandpa, I'm looking for a place that is extremely important to our Spirit Hall. There are many precious herbs there." While flying, he searched. Before long, Bibi Dong discovered a patch of poisonous mist and flew towards it, found it. As he landed, a dense green poisonous formation appeared before the two. This poison? It seems to be from Douluo. Why did Douluo set up a poison formation here? Because behind this is Douluo's home. The things we are looking for are right here with Douluo. I didn't expect that Douluo would hide in such a place. Are we going to kill him and seize the treasure? Bibi Han nodded. It might be needed, or it might not. Xiaogang, I'll take you in. This poison is too strong. Even if Soul Douluo stays for a minute, he would die without a doubt. Old ghost, my body is immune to this kind of poison. Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong relied on his own complete immunity to most poisons to rush into the poison formation. Ghost Douluo, on the other hand, entered due to his powerful rank of title Douluo. Upon entering the poison formation, Bibi Dong discovered a hidden world inside. It was a dense forest, with a hill about 500 meters high standing out prominently. The ice and fire yin-yang, I was most likely located behind that hill. Without a moment's hesitation, he took flight and swiftly swept across the mountain path, reaching the summit. As he looked closely, a funnel-shaped depression came into view. At the edge of the depression, thick hot air was faintly rising from the bottom. The air was humid. From afar, two colors of light, red and blue, shimmered within, and there were no fluctuations of soul power. He thought of Douluo, realizing that since the poison was resolved, there was no need for him to stay in the ice and fire yin-yang all the time. Upon descending to the valley floor, Bibi Dong finally saw the full view of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The hot spring was not large, but it was divided into two sections. In an oval-shaped pool, the milky white and bright red spring waters were clearly separated, each maintaining its own side without encroaching on the other. The surroundings of the pool were already empty. Bibi Dong did not mind this at all. He would collect all the divine herbs. There was nothing strange about it. If he had come here first, he would have left nothing behind either. Ghost Douluo exclaimed, I can't believe there is such a place in this world. Little cold. You said there are many herbs here, but I didn't notice. It's all just seeds around. Bibi Dong replied, Don't worry, old ghost. Once Douluo arrives, the herbs will naturally grow here. Then Bibi Dong sat down in the ice and fire yin-yang to begin his cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was an excellent place for soul masters to cultivate. In this environment, Bibi Dong's cultivation speed could even rival that of absorbing energy in the blood pool of the Slaughter City, because the energy around was so abundant. However, he couldn't cultivate for too long, as the energy was also excessively violent. A few days were fine. On the other side, Douluo was guiding Yin in her cultivation, preparing for the elite soul master competition of the entire continent in 6 months, and he had no plans to return home anytime soon. A week later, Bibi Dong opened his eyes during his cultivation because Douluo had returned to the valley. A few hours earlier, under Douluo's guidance, Yin had finally broken through to level 40. Originally, Douluo wanted to take Yin to obtain a spirit ring, but his granddaughter refused, saying she wanted to go with Qian and the others. After not seeing her boyfriend for a week, Yin naturally missed him greatly, and then she left, which made Douluo so angry that he wanted to beat up Qian. Afterward, with nothing to do, Douluo decided to go home for a look, only to find that a few small thieves had run into his house as he was about to enter. As a title Douluo naturally felt that his authority was being challenged, so he shouted, Who dares to intrude upon my territory? Bibi Dong and Ghost looked up at the figure standing on the cliff above the valley, arms behind his back, looking down at them with disdain. The imposing aura was impressive. Old Ghost was giving him some face to let him show off. You can break through my poison formation. That shows you have some skill. But unfortunately, you shouldn't have come to this place. This is my home, and you dare to enter here? Today, let me show you what a title Douluo is. Dying at the hands of a title Douluo is an honor for you. Douluo's voice, mixed with the fluctuation of soul power, pressed down towards the two in the valley. Then he stepped down from the cliff, one step at a time. With each step, a soul ring fell. 9 rings descended, fully revealing the aura of a title Douluo. Finally, Douluo fell from the sky, floating above Bibi Dong and Ghost Douluo at the Eye of Ice and Fire, still with his eyes closed. His tone was light, yet carried an undeniable meaning. How do you want to die? Watching this scene, Bibi Dong felt somewhat speechless. This aura seemed to surpass Tang Hao's. Old Ghost, capture him. Hee, old poison, you have quite the guts, daring to act like this in front of me. And you've even broken through to level 92? Not bad. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Douluo quickly opened his eyes in panic and exclaimed, Ghost? How is it you? He hurriedly summoned his soul power to use his soul skills, but it was too late. While Douluo was showing off, Ghost Douluo was already prepared. The 9th soul ring lit up, and the 9th soul skill, Ghostly Apparition, activated. Black hands emerged from the ground and grabbed Douluo, who had no strength left to resist. Old poison, I advise you not to struggle. If I want, a single thought will cause these hands to explode, and you'll turn to ashes. Douluo, hearing this, stopped his frantic kicking, looking somewhat dejected. Kill or torture me. It's up to you. Who said we were going to kill you? I just want to ask you a question. Bibi Dong spoke. Douluo looked at Bibi Dong with extreme surprise. Soul Emperor? He's barely stronger than that little monster. How is that possible? Let me introduce myself. My name is Bibi Dong, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? You are the rumored Holy Son of the Spirit Hall? I didn't expect Bibi Dong to have a son, and such a talented one at that. Ask quickly. If it's about me joining the Spirit Hall, I would rather die than comply. Bibi Dong didn't intend to explain anything to Douluo, but said, I want to ask you how Tang San cured your poison. Did he give you an immortal herb? You know that little monster. Douluo felt a crisis. This Holy Son of the Spirit Hall actually knew Tang San, and even knew that Tang San cured his poison. Did that mean everything about him was under the control of the Spirit Hall? Was Tang San's life in danger? I didn't expect your intelligence network to be this advanced. You've discovered that Tang San is Tang Hao's son, right? I advise you not to have any thoughts about him. You should know that back then. Shut up, old poison. Do you want to die? Ghost Douluo immediately interrupted, appearing particularly angry. Douluo looked unconcerned and chuckled. I already said, kill or torture, feel free. In any case, Tang San will help me take revenge in the future. Bai Han appeared somewhat impatient, wondering where all this nonsense was coming from. I just want to ask you, how did Tang San help you detoxify? Douluo closed his eyes, clearly not intending to speak, looking as if he was ready to welcome death. Chapter 19, Douluo's breakdown. Bibi Han's dissonant sink Douluo likitis. Bibi Han suppressed the rain in his heart. Let me ask you, did Tang San tell you to concentrate all the poison into your soul bone to solve your toxicity? Hearing this, the suicidal Douluo immediately opened his eyes, incredibly shocked. How do you know that? I'm sorry, I can't answer your question just yet. Let me ask you, did Tang San give you a piece of immortal herb? Douluo looked confused. Immortal herb? What's that? It's the medicinal herbs that grow from these seeds on the ground. After saying this, Bai Han felt extremely nervous and was eager to hear a positive answer. However, Douluo replied, no, I haven't eaten any. Upon hearing this, Bai Han's expression was filled with disappointment, a kind of disappointment that meant he was completely ready to give up on a person, in a tone filled with loss. He said, you haven't eaten any? Haha, you haven't eaten any. Tang San, you're still just like in the original work. My appearance has not changed anything for you. Douluo saw other meanings in Bai Han's expression and asked, Bai Han, what exactly do you want to say? Glancing at Douluo, he said, Douluo, while injecting the poison into the soul bone can solve your toxicity, have you considered that the soul bone also has a limit to its capacity? What will you do when the soul bone is full and can no longer contain the poison? What? The soul bone has a capacity limit. Otherwise, everything has a limit to its capacity. Even water vapor, when compressed into water, can only be compressed to a certain extent before it turns into high-density ice. How can you compress high-density ice further? It's the same principle. When the poison in the soul bone reaches a point where it can no longer be compressed, what do you do then? If you don't believe me, I have a piece of 1,000-year soul bone here that you can try. Saying this, Bai Han took out a piece of 1,000-year soul bone from his soul guide and showed it to Douluo. Douluo believed Bai Han's words and did not reach out to take it because he did not think a person from the Spirit Hall would deliberately deceive him and even give him a piece of soul bone, especially with reason and evidence. Douluo smiled bitterly, his eyes filled with despair. It seems that heaven has abandoned my Douluo family. Well, let me see hope. It's followed by despair. Seeing this scene, Bai Han said lightly, old ghost, let go. Douluo can't cause us any harm. After Ghost Douluo released Douluo, he sealed several of Douluo's acupoints, preventing him from using his soul power. At this moment, Bai Han added, actually, there's another way. Douluo, already in despair, brightened up and rushed to Bai Han's side. Tell me, please tell me. I will do anything you ask. I will tell you, but before that, let me show you something. Bai Han took out a book from the Soul Guide and handed it to Douluo. The book was titled Encyclopedia of Immortal Herbs. Douluo hesitated for a moment and said, can you tell me first? Then I'll look at the book. You should read the book first. It also contains methods to solve your severe poison, but it's only applicable to you. Upon hearing this, Douluo began to flip through the book. The first page showed a picture of an immortal herb called miraculous chrysanthemum. It seems I have this herb called miraculous chrysanthemum in my medicinal garden. Ghost Douluo also said, isn't this the martial soul of the old chrysanthemum? Keep looking, don't speak yet. There's more surprising content ahead. Douluo turned to the second page, which introduced the miraculous chrysanthemum, a neutral immortal grade herb, Consuming it can enhance one's luck, circulate blood through the 8 meridians, and can cultivate an indestructible body. How is that possible? A single herb has such a great effect? This book must be fake. Douluo's first reaction upon seeing this was disbelief. Ghost Daw said impatiently, "Old poison, let me tell you, everything recorded here is true. Why did the Chrysanthemum clan join the Spirit Hall? It was to seek these immortal herbs with the strength of the Spirit Hall. But I didn't expect you would have some. What? It's actually true." Looking at the book again, a feeling of extreme unease emerged in Douluo's heart. He continued to flip through, his hands trembling more and more. Qingluo tulip, elegant and noble. Consuming it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of sun and moon. Immune to all poisons, fragrant and miraculous immortal great herb. After consumption, one can gain a body immune to all poisons. Upon seeing this page, Douluo completely broke down, tears streaming down his face as he began to wail and roll on the ground. This scene left Ghost Douluo dumbfounded. Was this still the infamous title Douluo, Douluo known for killing without blinking an eye? Standing by the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, butI Han, quietly observing the water of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, appeared extremely calm in the face of this scene. If you understood Douluo's life, you would likely not find his behavior puzzling. Douluo was reclusive by nature, having no friends even after 70 years. He spent his whole life searching for a way to solve the poison of the Douluo family, yet he found nothing. He had finally found the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, but could only barely suppress the poison and extend his life by a few years, still enduring inhuman pain. It was only when Tang San came along that Douluo saw hope. Later, Tang San became a friend across generations, his first friend. One could say Douluo would go to great lengths for Tang San, genuinely considering him a brother. However, Tang San treated Douluo without any bottom line, deceiving and tricking him. With so many useful immortal herbs, Tang San only shared a few with the Shrek 7 monsters, keeping the rest for himself. Even giving Douluo and his granddaughter a piece of high-grade herb that wasn't an immortal herb would have sufficed, but he didn't do that at all. Douluo suffered such deception, combined with years of accumulated pain, leading to his complete breakdown. butI Han was also thoroughly disappointed in Tang San, a meticulous mind that mastered the poison classics. How could Tang San not know how to solve the poison in Douluo? butI Han was certain Tang San must know, yet Tang San did not act on it. As for why, the future of who would inherit the ice and fire Yin-Yang, I would explain everything. A future where Douluo helped Tang San multiple times, guided him, and treated him like a brother, yet all Tang San returned was deceit. Such a person made butI Han feel ashamed to be called his brother. Tang San was unworthy. Everyone should be well aware of what kind of person Tang San is in the original work, not to mention anything else. He is the culprit who has caused the common people of the continent to suffer for tens of thousands of years, and for this alone. No matter how many times Tang San dies, it would not be enough to atone for his sins. butI Han looked up at the sky and said, "Tang San, from today onwards, butI Han, have no ties with you anymore." Watching the still rolling Douluo, butI Han finally couldn't hold back. Unconsciously activating the killing god's domain. "Shut up. Do you really want to die?" Upon sensing butI Han's killing intent, Douluo sat up, his eyes devoid of any desire for life, and said, "Kill me. I have no attachments to this world anymore. Can you leave my soul bone to my granddaughter, Douluo, so she never has to marry, relying on this soul bone until her natural death?" Hearing this, butI Han calmed down, and the killing god's domain was retracted. Then butI Han took out a card, his 6th gift pack, the reversal card. Using it would restore everything in this area to the state it was in a year ago. As soon as he finished speaking, the card in butI Han's hand emitted an incredibly dazzling golden light, causing the 3 to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the scene in front of them stunned all 3. Originally empty, the surroundings of the ice and fire 2i were now filled with all kinds of rare flowers and herbs, exuding a strong medicinal fragrance, with some treasured herbs from the Spirit Hall on the outskirts. "What is this?" Douluo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "How is this possible? Xiaogang, how did you do it? Can Ghost Grandpa keep it a secret?" The ghost nodded, as everyone has their own secrets, and he had no need to pry. Chapter 80. Douluo's return home. "Douluo, I can help you solve the poison in your family. But there is one condition. You must swear absolute loyalty to the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately replied, "As long as what you said is true, Douluo wouldn't mind giving my life to join the Spirit Hall. In that case, I won't waste any more words. You should know why you were poisoned. To solve it, It's actually similar to infusing the soul bone into another soul bone, but this time, you'll be the one infusing it. I myself? Yes. You must condense all the toxins in your body at the position of your dantian in your chest to form a poison pill. This poison pill must be refined deeply enough to support your cultivation to greater heights. This is a special cultivation secret method called the 5 Elements Poison Sutra. You can use this method to refine a poison pill of your own, transforming the originally harmful toxins into your own strength. Your granddaughter can also cultivate this technique, but she can only reach level 95. The rest she will have to explore on her own. Douluo took the book and flipped through it page by page. Finally, he knelt down and bowed to Bai Han several times. Your Highness, the grace of the Holy Sun, I have no way to repay it. I, Douluo, swear by my martial soul to be absolutely loyal to the Spear Hall. If I betray, may my martial soul shatter, and my soul never reincarnate. The old poison master didn't expect Douluo to make such a fierce oath. Hearing this, Bai Han smiled slightly. I believe in your character. May I ask about your family affairs? What is the relationship between your granddaughter, Du Guyan, and Yu Qianheng? Huh? Ghost Daw said irritably, old poison master. Since you've joined our spirit hall, you should know the relationship between our spirit hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, right? Douluo certainly knew the relationship between the spirit hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It was a clash of two ideologies with irreconcilable contradictions. Douluo felt a bit bitter. It should be close to breaking through. The last step, right? Bai Han said seriously. Douluo, I have to ask you to immediately put a stop to the love between Du Guyan and Yu Qianheng. Although this is somewhat shameless, I still request you to separate them. Douluo was still reluctant and asked, is there no other way? Bai Han shook his head. Looking at Douluo's silent expression, Bai Han said, Douluo, do you know the value of these celestial herbs? I can tell you accurately that with the celestial herbs and this martial arts technique, Du Guyan will definitely become a limit Douluo in the future. What? Limit Douluo? X2 yes. The key to Du Guyan's achievement lies in these celestial herbs. Her talent is already quite high. If she consumes a suitable celestial herb, it will have the effect of washing her marrow and transforming her body. Even if she cannot become a limit Douluo, as long as she trains well, she will at least become a peak Douluo. On the other hand, Yu Qianheng has an innate soul power of level 8. Without opportunities, he will only become a super Douluo at best in the future. Do you think he is worthy of your granddaughter? This. Douluo hesitated. Bai Han continued. Moreover, your family carries a serious poison. And who on the continent doesn't he know about the famous powers? Yu Qianheng getting close to Du Guyan. Do you think it's just because he likes her? The descendants born from Du Guyan will definitely be affected by the poison in her body, and their lifespan will not be long. If it weren't for you, a titled Douluo grandpa, would Yu Qianheng even look at a woman like Du Guyan, whose future offspring won't have a long lifespan? All right, enough said. As long as you can separate Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan, I will give you a celestial herb specifically for Du Guyan. Then Bai Han picked 2 celestial herbs. Old Ghost, this celestial herb is called Stone Frost Cold Dew Mushroom, which is of extreme cold attribute. After successful consumption, it should grant your martial soul extreme cold power. Additionally, it will reduce the concealment of your martial soul, but greatly enhance its attack power. Currently, this should be the most suitable herb for you. He handed the jade box to Ghost Douluo and said, whether to use it depends on you. Good. Ghost Douluo nodded and accepted it, feeling very tempted. To be honest, his assassination skills were not very effective against titled Douluo of the same rank. No matter how concealed, there was a high chance of being discovered when he got close. Moreover, this celestial herb could enhance his attack power, and his own strength would definitely increase significantly. The benefits brought by this herb could be said to be extremely helpful to him. Elder Douluo, this celestial herb is called Jade Green 9-section pepper. This herb can greatly enhance the poison attribute of your Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor and even allow your snake venom to carry a fire poison attribute. It should be very suitable for you. Use it after you refine the poison pill. Douluo was extremely grateful. He had just joined the Spirit Hall and had no battle achievements yet he still received his own share. After that, Bai Han looked at 2 places where the flame apricot and 8-angled ice grass were growing, with soul bones attached to his hands. He opened the blue-silver domain and teleported to the flame apricot, quickly taking out 2 jade knives from a storage ring and swiftly cutting them off. He grabbed them in his hands and then teleported to the 8-angled ice grass, performing the same action. With both hands together, the 2 celestial herbs were blended together. Without any hesitation, Bai Han stuffed the 2 celestial herbs into his mouth. As the herbs entered his abdomen, almost after just 3 breaths. butI's body began to tremble violently. His skin's surface alternated between blue, ice, and fiery red, looking very peculiar, while the hands that had grabbed the celestial herbs were one freezing and the other burning. Feeling the impact of the two extreme auras within his body, butI gritted his teeth to endure the heart-wrenching pain and teleported, diving into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, he still said, "Elder Ghost, guard me." Okay. Ghost Douluo looked at butI consuming the celestial herbs, feeling somewhat expectant. butI's talent was already top-notch on the continent. What would he become after consuming the celestial herbs? Douluo was shocked when he saw butI jump into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Fortunately, under the powerful spiritual detection of tidal Douluo, focusing on one point, he sensed that butI still had life signs below the lake. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Below the ice and fire yin-yang eye. After plunging into the cold and hot ice and fire yin-yang eye for a moment, butI felt the intense pain in his body gradually easing. So he swam to the center of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. With his left hand, he released the Qian divine hammer into the extremely hot area, and with his right hand, he released the blue silver god into the extremely cold area. After that, butI closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the two celestial herbs to refine his body. Time flew by. From morning to night, it was just the rising and setting of the sun. During this process, Douluo left to persuade butI to break up with Qian, while Ghost Douluo stayed on the cliff, sensing danger, and divided a part of his spiritual power to sense butI's life aura. At midnight, the ice and fire yin-yang eye finally showed signs of activity. Blue-silver divine vines emerged from the water, and more surprisingly, icy blue flames were rising from the golden blue vines. The blue-silver divine vines seemed to come to life, beginning to absorb the energy from the extremely cold part of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, while below the extremely hot part was a large iron hammer engulfed in terrifying flames. The external soul bone, blue-silver wings, was no longer just golden blue. Under the refinement of the ice and fire yin-yang eye and the two celestial herbs, one side burned with icy blue flames, while the other side burned with blazing fire, evolving into ice-fire blue-silver wings. P.S. Here comes the 6th update. The chapters involving Xiaogang, Tang Hao, and Tang San are about to unfold. Xiaogang is the most miserable, Tang Hao is the second most miserable, and Tang San is the third most miserable. If Tang San didn't have his past experiences with the Tang sect, he would be the most miserable. With them, he is the third. The author views the issues from the perspective of the character's early experiences, such as the attitudes towards Qian Renxue and Hulaina. Why does the protagonist like Qian Renxue and dislike Hulaina? It is precisely because of their different early experiences, plus Hulaina is a complete, unrepentant traitor, which is why the title is The Unforgivable Person, Hulaina. Chapter 81. Distribution of Celestial Herbs, Qian. After a while, the spring water bubbled violently, and a figure burst out from the lake. That figure was butI, but at this moment, he was completely naked, with long, deep blue hair. There were some hints of golden hair, in a ratio of 9:1. His handsome and extraordinary features, tall stature, and a body full of explosive muscles did not hinder his coordination, but rather added more charm to his physique. butI opened her eyes and changed into her clothes. After being forged by the ice and fire duality eyes, her gaze remained cold, but the menacing aura around her had dissipated. Her soul power level had broken through 2 levels, reaching level 66, and her physical strength had greatly increased. The 5th soul ring of her blue-silver divine martial soul had a lifespan of about 95,000 years, and the lifespan of her soul bones had advanced by 5,000 years. More importantly, both her martial soul and external soul bone had evolved, with the external soul bone now infused with ice and fire attributes. The 6 soul bones on her body had not evolved because they were part of her, and it was too dangerous. She planned to refine and evolve them when she was stronger. The 8-sided profound ice leaf and the blazing apricot flower were indeed excellent items. Tang San, I only refrained from taking these opportunities before heading to the city of slaughter to test you. If I had consumed these 2 treasures before going to the city of slaughter, my blue-silver divine martial soul's 6 soul ring could have reached 100,000 years. Looking around, were Grandfather Ghost and Elder Douluo. Ghost Douluo chuckled. That old poisonous creature went to ruin his granddaughter's relationship. It's really unfair for Elder Douluo, making him, a slave to his granddaughter, do such harm to her. All right, Grandfather Ghost, I want to distribute the celestial herbs here to the spirit hall. I hope you can hand them over to them. You can refine the celestial herbs first. Ghost Douluo nodded, took out the celestial herbs, and sat cross-legged. The underworld blood ghost grass contains the power of cold death, making it the most suitable celestial herb for my mother. The golden crocodile dragon fruit should be able to evolve an ordinary golden crocodile martial soul into a golden crocodile king, which could also fulfill Master S regret. The rare mushroom skyflower should be the most suitable herb for Grandpa Jew. The bright paradise grass should greatly enhance the light power and purification power of Little Snow's angel martial soul. And another sunfire golden flower should improve her martial soul's fire attribute. If it can't reach the ultimate fire, then the 10-headed sunfire inner pill should be given to her. Nar, being the silver dragon king Guyuna, is already extraordinarily powerful. These celestial herbs, although good, are still ordinary items and not very useful. After pondering for a moment, Bibihan's eyes lit up. Got it. Nar didn't inherit the powerful physique of the Golden Dragon King. So I'll get her a branch of the Heartbreak Red. The Heartbreak Red, the king of immortal herbs, has various effects such as reviving the dead and restoring flesh and bones, which should enhance Nar as physical strength. Even if the effect is small, it's still better than nothing. I've already distributed the immortal herbs for Grandpa Ghost, and there are notes left on them. Please hurry back to the Spirit Hall without any delays on the way. In the half-day that Bibihan spent distributing the immortal herbs, Ghost Douluo had completely absorbed his herb, raising his soul power to level 96 and greatly enhancing his strength. He naturally understood how precious these immortal herbs were. All right. Ghost Douluo took the storage ring and then vanished like a shadow. Turning to look at the empty ice and fire yin-yang, Tang San. You only gave the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang, to the 6 from Shrek, while I provided them to the entire Spirit Hall. I want to see how you will compete with the Spirit Hall in the future. Then Bibihan spread his ice and fire blue silver wings. And with a flap of his wings, 2 beams of light shot out. The red beam caused an explosion, while the blue beam froze the area it hit. The power of these 2 skills increases with the age of the soul bones, making them decent long-range attack methods for the future. He left. Bibihan flew towards Tiando City, leaving behind 2 brilliant trails of fire in the sky. Tiando City, as the capital of the empire, is naturally very prosperous. All streets are paved with blue bricks, and every street is as wide as the main road of Soto City. The scale of the entire city can only be described as magnificent. However, this grandeur is also filled with filth, as one can see one or several brothels every few streets. These brothels indicate the decadent lives of the nobility of the Tiando Empire and the miserable condition of the people under the rule of the Tiando royal family. While there are indeed people in the world who want to make money from such flesh trade, it is impossible for so many people to engage in prostitution. It is important to note that these individuals are even lower in status than maids. If one had to use a word to describe these people, it would be tools. Tools for venting. The Spirit Hall does not have such places, but there may be such people. Bibihan arrived at a courtyard, which was the designated meeting point. The person waiting for him was named Bojack, a count of the Heaven Do Empire, who had joined the Spirit Hall long ago. In the hall of the courtyard stood a middle-aged man, seemingly waiting for someone, with an expression of great anxiety. Bojack, a cold voice entered the middle-aged man's ears. The man turned around to look at Bibihan and hesitantly asked, "Is that you, Your Highness the Saint's son?" Bojack was still holding a wine glass, and if the person before him was not the Saint's son, he would immediately shatter the glass, prompting someone in the shadows to capture Bibihan right away. Bibihan nodded, took out his exclusive token. Bojack took it and examined it for a moment, saying, "Your Highness, the Holy Son, you have kept me waiting for quite a while. I apologize, I was delayed by something on the way." Upon hearing this, Bojack let out a sigh. It seemed this Holy Son was quite approachable. After looking around, he asked, "Where is the Elder Ghost?" "He sent me here and then left. You should know what to do next, right? Then please follow me, Your Highness." In the carriage, Bojack cautiously said, "Your Highness, my current identity is your father, and you are my illegitimate son, Bonnick, out in the world." Bibihan frowned slightly, but still replied, "Got it." Bibihan arrived at a very luxurious loft. The loft was marked with 2 characters, Qian. Those who entered and exited here were all elegantly dressed nobles, exuding an air of superiority. As soon as the 2 arrived at Qian, the young boys and girls entering the loft curiously looked at Bibihan, who was following the middle-aged man. The boys wondered who this seemingly indifferent young man was, following the well-known Count Bojiek in the noble circle of the Tiando Empire. "Damn, he is incredibly handsome." Meanwhile, The noble girls were captivated by Bibi Han's appearance, whispering among themselves about his identity. Chapter 82. Acting upon entering the first floor of Qian, a faint fragrance greeted them. The shadow wall was carved from high-quality boxwood, exuding a subtle woody scent. In front of the shadow wall stood 2 exotic orchids, 3 meters tall, releasing a delicate fragrance. Although they had just stepped into Qian, it felt as if the outside world's noise had been isolated. Around the shadow wall was a spacious hall. The floor was paved with gray square tiles, each extending a meter in length, surrounded by various exquisite wooden furnishings. In front, a wide table was flanked by several modestly dressed, yet quite delicate-looking young girls standing there. On either side of the table, there were carefully crafted wooden staircases. The 2 walked slowly to the table. butI said to a tall girl, "Please inform the master of Qian that Count butI seeks an audience." The girl occasionally glanced at Bibi Han and nodded before heading upstairs. Before long, an exceptionally beautiful woman appeared on the second floor of Qian, followed by the girl from earlier. This woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, exuding grace and beauty, with every movement seeming natural and elegant. However, her eyes seemed to see through everything in the world, far beyond what a woman of her supposed age could compare to. As she slowly descended from the second floor to stand before butI and Bibi Han, her calm, watery eyes momentarily froze upon seeing Bibi Han. Seeing this scene, butI softly called out, "Master you." Tang Hao snapped back to reality, asking, "Count butI, what brings you here?" butI smiled ingratiatingly. "Could master you spare a moment to talk?" Tang Hao looked at butI and nodded after hearing his request. She turned and slightly gestured towards the staircase leading to the second floor, indicating for butI to follow her upstairs to talk. However, as they ascended, she stole another glance at Bibi Han. Bibi Han murmured to himself, "Tang Hao shouldn't have figured anything out, right?" In a room on the second floor, Tang Hao spoke. "What does Count butI really want to say?" After Tang Hao finished this sentence, butI immediately knelt down, showing an expression of utter grief. Tang Hao was completely bewildered by butI's actions. "Count butI, what exactly do you want?" butI's eyes even shed tears as he said sorrowfully, "Madam you, please teach this child." "Child?" butI continued. "This child is actually my illegitimate son born from a reckless affair. Due to family conflicts, I have not brought them back, but instead settled him and his mother in a place, giving them some living expenses each month to ensure they have enough to eat. It was this action every month that led my wife to discover them and secretly sent people to plan to execute them. By the time I arrived, the child's mother was already dead, and the child was on the verge of death. After saving him, the child changed. The innocence and kindness he once had were gone, replaced by cold-bloodedness. With his exceptional learning talent, the family trained him to become an assassin, specifically to handle certain matters. Over time, the child became more taciturn and avoided strangers. Anyone other than me who approached him in the family would basically end up with broken limbs. The life of an assassin in recent years has completely isolated the child from the outside world, and now he is only 16. The hearts of parents are pitiful. I want to hand the child over to you, Madam Yu, for guidance, to help him return to the innocent and romantic child he once was, instead of continuing to be an emotionless killing tool." Sitting there, Tang Hao listened to butI's narrative, and as she looked into butI's eyes, deep disgust gradually appeared. When she looked into Bibi Han's eyes, she froze. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, devoid of any emotion. In the face of his father's lament, there was not a hint of ripple in his eyes. Instead, there was disgust, endless disgust, and even a trace of killing intent in his gaze. How much hatred did he have for this annoying man in front of him? Bibi Han looked at butI. This guy is truly talented. He can. That expression really seems to be one that only a remorseful father would have. The Oscars owe you a little golden statue. The nobles of the Qian Empire are truly devils that eat people without spitting out bones. Xiaogang, it really has been a grievance for you to live in this treacherous place for so many years. I know I'm not a qualified father, nor a qualified man. I just hope you can accept him. I know my capabilities are limited and I cannot provide a spot for him. But as long as you accept him, even if it costs me everything, I am willing." At this moment, Tang Hao looked into Bibi Han's eyes with a hint of heartache, those eyes somewhat resembling her Haoji's. "All right, I will accept this child. The tuition will still be the same price. Just have someone send it over." "Thank you, Master Yu, thank you." After saying this, butI bowed 3 times. butI returned to Bibi Han's side, still trying to gain trust with a fatherly demeanor. Tang Hao came to Bibi Han's side and gently asked, "Little guy, what's your name?" Bibi Han replied coldly, Bunik. Tang Yuehua was not angry, but gently said, "All right, little one, go change your clothes." At that moment, a woman took Bibi Han away. After Bibi Han left, Tang Yuehua returned to the third floor to drink tea. At this time, a voice appeared in Tang Yuehua's ear. "Yuehua, how much do you believe in this matter?" The voice belonged to a Douluo expert from the Qian sect who was protecting Tang Yuehua. What status does Tang Yuehua have in the Qian sect? Besides being the sect master's sister, more importantly, she supports the entire Qian sect, so safety is extremely important. Can't they send a stronger person to protect her? 2 points, Tang Yuehua replied. First, the child named Bonik bears little resemblance to Bojack. Second, the child's eyes indeed exude extreme coldness, and his aura is also very icy, which is typical of a killer. However, it's just too indifferent. So much so that it carries a killing intent towards his father as well. Bojack has said that anyone who approaches his family members will take action, and the murderous intent in that child's eyes towards Bojack indicates that he probably views his father as no different from those family disciples. Yet Bojack is completely unharmed. This is somewhat contradictory. Uncle Song, please investigate whether anyone in Bojack's family has suffered amputations in recent years. Tang Song hesitated for a moment and said, "But your safety." "Rest assured, Uncle Song, I've been here for so many years without suffering any harm. Your short absence shouldn't be a problem. Even if our Qian sect has gone into seclusion, it's not something these petty criminals can bully." After saying this, Tang Yuehua tightened her grip on the cup in her hand, her expression somewhat grim. Chapter 83. Tang Yuehua's scheme in the changing room. Bibi Han was dressed in a silver robe designated for students. In the Tiando imperial family, Prince's mansion, Renxue was drinking tea while quietly flipping through a book. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and a deep yet respectful voice of the snake spear Douluo came from outside. "Young master." "What is it?" Renxue said, somewhat displeased. This was her leisure time, and she disliked being disturbed. "His Highness the Holy Sun has arrived, and is currently studying in the Moon Pavilion." Inside, Renxue stood up directly, excitement evident on her face. "Damn it, he finally came. I've been waiting so long." Renxue, unable to contain her feelings, wanted to see Bibi Han immediately. However, her hand reached for the doorknob and then stopped, shaking her head. "No, I can't see him now. The risk is too great." The inability to meet made Renxue stomp her foot in frustration. "Damn it." Then she spoke with authority. "Elder Snake Spear, closely monitor the Holy Sun's every move and protect him in secret." The Snake Spear Douluo hesitated and said, "But young master's safety. Let the Porcupine Douluo take care of the protection. And besides, with my current strength, no one except the title Douluo can keep me here. Go now." "Yes, ma'am." In the Moon Pavilion classroom, there were 101 chairs, each with a harp in front of it. One by one, young boys and girls dressed in silver robes took their seats. Tang Yuehua stood on the podium and said, "Today we will review the music score we learned yesterday. Everyone, begin playing." As the fingers plucked the strings, a gentle melody slowly emerged. Bibi Han noticed that the tones produced by those around him had subtle differences. At this moment, Tang Yuehua walked to Bibi Han's side and gently said, "Why aren't you playing along with your classmates?" "I can't. Everyone starts from not knowing. You can learn by following their movements." Hearing this, Bibi Han extended his hand to prepare to play the harp, while Tang Yuehua stood behind him, carefully observing his hands. Focusing on Bibi Han's palm, she thought, "There are calluses. As a killer, he shouldn't be using weapons like axes or hammers." Bang! A string was broken by Bibi Han. Upon hearing this sound, everyone around stopped, casting disdainful glances at Bibi Han. A noble disciple laughed out loud. "You actually broke a string? You must be a farmer from the mountains. Junior, do you even understand music? Should I teach you?" Due to Bibi Han's looks attracting some females, these noble disciples, of course, were displeased and seized the opportunity to belittle him, wanting to make him lose face. Hearing these mockeries, Bibi Han's eyes slightly narrowed. "A bunch of worthless fools actually dare to laugh at me." Just as Bibi Han felt his killing intent rising, his mother's words appeared in his mind. "Wait, I can't stoop to the level of these drunkards. That would be truly embarrassing. My mother once said that patience is also a way to suppress killing intent." Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. Looking at the broken string, Bibi Han thought, "It seems I haven't mastered my current strength yet. This mockery is also a good exercise. All right, class, today's lesson ends here. Dismissed." After leaving, Tang Yuehua's expression shifted from calm to somewhat serious. In that instant, she indeed felt the same killing intent that her brother Xiaogang exuded when he came out of the city of slaughter. The calluses on her hands were enough to match Hauge's killing intent. Tang Yuehua was certain. This bonnet must have a problem. Bibi Han is currently staying at a luxurious hotel in Tiando City, paid for by Qian Boji. After entering the hotel room, Bibi Han's expression became somewhat serious. Tang Yuehua is not simple. If I'm not mistaken, she was definitely testing me earlier. While playing the piano, every movement of Tang Yuehua was within Bibi Han's perception, and he clearly saw that her gaze mixed with something else. Just on the first day like this, it seems relying solely on Qian won't work. The soul guiding device glowed brightly, and a celestial herb appeared in Bibi Han's hand. This herb is the autumn water dew. He initially planned to wait until he became a title Douluo to use it, but it seems that won't work. Absorbing it will significantly enhance his spiritual power, and that should complete most of his control over the god of death domain. At night, the once bustling streets were already empty. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting silver light, complemented by twinkling stars. It was a good night for missing someone. On the hotel rooftop, a dark figure quietly stared at Bibi Han's room. This person is none other than the snake spear Douluo sent by Qian Renxue to protect Bibi Han. At this moment, the snake spear Douluo was complaining, "The holy sun sleeps wrapped in blue silver grass, and the snake spear can only spend the night on the rooftop." Thinking back to the leisurely days in the spear hall, it was so relaxing. Usually, he would practice and, when feeling restless, could spar with other elders. Now he could only protect the young master day and night, and today was even worse. He had to sleep on the rooftop, beneath the circles of blue silver grass. Bibi Han's eyes were continuously emitting blue light, as the powerful medicinal properties of the autumn water dew were about to be refined completely. Half an hour later, Bibi Han opened his eyes. His originally water blue eyes had changed, as if two blue flames were burning in them. In the darkness, when he turned his head, he could even see two blue fire snakes. He finally finished absorbing it. Not only had his eyes evolved, but his spiritual power also surged. In terms of spiritual power, he should be able to rival ordinary title Douluos without a head soul bone. I wonder what kind of abilities my eyes have gained. When Bibi Han was about to withdraw the blue silver grass, he suddenly noticed a strange figure on the rooftop, containing profound soul power within. He could see the soul power contained in every meridian of that person's body. This effect seemed somewhat like a low-tier version of the Byakugan. By the way, who is that guy? The total amount of soul power is actually so much higher than mine. A level 66 soul emperor with 5 times the soul power should be comparable to a junior soul Douluo, given that this guy has more total soul power than I do. Could he be a title Douluo? Let's take a look. In terms of strength, with dual divine level martial souls, a complete set of soul bones, 100,000 year soul ring, and 2 soul rings close to 100,000 years, plus 3 major domains in a fully unleashed state. Bibi Han's strength would definitely not fear an ordinary title Douluo, excluding Qian and Sword Douluo, even if that person above really could defeat Bibi Han. Escaping shouldn't be a problem. Saying the word escape made Bibi Han ponder for a moment. In terms of physique, he couldn't be Qian Douluo, and Sword Douluo generally stays in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, so that can be ruled out. As for the old dragon from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, there is no need to think about it, and it's unlikely from the Qian sect as well. Even aside from Tang Shao, there is no need to worry about anyone else. In summary, Bibi Han felt that this guy shouldn't be strong enough to prevent his escape. P.S. Many readers think the name Eye of Truth sounds bad. Can you help the author think of a better name? If not, the author will use Blue Silver Holy Eye. If there is a better one, the author will change it later. Chapter 84. Who teaches whom inside the blue silver grass? Bibi Han activated the blue silver domain and instantly teleported to the rooftop, arriving behind the serpent spear Douluo. The black-robed serpent spear Douluo was originally focused on Bibi Han's room, but his instincts kicked in, and sensing something, he raised his soul power, spun around sharply, and saw Bibi Han standing behind him. Naturally, Bibi Han took the unknown title Douluo seriously. He turned off the blue-silver holy eye to ensure he could react to the black-robed man's sudden attack. In the darkness, the 2 blue flames in his eyes appeared so bright. Bibi Dong questioned, "Who are you, and why are you watching me?" When Snake Spear Douluo heard this, he felt that this holy son's alertness was quite lacking. Facing a mysterious person whose strength and intentions were unknown, he should have taken action or struck first instead of naively questioning him like this. As the man chosen by the young master and a future pillar of the spirit hall, Snake Spear Douluo thought it necessary to teach this holy son about the dangers of the spirit master world. He chuckled. As expected of the holy son of the spirit hall, you actually discovered me. Since you found me, prepare to die. 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 floated around Snake Spear, and the aura of a tidal law pressed down on BB Dong. In response, BB Dong appeared unperturbed and even somewhat excited. So, he was indeed a tidal Douluo. Let me see how much of a gap there is between me and a tidal Douluo now. The blue-silver domain enveloped Snake Spear Douluo, and in an instant, countless blue-silver grass vines appeared from the roof and the air, attacking Snake Spear Douluo. Earlier, when BB Dong appeared on the roof and started talking to Snake Spear Douluo, he had already released a bunch of blue-silver grass seeds in this area. With the support of the blue-silver domain and soul power, he launched an attack that wrapped around Snake Spear Douluo. Then, several golden light blades were unleashed. Cutting through the blue-silver grass vines, and the black-clad man wielding a spear lunged at BB Dong, the air being torn apart wherever he passed. Blue-silver domain. Domain skill teleportation. BB Dong moved towards the sky. Snake Spear Douluo's mental power easily detected BB Dong's position and said, "It's useless." This teleportation soul skill is indeed good, but the strength and speed of a tidal Douluo are beyond your imagination. As long as I want. A single pressure of soul power can immobilize you or allow me to appear in your next teleportation location and kill you in seconds. Just as he was about to fly over and capture BB Dong, Snake Spear Douluo suddenly found 2 blue-silver grass vines wrapped around his feet. He waved them away easily and broke the bindings. In the sky, BB Dong, with his ice-fire blue-silver wings spread out, replied, "What you said is indeed correct. But who told you that my teleportation is for escaping? Dare to fight me outside Heavendo City?" Hearing this, Snake Spear Douluo was even more convinced that he needed to educate BB Dong properly. Luring him outside the city would allow this tidal Douluo to act without restraint, accelerating his death. He pretended to snort coldly, unaware of his own demise. Then come on. BB Dong flew at full speed outside the city of Handong, closely followed by the Serpent Spear Douluo. In a forest 50 miles outside of Tiando City, BB Dong and the Serpent Spear Douluo appeared in the sky above. Hee. You really chose a good place to be buried. That way, if I kill you, the Spirit Hall won't find out. BB Han sneered disdainfully, so confident. Who gave you that? Here I can act without any restraint. As he stretched out his hand, the blue-silver divine martial soul appeared, with 6 soul rings, purple, purple, black, black, red, surrounding BB Han. Snake Spear Douluo was shocked, staring at these 6 soul rings, unable to understand how BB Han managed to do this. Each soul ring exceeded the norm, and the last 2 soul rings seemed to have a higher age than his. Moreover, BB Han had actually reached the Soul Emperor level. Calculating the time, BB Han was only about 14 years old. Was this a mistake? Suddenly, BB Han's 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, blue-silver blood rain. Streams of blue-silver grass burst from the ground, transforming into a massive birdcage, completely enveloping the area, including BB Han and Snake Spear Douluo. Blood-colored flowers bloomed on the birdcage, and drops of blood rain dripped from the blue-silver grass vines. Each drop carried a heavy aura of life corrosion, and the forest beneath the birdcage began to corrode and decay, with smoke starting to rise from Snake Spear Douluo. Damn it, such a powerful corrosive effect. What a disgusting move. Snake Spear Douluo quickly activated his soul power to protect himself, wanting to break through the birdcage and escape from the territory created by BB Han. Once you come in, don't think about going out. This is your burial ground. Instant transmission. After several instances of instant transmission, BB Han appeared in front of Snake Spear Douluo. With a stretch of his left hand, the Qian hammer appeared in his grasp, a scarlet soul ring revolving around him. 100,000-year soul ring. Snake Spear Douluo's pupils widened, filled with disbelief. With both hands gripping the hammer, BB Han swung down. Clang! Snake Spear Douluo reacted in time, crossing his hands to block the spear. The face of Snake Spear Douluo beneath the black robe flushed red. What immense strength. BB Dong chuckled mockingly. Do you think it's only about strength? Before the words fell, on the heavenly hammer, purple electric currents flowed into the Serpent Spear Douluo's body through the Serpent Spear, making him feel his body becoming sluggish. Damn it, it actually has a paralysis effect. The Serpent Spear Douluo exerted force and quickly retreated. Thunder Domain, Killing God Domain, activate. The 3 major domains of the Serpent Spear Douluo are fully activated. The Serpent Spear Douluo is enveloped by the 2 major domains, his eyes filled with blood-red killing intent and violent purple lightning. The strength of the Serpent Spear Douluo is suppressed by the domain of the God of Killing by 10, and with an additional 20 from the domain of Thunder causing physical paralysis, his strength further declines. Feeling this, the serpent spear Douluo's expression becomes serious. This holy sun is indeed not to be underestimated. The Soul Emperor actually has so many powerful domains. Why doesn't this old man have even one? The third soul ring lights up, and the third soul skill, 9 slashes of the cracking shadow, is activated. 9 dense golden blades of light slash out, forming a net, which, combined with astonishing speed, can only be met with brute force in battles of the same level. Of course, butI could dodge with teleportation, but he didn't do that. If he used teleportation to evade every attack, what would be the point of fighting? His eyes narrowed, and he threw the Qian hammer above his head. The ice-fire blue-silver wings lit up, emitting 2 beams of light that shattered 2 light blades. Then, he retracted his wings and charged through the gap, weaving through the remaining 7 light blades that formed a net. This scene left the serpent spear Douluo's eyes wide open in shock. This is also possible? The Holy Sun is not afraid of death. If butI knew the thoughts of Snake Spear Douluo, he would definitely scoff. Did he really think that the 100-man encirclement and the 10,000 enemy battle in the City of Slaughter were just a walk in the park? With a flick of his hand, the Qian hammer fell back into his grasp. The soul bone armor enveloped him, and his strength surged violently. With a powerful strike, he hammered Snake Spear Douluo down from the sky. Snake Spear Douluo landed on the ground, creating a small pit, pressing his hands against the earth. Then, a giant snake lunged up from beneath butI's feet, launching an attack. butI used the blue-silver domain, and the blue-silver grass seeds next to the giant snake broke through the ground and grew rapidly, binding the giant snake. Then, the snake spear Douluo charged out from the snake's mouth with his spear and stabbed at him. The Qian hammer and the snake spear collided once again. Purple and golden lightning overflowing. 6th soul skill, Thunderclap, explosion kill. Shadow split 9 slashes, Thunderclap explosion kill. Such a familiar name. The giant snake, the spear. I see. No wonder it sounds so familiar. Isn't this the snake spear Douluo from our spear hall? Based on the previous situation, it seems Xiaogang sent him to protect me. But for some reason, this guy wants to teach me a lesson. Since that's the case, let me show you who is teaching whom a lesson. The charging snake spear Douluo angrily shouted, daring to be distracted while fighting me. Don't think you can be complacent just because you have a slight advantage. butI chuckled lightly and instantly teleported behind the serpent spear Douluo. The 100,000-year soul ring lit up, and the Qian hammer turned blood red. The first soul skill, 1000 gene heavy hammer. Not good. Sensing the terrifying momentum and pressure of the Qian hammer, the serpent spear Douluo immediately wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, it was impossible in front of butI, who possessed teleportation. The serpent spear and the Qian hammer collided fiercely. The immense force caused the serpent spear Douluo to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his tiger's mouth cracked, while butI appeared to be in relatively good condition, only slightly shaking from the impact. What's wrong? If this is all the strength you have, then today, even if you don't die, you'll still shed a layer of skin. Hearing this, the serpent spear also became serious, activating his 7th soul ring and using his 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. The serpent spear transformed into a 2-headed giant snake, flying in the air and spraying black venom at butI. With the blue-silver divine body, along with the refinement from the 2 divine herbs, butI could basically be said to be immune to all poisons in Douluo, and taking this wave of poison head-on wouldn't cause any issues, but it would be too filthy to do so. P.S. To explain the blue-silver divine body. It grants butI an incredibly powerful vitality, automatically removing harmful substances from the body and providing excellent recovery, without any other power boosts. Chapter 85. Defeating the serpent spear Douluo. The blue-silver domain evolved skill, all things in nature. This skill is normally obtained upon reaching the soul sage level, but unexpectedly, after consuming 2 divine herbs, it was directly acquired. In an instant, countless blue-silver grasses surged forth, isolating the venom and completely entangling the giant snake. Pretending to be shocked, butI said, I didn't expect your martial soul true body could also transform into a beast martial soul. But my blue-silver grass specifically targets your kind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blue-purple 2-headed snake transformed again, turning into a beam of golden light, breaking free from the blue-silver grass's restraint, and the golden light transformed back into a massive spear, lunging toward butI. butI quickly dodged as the golden spear pierced the ground, leaving a large pit. At that moment, a gigantic figure appeared. The manifestation of the snake spear Douluo formed from soul power. Holding the spear, he spoke, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many techniques you have. They're all illusory. It's over for you, butI Dong. Hearing this, butI Dong frowned and chuckled. You really think you have me figured out? Watch closely. As soon as he finished speaking, butI Dong's soul power surged, and the Haotian hammer, raised above his head, shone with golden light. The originally calm night sky darkened with thick clouds, and thunder roared. Combined with the killing god domain, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from butI Dong. And under the golden light, he and the Haotian hammer merged into one. The handle of the Haotian hammer grew to 10 meters, and the hammerhead resembled a small mountain. The true body of the Haotian hammer weighed 6,000 jin. In the original text, chapter 620, Poseidon explicitly states that Tang Chen's Haotian true body weighs 18,000 jin. Don't blame the author. The true body of the weapon spirit. How could this be possible? The snake spear Douluo looked at butI Dong, also using his martial spirit true body, and was left dumbfounded. How could it be impossible? As long as the soul power reaches the soul saint level, one can unleash the true body of the weapon spirit. Here it comes. Feeling the formidable power of the descending Haotian hammer, the snake spear Douluo panicked. He had thought that using his martial spirit true body would end the fight against the Holy Sun. But he didn't expect the Holy Sun to also use his martial spirit true body, and it was an incredibly powerful divine martial spirit true body. He couldn't gain an advantage in the previous battle, and now it was even more impossible. The disparity in martial spirit ranks was too vast, and there was no way to dodge such a massive spear. No, I must use all my strength, otherwise. If I'm severely injured, and this gets back to the spirit hall, I can't afford to lose face as the snake spear. 9th soul skill, thunderclap, annihilation kill. 1st soul ring, 1,000 jin heavy hammer. Boom! A massive explosion shattered the birdcage made of blue silvergrass. Because of this strike, all the powerful figures in the Heaven Do Empire were alerted. The sword Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school looked in that direction with some concern and said, will the battle at the title Douluo level affect the 7 treasure glazed tile school? I must go take a look. He then stepped on his 7 killing sword and flew out, reminding the bone Douluo to stay vigilant and watch over the sect before leaving. At the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect on the true dragon mountain, Yu Yuan was also alarmed. At this time, 2 title Douluos are actually fighting. Should I? After thinking for a moment, he decided, forget it, they're just the most ordinary title Douluos. What if this is a scheme by the Spirit Hall to lure me over and then ambush our blue lightning tyrant dragon family? In the prince's mansion of Heaven Do City, Qian Renxue, who was resting, suddenly woke up, turned on the light, and shouted, spear. Outside, the spear Douluo respectfully replied, young master, what happened? It seems like there's a title Douluo fighting outside Heaven Do City, and one of the auras seems to belong to the snake spear Douluo. What? Is that little Han in danger? Let's go to the battlefield now. Dressed neatly, Qian Renxue pushed the door open and immediately manifested her angelic form, spreading her wings and preparing to head to the battlefield with the spear Douluo. However, she was stopped by the spear Douluo. Young master, no. Qian Renxue coldly said, get out of the way. If you don't go, I will go myself. The spear Douluo earnestly advised, young master. Such a commotion will surely attract the title Douluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. I am just worried that the spirit hall, which should have already been dead on the surface, reappearing will heighten the vigilance of the 3 sects and the Heaven Do Empire towards us. This could have a huge impact on the future Pope's soul hunting operation, and it might even arouse suspicion in the Heaven Do Empire, leading them to trace back to the prince's mansion, causing all your years of effort to be in vain. Upon hearing these words, the furious Qian Renxue calmed down, conflicted in her heart for a moment, and then decided to proceed. On one side was her mother and grandfather's plan, on the other was butI Dong's safety. Both were the most important people in her life. But clearly, butI Dong's safety was more important. Even if the plan failed completely, she needed butI Dong to survive. The spear Douluo sensed Qian Renxue's thoughts and continued to persuade her. Young master, your and the Holy Sun's talents are unparalleled in this world. If you also go once the fight starts, it will surely attract the attention and killing intent of the 2 major sections. At that time, it may be impossible for me and the snake spear to protect you both. If you 2 perish, it will truly be over. What? Qian Renxue clenched her fists in anger, filled with rage over her lack of strength. Sensing Qian Renxue's wavering, the spear Douluo was delighted and quickly said, young master, I will immediately rush to the battlefield. If the Holy Sun encounters a crisis, I will risk my life to protect him. I beg you to stay here. After much contemplation, Renxue closed her beautiful eyes and said, Elder Spear, you must set off immediately. You cannot allow the Holy Sun to be harmed in any way. Understood. Donning a black robe, the spear Douluo flew away at high speed. Back in her room, Renxue sat weakly in a chair, replaying the moments she shared with Bibi Dong in her mind, tears silently streaming down her cheeks as she murmured, Little Han, you absolutely cannot be in danger. Returning to the battlefield, the snake spear was repelled by the attack of the Qian hammer. Using the martial spirit true body and clashing head-on with the Qian hammer was the most foolish decision. In this battle, after saying that, his 100,000-year soul ring lit up again, and the first soul skill, bloodthirsty divine hammer, was unleashed. The power of the Qian hammer surged by 300, and the purple lightning on the hammer became even more violent. As the hammer came crashing down, after one collision, the snake spear Douluo spat out blood, feeling as if his arm was losing sensation. The surging power and the paralysis effect made the snake spear Douluo panic. Realizing he couldn't win, he had to reveal his identity, or he might be killed. Seeing the Qian hammer come crashing down again, the snake spear Douluo hurriedly shouted, Holy Sun, I am Elder Snake Spear of the Spirit Hall. Please stop. It's all a misunderstanding. These words did not stop the Qian hammer, which continued to descend towards the snake spear Douluo, who was filled with despair. It's over. The Holy Sun doesn't believe me. I'm going to die not on the battlefield, but at the hands of my own people. How tragic. Just as the Qian hammer was about to strike down within a meter of the snake spear, it suddenly stopped. Bibi Dong's voice came. Are you really an elder of the Spirit Hall? The serpent spear Douluo looked at this scene with great joy, quickly distancing himself from the coverage of the Qian hammer, releasing his martial soul true form, and took out the token. Saint's son, this is my token. I am indeed an elder of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Han looked to see if he had noticed, because he had already known. The continued hammer strike was due to the influence of killing intent. He had not fully controlled the domain of the god of killing, but thankfully he regained his clarity at the last moment, retrieving the true form of the weapon spirit. Bibi Han felt somewhat fatigued but still put on a nonchalant facade. The two floated in midair, and Bibi Han asked lightly, so, tell me, why did you plan to attack me? The snake spear Douluo appeared quite embarrassed and explained the reason in detail. After hearing the snake spear Douluo's explanation, Bibi Han was somewhat speechless. It turned out that this guy had recklessly made a move because he was unaware of his enemy's strength and was worried about being too reckless in the future. So he intended to educate him. He sarcastically remarked, in the end, it seems I ended up educating you. Upon hearing this, the snake spear Douluo looked even more embarrassed. At that moment, Bibi Han's gaze suddenly turned towards the direction of Tiando City, where he sensed a massive force rapidly approaching this way. P.S. Thanks to book friend Shuang Fengshu for a monthly ticket. Chapter 86. Untitled title The Blue Silver Holy. I observed and detected that the total soul power of the person in the distance completely overwhelmed the snake spear Douluo, and he could vaguely see that the person was stepping on a flying sword. A flying sword? The sword Douluo is here. What? The sword Douluo? The snake spear was directly frightened upon hearing this. The sword Douluo was a veteran 96th level super Douluo with the 7-killing sword martial soul, incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, he was only at the peak of 91st level. What a disaster. We need to run quickly. Your Highness, we must leave at once. Bibi Dong said, we can't escape. With our speed, we can't outrun them. What? Hearing this, Snake Spear Douluo was completely panicked. He never expected that just a melodramatic teaching would put himself and the Son of God in a life-and-death crisis. If the sun were to fall here because of this, then Snake Spear would truly be guilty of 1,000 deaths, a sinner of the Spirit Hall. My lord, please hurry and leave. Let this old bone of mine buy you some time. Seeing the fearless demeanor of Snake Spear Douluo, Bibi Dong was very moved. It was truly a blessing for the Spirit Hall to have such subordinates. Throughout the original work, apart from the disheartened Jiu Douluo in the later stages, there were basically no traitors among the elders of the Spirit Hall, which is enough to show how excellent and cohesive the Spirit Hall was in the past. Although in the later stages of the original work, everything changed due to the influence of the Rakshasa god, this world is different from the original. This world has me. I have brought back my mother's once kind heart, and the estrangement between my mother and Little Snow has also been resolved. The unification of the Spirit Hall in this world will absolutely not fail. I will never let this land become the Tang family's backyard. Elder Snake Spear, there's no need for that. We can definitely avoid this calamity right under Sword Douluo's nose. Upon hearing this, Snake Spear Douluo was filled with questions. A flash of sword light appeared in the sky, and Sword Douluo made a brilliant entrance. Looking at the scene below where BB Dong and Snake Spear Douluo were battling, Sword Douluo's expression turned serious. These two auras, I have never seen either of them. Who are they, and what forces do they belong to? Scanning the surroundings with his mental strength, Sword Douluo found nothing. Perhaps Sword Douluo wouldn't expect that the instigator of that battle was actually right under his nose. About 150 meters away, in a dense forest, BB Dong and Snake Spear Douluo were hiding under the blue-silver wings, using the blue-silver domain to conceal their presence. With the support of these two, unless Sword Douluo happened to walk right next to them, he would not be able to discover them at all. Sword Douluo was using his mental strength to probe for traces, while BB Dong and Snake Spear Douluo quietly watched Sword Douluo in the sky. BB Han murmured to himself, "Indeed, he is the Sword Douluo, one of my favorite characters in my previous life in Douluo. This temperament, this appearance is truly outstanding. It's just a pity that we are ultimately enemies." Not long after, the Sword Douluo, having gained nothing left, after confirming that the Sword Douluo had really gone far away, BB Han removed his disguise and asked the Serpent Spear Douluo, "Did Renxue send you?" The Serpent Spear Douluo cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Your Highness the Saint. The young master is worried about Your Highness's safety and specially sent someone to protect you. Then from today on, you no longer need to protect me." Upon hearing this, the Serpent Spear Douluo's face fell slightly. He thought the saint was looking down on his strength. BB Han continued, "The Spirit Hall has decided to secretly send 2 title Douluo to protect me, just like Qian Renxue." Upon hearing this, the displeasure on the Serpent Spear Douluo's face disappeared, and he respectfully replied, "As you command." After this incident, in terms of status, the Serpent Spear Douluo felt that BB Han's position was now equal to that of the young master, if not surpassing it. He had been completely convinced by BB Han's powerful strength. Right now, BB Han is just a sole emperor. One can only imagine how strong he will be in the future when he reaches title Douluo. Have you ever seen a sole emperor with a 100,000-year spirit ring and 2 90,000-year spirit rings? Have you ever seen a sole emperor with 3 domains? Have you ever seen a sole emperor who can use the true form of their weapon spirit by themselves? Have you ever seen a sole emperor who can defeat a title Douluo, excluding those who cheat? On the road of separation, BB Han hesitated for a moment, but still did not take out the celestial items prepared for Qian Renxue to give to the Serpent Spear Douluo. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but BB Han wanted to personally hand these celestial items to Qian Renxue, not or couldn't personally deliver them due to the distance. But Qian Renxue was in Tiando City, so it would be really unreasonable not to give them personally. On the way back to the prince's mansion, the Serpent Spear Douluo encountered the approaching. He quickly asked, "Xiaogang, what happened? Why did you fight with someone else?" Xiaogang waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it, it's embarrassing. By the way, why are you here?" "The young master is worried about Your Highness's safety and called me over." "What?" The young master was also alarmed. Oh no, I just got beaten up, and now I'm going to be punished again." "What beating?" Xiaogang said with a bitter face, "Don't mention it. Let's go see the young master." In the prince's mansion, the Serpent Spear Douluo reported everything to Qian Renxue. Originally intending to teach BB Han a lesson, he ended up getting reprimanded, and then the Sword Douluo arrived. There was also BB Han's exaggerated spirit ring configuration, 3 major domains, terrifying combat skills and strength, on top of the fact that the Spirit Hall sent 2 title Douluo to protect him. In summary, it was that in today's world, besides the saint, no one was worthy of the young master. To reduce some punishment, the Serpent Spear Douluo was truly at a loss for words. The beside him had not stopped looking surprised. He could hardly believe that a sole emperor with a 100,000-year spirit ring could defeat a title Douluo. This completely overturned his previous understanding. The Serpent Spear Douluo knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "Young master, everything I said is true. Please punish me, young master." A cold and authoritative voice came from within the room. "Elder Serpent Spear, although your intentions are good, it is also a fact that you put the saint in danger. Now, your salary and cultivation resources from the Spirit Hall will be halved for 5 years. Do you have any objections?" "I have none." Upon hearing this, the Serpent Spear Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a reduction in some cultivation resources. He thought he would at least be severely punished. "You may leave." "As you command." X2 after the Serpent Spear and left, Qian Renxue no longer disguised herself, propping her jade hand against her cheek and smiling, looking extremely happy. "I didn't expect Xiaogang to be so powerful already, with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Even in the Spirit Hall, only my mother, grandfather, and Grandpa Gene Crocodile have that. And he also has 3 major domains, with his spirit power reaching level 66, just 2 levels lower than me. In the past, I could surpass him in cultivation and strength, but now I can't even compete with these aspects. This means that in the future, I won't have anything to win against him. Thinking about the days spent with Bibi Han, it always felt like she was being overshadowed by him. It seemed that she thought of something, and Renxue covered her red lips, her face slightly flushed. I also need to cultivate well, striving not to be surpassed by him too much. After returning to the hotel, Bibi Han sat quietly on the bed, contemplating. In terms of strength, if he added the spirit bone set, his strength should be enough to not fear or even defeat those ordinary title Douluo with lower configurations. But if he encountered someone like the sword Douluo, he estimated he would be doomed. He sighed. The serpent spear Douluo is loyal, but his strength is still too weak. In the original work, during the soul hunting action, his spirit power seemed to be only level 92. To protect Xiaogang, it took him 20 years to increase by 1 level. This speed is simply too slow. It seems part of the reason is that he can't cultivate earnestly. After all, they both had to stay close to Renxue, attending those noble gatherings and dealing with all sorts of miscellaneous matters, so their cultivation speed naturally slowed down. It seems that when he visits Xiaogang, he should bring them something. Chapter 87. Reunion in the Moon Pavilion. A handsome blue-haired boy in a silver robe was on the podium, eyes closed, fingers continuously plucking the strings of Qian. As beautiful and melodious music flowed into the ears of everyone around. Bibi Han quietly played the harp, his heart calm, reflecting the tranquility that he outwardly displayed. A month had passed. During the day, Bibi Han immersed himself in the world of music at the Moon Pavilion, and at night, he returned to the hotel to refine the insights he gained from the fiery dual-horn dragon, creating his own soul techniques. After completing his practice, he would quietly browse through books, taking breaks at the right time, and sometimes he would enjoy soaking in hot springs. Throughout this month, Bibi Han was fully absorbed in his own world, and the killing intent around him was finally diminishing. The noble girls watching Bibi Han looked at him with eyes that seemed to want to devour him. After Bibi Han showcased his musical talent, he received numerous invitations from noble women, all of which he declined without exception. As the piece concluded, Tang Hao spoke. "Let us welcome Princess Xiaogang to the school." As her words fell, a cute girl dressed in a silver palace outfit walked into the classroom. Everyone applauded, and some noblemen's eyes remained fixed on Xiaogang, filled with fervent admiration. Xiaogang's gaze fell upon Bibi Han, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. But Bibi Han merely glanced at Xiaogang before shifting his attention to an elegant young man at the classroom door. The current prince of the Tiando Empire, Qian Renxue. After exchanging a glance, they parted ways, but that look contained the excitement of a long-awaited reunion. Qian then said, "Xiaogang, study well here. Your brother will come to pick you up later." Xiaogang shifted her gaze back to Bibi Han and replied, "Got it, big brother." "All right, butI, please return to your seat." After a day of studying, Tang Hao unexpectedly approached Bibi Han. Bibi Han's eyes showed a hint of confusion as he asked, "Is there something the teacher Tang wants?" Tang Hao replied, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wants to see you." "The Crown Prince?" Bibi Han pretended to hesitate. "All right then. Please lead the way, teacher Tang." On the way, Tang Hao gently asked, "Bo-Erk, would you like to live in Qian?" "Why, teacher Tang?" "Because the hotel you're staying at is quite far, and yours has improved to such a level in just a month. In music, you have an exceptionally strong talent. I want to pass on all that I've learned to you. After I retire in the future, you will take over as the master of Qian." After pondering for a moment, a hint of unusual color appeared in Bibi Han's eyes as he replied, "All right, teacher Tang." In a room on the second floor of Qian, Xiaogang was helping Shui pack, looking just like a good brother. "Your Highness," Tang Hao slightly bowed. Xiaogang hurriedly returned the gesture. "Aunt Hao, what are you doing? I can't accept this from my junior." Shui cheekily said, "Big brother, what ain't Hao? The teacher is not old at all. She's just like my sister." Tang Hao smiled and said, "You're quite the talker, but once you start school, you must study hard for me and not cause any trouble." Shui pouted, "I won't. I can be very obedient." Xiaogang chuckled silently, and then turned his attention to Bibi Han. "You must be Bojack's son, butI, right?" The gentle voice made one instinctively feel goodwill. Bibi Han frowned slightly and replied coldly on purpose, "That's right. We must act for the two of them." Xiaogang said with a piercing gaze, "I know a bit about your achievements. I didn't expect your musical skills to reach such an impressive level just 1 month after starting school. Over time, I believe you will definitely make greater contributions to the Tiando Empire in the future. Your Highness, I don't have such great abilities. Ha ha, Bonnick, you're being humble. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Shui. Upon hearing this, Bibi Han frowned slightly, looking at Qian Renshue's somewhat mischievous eyes. Damn it, this girl wants me to call her brother, using Shueqing as identity, because I didn't call her sister. How annoying. Reluctantly, Bibi Han still obediently said, Brother Shui. Qian Renxue smiled in satisfaction, and then the two shook hands. Sister, you go out with teacher Yuehua for a bit. I need to talk to Bonnick. Okay, brother. You have to say some good things. Shueku looked at Bibi Han, implying something. Shueku, the teacher will take you to play. After the door closed. Confirming that Tang Yuehua had indeed left, Bibi Han no longer pretended and leisurely sat on a nearby chair, acting as if he were at home. He looked at Qian Renxue, who hadn't stopped smiling since Tang Yuehua left. With a hint of annoyance, he said, Xiao Shui, have you smiled enough? Hearing this, Qian Renxue stopped pretending, and a golden light enveloped her whole body. After the golden light dissipated, the originally ordinary figure of Shui Qinghe became curvaceous, her skin whiter than snow, and a faint fragrance of a maiden wafted through the air. Once Qian Renxue removed her mask, the entire room seemed to brighten significantly. She looked around 20, with long golden hair, a straight nose, slightly delicate phoenix eyes, and an imposing and beautiful face, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens. Sacred and inviolable. The 23-year-old Qian Renxue radiated youthful vitality, her stunning beauty unmatched by anyone in the present age except for Nar. The two sat together, gazing at each other. Looking at this familiar beautiful face, Bibi Han softly said, Xiao Shui, long time no see. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshue's expression turned indifferent, and her gaze became somewhat cold. This surprised Bibi Han. What happened? Who made my little Shui angry? Hearing this, Qian Renxue became even angrier, gripping a piece of soft flesh at Bibi Han's waist and spinning around 180 degrees. She said angrily, It's you, you bastard. It's been so long since you came to see me, and you silently ran off to that hellish place, the city of slaughter. Do you know how worried I was when I got this news from my mom? Bai Han took a breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. Looking at the tears in Qian Renshue's eyes, he didn't care about the pain anymore and quickly apologized. Qian Renxue squeezed him again, venting her long-held grievances before letting go. She leaned on Bai Han's shoulder. This sudden change and action left Bai Han stunned. When did our relationship become so close? Qian Renxue said with a hint of sadness, Xiao Han, am I a bit useless? Clearly, I have the same talent as you, and I'm even a bit older. Yet my cultivation is only slightly stronger, and I still can't beat you. Seeing the look of disappointment on Qian Renshue's face, Bai Han gently comforted her. Not at all. If you, Xiao Shui, hadn't been carrying out the coup plan against the Heaven Do Empire, your cultivation would probably have reached the Soul Douluo level by now, and defeating me would be a piece of cake. Besides, you're doing this to reduce the future wars for the common people, and that's another kind of pride. After sniffing the fragrance on Qian Renxue, he continued, Xiao Shui, I have a gift for you. Qian Renxue raised her head and asked, what gift? Bibi Han took out 2 strains of celestial herbs, which were the bright paradise grass and the radiant golden sungrass he had prepared. Celestial grade, medicinal herbs. Qian Renxue, like Bibi Han, had an extraordinary memory and naturally would browse through such precious books as celestial herbs. Looking at these 2 celestial grade medicinal herbs, she felt the desire of her angel martial soul. Xiao Shui, these are the celestial grade medicinal herbs I specifically chose for you. One can enhance your light attribute, and the other can enhance your fire attribute. If you absorb them, I estimate that the fire attribute of your angel martial soul should be able to reach the ultimate level of fire. Oh, no wonder I was wondering why Nar's strength suddenly improved so much. It turns out it was because of celestial grade herbs. You actually only gave them to me now. Qian Renxue said, her hand reaching towards Bibi Han's waist. Bai Han quickly grabbed and explained, Xiao Shui, because of the god of killing's domain and some reasons. I want to face you in a perfect manner, so I'm giving it to you now. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Looking at Bai Han's pleading posture, Qian Renxue chuckled and said, all right, I was just teasing you. I already knew. I just wanted to wait for you to say it yourself. Bai Han lightly pinched Qian Renshue's nose bridge, considering it a form of revenge. He said seriously, little Shui, you must be careful. When absorbing the golden flame grass to enhance your fire attribute, your clothes might get burned off. You can't have anyone around when you take them. Seeing Bai Han's protective expression, Qian Renshue's cheeks flushed, and she boldly remarked, if you're right next to me when I take them, Wouldn't that be a legitimate way for you to take advantage? Hearing such bold words, Bai Han thought to himself, Qian Renxue can be quite daring sometimes. He then grasped her shoulders with both hands, looking her in the eyes, and said earnestly, "That's because we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Let me put it this way, Qian Renxue, you are mine, you can only belong to me, Bai Han." Did you hear that? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue leaned into his embrace, nodded seriously, and said with emotion, "Little Han, I'm so glad to have met you." Because of Bai Han, Qian Renxue had changed her cold-hearted ways caused by a lack of love and her selfish pursuit of benefits. Her previously lonely life was now filled with color, and she also received maternal love from her mother, which filled the void in her heart. Now, she had paternal love, maternal love, friends, and a future partner to rely on. She lacked nothing. Bibi Han gently patted Qian Renxue's back and said, "Little Snow, these are 2 medicinal herbs I prepared for Elder Shimao and Elder Xian. Although they are not as good as celestial herbs, they are still extremely precious. Oh, I will give them to them later." At this moment, Bibi Han's expression became serious. "Little Snow, I need to tell you something." Qian Renxue's expression also turned serious upon hearing this. "What is it?" "You need to pay close attention to that 4th prince, Shuepeng. That guy's not actually a true wastrel. He is just pretending to be one. He might also be playing his true self." "Pretending? That can't be possible. A guy who has fallen so low that he spends every day in brothels can't be pretending." "Little Snow, don't you find it strange? Clearly, he is a wastrel." Yet Shuexing has always stood by his side, along with some court officials. Hearing this, Qian Renxue gradually understood. Her eyes turned cold. What is Shuepeng? Willing to go to such lengths to survive. It seems this guy has big ambitions. Bibi Han smiled and lightly scratched Qian Renxue's nose, saying, "Xiaoxue, your current flaw is that you are too confident. When you think victory is in your grasp, you tend to overlook certain things. Otherwise, with your intelligence, how could you not notice the little tricks of Xiaogang?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue became somewhat angry and replied, "Humph, I was originally going to spare his life. But since he doesn't know what's good for him, he can go die." As for what kind of punishment Shuexing would face for killing Xiaogang, the two were completely unconcerned. After Xiaobing's death, Shuexing would be the only son of the Shui family. Even if the Snow Knight Emperor knew, what could he do? It had been a while, and I should return to avoid raising suspicions with that Tang Yuehua. Then, Qian Renxue put on her mask again. Chapter 88. The Attack of Haotian's Sect. Bibi Han said, "Panik, you can come to my prince's mansion as a guest in the future." "Definitely. Not far away." Tang Yuehua watched the two, looking very close, with a forced smile. Then she said, "Shueku, remember the class time tomorrow. Don't be late." "Got it, Teacher Tang." After Shuexing and Shueku left, Bibi Han asked, "Teacher Tang, where will I stay?" Tang Yuehua pointed and said, "In that room on the 3rd floor." "All right, I'll go tidy up at the hotel." Back at the hotel, Bibi Han shouted, "Elder Imo Xiong, Elder Gui Bao." 2 men in black appeared beside Bibi Han and cupped their hands. "What orders do you have, Your Highness?" "I suspect Tang Yuehua already knows my identity. Letting me stay at Yuexian might be a ploy to lure the disciples of Haotian's sect to attack. You two need to remain vigilant these days." Hearing this, Ghost Leopard Douluo said fiercely, "Your Highness, should I go kill Tang Yuehua?" "No need. We can use her to draw out the Haotian sect. I'm quite interested in their ultimate technique, the Haotian 9 absolutes." Bai Han's lips curled up. "Tang Yuehua, you are plotting against me. But haven't I been plotting against you as well? You clearly value etiquette so much, yet you didn't remind me when I responded coldly to the Crown Prince. Do you really think that being the successor of Yuexian can fool me?" On the other side, in the private domain of Tang Yuehua on the 5th floor of Yuexian, she was writing a letter with a pure black eagle beside her. "Big brother, the holy son of the spirit hall, Bai Han, has decided to stay at Yuexian. I sensed a strong killing intent from him. If I'm not mistaken, he must have passed through the city of slaughter. We cannot let someone like him live, or it will become a significant threat to our Haotian sect." The writer, Tang Yuehua, no longer possessed her previous noble and elegant demeanor. Each stroke of her pen was filled with intense, killing intent. She patted the black eagle beside her. "Eagle, you must deliver this letter to Big Brother." 300 miles east of Tiando City, surrounded by mountains, in the Haotian sect, stood a figure over 2 meters tall, with a sturdy build and a face chiseled like a knife. With short white hair, he wore simple gray clothing, embodying the very core of the castle. This was one of the Haotian twin stars, Xiao Tian Douluo. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, instructing the disciples of the Haotian sect in their training. A loud cry drew Tang Zhao's attention. He instinctively raised his hand to let the black eagle land on his arm. He took the letter. A letter from Yuehua? After reading the letter, Tang Zhao's demeanor changed dramatically, as if a volcano was about to erupt. He said in a deep voice, Tang Long, immediately summoned the elders for a meeting. Yes, sect master. In the Qian sect conference room, there were 6 chairs arranged around a stone table, with Tang Xiao seated in the main position. Soon, 5 elderly men with white hair walked in. Despite their age, they exuded a powerful aura and walked steadily. Elders, please take your seats. The second elder, who was the oldest and most experienced, spoke up. Sect master, why we convened this elder meeting? Tang Xiao placed Tang Yuehua's letter on the table for the elders to read one by one. After each elder finished reading, the most hot-tempered, the 7th elder, slammed his palm on the conference table and huffed. Those dogs from the spirit hall actually dare to bounce around on our turf. They even want to use Yuehua's noble ring to dispel their killing intent and gain control over the killing god domain. This is outrageous. The second elder spoke again. Sect master, should we? He made a gesture across his neck. Tang Xiao pondered for a moment and said, we are still unclear about the Holy Sun's strength and talent, but their holy maiden is truly terrifying. She broke through to Soul King at only 12 years old. Such talent is far beyond that of our Qian Do. If the holy maiden is that formidable, then the Holy Sun must also be extraordinary. So we must find a way to eliminate him. However, if we take action, Yuehua's Yuexian will likely be compromised as well, making our lives even harder. With a sigh, Tang Xiao continued, since the Qian sect has gone into hiding, all our living necessities rely on Tang Yuehua. As for those villages outside, they are only useful for scouting or brewing wine. Elders, let's vote on this. The 7th elder spoke again. Damn it. If the spirit hall hadn't forced us into such a predicament, we wouldn't need to be so calculative about assassinating a genius. I vote in favor. The spirit hall killed my son, who had hopes of breaking through to title Douluo, so we should also kill one of their holy sons. In the end, the vote resulted in 3 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention, agreeing to the decision. The time was set for 3 days later, when Yuehua transported goods. This time we would send more outer disciples to purchase as many supplies as possible. Our lives will become even harder, so everyone must be prepared. An elder asked, Sect Master, what level are you at now? Peak level 95. In a few years, I'll be able to touch the bottleneck of level 96. Upon hearing this, several elders showed joy on their faces. That's good. As long as the sect master breaks through to level 96, we won't have to fear the spear hall anymore. The time for our Qian sect to emerge has come. What do a few more years of hardship matter? These guys' thoughts still lingered on the time when Tang Hao broke through to title Douluo and crushed the spear hall's pope. They believed that once the sect master broke through to level 96, they wouldn't have to worry about anyone from the spirit hall except for Qian Douluo, who dared not step into the Qian sect due to a pact with his ancestor. If the spirit hall knew this, they would definitely mock them, as ignorance breeds fearlessness. If these people knew that the spirit hall had 3 titled Douluo who could take on the Qian sect alone, they wouldn't know what kind of expressions to make. The holy son of the spirit hall would definitely have titled Douluo protecting him. This time, we would directly send 2 elders to ensure nothing goes wrong. All right. The 7th elder stood up and stretched. Let me, old 7, participate this time. I just broke through to title Douluo not long ago. Okay, then let old 7 and old 5 go together, bringing some disciples from the Qian sect. In Tiando City, at Yuexian. Today was the day Tang Yuehua collected supplies, so Yuexian was closed for the day. Bye Han is playing the zither in the Moon Pavilion, and beautiful music is flowing out. At this moment, a figure appears, the Holy Prince. How is it, Elder Ghost Leopard? As the Holy Prince expected, this time Tang Yuehua has gathered much more resources than usual. Han squinted his eyes and chuckled. Sure enough, those brutes from the Qian sect, who love to bully the weak and fear the strong, can't hold back any longer and are ready to eliminate me, their future great enemy. His tone was filled with disdain, which simultaneously carried a hint of killing intent. Beside him, Ghost Leopard Daw secretly complained. If those old guys from the Qian sect knew that the Holy Sun is actually one of their descendants, and the only one with an innate level 20 and dual divine martial souls, I wonder if they would be furious because of the various antics of their people that have completely pushed the Holy Sun to stand with the Spirit Hall. Elder Ghost Leopard informed the Spirit Hall to protect the citizens around Yuexian. The conflict between our Spirit Hall and the Qian sect has nothing to do with them. In the future, they will still be the citizens of our Spirit Hall. Understood. Chapter 89. The Power of the People as Night Fell in Yuexian. Han, dressed in his pajamas, went to bed early as usual. Outside Qian, several shadows approached, each dressed in black, completely enveloping their figures. One of them slowly flew to the roof of Qian without making sound. He extended his right hand, and a small red hammer slowly grew larger. Once the iron hammer took shape, the black-clad man's aura exploded, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Spirit Hall, S. Holy Sun die. The one who will kill you is Haotian sect, S. Luoyang Douluo. As soon as the voice fell, a gigantic red Haotian hammer smashed down, directly destroying half of Qian. Old 7, is it done? Tang Luoyang said proudly in mid-air. Of course, 5th brother, once my 7th brother makes a move, BB Han would turn into meat paste in no time. At that moment, a round of applause echoed. The few from the Haotian sect turned to look. Not far away stood a blue-haired, extraordinarily handsome figure, dressed in a white robe and slippers, with slightly open eyes, looking as if he had just woken up. That person was none other than BB Han. Bye-bye Han yawned, rubbed his eyes, and said, I didn't expect the Haotian sect to truly regard this holy sun highly, actually sending 2 titled Douluo elders to ambush me. I'm truly honored. Tang Luoyang felt a burning pain on his face. He had just confidently declared that the opponent would definitely be dead, yet the opponent stood there completely unharmed. Tang Luoyang angrily said, You little brat. I didn't expect you to actually escape. BB Dong sneered disdainfully, a mere titled Douluo who has just entered the ranks, with presbyopia and a not-so-sharp mind. Thinks he can hit me? That would be a disgrace to the name of the Holy Sun. You're looking for death. Tang Luoyang was completely enraged. He couldn't understand the term presbyopia, but he definitely understood the implication of having a poor mind. Old 7, let's go together. We can't let this brat escape. Another elder unleashed his Haotian hammer martial soul, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black for a total of 9 soul rings. The 2 of them charged towards BB Dong. Facing the assault of 2 titled Douluos, BB Dong remained unfazed, a playful expression on his face. For elders, let's make a move. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 titled Douluos appeared behind him. Serpent Spear, Stabbing Pig, Demon Bear, and Ghost Leopard. Each of them was surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, totaling 9 soul rings, and charged forward. P.S. To clarify, at the time of writing this, the anime had not reached this point, and the novel did not explain the cultivation levels of the Demon Bear and Ghost Leopard, leading the author to mistakenly think their strength was on par with the Serpent Spear and Stabbing Pig. In a 2 versus 1 scenario, during just the first clash, the entire Moon Pavilion was shaken by strong winds, with flying sand and stones, and half of the Moon Pavilion collapsed. The disciples of the Haotian sect nearby quickly fled from the storm. The battle between titled Douluos was no joke. In contrast, BB Dong still stood there, seemingly unaffected by the shockwave. The Serpent Spear mocked, Hee, Haotian sect, you really have a nerve. Each of you is over 80 years old and still dares to come and kill a teenager in his teens. What did you say? Old 7 reacted furiously. The 5th elder, being more composed, coldly replied, What about you? What can your Spear Hall do? Besides bullying the weak with numbers, what else can you do? Upon hearing this, BB Dong and the 4 elders burst into laughter. If they had read the original work from the beginning, even if BB Dong was not influenced by Tang San's protagonist aura, he still would have laughed. Although he disliked the Spear Hall for bullying the weak, the more he understood, the more ridiculous he found that statement. Demon Bear Douluo taunted, Yes, we bully the weak in numbers. But why don't you think about why your Haotian sect can't do the same against our Spirit Hall? The 2 elders of the Haotian sect did not respond because they knew the reason all too well. The Haotian sect, once the #1 sect in the world, boasted thousands of disciples. However, in the past few centuries, only a handful of disciples had broken through to titled Douluo. And those who did had one common characteristic. They married into the Haotian sect. Other major families, except for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, absolutely would not allow anyone outside their own family to break through to titled Douluo. If someone did, that person wouldn't survive to the titled Douluo stage. The Spirit Hall, however, did not have such a situation. The Spirit Hall was generous with resources for talented disciples. How far they could cultivate depended entirely on themselves at most. They couldn't become the Pope or a grand offering. After all, only the Qian family would never dare to touch the statue of the angel god. The Qian family was absolutely loyal to the angel god. Of course, if you were a true genius, you could also become the Pope's man. Then the 6 titled Douluos began to fight again, their terrifying power shaking the entire Heaven Do city. Some daring residents climbed onto rooftops. My goodness, 9 soul rings. Titled Douluos, 6 titled Douluos are fighting. At this moment, the Knights of the Spirit Hall arrived, with the leader, Salus, standing at the front. Citizens of Heaven-Do City, do not panic. The elders of the Spirit Hall will capture the suspects. Everyone should quickly evacuate this area. A trembling citizen asked Lord Salus, "May I ask if this title Douluo is also an evil soul master?" Salus shook his head. "No, they are from the hidden Qian sect. Because our holy son is exceptionally gifted and has dealt with many evil soul masters, the self-serving little men of the Qian sect fear the holy son's future strength. They want to eliminate him before he fully grows, which has led to this battle. Our Knights of the Hall have come at the request of the holy son to help the citizens evacuate." What? The people of the Qian sect actually want to kill our holy son who protects the citizens? Down with the Qian sect. The Spirit Hall will surely win. Down with the Qian sect. The Spirit Hall will surely win. X3 down with the Qian sect. The Spirit Hall will surely win. X10 down with the Qian sect. The Spirit Hall will surely win. XN watching this scene, Salus couldn't help but smirk. The holy son is truly impressive, although the crowd lacks power. They're extremely skilled at spreading rumors. Ah, what nonsense rumors. This is simply the truth, all right? Thank you for your support, citizens. But the safety of the citizens is our Spirit Hall's top priority. Please evacuate quickly. On the side of the Heaven-Do Imperial family, this massive commotion naturally caught their attention. Qian Renxue, Ning Fengji, Chen Exen, Douluo, and others were present. Emperor Shui sat on the dragon throne and sternly asked, "What on earth is happening?" However, no one could answer, only reporting that title Douluos were in a fierce battle. "Report, Your Majesty, we have investigated. 2 title Douluos from the Qian sect are fighting against 4 title Douluos from the Spirit Hall at the Moon Pavilion. The cause of the fight seems to be that an elder from the Qian sect attacked the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Most of the nearby residents have been evacuated, but some have still been affected." Upon hearing that 6 title Douluos were fighting, the royal nobles were thrown into a panic. They may have noble backgrounds, but they were not powerful soul masters. If these 6 individuals came to the Heaven-Do Imperial family side, it would be disastrous. As the Moon Pavilion was not far from the Heaven-Do Imperial family, Emperor Shui could no longer sit still. Why is Heaven-Do City so unstable lately? First, mysterious title Douluos are fighting outside the city, and now 6 title Douluos are clashing. Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect thought of rushing to help when he heard that title Douluos from the Qian sect were fighting the Spirit Hall. After all, this guy, who is always jumping around, was committed to the so-called unity of the 3 major sections. It seemed that the first to harbor murderous intent upon discovering BB Dawn's identity was not the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but it was a tricky situation, as the Spirit Hall was in the right. The Qian sect was retaliating because they intended to attack the Holy Son. If the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect intervened, they would undoubtedly fall into an unjust position and might even face the Spirit Hall's army. P.S. Thanks to Book Friend for the 2 monthly tickets from 5 Elements Lack Money and the 2 monthly tickets from 854,582. Chapter 89. The bottom line in dealing with enemies at the Moon Pavilion. The 2 elders from the Qian sect were gradually falling into a disadvantage under the siege of the title Douluos from the Spirit Hall, and the 7th elder of the Qian sect was injured. Not every title Douluo from the Qian sect was as powerful as Tang Hao, who possessed a complete set of 6 soul bones and wielded the Qian hammer with exceptional skill. The 6th elder only had 2 soul bones, while the 7th elder had just 1, and their proficiency with the Qian hammer was far inferior to Tang Hao's. The Spirit Hall wanted to show you why our Qian hammer is the #1 weapon martial soul in the world, the 9 absolutes of Qian, and the heavenly strike. The 9 absolutes of Qian, the Qian sect's ultimate skill, consists of 9 powerful techniques, each capable of shaking the heavens. One of the elders from the Spirit Hall was directly sent flying by a heavenly strike, nearly splitting his palm. Earth-shattering hammer. Another fierce strike sent the stabbing pig Douluo reeling, blood surging. Old 7. Take advantage of this moment. The 5th elder expended a large amount of soul power to push back 2 title Douluos from the Spirit Hall, noting that the 2 title Douluos had not yet regained their composure. He came to the aid of the 7th elder to help share the pressure. Tang Liang immediately understood. His 5th soul ring lit up. The 5th soul skill, martial soul, true body. 2 fiery, red Qian hammers appeared in Tang Liang's hands. Tang Liang's momentum surged once again, and he was able to take on 2 opponents without falling behind. However, this was only temporary. The 5th elder's single explosive outburst had already established the foundation for losing in a prolonged battle. But neither of them aimed to win. As long as they could hold off the 4 titled Douluos, butI Han would be doomed. butI Han quietly watched from a distance. This is Ling Tian's strike and hammer. Quite impressive. Keep going. Hao Qian's 9 absolute techniques. The deadly flying hammer. The locking technique from Hao Qian's 9 absolute is not launched by the elder of Hao Qian's sect, but by a disciple of Hao Qian's sect, as a hammer comes smashing towards butI Han. butI Han, who was enjoying the battle, was somewhat annoyed by this and instantly teleported to avoid the hammer, which flipped back into the hands of a strong man. Looking at the 2 strong men beside him, butI Han coldly said to them, "Isn't it good to be alive? Why seek death?" A rugged-looking guy said domineeringly, "As the holy son of the Wuhuan Hall, today I, Tang Hu, the first of the 3rd generation, will see what abilities you have." butI Zong Mumut Tang. Who? Huh. Just a guy who is almost 30 and still hasn't broken through to Soul Emperor. You really have the guts to confront me. Well, let me see what the younger generation of the Hao Qian sect has become. Shut up. Don't insult our Hao Qian sect. Tang Hu swung a hammer at butI Dong. You are below my level, unworthy of me using my martial soul. butI Han crossed his arms and lightly leaped backward to dodge, while a small pit appeared on the ground where he had been standing. His speed was decent, and his strength was okay, but he was far from hitting me. Tang Hu had a serious expression on his face. In a battle between experts, a single move could reveal the gap in their abilities. Although Tang Hu was not a master, he could tell from how easily butI Han dodged his hammer strike that butI Han's strength was far beyond his own. Tang Hu then exchanged glances with the burly man behind him, who nodded. The man began to swing the Hao Qian hammer. Is he trying to buy time for the guy behind him to gather power? Tang Hu scoffed and activated his 5th soul skill, merging man and hammer. After he used his 5th soul skill, the 3rd soul ring also lit up. Tang Hu's muscles swelled, significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. He charged forward again, his whole body resembling a giant iron hammer, unstoppable. Seeing this, butI Han shook his head and said, "It's useless. The gap in our strength cannot be bridged by these soul skills." As Tang Hu swung his hammer multiple times, he only struck air. After another swing, Tang Hu looked around in confusion and asked, "Where is everyone?" butI Han's figure disappeared from Tang Hu's sight. The muscular man behind him, who was still gathering strength, reminded him, "Brother Hu, he's on your hammer." Tang Hu looked to the left and indeed saw butI Han standing on his Hao Qian hammer. I've already said, the gap between us is something you can never bridge. Under the moonlight shining from behind, butI Han's handsome face bore a gentle smile, a smile so warm that it easily endeared him to others. But seeing that smile, Tang Hu only felt an icy chill throughout his body. Before Tang Hu could make any move, butI Han had already kicked toward his chest. The force of that kick was so strong that Tang Hu was sent flying, struggling to breathe, with several bones in his chest broken. butI Han looked at the muscular man who was still gathering strength and calculated. You should have gathered strength for 66 strikes, right? You can fully unleash the chaotic wind hammer technique. In the Hao Qian sect, you should be considered a genius disciple. Unfortunately, in our eyes, your chaotic wind is nothing but child's play. butI Han snapped his fingers. In the blue-silver domain, several blue-silver grass vines burst out of the ground beside him, directly lifting the strong man. On the other side, the 2 elders of the Hao Qian sect were completely unable to gather strength for the chaotic wind hammer technique, because once they started to gather strength, the ghost leopard Douluo would attack their lower body. With butI Han, an expert in the chaotic wind hammer technique, present, the technique had already been thoroughly studied. The 2 major drawbacks of the chaotic wind were that it took too long to gather strength, preventing it from exerting its true power, and that one could not move around. One had to remain in place to gather strength. At that time, as long as one attacked the lower body and disrupted the rhythm, the chaotic wind hammer technique would fall apart without a fight. Watching the strong man spinning in the air, trying to completely dissipate his strength, butI Han seemed to be transported back to the days when he was still exploring the chaotic wind. Back then, in order to modify the chaotic wind hammer technique, he spent all day swinging the hammer. Crack, crack, 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking echoed. The originally horizontally spinning strong man directly threw the Hao Qian hammer vertically. butI Han came to his senses and was slightly taken aback, saying, "Hey, are you really going to smash the Hao Qian hammer toward me, even at the cost of fracture?" Unfortunately, it's useless. butI Han simply turned around to dodge the thrown hammer. Looking at Tang Hu, who was gasping for breath and struggling to get up, and another burly man lying on the ground with both hands broken, it was clear that these 2 had no fighting power left. The roots of the blue-silver grass burst through the ground, binding the two men, and then several sharp-tipped blue-silver grass vines appeared. Say goodbye to this world. Saying this, butI showed no trace of sadness in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the blue-silver grass vines surged forward, about to pierce through the bodies of the two. At that moment, Tang Hao closed his eyes, looking as if he was ready to face death. Tian, Dad can't be with you anymore. I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, the blue-silver grass vine stopped. Tian, if you remember correctly, was the cute little girl from the original story who brought food to Tang San at the Qian school. In the original, Tang San had just turned 20 when he arrived at the Qian school, and that little girl hadn't awakened her martial soul yet. Calculating the time, this meant she had just been born. Thinking of this, butI felt a pang of compassion. He didn't want a newborn child to lose her father and bear the weight of hatred while crazily cultivating, losing her original innocence. butI wants to make the lives of the people in Douluo better, even if the other party is an enemy. Even if he gives Tang Hao 10 more years of training, he still won't be his match. By that time, he should have unified the entire Douluo continent. Since that's the case, isn't it better to have one more happy child who poses little threat, even if they are an enemy? Not harming an infant and not letting the enemy's offspring grow up in hatred is butI's bottom line when it comes to dealing with enemies. However, Tang Hao will never be able to break through to Soul Saint and possess a true body of martial soul. At this moment, another powerful aura appears, and the Qian hammer martial soul points directly at butI. Teleportation. butI looked at the old man in front of him and said, "So you couldn't hold back any longer? Using the life of a junior to make me let my guard down, a good attempt at a fatal blow. Elder of the Qian sect, that is quite a clever idea. But to disappoint you, you still missed." The old man stood in the original position where butI had not instantaneously moved, surrounded by 8 soul rings. This person was indeed the guardian of Tang Yuehua from the Moonlight Academy. Chapter 90, the finale for 1,500 words, Uncle Song. X2 this man, referred to as Uncle Song, did not respond to the 2 juniors of the Qian sect. He looked at butI and asked casually, "Did you realize I was here long ago?" butI replied, "Of course, in my domain, you, with the strength of a soul Douluo, have nowhere to hide. In fact, there is one more thing butI didn't say, which is, even if you are Tang Chun, as long as you dare to take out the Qian hammer near me, I will definitely sense you." This is the soul perception, the unilateral sensing of the divine quality Qian hammer. For butI to be unable to sense it, the opponent's Qian hammer must be at least at his level, or the opponent must have become a god. After saying that, butI's soul power erupted. As the strength of a soul Douluo cannot be resolved merely by the domain. 2 purple, 2 black, and 2 red-black soul rings surrounded butI. Tang San's pupils contracted at this scene. The other 2 Qian sect disciples were directly stunned. They now understood why the 2 had been casually beaten despite not using their martial souls. How powerful a body capable of absorbing such soul rings must be. 3 sprays of blood appeared, coming from another Qian sect disciple, as 3 blue-silver grass vines pierced through his chest. The man still had a look of shock at butI's soul rings before he died. Because of the pure-hearted little girl, Tian, butI was willing to spare Tang Hao, but that doesn't mean he would let the other one go. Tang Hao's pupils turned red, and he shouted in sorrow, "Tang Feng!" Hearing this, butI glanced at the corpse over there. "So your name is Tang Feng. Your actions have not disgraced your name." He then looked mockingly at the old man in front of him, as it seemed that the death of this Tang Feng did not affect you at all. Tang Song said coldly, "When they decided to come here, they were already prepared for death. This soul ring, worthy of being the saint's son of the Spirit Hall. I really didn't expect the blue-silver grass martial soul to be so strong." butI's quirky opening. "It's nothing. It's just a bit stronger than your Qian sect's broken hammer. Dare to insult the Qian hammer, and you shall die." The 7th soul skill. True body of the weapon spirit. Tang Song's 7th soul ring lit up, clearly not planning to waste any more time and intending to unleash his full power directly. butI said indifferently, "A mere Contra thinks he can kill me? Do you think you're Tang Hao?" Blue-silver domain, 2nd soul skill, blue-silver shield. With the support of 295,000, year soul rings and the effect of various over-level absorbed soul rings. The range of the blue-silver domain has reached a radius of 500 meters. The 6 titled Douluos engaged in battle in the distance are also within the range of the domain. butI punched the ground, and his soul power erupted. Hundreds of blue-silver grasses transformed into massive shields that rose up, varying in thickness and height. From above, the shape of the blue-silver grass shields resembled the petals of a snow lotus flower. The elder of the Qian sect stood at the center of the flower bud. This spectacular scene caused the battle of the six titled Douluos to pause momentarily. The elder of the Qian sect looked at the surrounding blue silvergrass shields. Bewildered, what is going on? The little fanboy, Snake Spear, shouted directly. Holy Sun. It's the Holy Sun who has made a move. These shields are created by the Holy Sun to give us an advantageous terrain. It's time to determine the victor. Hearing this, the four titled Douluos exchanged glances, and their seventh soul rings all lit up. Seventh soul skill, true body of the Snake Spear. The Snake Spear Douluo Snake Spear beast martial soul transformed into a gigantic two-headed snake, crawling on the shields and flicking its tongue. Seventh soul skill, true body of the ghost leopard. The ghost leopard Douluo also unleashed his martial soul's true body, turning into a 2-meter-long leopard with purple fur, walking on all fours. Each limb equipped with extremely sharp claws. As an agility-type titled Douluo, his size was small, making it very suitable for jumping and assaulting on the various shields. It could be said that in this terrain, the ghost leopard's combat power was directly increased by 30. Meanwhile, the demon bear flew into the air, transforming into a gigantic earth demon bear. This terrain was not suitable for him to fight. His role was to swat down any elder of the Qian sect who dared to fly up. The spiked porcupine Douluo transformed into a dark red river porcupine, shooting toxic spines and venom from the sky to assist. The poison from the snake spear, the ambush from the ghost leopard, and the toxic spines from the spiked porcupine made it very difficult for the elder of the Qian sect to fight back. He wanted to fly up, but as soon as he got halfway, the enormous paw of the demon bear Douluo came crashing down, placing the two elders of the Qian sect at a complete disadvantage. Originally, the martial soul true bodies of the four spirit hall titled Douluos were not enough to put the two Qian sect titled Douluos at such a disadvantage. They could just use their Qian true body, relying on their top-tier martial soul. They might even be able to counterattack. However, the problem was that using the Qian true body to strike in this terrain not only wouldn't help, but would also be detrimental. Imagine if you used the Qian true body to smash someone and the hammerhead or the hammer handle hit the shield. If it was the hammerhead, it might be okay, but if it was the hammer handle, it would immediately lead to a situation where give me a fulcrum and I can lift the Qian sect elder. This would not only cause the elder of the Qian sect to suffer severe backlash, but, more seriously, it could lead to the Qian hammer slipping out of his hands. If such a situation occurred, the outcome would be life-threatening. Archimedes taught us that in battles among soul masters, intelligence is crucial. Tang Liang, covered in several bloodstains, yelled frantically, "Why? Why is my flame ineffective against these mere shields made of blue silvergrass? Ha ha! Can you imagine the power of the Holy Sun? This is your burial ground." On the other side, butI Han took a big breath after using this move, which consumed 70% of his soul power. But seeing the situation of the elder of the Qian sect, he still smiled. The effect is indeed good. Unlike the snow lotus flower of the elder of the Qian sect, the blue silvergrass here formed a hollow, uncovered cylinder. Tang San looked around at the 100-meter circular wall of blue silvergrass with some confusion. The circular shield reduced the arena of their battle from infinitely large to a diameter of 50 meters. With all his strength, the nearly 100-meter soul tool true body smashed against the wall above by Han's back, instantly creating a large hole in the wall. Tang San was slightly surprised. Pretty tough. Following that, the Qian hammer became a normal size. Tang San disdainfully said, "Do you think sealing my soul tool true body with such tricks will work? With my soul Douluo strength, killing you is like crushing an ant." In response, butI Han retorted in an even more disdainful tone. "Did you misunderstand something? Targeting you? You are not worthy. This move is not only aimed at the elder of the Qian sect. I just don't want others to expose my martial soul. The remaining soul power is enough to kill you." After saying this, a scarlet soul ring appeared, and a natural aura emanating from butI Han transformed into an overwhelming dominance. The Qian hammer martial soul in Tang San's hand trembled as if a child who hadn't done his homework was being called to the teacher's office. Bibi Dong extended his left hand, and golden light flashed, with purple lightning appearing, a large iron hammer materializing in his hand. Tang San exclaimed, "Twin martial souls. 100,000-year soul ring. The patterns on this hammer are from the Qian hammer. If you possess the Qian hammer, then you should be one of us from the Qian sect. Why are you standing with the spirit hall?" A deep voice from Bibi Han came. "So noisy. How can the Qian sect even compare? Do you know what you're saying? Do you know what you're doing?" "Of course I know." 7 soul bones appeared on Bibi Han. transforming into a golden armor, with purple lightning surging on the soul bone armor. The Killing God domain and Thunder domain activated. An incredibly powerful aura swept over Tang San, making him feel as if he were facing the strongest second elder of his own Haotian sect. How is that possible? Feeling the boundless killing intent and bibihon's unmatched dominance, Tang San felt a bit scared. Amid the blood-red killing aura, bibihon slowly walked over, exuding killing intent as he said, "So, where's your pride? Aren't you arrogant? Didn't you want to crush me like an ant? Why are you afraid now? You should feel honored. This is the first time I'm wearing it to kill." Looking at bibihon, who seemed possessed by the god of death, Tang San struggled to speak. "No, you have the Haotian hammer. You can't kill me. This is betraying your master and destroying your ancestors." Yes, Tang San was truly scared. He was not like those two younger generations of the Haotian sect who had grown accustomed to a hard life, living on simple meals in sub-zero temperatures. Death was not frightening for them. In the good place of Qian, Tang San enjoyed good food, good drink, and good sleep. He could also admire the beautiful faces and graceful figures of noble girls, had entered the fragrant dressing rooms, and even had deep exchanges with some eager noble girls for several years. In short, it was enjoyable. After years of such a life, even a steel-like would be worn down, and Tang San had long lost his backbone. He didn't want to leave this wonderful world. With a casual wave, bibihon turned Tang San's right hand, which was holding the Haotian hammer, into a cloud of blood mist. The roots of the blue silvergrass vines appeared, binding Tang San and absorbing his soul power. "You traitors, how dare you call yourselves my ancestors? Don't kill me, please don't kill me," Tang San began to plead. "Didn't you say you were prepared for death when you came here? Why are you begging for mercy now? Please don't kill me, I beg you. For the sake of the Haotian hammer, don't kill me." Seeing Tang San's tears and snot, bibihon felt disgusted. How did such a cowardly waste inherit the Haotian hammer spirit? He talks big on the surface, but is far outshone by his juniors behind his back. Not intending to continue absorbing Tang San's soul power, he coldly said, "Die, Haotian 9 absolutes, Ling Tian 1 strike." With one hammer strike, rocks flew everywhere, and Tang San was completely turned into minced meat. Beneath the hammer lay only some flesh and blood. Bibihon removed his soul bone armor and retrieved the Haotian hammer, instantly teleporting to Tang Hu's side. At that moment, Tang Hu was still holding Tang Feng's body. Wailing, a cold voice came. "Have you cried enough?" Tang Hu raised his head, looking at bibihon with a face full of hatred. "Cried enough? Then get back to Haotian sect. Aren't you going to kill me?" Bibihon used the blue-silver sacred eye to observe Tang Hu's meridians, then kicked him in the chest. Wow! Tang Hu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then he felt a wave of comfort, and his body recovered significantly. Bibihon's kick infused the healing soul power of the blue-silver god into Tang Hu, healing part of his injuries, but it also severed his meridians. In the future, Tang Hu's cultivation speed would remain unchanged, but his path was already cut off, and he would never be able to break through to the Soul Sage realm. Bibihon disdainfully said, "You don't have the qualifications to die by my hands. Get a little stronger, and then it will be interesting for me to kill you." After saying that, he couldn't be bothered to care whether Tang Hu believed him or not, and spread his ice-fire blue-silver wings as he flew towards the battlefield over there. On that side, the hundreds of shields created by Bibihon had already lost more than half, and the elder of Haotian sect was covered in blood. "Seventh brother, hold on a little longer. That demon bear has knocked us down several times, which means the defenses there are failing. As long as we break through, we still have a chance to survive." In the sky, a cold voice came. "Survive? At your age, you might as well die here." The two elders looked towards the sound. In the night sky, Bibihon, with 4 pairs of wings behind him, one side burning with ice-blue flames and the other with crimson flames, was so conspicuous. "How did you get here? What happened to Tang San and the others?" Bibihon let out a light laugh. "Tang San and those guys want to kill me, yet I'm still standing here. What do you think they would do? Impossible. Tang San is a soul Douluo, and you are just a mere soul emperor. How could you possibly kill him?" The 5th elder of Haotian sect looked incredulous. The snake spear Douluo beside him secretly scoffed. "Lord Saint Sun almost killed me, so what can a mere soul Douluo do? Although I, the snake spear, have reached level 92 thanks to the herbs from the Lord Saint Sun, I still don't believe I can defeat the Saint Sun. As for the reason, that's certainly the intuition of a strong fighter." The 7th elder angrily said, "Don't think about it anymore, 5th brother. It must be that group from the spirit hall using underhanded tactics." Bibihon squinted his eyes and said, "Is it underhanded? Then let it be underhanded." Once again, A series of shields rose up to fill in the missing parts, and by Han's soul power, which had recovered to 6 layers, directly dropped to 2 layers. Elders, go all out. 9th soul skill, Thunder Absolute Annihilation. 8th soul skill, Ghost Shadow Thousand Claws. 9th soul skill, Demon Bear Sky-Rending Claw. 9th soul skill, Stabbing Porcupine. 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body. The 2 elders of Qian sect quickly activated their Weapon Soul True Body, intending to use the Qian hammer to transform into shields for defense. At that moment, 8 blue-silver grass vines suddenly appeared, pulling at the biceps of the 2 Qian sect elders, making it difficult for them to exert strength and momentarily redirect the Qian hammer. Looking at the 4 rays of light attacking them, the Qian sect elders roared in anger. Damn it! X2 boom boom boom. As the black smoke dissipated, the 2 elders of Qian sect were in a miserable state with not a single good spot on their bodies. The 5th elder had lost an arm. The 5th elder was gasping for breath and suddenly said, 7th brother, there's a way out. Hurry, I'll hold them off. It turned out that due to the previous attack, a certain area had already been breached. 5th brother, if we're going to die, let's die together. Shut up, get out of here immediately. That's an order. Upon hearing this, the 7th elder flew away with tears in his eyes. Elder Ghost Leopard, don't let him escape. Bai Han wanted to stop Tang Lai Yang with the blue-silver god, but his soul power was simply too low, leaving him with the desire, but not the ability. No way. The 5th elder quickly flew up and swung his hammer to defend. Unfortunately, it was futile. He was directly attacked by the 4 titled Douluos, being batted around like a ball, but at least it bought Tang Lai Yang some time to escape. You bastards from the spirit hall. If you're going to die, you better accompany me to the grave. Suddenly, the 5th elder's body began to swell, turning bright red. Not good. He is going to self-destruct. Everyone run. Self-destruction, especially the self-destruction of a titled Douluo, is definitely terrifying. And if both sides are of similar strength, the opponent will be unable to kill or seal the other's soul power before the self-destruction. Damn it. There is no time left. BB Dong used the last of his soul power to manipulate the shield below and the soul bone armor, blocking the explosion. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud appeared, and all 10 shields BB Dong used to defend were shattered. 4 pairs of blue-silver wings converged and transformed into shields, blocking in front of him. The terrifying force broke through the 10 shields, and even the blue-silver wings were completely shattered, the impact crashing into BB Dong. BB Han was blown away, but fortunately, the explosion's power had already been mostly neutralized, and he managed to block the aftermath with his soul bone armor. However, he still suffered severe internal injuries, with the 4 pairs of wings shattered, equivalent to several broken ribs. The 4 elders only sustained minor injuries. After all, if a self-explosion of the same level could kill them, then no one would dare to fight for their lives. Thus, this great battle came to an end. Chapter 91. The Storm of the Young Generation. The enormous explosion left everyone in the Tiando royal family completely stunned. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, one could see the massive mushroom cloud. Shuiye's face was filled with terror, wondering what was happening and how there could be such great power. Sword Douluo said gravely, such a powerful force. I think, even with Feng Zhi's assistance, I would not be able to unleash it. In this situation, I can only think of one possibility. Douluo and Sword Douluo answered simultaneously, self-explosion. X2 Ning Feng Zhi incredulously said, how is that possible? The battle lasted only a little over 2/4 an hour. A titled Douluo's battle typically takes at least a few days and nights, right? It's common knowledge that titled Douluos have substantial soul power, and battles lasting days and nights are the norm. Sword Douluo sighed. Feng Zhi, let's go over there first. What about you, old poison? Poison Douluo replied, I'll stay here to protect his majesty. Sword Douluo had always looked down on Douluo. Seeing him say this, he directly flew with his sword, taking Ning Feng Zhi toward the battlefield. Xueqing has said, Father, you should return to the palace to rest. All right, then I'll leave it to you, my son. He couldn't rely on Shui Beng, who, according to the guard's report, was still lying in a brothel. After Shui Yi left, Douluo spoke, Young master, what should we do now? Douluo had made such a poisonous oath and naturally had the right to know Xueqing's true identity. When Douluo first learned of it, he was genuinely shocked. Who would have thought the heir of the Spirit Hall was disguised as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire to usurp the country? Qian Renxue said sternly, the 2 elders of the Qian sect are not qualified to force our elders of the Spirit Hall to self-explode. She then asked, how is your granddaughter? Douluo felt awkward because he couldn't persuade Dugu Yin to leave Qian. Seeing Douluo's expression, Qian Renxue already knew the answer. Forget it. Let's not discuss this for now. Then, Qian Renxue took out 4 bloody ginsengs from her storage soul guide. Here are 4 blood ginsengs. You must give them to Prince Shuexing and Shuebong to consume. Remember, they must eat them. Qian Renxue spoke with a hint of killing intent. If Douluo failed to complete the task again, Qian Renxue did not intend to use him any longer. Originally, 2 days ago, when Bibihan informed Qian Renxue that Shuebong was pretending to be a playboy, Qian Renxue had already arranged for someone to assassinate Shuebong. Unexpectedly, just as the plan was about to succeed, Douluo, that old scoundrel, saved him, claiming it was to repay the favor from when Prince Shuexing saved him years ago. Bibi Dong cursed on the spot, saying, "What nonsense gratitude. 10 years ago, you were just a contra. How did you escape the assassination of 2 titled Douluos? If it weren't for the fact that Zhu Douluo had some friendship with you and secretly showed mercy, with your body heavily poisoned at the time, could you have escaped?" Hearing this, Douluo was extremely ashamed and furious. He thought to himself whether he had messed up his mind by playing with poison. A deeply poisoned contra escaping the assassination of the world's #1 agility type titled Douluo? Wasn't that ridiculous? After that, Qian Renxue was called by the Snow Knight Emperor. As for what was said, it was naturally about not harming him since the avalanche had already happened. This time, the Snow Knight Emperor spoke openly, and Qian Renxue could only give up. However, the avalanche was so shocked that he became even more debauched and openly went to the brothel for the night. Then Bibi Dong thought of a way to use the blood ginseng that had not yet reached 10,000 years, pretending it was a supplement to drain the vitality of the avalanche and Prince Shuexing. Blood ginseng, when it reaches 10,000 years, is indeed a good immortal herb. If the blood ginseng has not reached 10,000 years, it cannot be considered an immortal herb at all. Instead, it is a poison that promotes growth too quickly. Once consumed, it will continuously squeeze your potential until your cultivation cannot progress at all. Even more terrifying is that consuming blood ginseng will double the loss of your vitality. The effect of 2 will be 4 times, meaning for every second we live, the avalanche and Prince Shuexing will live for 4 seconds. Understood, young master. On the battlefield, Bibi Dong stood weakly on the ground, his face pale and his back a bloody mess due to the broken ice fire blue silver wings. The 4 elders returned to Bibi Dong's side, their faces filled with shame. Clearly, they were supposed to protect the